Plundering the Heavens chapter 1165 to chapter 1216. At this time, Feng Xing roughly guessed the divine son of the Night Clan's plan. Or rather, it was the divine court's plan from the very beginning, based on his temper. If he wanted to sneak into his opponent's territory to look for something, he would probably come up with the idea of sneaking in or launching a sudden attack. However, the divine court's plan was quite different from his. It was an open and aboveboard scheme. First, they threw out a condition that was extremely tempting to the Immortal Alliance, but they couldn't immediately agree to it. Then, they made a request with the excuse of finding the ancestors' remains, which was hard for the creatures of heavenly origin to refuse. As for what would happen next, nobody knew how the divine son of the Night Clan would arrange it. All in all, once they entered the battlefield of gods and demons, they would be able to get close to that divine object. Sneering inwardly, Feng Xing looked on coldly without saying a word. After the banquet was over, he went back to his resting place with the other little saints of the divine court to wait for the result. He wanted to see if the old man of the Immortal Alliance would be so easily fooled. The battlefield of gods and demons was indeed a land of death. It seemed that entering it would only lead to death. However, the Pure Land and the Divine Palace were archenemies. Would the Pure Land agree so easily if their archenemies wanted to do something strange? After the messengers of the Divine Court left, Zhu Xiu of the Immortal Alliance was still in the main hall, talking about it. When the Divine Son of the Night Clan first made this request, Feng Xing saw the excitement on the faces of those short-sighted old cultivators. They even seemed to be gloating. He almost couldn't help but want to punch them in the face. These old men were still excited about the good news that they could take back heavenly origin without any effort. They were also happy that the little saints of the divine court wanted to enter the battlefield of gods and demons. They thought that the little saints of the divine court were courting death, and they were happy to watch the show. They didn't care whether they lived or died. Now, they were also the ones who agreed to let the messengers of the divine court enter the battlefield of gods and demons. The battlefield of gods and demons is extremely dangerous. There's no return. If they want to enter, then let them. The battlefield of gods and demons is the most dangerous place. Even immortals can be killed there, let alone them. On the other hand, the number one person of the ancient race, Gu He, revealed a solemn expression and became one of the people who objected. Should we fight the celestial court or accept their conditions? We can't say for sure yet. We need to discuss this carefully. However, the ancient battlefield of gods and demons is the core of the Pure Land. We think that it's a dangerous place. If we enter it, we will only die. However, the celestial court might not think so. Perhaps they really just want to take back the remains, but what if that's not the case? What if there was some kind of conspiracy? Are we just going to watch them enter the battlefield of gods and demons? In my opinion, it's best to reject this matter to avoid unnecessary complications. He had to admit that although it was just a guess, Gu He's words were the closest to the truth. However, this opinion was quickly overturned by the other old cultivators. This old man was a great elder of the ancient race of the Pure Land, the 100-Eye clan. His strength might not be comparable to a young genius like Gu He, but his seniority was frighteningly high. He said righteously, as the saying goes, ask for a sky-high price, bargain on the spot. We naturally can't agree to the celestial court's conditions. We need to discuss it carefully. However, through the conditions, we can see that the celestial court is quite sincere in negotiating for peace. Although we may not agree, we can't reject it outright. As for the battlefield of gods and demons, how many people have tried to enter and explore it since ancient times? How many people have come out alive? Occasionally, there are some lucky people who manage to escape. However, they only said that it's a desolate place. Apart from the white bones, there's nothing of value there. It's just a simple battlefield. Moreover, the celestial race wants to enter and collect the remains of their ancestors. It's also a matter of filial piety. If we reject them just because of a little doubt, wouldn't that be too ungrateful? I'm afraid that the situation where there was hope for peace will be completely ruined because of this. Therefore, I think we can agree to it. The celestial race is originally an extraterrestrial barbarian. What do they know about filial piety? If they enter the battlefield of gods and demons, they must have a plan. Even if they are extraterrestrial barbarians, the celestial race speaks the human language, takes human form, and even joined the ancient heaven built by the immortals to conquer the east and build the 33 heavens. They have long been assimilated. Moreover, the celestial race attaches great importance to bloodline inheritance, so it's not surprising that they regard filial piety as the foundation. That's right. When the two armies are at war, I don't think it's a good thing to let them enter the battlefield of gods and demons. The two armies at war? Does the Pure Land have the qualification to fight against the Celestial Court? Now, this peace negotiation is actually an opportunity for Tianyuan. Even if we bow down to the Celestial Court first, it's also convenient for us to secretly cultivate the younger generation and accumulate strength. However, if we don't agree to this condition, it would seem that the Pure Land is too ungrateful. Not to mention that our reputation will be ruined. I'm afraid that we'll lose this opportunity to negotiate for peace. For a time, the cultivators of the Immortal Union all had their own opinions and quarreled with each other. Seniors, please listen to me. Amidst the chaos, Fox Fairy Maiden stood up and said softly, Seniors, what you said is very reasonable, but Senior Brother Guhi's worry is not groundless. The Celestial Court's intention to enter the battlefield of gods and demons is really worrying. However, if we directly refuse, we can't continue the negotiation with the Celestial Court. In my opinion, it's better for everyone to take a step back. We won't refuse the Celestial Court's request, but we can't let them enter the battlefield of gods and demons. Even if they want to collect the skeletons of their ancestors, they need to be under our surveillance. Surveillance? Someone sneered, the battlefield of gods and demons is a land of death. It's difficult for anyone to return safely after entering, so how can we monitor them? Those Celestial Court's emissaries want to enter voluntarily. Do we have to find people to accompany them to death? Yes, maybe those Celestial Court emissaries are up to no good, and want to kill the Pure Land's heaven's pride through this? Fox Fairy Maiden said, we'll send an army to guard the periphery, and only send powerful combat cultivators to monitor inside. However, if there's any change, we'll immediately know about the outside army. Although the battlefield of gods and demons is full of murderous aura and dangers, it doesn't mean that there's no way to enter it. That young martial god cultivated in this battlefield, and his strength improved by leaps and bounds. The monks of the Bayan Temple even entered the battlefield of gods and demons several times, trying to purify the sins. Although they didn't succeed, they still came out safely. As she said that, she turned to look at Foin, asking for his opinion. Upon hearing this, Foin also frowned and said, in the past 1,000 years, the Bayan Temple has indeed sent monks to the battlefield of gods and demons 4 times to purify the sins. To be honest, although the murderous aura in the battlefield of gods and demons is terrible, the Dharma has the ability to resist it. It's just that after entering the battlefield of gods and demons, you can't wander around randomly. If you touch the dangerous things in there, even the Dharma can't resist it. Alas, in short, it's possible to enter the battlefield of gods and demons, but it's impossible to rely on the Dharma to resist all the dangers in there. If it's just surveillance, with the protection of the Dharma, it's not necessarily impossible. These words caused the old cultivators of the Immortal Alliance to ponder. Guhi was one of the people who firmly did not want to let the Shin clan enter the battlefield of gods and demons. However, at this time, he vaguely realized that it was not easy to stop them. He could only frown. After a long time, he took a step forward and said, if they really want to go in, then I'll accompany them. When I was in the Jindan stage, I could already break into the depths of the battlefield of gods and demons. Now that I've passed the Thunder Tribulation and have the protection of the Immortal Chi, I should be able to resist the murderous aura of the gods and demons. If the little saint of the Divine Court makes any strange moves, I can also stop them. If Mr. Guhi is willing to help, then we can rest assured. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiu of the Immortal Alliance heaved a sigh of relief. Guhi was the #1 expert of the Gu clan, an existence comparable to the freaks of the Yuan family. What kind of ability did the freaks of the Yuan family have? In the Battle of Kiji Mountain, they could seriously injure the Immortal King. Even if Guhi was not comparable to the Immortal King, with his ability, it should not be a problem for him to deal with the juniors of the Divine Court. With him in charge, there was no need to worry about accidents. Although Guhi himself had to step forward to shoulder this responsibility, there was a deep worry on his face. Soon, the Immortal Alliance gave the messenger of the Divine Court an answer. The Immortal Alliance still had to discuss the terms and conditions proposed by the Divine Master, so they could not agree to it. However, in consideration of the filial piety of the Xin clan, the Divine Court agreed to their request to enter the battlefield of gods and demons, just to protect the safety of these Divine Court messengers. The Immortal Alliance would send Gu He, Jiangwen, Fox Fairy, Fo Yin, and some other monks who were proficient in the Dharma, plus a troop of immortal soldiers, a total of 1,000 people to enter the battlefield of gods and demons to help the Xin clan collect the remains of their ancestors. Of course, although it was called protection, it was actually surveillance. The Divine Court and the Immortal Alliance were very clear about this. The Divine Son of the Yi clan agreed to the request of the Immortal Alliance without hesitation and set the quota for entering the battlefield of gods and demons. The Divine Son of the Nether clan, Taiyuan, and the old servant of the Divine Firmament Palace stayed in the Immortal Alliance to discuss important matters with them. They were also considered as hostages. The Divine Son twins of the Yi clan, the fourth prince of the Kanglan Sea, the young Divine King Ao Gu of the Primordial Bone Palace, the successor of the small immortal realm, Xiong Dao, the Divine Son of the Ox Demon clan, Hua Mi and the human demon Feng Xing would enter the battlefield of gods and demons together to collect the remains. From this point of view, the cultivators of the Immortal Alliance are not stupid. With Mr. Gu He here, the Divine Court's plan may not be so smooth. The day before entering the battlefield of gods and demons, Feng Xing and the little princess of Yaoqi were also discussing in a low voice. The Divine Court has been planning for so long. They may have a backup plan. No matter how strong Gu He is, he may not be able to turn the tide. Feng Xing sneered at this. The reaction of the Alliance of Immortals had most likely been anticipated by the Divine Court. Whether it was the peace negotiation or the conditions put forward to the Alliance of Immortals, the Divine Court had planned every step carefully. There was no reason for them not to be monitored by the Alliance of Immortals. In addition, the 11th Little Lord of the Divine Court, who had never shown up, was like a dark cloud that made him restless. Then, should we remind the Immortal Alliance? The little princess of Yaoqi trusted Feng Xing very much. She could not help but worry when she heard this. Feng Xing's eyes revealed a cold look. After a long silence, he slowly shook his head. No need to remind them. After a pause, he looked at the puppet-like fairy Qingyu. His eyes revealed a hint of cruelty. After a long pause, he sneered in a low voice. Not only can we not remind the Immortal Alliance, we even have to help the Divine Court enter the battlefield of gods and demons. The little princess of Yaoqi was stunned. She asked anxiously, why? Feng Xing sneered. Because this is the only way I can have a chance to get close to that divine object. As he said this, he turned to look at the little princess of Yaoqi and said calmly, my goal is not to stop them from getting that divine object, but to snatch it. The little princess of Yaoqi blinked. She seemed confused and worried. Feng Xing sneered and slowly stood up. His eyes were cold as he said in a low voice, do you really think that I am easy to bully? The small celestial realm dares to use the little man to threaten me. Then I will get that thing and threaten the entire Divine Court. The little princess of Yaoqi was speechless. She looked at Feng Xing in fear. After being threatened, this B***starred had been silent for a few days. He had followed all the orders of the Night Clan's Divine Son. But who knew that in these few days of silence, he had come up with a crazy idea. The Alliance of Immortals also took advantage of this time to make sufficient preparations, including the deployment of immortal soldiers and the collection of information about the battlefield of gods and demons. At this time, the elders of the Alliance of Immortals were thinking of finding the young martial god, Lv Fengxian. After all, this person had been cultivating in the battlefield of gods and demons. Not only was he extremely talented, but he also had a good understanding of the battlefield of gods and demons. If he went with the emissary of the Divine Court, he would surely be of great help. Unfortunately, this person had always been a loner. Although they needed him, they couldn't find him. Several groups of people had been looking for him for a few days, but in the end, they couldn't find him. The battlefield of gods and demons was the most ominous place in the northern region of the Pure Land. It could even be called the most ominous place in Tianyuan. The ultimate ruins and the demonic abyss were also famous for being ominous places. However, although these two places were dangerous and their laws had collapsed, at least there were still living creatures in them, and they could even be used for cultivation. Moreover, there were some great fortunes hidden in them. Only the battlefield of gods and demons was a dead land. Only a few cultivators who entered this place came out alive. Moreover, there was no legend about the existence of any fortunes in this place. For tens of thousands of years, there were occasionally people who broke into this place with the purpose of exploring it. Those like the young martial god, Xianxia, who could cultivate in this place were not because of any fortunes in the battlefield of gods and demons, but because the young martial god himself was talented, or perhaps he was a bit abnormal. He fought with the afterimages of the ancient gods and demons and sharpened his martial arts spirit. That was not good fortune, but his personal talent. He could go in to sharpen himself, but it was already good enough for others to stay alive. Flying Tang, immortal flag-bearer of the Alliance of Immortals, greets Mr. Gu He. A centaur cultivator in black armor was already waiting with 1,000 immortal soldiers. When he saw Gu He and the others, he immediately saluted loudly. His immortal soldiers also shouted in unison, addressing Gu He as Mr. Obviously, they were very respectful to the number one person in the Gu clan. The flag-bearer of the Centaur clan had a cultivation of the Yuanying realm, and his lifespan was about 300 to 400 years, which was already very extraordinary. The immortal soldiers under him were all in the Gold Core realm. In the cultivation world, such an immortal soldier was already very powerful. If they were skilled in operating the formation, they could even block and trap a tribulation realm cultivator. Of course, that was all there was to it. It was still very difficult to injure a tribulation passing realm cultivator. Among the 1,000 immortal soldiers, there were 36 white-robed monks. They were the monks of the Permitha temple, summoned by the Buddha's seal. Their cultivation was ordinary, but they had a profound understanding of Buddhism. They were responsible for following the immortal soldiers and reciting scriptures to repel the evil qi on the battlefield. After them were Gu He and the other experts of the Alliance of Immortals. In addition to Gu He, Fox Fairy, Jiang Wendao, and Buddha Seal, there were also a dozen elders from the Hall of Saints and the Gu clan. The Alliance of Immortals also attached great importance to the Divine Court, so they had sent them to monitor the situation. It's about time. Let's go. After greeting the flag-bearer of the immortal soldier, Gu He glanced at the jade chariots of the Divine Court's little saints, and then waved his sleeve and gave the order. A group of people immediately rode on the immortal soldier and headed north in a mighty manner. The north was the savage forest, unique to the Pure Land. It was dark and endless, and there were terrifying and barbaric demonic beasts and even ferocious beasts in some places. Ordinary cultivators, even golden core cultivators, would not be able to protect themselves if they entered the forest. However, to this group of people, the dangers in the forest were not worth mentioning. They released their aura, and all the demonic beasts and ferocious beasts, whether they were running in the forest or flying in the sky, avoided them and did not dare to come close. After flying for half a day in this seemingly boundless savage forest, they could see that the ancient trees below them gradually became sparse, and large areas of barren hills, bare black scorched earth, and dry riverbeds began to appear. There were fewer and fewer living creatures here, and it was eerily quiet, like a land of death. The deeper they went, the deeper this feeling became. After flying for a few more hours, they could not even see a trace of trees below them. Everywhere was emitting black smoke from an unknown place, covering the sky and the sun. In front of us is the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. Fellow Taoists, be careful. When Gu He saw the black smoke, he reminded them in a deep voice. All the immortal soldiers activated their talismans to protect themselves. Disciples, chant the sutra. Feeling that the surrounding evil aura was getting thicker and thicker, Buddha Seal also ordered in a deep voice. The 36 monks either took out wooden fish, scriptures, or prayer beads and began to chant the sutra in a low voice. A golden light appeared along with their chanting and appeared above the heads of the cultivators, forcing the extremely gloomy and terrifying black smoke to retreat far away, opening a path for people to slowly enter. The ancient battlefield of gods and demons is the most evil place in the world. It is dangerous everywhere and always uneasy. Perhaps a piece of white bone on the road contains a terrible evil aura. Perhaps a piece of broken weapon that was casually discarded on the side of the road still retains the murderous aura passed down from ancient times. After entering it, do not move, do not stop, only follow the order of the flag bearer. Those who move without permission will be immediately expelled. On the side of the Alliance of Immortals, Jiang Wendao also reminded the immortal soldiers in a low voice with a solemn expression. After entering the ancient battlefield, they had already descended from the clouds, but they did not land on the ground. They just flew forward slowly at a height of 40 to 50 feet above the ground. The battlefield of gods and demons, known as the most dangerous place in Tianyuan, really lived up to its name of danger. After entering this place, even a cultivator like Feng Xing, who was in the third layer of passing tribulation, could feel that there were hidden dangers everywhere in this place, some of which might even hurt him. Moreover, walking in this place, if one's mind was slightly distracted, one would have hallucinations. In front of them, there were groups of heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals fighting against the black-armored soldiers with surging evil aura. The sky was dark and the earth was dark, and blood flowed like a river. Roar, if one looked at it for a long time, one would even be drawn into the battle formation, as if he had become one of them. No wonder LV Fengxian's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. It's simply the best place to sharpen his mind in such a dangerous place. Even Feng Xing was a little tempted. The murderous aura here had evoked a trace of bloodlust in him. He had originally been refining a 100 battle soul weapon, but unfortunately, he was stopped at the last moment by the divine son of the Night Clan. It was just like the forging of a heavenly weapon, which was only one step away from being completed in advance. At this moment, he could not help but be tempted. If he could cultivate in this place for a few days, he would be able to use the murderous aura of the battlefield of gods and demons to sharpen himself. He would probably get twice the result with half the effort. However, although he was tempted, he did not really do it. At the moment, he was more obedient than the most obedient little mouse. Even the divine son of the Night Clan was a little surprised. He often looked at him suspiciously, wondering if he had really caught him or if he was hatching some evil plan. However, he did not understand Feng Xing. Feng Xing was indeed obedient at the moment. More than anyone else, he hoped that the early stage of the divine quartz plan would go smoothly until he got close to the divine object and was ready to fight for it. That would be the time for him to unleash all the anger he had accumulated over the past few days. At this time, in the silence, he just quietly observed and pondered. Who was the 11th little Lord Xianxia? Feng Xing was very sure that although the little lord did not show up, he must have followed them into the battlefield of gods and demons. Was he hiding in the dark, following them from afar, or had he already hidden among the Alliance of Immortals? Could it be that the secret identity of the Alliance of Immortals, who were quite reliable, was the little Lord Xianxia of the Divine Court? His gaze swept across Gu He, Immortal Fox Fairy, Jiang Wendao, and the others without batting an eyelid. He was also continuously pondering in his heart. Could it be that one of these people is the little Lord Xianxia? Feng Xing was not stupid. He was just too lazy to use his brain. Now that it was a matter of great importance, he was very serious. Gu He, after all, he had always been the one who opposed the request of the Divine Court to enter the battlefield of gods and demons. More importantly, with his identity, there was no need for him to secretly surrender to the Divine Court. Even if he wanted to, he had many opportunities to do so. Moreover, the identity of the little lord of the Divine Court could not be compared with his current status as the number one person of the ancient clan, so he could be ruled out. Fox Fairy, this woman, could be suspected. Since he knew her, he had not seen her do many things that made people like her. On the surface, she worked for the Alliance of Immortals, but in the dark, she surrendered to the God Clan and played tricks. This was what she was best at doing. However, Feng Xing felt that with her cultivation and strength, she was still not good enough to be a little lord of the Divine Court. If she did not have the ability to pass the tribulation, how could she be qualified to be a sage? The Buddhist seal could be ruled out directly. If he was suspected of colluding with the Divine Court, the little bald ass would have killed him with a wooden fish. In the end, after thinking about it, Feng Xing's attention was focused on Jiang Wendao. He was the least worthy of suspicion because he was too low-key and had no sense of existence. Except for a few provocative words at the beginning when they met, he became well-behaved. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that he was the most suspicious person. First of all, how did the Jiang family survive the arrival of the God Clan and come to the Pure Land safely? It should be known that the 8 great families of the central region and the great Tao orthodoxies were all taken care of by the divine court at that time. Moreover, during the debate in the past few days, Fangxing looked on coldly. Although he rarely spoke, most of the elders around him were in favor of the peace negotiations. They also strongly supported the divine court emissaries to enter the battlefield of gods and demons. Even the fox fairy stood on the opposite side of Gu He and supported this move. The relationship between him and the fox fairy was quite close. More importantly, when he challenged the Pure Land, on the 5th day, he defeated all the cultivators and his momentum reached the peak. However, on the 6th day, there were still 2 people who dared to challenge him. One was the Buddhist seal, and the other was Jiang Wendao. The Buddhist seal was easy to understand. At that time, when Fangxing saw him, he knew that the monk deliberately came to be defeated by him. But where did Jiang Wendao get the courage to fight with him? Did he already know that he was being threatened that day and was prepared to lose? As he thought about it carefully, Fangxing's brows quietly wrinkled. On the battlefield of gods and demons, black smoke billowed and devil chi surged. White bones could be vaguely seen everywhere. Some had already decayed, some were half buried in the ground, and some were still standing even though they had been dead for tens of thousands of years. They maintained the appearance they had when they were still alive. Some of them had even died for an unknown period of time, but their flesh and blood had not completely decayed. Although they maintained the appearance they had when they were alive, their flesh and blood were crystal clear, and their blood still retained its red color. The thick smell of blood filled the air, making it look like an azure battlefield. This was definitely hell on earth. The former heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, peerless true immortals, would not be eroded by the rules of heaven and earth even after they had died. If ordinary people entered this battlefield, just the residual aura of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals would be able to take away one's soul, let alone the surging devil chi and the illusions of life and death. They would completely lose their minds and kneel on the ground. At this moment, they had only entered a few hundred miles into the battlefield, but it was already hard for them to maintain their composure. It was hard to imagine what kind of horrifying scene was in the depths of the battlefield. The 1,000 immortal soldiers that followed Gu He into the battlefield had already gathered together. 36 monks stood beside them, chanting ancient scriptures to resist the devil chi of the battlefield. At this moment, it was time to test their cultivation. Gu He, Jiang Wendao, and the other experts were calm. Obviously, the few hundred miles into the battlefield of gods and demons was not enough to affect them. Fox Immortal Fairy was slightly closer to the monks, using their dharma to expel the devil chi. The group of Divine Palace Little Saints were even more extraordinary at this moment. They did not show any fear towards the devil chi. They even spread out under the guidance of the Divine Son of the Night Clan. They looked respectful and held their cosmos bags in their hands to collect the broken bones around them, and brought them with them. Roar, some of the bones had already lost their spirituality, and were collected casually. However, there were also some that were shockingly ferocious. Not to mention putting them away, the moment a living creature approached, they would suddenly emit surging demonic energy, causing the chi of heaven and earth to change. Dark clouds filled the gray sky, and faint roars could be heard, shocking one's soul. When faced with such a shocking devil intent, they were simply like children facing the might of the heavens and the earth, and their hearts trembled. Seeing this scene, Fu Shanzi, Hua Mi-er, and the others who were about to step forward with their Qiankuan bags immediately stopped in their tracks and did not dare to move recklessly. The experts of the Immortal Alliance and the Immortal Soldiers immediately became vigilant and did not dare to slack off. However, the Divine Son of the Yi clan was clearly prepared for such a situation. He stood up quietly and stepped into the air. He waved his hands and his sleeves fluttered in the wind. Then, his chi and blood surged and his original appearance was imprinted in the air. It was a ferocious and terrifying giant bat the size of a small mountain. As he knelt in the air, the giant bat also knelt to the heavens and the earth. Then, the Divine Son of the Yi clan chanted in a low voice. It sounded like a prayer, but also like a spell. It was deep and heavy, and it spread between heaven and earth. My ancestors are sorrowful. Today, I return to my homeland. The younger generation is unfilial. I long for my ancestors to return home, protect my fate, bless the glory of my clan. As the prayer slowly spread between heaven and earth, the aura on his body also increased. Like a whirlwind, it spread out in all directions with him as the center. On the ground, Xianxia, Huami and the others did the same. They released their aura as if they were deliberately distinguishing themselves from the others. As for the fourth prince of the Kanglan Sea, the successor of the small immortal realm, ominous Tao, young divine King Aogu, and the others, they all stood aside and watched quietly, boom. Boom. Boom, as if there was an existence in the air that sensed their aura, 9 consecutive heavenly thunders were heard. The devil chi between heaven and earth reached its peak at this moment. Zhu Xiu and the others were all geniuses with high cultivation base. However, at this moment, they felt their blood run cold as if they were being watched by countless emotionless eyes. At this moment, countless illusions appeared in front of everyone's eyes. There were all kinds of strange white-armored creatures and black-armored soldiers fighting fiercely, there were countless ghosts and monsters howling at the moon and the night, there were great changes in heaven and earth, the sea turned into mulberry fields, the sun and the stars moved, and time flew, the illusions changed endlessly, almost making people immersed in them and unable to extricate themselves. However, the strange thing was that there was a scene at the end. It was a man holding a halberd and riding a blood-red skeletal horse. He was charging around on the battlefield of gods and demons with ferocious aura. He was fighting with countless remnant souls, bone demons, and even gods and demons. This is, the gods and demons that have been dead for tens of thousands of years are communicating with their descendants. Feng Xing also saw those illusions. His heart shook slightly, and he suddenly understood. The Night Clan's divine son was indeed quite capable. He was actually communicating with the ancestors that had been dead for God knows how long through those strange prayers. And those ancestors of the celestial race, whose spirituality had long been destroyed, also gave a response. Those illusions were their crying and memories. Of course, everything else was fine, but the last scene made Feng Xing not know whether to laugh or cry. The young martial god Lv Fengxian was really quite capable. The ghosts had actually remembered how he had trained himself on the battlefield of gods and demons. If the previous memories of the ghosts were about how they had fought with the demons and how they had died here, how they couldn't go home and how they had suffered day and night as time flew by, then the last scene was a bit like complaining, "Damn it, we have been dead for so long, but there is still a junior who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth who barged in and used us as whetstones. He wants us dead people to use our remnant battle intent to sharpen his martial arts. He is such a B*****starred. He disturbed the souls of the dead and offended the gods. He is such a bully, this person disturbed the souls of our ancestors. He deserves to die. I will kill him sooner or later as a sacrifice to the souls of our ancestors." Even the Night Clan's divine son didn't expect to see such a scene. His expression was extremely strange, cold, and resentful. For the creatures of the celestial race, what Lv Fengxian did was no different from digging up the graves of their ancestors. Fortunately, the Alliance of Immortals didn't find Lv Fengxian. Otherwise, if he had followed them in, he would have been in a fight with the creatures of the celestial race. I am disdainful. I have come 10,000 years late. I am willing to accept the bones of my ancestors and return them to their homeland. The Night Clan's divine son kowtowed 3 times in the void and recited prayers. After about 10 minutes, the ceremony finally ended. As he finished reciting the prayer, the 9 muffled claps of thunder in the sky had already passed. The heavy pressure that filled the entire world and the countless gazes that seemed to be hiding in the dark and watching them slowly disappeared. The world returned to peace, and the demonic aura in the sky became much fainter. One could even vaguely see the gloomy scorching sun in the sky through the thick layers of clouds. The corpses that emitted monstrous demonic aura also became like ordinary bones at this moment. Ancestor, please forgive this junior for disturbing you. Xianxia, Huami the life-severing little saint, Li Hua, and the patriarch of the Frost-Earth continent all went forward with Qianquan bags in their hands. They chanted a secret spell and countless small black coffins flew out from the Qianquan bags. They put all the skeletons on the ground into the coffins and then respectfully invited them into the Qianquan bags. Not every corpse was qualified to be put into the coffins. The ordinary bones were directly put into the Qianquan bags. Only the bones that had not completely melted and were fierce were qualified to be put into the coffins. Looking at their actions, the Immortal Alliance, Feng Xing, and the others became outsiders. They could only watch from the sidelines. This kind of action of collecting the skeletons and dissolving their resentment was repeated almost every few hundred miles. The battlefield of gods and demons could be said to be extremely vast. After all, 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals were buried here. It could be said that everywhere was full of skeletons and souls. However, the Night Clan's divine son and the others were not in a hurry. They slowly collected the skeletons. They all had divine souls, so their movements were not slow. However, it still took them several hours to pass through each domain. It was not appropriate for others to interfere with this kind of solemn atmosphere, so they could only wait for them to get busy. After 2 days, they gradually went deeper into the battlefield of gods and demons. They were more than 2,000 miles deep. Along the way, there was no major trouble. It seemed that, as the Night Clan's divine son said, they were indeed protected by their ancestors. If we go further in, I'm afraid we'll be close to the immortal burial slope. That's a famous dangerous place. Even immortals would die there, let alone us. Your Highness Twin, in the past few days, you've collected most of the skeletons of your ancestors. We're already lucky that we didn't encounter any danger. In my opinion, we can go back now that we've reached this place. The Immortal Alliance, who had been quietly watching the little saint of the God clan, finally had an objection. They didn't want to go any further. The one who spoke was Gu He. He looked at the center of the battlefield of gods and demons with a deep fear on his face. The other Immortal Alliance's Zhu Shou nodded repeatedly when he heard this. Along the way, they had been on tenterhooks. They were afraid that they would encounter some danger, but they were also afraid that the God clan's creatures would have malicious thoughts. Even though they had a safe journey, they were both physically and mentally exhausted. No one was willing to go deeper. Mr. Gu He, you're forcing us. Inside the battlefield of gods and demons, there are the skeletons of my ancestors everywhere. Since we're here, we should bring them all out. Now that the outer 2,000 miles have been completely collected and everything is going smoothly, we should take advantage of the situation to go in and collect the skeletons of our ancestors. If we give up halfway, wouldn't that be the behavior of a little saint? The Night Clan's divine son was obviously very displeased. He said a few words coldly and insisted on going forward. We've already shown the sincerity of the Immortal Alliance by letting you bring back so many skeletons. If we go further in, the danger will increase exponentially. It's a dangerous place that can even bury immortals. How much power do we have to protect ourselves? We can't let everyone risk their lives just because of the filial piety of the God clan, right? In my opinion, it's better to leave as soon as possible. Gu He frowned, unwilling to give in on this matter. If Mr. Gu He is afraid, you can lead the immortal army back first. We're ready for life and death. The Night Clan's divine son replied indifferently. His tone was not friendly. Humph. Hearing this, Gu He's expression became extremely displeased. His eyes flashed and he was about to speak coldly. However, at this moment, a voice laughed and said, Mr. Gu He, please allow me to say something. After all, the Immortal Alliance has promised the Immortal Palace to let them take back the skeletons. Now that we've only taken half of them, I'm afraid it's unreasonable. If we make a fuss at this time, it would be a waste of our efforts. It's better to let them go ahead and collect the skeletons while we guard the rear. If there's any danger, we can lend a hand. In any case, I think the saints of the Immortal Palace are quite confident. The one who spoke was the smiling Jiang Wendao. Obviously, he had a problem with Gu He's sudden withdrawal. Yes, we've already promised to let him take back the skeletons of the ancestors. Now that we're giving up halfway, I'm afraid it's unreasonable. In the past 2 days, there hasn't been much danger. If we're careful, there won't be any problem if we go deeper. Filial piety is a big thing. As the descendants of the immortals of Tianyuan, it's not good for us to stop people from being filial, right? As soon as Jiang Wendao spoke, his supporters could only speak up one by one and support them to go deeper. Gu He's face had become extremely ugly. After a long time, he could only wave his hand and agree to go deeper. After all, they had already entered the battlefield of gods and demons. Moreover, they had ventured thousands of miles deep into the battlefield of gods and demons without any mishaps. Thus, most of the Immortal Alliance's members had an ambiguous attitude. Although they were willing to leave early from the bottom of their hearts, Gu He, who insisted on leaving, was shaken by the firm attitude of the others. Thus, he had no choice but to agree and continue moving forward. On the other hand, Immortal Fox Fairy seemed to have thought of something. She looked worriedly at the rolling evil energy in the depths of the battlefield of gods and demons and couldn't help but frown slightly. I also know that the battlefield of gods and demons is full of unpredictable dangers. Everyone must be careful and follow us from afar. We will explore the way. The Night Clan's divine son also took a step back at this moment. After pondering for a while, he said to Gu He and the others. After hearing his words, the elders and the 1,000 immortal soldiers of the Immortal Alliance all cheered and could not hide the joy on their faces. It seemed that the divine court was very polite and volunteered to explore the way in front. In this way, they only needed to follow behind and they could avoid most of the dangers. Gu He had no reason to stop them after hearing this and could only order his people to continue moving forward. The divine race's minor saints continued to explore the way and hide their skeletons. The Night Clan's divine son was at the front, followed by Fu Shanzi, Hua Mi-er, Li Hua, and the others. Behind them were Fang Xing, the fourth prince of the Kanglan Sea, Ao Kuang, young divine king Ao Gu, and the small immortal world's fierce Dao. They were not descendants of the divine race, so they naturally couldn't hide their skeletons. However, they were divine court minor saints, so they could only obediently follow behind. Behind them were Gu He and the others with serious expressions. They led 1,000 immortal soldiers and watched from afar. As they went deeper, the evil energy in the surroundings became so thick that it made people feel uneasy. Even Fang Xing and the others felt their hair stand on end and had to channel their magic power to resist it. At the same time, they became suspicious and couldn't help but exchange their divine senses to guess the Night Clan's divine son's specific purpose. With their little saint status, they naturally knew that the divine court's purpose was not as simple as hiding their skeletons. However, the Night Clan's divine son was too tight-lipped and didn't reveal anything to them. He only told them to follow his orders. Roar, after passing through another domain, they were almost 6,000 miles deep into the battlefield of gods and demons. Zhu Xiu only felt the scene in front of him change, and he had arrived at another terrible place. If the evil qi in the outer 3,000 miles of the battlefield of gods and demons could make Jingdan realm cultivators lose their minds, then the latter 3,000 miles was enough to make Yuanying realm cultivators tremble. Now, they had gone more than 6,000 miles deep into the battlefield of gods and demons. Immediately, they felt the terrible evil qi increase again, and it actually made them, who had the combat strength of tribulation passing, shudder. This is the true core of the battlefield of gods and demons, right? Even Fang Xing and the others could not help but mutter to themselves. They raised their eyes and looked forward, feeling uneasy. At the end of their line of sight, they suddenly discovered that there were layers of demonic clouds in the sky, circle after circle, transforming into a vortex, and the most central corner, hung down from the 9 heavens, pointing directly to a certain place on the ground. Within that vortex, indistinctly, they could actually see countless strange fiend gods, roaring soundlessly, charging towards the direction of the vortex in the sky, murderous aura billowing to the sky, terrifying, immortal burial slope. When they saw the demonic clouds in the 9 heavens, Fang Xing and the others were shocked, and they guessed one thing at the same time. The place where the demonic aura was the most abundant must be the core of the battlefield of gods and demons, the legendary immortal burial slope that could even bury immortals. And under that slope, according to the legend, was the place where the heavenly demon had fallen. That was a place that even the sages did not dare to easily set foot on. Unexpectedly, they actually walked step by step into that place. When we get there, I guess everything will be clear. Fang Xing and young divine king Ao Gu looked at each other, and they both knew what was going on. Young saints of the divine palace, please wait a moment, Mr. Gu he has something to say. Just as they stepped into that area, a voice came from behind. It was an elder of the Alliance of Immortals, calling out loudly. The other Alliance of Immortals, Zhu Xiu, had already stopped, looking at the huge demonic clouds in front of them in bewilderment, while discussing something in a low voice. Even Jiang Wendao, who was the most supportive of moving forward, looked over with a hesitant expression. Ignore them, keep moving forward. At this moment, the expression of the divine son of the Night Clan changed coldly, and he suddenly shouted in a deep voice. Hmm? When Fangxing and the others heard this, they were startled by the rapid change in the expression of the divine son of the Night Clan. Just a moment ago, he was discussing everything with the Alliance of Immortals, looking like a good teacher. Who would have thought that his expression would suddenly change? However, the divine son of the Night Clan, Fu Shanzi, Hua Mi-er, Li Hua, and the others had already moved forward quickly, not even bothering to collect the scattered corpses and bones on the ground. They just rushed straight toward the direction of the immortal burial slope. They all made up their minds and stepped on the cloud chariot. Facing the oncoming astral wind, they sped up and rushed forward for more than 10 miles. Not good, they are rushing straight toward the immortal burial slope. Are they courting death? The Alliance of Immortals, Zhu Xiu, was waiting for the people of the Divine Palace to come back so that they could have a good discussion, but he didn't expect to see this scene. Those who were slow to react were still astonished, thinking that they were tired of living. No. They seem to have planned this. I'm afraid they are already heading toward the immortal burial slope. Not everyone was a fool. Soon, someone from the Alliance of Immortals shouted in a low voice. How could this be? Jiang Wendao, who had been stubborn and insisted on moving forward, was even more nervous and at a loss when he saw this scene. Who said that the Divine Clan are all barbarians and simple-minded? At this time, Guhi's expression became even more solemn, and he said in a low voice with hatred, first, they came to the Pure Land in the name of peace talks, approached the most heavily guarded northern domain, and then sneaked into the battlefield of gods and demons in the name of filial piety. Then, they took the opportunity to get rid of us and rush toward the immortal burial slope. This group of Divine Palace saints must have a big plan. There must be something in the immortal burial slope that they want to get. We must not let them succeed. My fellow cultivators, this is a matter of great importance. We can't just sit and wait for death. This, hearing Guhi's order, Zhu Xiu's expression turned gloomy, and he was bewildered. In front of them was a dangerous place that could even bury immortals. How could they dare to go there casually, especially Jiang Wendao, who cried out involuntarily, "This is a serious matter, how can we enter the immortal land?" Shut up! Guhi suddenly shouted, and he looked angrily at Jiang Wendao. If you had listened to me and stopped them in advance, how could we allow them to get close to the immortal burial slope? Now that they're acting strangely and charging in without regard for the danger, they're definitely plotting something big. It might even affect the destiny of our Pure Land and the Divine Court. The situation is urgent, so how can we care about our lives? This shout shocked Jiang Wendao so much that he couldn't say a word, and he looked embarrassed. As for the other Zhu Xiu, they also felt a chill in their hearts. From the current situation, Guhi's previous concerns had been confirmed. It was clear that he was wholeheartedly working for the public. In addition, the Divine Court's emissaries were acting strangely, and they were most likely planning something big. They were in charge of monitoring, so how could they let them do as they pleased? Thinking of this, they could only muster up their courage and make up their minds. We will obey Mr. Guhi's order. Children, get into formation and charge forward to stop the group of Divine Court emissaries. The flag-bearer of the 1,000 immortal soldiers was the first to shout. He waved the flag and issued the order to charge forward. When the 1,000 immortal soldiers heard this, they immediately lined up and charged forward, facing the astral wind and advancing forward. The other elders of the Immortal Alliance were also speechless at this moment. They surrounded Guhi and rushed forward. As for Fangxing and the others, after receiving the order from the Divine Son of the Night Clan, they rushed forward. They broke through the layers of evil chi and circulated their Dharma powers to protect themselves. They were already close to the immortal burial slope. At this moment, they felt as if their skin was being scraped by a steel knife. If they didn't circulate their Dharma powers to resist, they were afraid that a layer of their bones would be scraped off. However, the surprise in their hearts grew stronger. They couldn't figure out what the Divine Son of the Night Clan was planning to do. Was he going to rush straight into the immortal burial slope? Roar! Just as they were about 1,000 miles away from the immortal burial slope, something strange happened in front of them. At this moment, they could see the surging demon chi in front of them. It seemed to have materialized and turned into a huge tornado, protecting the immortal burial slope. The Night Clan's Divine Son, Twin, and the others, who were charging at the front, seemed to have triggered some kind of restriction when they got close to the tornado. A wave of demon chi suddenly protruded out of the tornado and transformed in the air. It turned into a demon god riding a strange beast and holding a demon weapon in his hand. He was more than 100 feet tall, and his huge body was surging with killing intent. He charged at them ferociously. The power of that demon god, or rather, that stream of demonic chi, was simply indescribable. Even Fang Xing, who was at the third level of the crossing calamity realm, didn't want to fight against this demon god. But at this moment, the divine son of the Yi clan had already activated his ferocious aura. His body suddenly expanded and he charged towards the phantom of the army. The black robe behind him grew larger and larger until it seemed to cover the sky and earth. From the black robe, a giant claw stretched out. It was as hard as steel and black iron, and the tip of the claw was filled with the power of laws. It tore through the void along the way and crashed into the weapon of the demon god. Then, a terrifying force exploded, causing the void to tremble and the demon chi to scatter in all directions. Boom, the demon god formed by the demonic chi was torn apart and shattered by his claw. This bastard is so ruthless. Seeing this, even Fang Xing and the others couldn't help but be frightened and had strange expressions on their faces. They realized more and more that the divine son of the Night Clan was terrifyingly powerful when he attacked with his full strength. Rumble, however, just as the Night Clan's divine son shattered the demon god formed from the demonic energy in the vortex surged like a tide. Immediately, 3 more demon gods rushed out. Their auras were abnormally terrifying, and they rushed over with a murderous aura that could destroy everything. I'll stop the immortal-bearing demon cloud's counterattack. You guys quickly set up the formation. The divine sons of the Night Clan didn't change their expressions in the face of the terrifying demon god's attack. They gave the order coldly. At the same time, several divine wills were transmitted into the sea of consciousness of Fang Xing and the others. It was also at this moment that Fang Xing came to a sudden realization. So, that's what he's planning. Fellow Taoists of the Divine Palace, I have something to discuss with you. Please turn back quickly, otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Under the lead of Gu He, Zhu Shou of the Immortal Alliance rode a mighty immortal cloud and rushed towards the immortal burial slope at an extremely fast speed. The person in the lead was Gu He. At this moment, he also revealed his terrifying cultivation. He was wearing a huge crane cloak. When he rode the cloud with all his strength, he looked like a huge immortal crane. His crane feathers fluttered in the void and the oncoming gale was blocked by him alone. The pressure on the elders and the immortal soldiers of the Immortal Alliance was greatly reduced. They were in the deepest part of the battlefield of deities and demons, so they raised their speed to the maximum. While rushing over, they were secretly accumulating their Dharma power, ready to fight at any time. Soon, the cloud in front of them dissipated. They saw the minor saints of the Divine Palace in front of them. The group of minor saints seemed to have been blocked by the demonic cloud in front of them. They turned around and looked at them coldly from midair. At the front were the 4th Prince of the Kanglan Sea, Ao Kuang, young Divine King Ao Gu, the successor of the small immortal realm, Ominous Tao, the number 1 villain of the human race, Fang Xing, and the others. The divine son of the Night Clan, Twin, Fu Shanzi, and the others were behind them. Take them down quickly. If they resist, kill them without mercy. At this moment, Gu He's ferocious nature was burning. He seemed to have guessed the divine son of the Night Clan's intention. He roared and rushed forward. Beside him, Jiang Wendao, Fox Fairy, Fo Yin, and the other experts also rushed forward and attacked. Hee, Mr. Gu He, please wait, the 4th Prince of the Kanglan Sea laughed. Suddenly, he turned into a 9-headed azure dragon and charged at Gu He. 2 giant claws slashed down fiercely. The 9 heads swayed in all directions. An indescribable violent chi roared as if it was going to split the heaven and earth. At the same time, the successor of the small immortal realm also followed him. An ancient sword on his back flew into midair. He grabbed it and slashed at the left side of Gu He. Get out of my way. In the face of the pincer attack of the 2 experts, Gu He's ferocious aura blazed. With a roar, he didn't fight the 4th Prince of the Kanglan Sea or the successor of the small immortal realm. Instead, he flew up into the sky, and with a shake of his body, he attracted a stream of primal chaos ancient energy from beyond the heavens and flew towards him from afar. Within the ancient energy, there was a simple and unadorned divine weapon. Looking closely, it was an iron mace. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the iron mace that flew over from beyond the heavens. Then, he turned around and smashed down with the mace. Boom boom boom, in that instant, heaven and earth trembled. The void was torn apart, and a stream of chaotic energy poured down from the highest heavens like a meteor shower. Not good, retreat. When the fourth prince of the Kanglan Sea and the successor of the small immortal world saw the chaos steel truncheon, they were taken aback and shouted in a low voice. This bastard Gu, he didn't play by the rules. He directly used his trump card. According to the legends of the world, the reason why Gu he could become the #1 expert of the ancient clan at such a young age and was even as famous as the freaks of the divine continent's Yuan family was not only because of his extraordinary aptitude, but also because he once obtained an immemorial divine weapon, the Chaos Ancient Swordbreaker. That divine weapon wasn't something he could control, so it didn't always stay by his side. However, whenever he encountered a strong enemy, that divine weapon would fly over from beyond the heavens and help him use the primal chaos ancient energy to sweep away all enemies. Back then, the young demon of the Pure Land had wanted to take this divine weapon from him. However, he discovered that the primal chaos divine weapon had a spirit and wasn't something he could take by force. Therefore, he changed his mind. Not only did he not take it away, he even gave him pointers on his cultivation, allowing him to improve even more. The four princes of the Kanglan Sea and the successor of the small immortal world said fiercely. They originally wanted to experience the strength of the #1 expert of the ancient clan, but they didn't expect that he didn't plan to have a proper fight and directly took out his biggest trump card. The two of them did things in a straightforward manner. They turned around and ran. Although they also had their own trump cards, it was clear that none of them were willing to take them out now to fight against Guhi's divine weapon. Swish, swish, just as the two of them ran a few steps, they suddenly heard a loud sound of the wind. When they turned around, they saw young divine King Ao Gu and Feng Xing running faster than the two of them. Ao Kuang and Fierce Dao immediately cursed inwardly. It was clearly agreed that the four of them would stop the union of immortals here. In any case, they and Ao Kuang had made a move, but these two guys didn't even make a move. As soon as they saw that the situation was not good, they immediately ran away. Moreover, they ran faster than the two of them. They really had no morality at all. They should be dragged out and beheaded. In the eyes of outsiders, the fourth prince of the Kanglan Sea, Ao Kuang, the successor of the small immortal world, Feng Xing, and young divine King Ao Gu of the desolate Bone Palace had formed a line of defense, blocking the momentum of Zhu Xiu of the Union of Immortals. However, when Mr. Gu he let out a long roar and directly summoned the primal chaos iron centipede, the four notorious guys immediately turned around and ran away, as if their courage had been broken by the attack of the centipede. Taking advantage of this, Mr. Gu he's imposing manner soared to the sky, as if he was simply invincible. They're just bluffing. Let's follow Mr. Gu he, someone was unusually excited and shouted. He took the lead and rushed toward the four guys who ran away. Behind him, the experts of the Union of Immortals and 1,000 immortal soldiers lined up in an awe-inspiring array, pressing forward step by step and occupying the void. In front of them was the place shrouded by the ferocious and terrifying immortal-burying demonic cloud. The power of this demonic cloud was forcibly resisted by the divine son of the Night Clan alone, creating a safe zone. It was as if he had used the water-repelling pearl to drive away a part of the sea, revealing a piece of land. However, as soon as he let go, all the seawater would roll back and immediately drown this part of the sea. And now, all the experts of the Union of Immortals had rushed over and chased after the saints of the Divine Court. They had been led into the middle of this sea. That's all I can do to help you. I hope you can be smart. Feng Xing was aware of the danger. After a slight hesitation, he slowed down a little. While he was still in the air, he turned around and took out the god-beating bow. Without looking, he threw a stone in the direction of the Fox Fairy Maiden. The stone turned into a divine light and brushed past the Fox Fairy Maiden's head. However, the Fox Fairy Maiden was startled and a layer of cold sweat appeared on her back. She turned her head to look at Feng Xing. He paused for a moment and then sped up again. Then, his finger seemed to point upward unintentionally. The Fox Fairy Maiden panted and looked in the direction he pointed. She was shocked and slowed down her pursuit. High up in the sky, the divine son of the Yi clan had already transformed into his original form. He was fighting against a demonic cloud. Within the demonic cloud, there were 7 demon gods. They surrounded him and attacked him randomly. However, the divine son of the Yi clan was unfazed. He used his wings to defend himself. In front of him, the endless demonic cloud was accumulating more and more terrifying power. It was like a raging wave hitting the shore. Wave after wave, it struck continuously. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. The behavior of the Divine Master and the saints isn't right. After all, the Fox Fairy Maiden was not a fool. After thinking about it, she became more and more suspicious. From her point of view, the Divine Palace small saints had already entered a land of death. They were only temporarily safe because of the ferocious power of the Divine Son of the Yi clan. Although she did not know what they were doing, wouldn't they also be enveloped by the demonic cloud if they followed them in? Most importantly, she understood Fangxing too well. This devil was simply cunning to the extreme when doing things. He was clearly running for his life just now. Why did he stop and hit her? If he wanted to kill her, then the hit was not very accurate and the strength was also very small. It was as if he was reminding her of something. And he unintentionally stretched out his hand and pointed in the direction where the divine son of the Yi clan was. Were these all coincidences? With this doubt in her heart, Immortal Fox Fairy slowed down. She was a little hesitant. She was not the only one. Jiang Wendao, who was next to her, also stopped. He seemed to be deep in thought. No one knew what he was thinking. The Buddhist seals and some of the monks from the Permitha temple who were with the immortal weapon also stopped. It seemed that with their sensitivity to the Dharma, they sensed something terrifying from the demonic clouds that covered the sky and earth. Subconsciously, they did not want to enter it. The war is imminent. Even if there are some dangers ahead, why would it be a pity to go forward? Just when they had doubts and stopped moving forward, they annoyed one of the people in the sky before they could warn the others. He led the army forward, but he did not expect Fox Immortal Concubine and the others to stop. They were experts to begin with, and each of them occupied an extremely important position while flying. Once they stopped, everyone's attacks immediately slowed down. Enraged, they did not care about their feelings at all. They directly swung their primal chaos ancient swordsman and smashed down. Vast chaotic aura swept forward like a tidal wave. Fox Immortal Concubine and the others were shocked. Before they could cry out, they were forcefully pushed forward. Whoosh, the experts of the Immortal Alliance and the 1,000 immortal soldiers rushed forward at the same time. They immediately occupied a large space in the sky. Their momentum was so great that it even overshadowed the small saints of the Divine Palace. Some of them set up arrays and some of them used their treasures. A great battle was about to begin, but at this moment, the divine son of the Yi clan in the sky suddenly let out a long roar, folded his wings and swooped down. At the same time, the fourth prince of the Kanglan Sea, the successor of the small immortal realm, Fierce Dao, young divine king Ao Gu, and Fangxing, who were defeated by Gu He just now, also rushed toward the place where the demonic cloud was slightly thinner. In front of them, there were 3 figures. They were Fu Shanzi, Hua Mi-er, and Li Hua, the 3 small saints. They each held a Chankuan bag in their hands and chanted an incantation at the same time. Then, countless black coffins flew out of the bags. "Seniors, may I trouble you to fight one more time?" Looking at their expressions, they all sneered and could not hide their excitement. They did not feel guilty because they owed their filial piety, only complacency because their scheme had succeeded. The immortal soldiers of the Alliance of Immortals were eager to stop the Divine Court's saints. Without much thought, they plunged into the shroud of the immortal-burying demonic cloud. The elders of the Immortal Alliance and the group of immortal soldiers immediately got into position, ready to surround the little saints of the Divine Court. After all, they had the advantage in numbers. Not only did they have a group of immortal soldiers, but they also had Gu He and the other experts of the Immortal Alliance. However, they were thinking that they could stop the little saints of the Divine Court from going deeper. Seeing that the little saints of the Divine Court were acting so sneakily, they must have some shameful thoughts. Although they didn't know what they wanted to do, it wouldn't be wrong to stop them. However, they didn't expect that the minor saints of the Divine Court didn't have the slightest intention to resist their fierce attack. The 4 menacing guys, the 4th prince of the Kanglan Sea, Ominous Dao, the successor of the small immortal world, young divine king Ao Gu, and the devil Fangxing, fled faster than anyone else. They didn't dare to fight against the alliance of immortals and wished they could crawl into a hole in the ground. The divine son of the Yi clan, who was resisting the power of the immortal-burying demonic cloud just now, directly withdrew. Hua Mi-er, Fu Shanzi, and Li Hu stepped forward and each took out a Qianquan bag. Obviously, they didn't want to fight the enemy head-on. Instead, they took out black coffins and skeletons one after another. These skeletons were the skeletons of their ancestors that they collected on their way here. They were scattered all over the celestial and demon battlefield. At this time, they released all of them in one breath, covering the entire sky. It formed a very strange scene with the Alliance of Immortals. In front of them were the immortal soldiers of the Alliance of Immortals with a surging momentum. Behind them were the densely packed coffins and skeletons, which were also filled with a monstrous murderous aura, directly colliding with the immortal soldiers of the Alliance of Immortals. From the looks of it, it was as if two huge waves were violently crashing into each other. At the same time, Hua Mi-er was chanting gloomily in a low voice, "The blood of the immortal, the corpse of the god, the breath of the living, the spirit of the dead, the sincerity, the sacrifice of the true devil, guide me to the great way, point me to the impasse, help me to see the true mansion." Her tone was extremely strange, like an evil funeral oration. Her voice was even colder, bringing with it an indescribable feeling of strangeness. It was as if the sky was dark and the earth was dark, and ghosts were laughing in secret. Her voice was filled with a thick sense of pride. As he successfully recited the funeral oration, countless faint green lights gradually rose from the countless corpses between heaven and earth. At this time, the immortal-burying demonic cloud in the sky lost the resistance of the divine son of the Night Clan and crashed down with the momentum of the Milky Way. Directly below the immortal-burying demonic cloud, the immortal soldiers of the Alliance of Immortals and the numerous corpse coffins that were summoned by Hua Mi-er and the others were about to collide with each other. Like a magnet, all the forces were concentrated in one place and fell straight down. Not good. At this time, Foin and the other immortal soldiers of the Alliance of Immortals rushed over. The knowledgeable Zhu Shou of the Alliance of Immortals finally realized the seriousness of the problem. He cried out involuntarily and his expression changed greatly as if he had seen a ghost. No one had expected that they would rush over desperately to stop the action of the divine court. As a result, they failed and were targeted by the immortal-burying demonic cloud. Alas, I can't help you. Good luck. At this time, Fangxing just glanced back, hardened his heart, and rushed straight inside. He knew that the moment the immortal soldiers of the Alliance of Immortals rushed over, it would be difficult for these people to survive. He had already risked his life to warn Fox Fairy. Since it didn't work, there was nothing he could do. He would not help them anymore. After all, the immortal-burying demonic cloud above their heads, the power of the immortal-burying demonic cloud was not inferior to that of the Divine Master's tribulation-transcending immortal cloud. When the god race came to Kuaiji Mountain, it caused a great disaster in Tianyuan, and the chaos began. In that great calamity, the savagery and ruthlessness of the god clan made people feel endless hatred in their hearts, but the tribulation cloud that followed the 9 nether divine king down to the lower realms was even more terrifying. At that time, the densely packed tribulation lightning descended like a torrential rain, killing countless experts of the human clan and destroying countless good seedlings that the Tianyuan cultivators had painstakingly nurtured. It could be said that if not for that tribulation cloud, even though the god clan was stronger than the Tianyuan creatures, they would not have been able to gain a stable foothold so easily, and that tribulation cloud had been clearly investigated by them. Its name was the Immortal Cloud of Tribulation, the supreme immortal treasure of the Divine Master, the immortal cloud of tribulation that had reached the top of the immortal treasure level. The ferocious power of such an immortal treasure was not something that ordinary people could guess. It was simply terrifying to the extreme. In terms of realm, this treasure was not as good as the small world, but the small world was, after all, a product, not a special weapon, not born for killing. The immortal treasure of the immortal cloud of tribulation was different. It was refined for the sole purpose of killing. Perhaps sometimes, it could also provide some life-saving function. For example, he was given a cloud cloak, which was made from the immortal cloud of tribulation, but its ultimate purpose was still to kill. Just like in Kuaiji Mountain, when the immortal treasure appeared, all living beings were exterminated, their souls scattered, and not even a blade of grass was left. The immortal treasure of the Divine Master was called the Immortal Cloud of Tribulation. Now, they were in the deepest part of the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, above the immortal burial slope. They saw another immortal treasure of that level, which was the abnormally terrifying immortal burying demonic cloud. What was more terrifying was that this immortal burying demonic cloud was even more terrifying than the Immortal Cloud of Tribulation. After all, the Immortal Cloud of Tribulation belonged to the Divine Master and was later used by the Netherworld deity king, so its power could be controlled. This immortal burying demonic cloud of tribulation was different. It floated above the immortal burying slope as if it was guarding something. It only knew how to counterattack passively, and its power was endless. Just now, when the Divine Son of the Night Clan attacked, he destroyed its first wave of attack with one blow. But the counterattack immediately became 3 times stronger. In this way, it became 3 times stronger. No one knew how powerful the demonic cloud would be in the end. After all, it could even bury immortals. The Divine Son of the Night Clan was indeed a top figure among the younger generation of the God Clan. He alone held on for 10 minutes, but at this time, he could not hold on any longer. He had reached his limit. But it was also at this time that the immortal soldiers of the Immortal Alliance rushed over. The little saint of the Divine Court, Hua Mi-er, and the others also sacrificed the skeletons of the ancestors that they had collected along the way. The two sides collided under the immortal burying demonic cloud that was out of control. With the chanting of a strange prayer by Hua Mi-er, a strange aura was formed, which directly attracted the power of the immortal burying demonic cloud that was out of control. In other words, the elders of the Immortal Alliance and the immortal soldiers, as well as the skeletons of the ancestors of the God Clan, had become sacrifices at this time. A kind of sacrifice that could temporarily divert the power of the immortal burying demonic cloud so that the saints of the Divine Court could take advantage of it. After all, the nature of the immortal burying demonic cloud was clearly different from the immortal cloud of the Divine Master. The immortal cloud of the Divine Court belonged to the immortals, while the immortal burying demonic cloud belonged to the devil. It was independent between heaven and earth. It had once fought against the God Clan and was a devil that was not tolerated by the immortals. Now, the two major sacrifices were the descendants of the immortals and the corpses of the God Clan. In terms of taste, it was also the favorite of the immortal treasure. One could tell from its posture. As soon as it sensed the aura of the immortal soldiers of the Immortal Alliance and the corpses of the ancestors of the God Clan, it directly rushed over to the Divine Son of the Night Clan. This was also the plan of the Divine Son of the Night Clan. The immortal soldiers and the elders of the Immortal Alliance had long been in his plan. Without these people, the corpses of the ancestors of the God Clan could not divert the immortal burying demonic cloud at all. How? How could this be? The elders and the immortal soldiers of the Immortal Alliance panicked at this time, shouting in shock and anger. There were a few elders who had not even recovered from their shock when the power of the immortal burying devil cloud had already descended. In their shock and anger, they mustered all their remaining strength and directly attacked the devil gods that were transformed from the descending devil chi of the immortal burying devil cloud. Unfortunately, at this time, the power of the immortal burying devil cloud had already accumulated to the extreme and was extremely violent. Almost with a sweep of the immortal burying devil cloud, these elders were turned into pieces of flesh and soul fragments, and then they were absorbed by the immortal burying devil cloud before continuing to rush towards the others and completely enveloping them. At this moment, the cloud was like a great furnace that was refining all the elders and immortal soldiers of the Immortal Alliance, as well as the skeletons of the ancestors of the God Clan that had been sacrificed by the little saints of the Divine Court. Not a single one of them was left, and not a single one was left. Let's go. At this time, the Divine Son of the Yi Clan also shouted and took the lead to rush forward. At this time, no one dared to hold back. All of them put their lives on the line and pushed their speed to the extreme. Like black smoke, they rushed straight toward the depths of the immortal burying slope. At this time, because of the appearance of the sacrificial offering, a straight path to the deepest part of the immortal burying demonic cloud really appeared in the place shrouded by the immortal burying demonic cloud. It was like there was a ray of sunlight in the gloomy sky. The grand sacrifice of the immortal god was used in exchange for this path. At the end of the path, there was a dark mountain. Although it was called a mountain, it was actually a huge mound or a huge grave. It was black all over and exuded a faint devil chi. It kept drifting toward the immortal-burying demonic cloud in the sky and turned into a part of it. It looked like the source of the immortal-burying demonic cloud was here. In front of the grave, there was a 999 feet tall bronze gate. It looked like the gate of life and death that connected the yin and yang on the grave. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Let's go in. The huge grave was really terrifying. The bronze gate that led to the inside of the grave was even more frightening. But when the divine son of the Yi clan and the little saints of the divine court rushed here, they didn't even stop. They directly went in, and Feng Xing, who had also rushed here, paused for a moment and looked back. The path that was exchanged by the grand sacrifice of the immortal god was slowly closing. In the distance, he seemed to be able to hear Zhu Xiu scream. Apart from that, there was no one else. Feng Xing was a little disappointed. He sighed deeply, turned around, and rushed into the bronze gate. I thought that since I came to the Pure Land, there would be someone to help me. It seems that I still have to rely on myself. The bronze door was half open and half closed. The huge gap was big enough for the gods to step through. It was only after they entered that they noticed that the interior of the devil tomb was so huge that it exceeded the imagination of Feng Xing and the others. As soon as they stepped into it, a winding path entered their eyes, and they didn't know how deep it was. There was no light in the surroundings, so all the cultivators could only rely on their divine sense to discern everything in the surroundings. However, even their divine sense was completely suppressed by the formidable devil chi within the enormous cavern, and it was unable to extend a few thousand kilometers out of their bodies. At most, they could only explore an area of a few hundred meters like a mortal. It could be said to be extremely strange. Fortunately, the devil chi was invisible and did not have any malicious intent. It did not take the initiative to attack the group of divine palace little saints. It was like a piercingly cold winter. When there was wind and when there wasn't wind, the feeling of terror was completely different. When the devilish chi hadn't moved, Feng Xing and the others were still able to resist it by relying on their own cultivations, but once the devilish chi moved, it would probably be extremely difficult for them to resist it. Is this the big tomb of the heavenly devil? After entering the tomb, the little saints of the divine court also focused their attention. Huami seemed to be afraid of disturbing something, so she whispered. Be quiet. Don't talk nonsense when you're here, lest you disturb something. Twin, the divine son of the Yi clan, shouted in a low voice. His expression was extremely solemn and even a hint of fear. Yes. Huami was startled and hurriedly closed her mouth. There was a lingering fear in her eyes. When the others heard this, they stopped talking. After experiencing the battlefield of gods and demons outside, it would be a lie to say that they did not admire the divine son of the Yi clan. He first pretended to be gentle and used filial piety to force the immortal alliance to allow them to enter the battlefield of gods and demons. Then, he pretended to be courteous and coaxed so many people to follow him into the depths of the battlefield of gods and demons. In the end, he immediately lured the immortal army into the range of the immortal burying cloud and resisted the power of the immortal burying cloud with his own strength. Later, they used the immortal soldiers of the Union of Immortals and the corpses of the god race creatures as sacrifices to divert the power of the immortal burial devil cloud. Thus, they got such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to break into the mysterious area under the immortal burial slope. All of them were resourceful and brave, not a single step was wrong. It was really beautiful. Even Feng Xing could not help but think, who said that the god race creatures only had force but no brains? If the celestial tribe had a few more cunning people like him, the immortals would not have been able to enslave them so easily. Heavenly reaching young lord, please. After lecturing Huami the divine son of the Yi clan turned around and looked at Feng Xing as he spoke quietly. What? Feng Xing, who was squatting behind and picking his ears as if nothing had happened, was startled and rolled his eyes at the divine son of the Yi clan. Before I left, the divine master summoned me alone and told me that I would be in charge of everything outside the immortal burying slope. However, after entering the immortal burying slope, the heavenly reaching young lord will be the vanguard, followed by the fourth prince and his highness Aogu. We will hide behind them, lest our aura alarms some unnecessary existences. But don't worry, heavenly reaching young lord. Even if you alarm some restrictive spells, we will help you remove them. In short, we will lead you safely into the depths of this area. You want me to be the vanguard? Fangxing stared blankly for a moment before understanding what was going on. When he was in the primitive bone palace, he had talked with the primitive old dragon king and young divine king Aogu. The divine lord was looking for the legendary investiture of the gods, which was related to the luck of Tianyuan and even the great immortal world. However, although the divine lord wanted it, he didn't have the qualification to do so. If he tried to take it by force, he might disturb the god item and make it disappear without a trace. Therefore, he summoned the young geniuses of the divine palace and some geniuses of the living beings of Tianyuan, asking them to take this trip for him. These divine race minor saints who had yet to be bestowed with the title of king were merely at the level of crossing tribulation or true immortal. They were not powerful enough to alarm the investiture of the gods. On the other hand, most of the geniuses of the younger generation of the heavenly origin sect were on the investiture of the gods. Only such people were qualified to approach the investiture of the gods. The arrangement of the divine court was the same. Even though the divine son of the Yi clan was powerful, he dared not walk in front. He could only recommend Fangxing to walk in front. The difference between the two was mysterious, but it was not hard to understand. If there was any prohibition formation in front of them that was triggered by Fangxing, they could still break it together. However, if they were alarmed by the divine race, the divine item inside might escape. That's interesting. When Fangxing heard this, he let out a chuckle. He didn't stand on ceremony and slowly walked to the front. Tongtian little lord, now that we are here, we are all in the same boat. I hope you can be careful. The divine son of the Yi clan said softly and then glanced at the descendant of the small celestial realm. His slight movement hinted at his threat. After all, the small celestial realm still held Fangxing's weakness. Haha, don't worry, I will be careful. Fangxing chuckled and was about to summon the skull to enter the divine palace. After all, it was safer to hide in the small world in such a dangerous place. However, he was surprised to find that he could not open the skull at this time. He was stunned for a while and then suddenly realized that the demonic sky tomb was also a small world. Its power had suppressed Fangxing's divine palace and blocked the passage to the divine palace. In this way, he could not enter the divine palace and the little Yaoqi princess could not come out. Helpless, he could only sigh and shrink the skull to the size of a fist. Then, he used the immortal binding rope to pass through the skull's eye socket and tied it to his belt. Fortunately, after the skull had fused with the divine palace, it already had the ability to change its size. Fangxing took the lead and walked down the huge stone steps. Behind him were the fourth Prince Ao Kuang and young divine King Ao Gu. Behind them were the divine son of the Yi clan, Hua Mi-er, Fu Shanzi, Li Hua, and the others. Behind them was the descendant of the small celestial realm, Xiong Dao. The group of people vaguely formed a battle formation with Fangxing as the leader and the others as the flanks and the rear. The underground cave was dark and gloomy, filled with dense demonic qi and dead silence. It really made people feel as if they were walking on thin ice. Sister, you, as they were walking, the group of people's attention was on the cauldron. Suddenly, a loud voice was heard in front of them. The group of divine palace little saints shuddered in fear. The divine son of the Yi clan extended a huge wing in front of Fangxing and protected him. The other little saints also felt their aura condense into a big umbrella above Fangxing's head. If there was any danger, they would be able to help Fangxing resolve the danger at the first moment. After waiting for a while, there was no response except for the faint demonic qi around them. The little saints immediately looked at Fangxing with a strange expression. Hee, what's with such a big reaction? You scared me. Fangxing turned around with a cheeky smile on his face and looked at the little saints. He seemed to be wary of them. F***ck, you're the one who scared us. The minor saints who had goosebumps all over their bodies realized that it was Fangxing who roared just now. Each and every one of them was enraged. Even little divine King Ao Gu looked at Fangxing with an unfriendly gaze. Under such a dangerous environment, Fangxing's sudden roar was indeed frightening. Those with weaker cultivation base would probably be scared to death by his roar. What are you trying to do? Hua Mi-er was a little timid after all. She couldn't help but look at Fangxing and scolded him. I'm singing a mountain song. Fangxing looked wronged as he looked at Hua Mi-er innocently. You want to sing a mountain song in this damn place? Huamir was so angry that her face changed. She was scolded by the divine son of the Yi clan for speaking a little too loudly just now. How could this bastard still have the mood to sing a mountain song? This was simply a slap to the face of her and the divine son of the Yi clan. He was looking for trouble. This is why I want to sing a mountain song in this place. You're all following behind me while I'm walking in front. It's so dark in the middle of winter. Do you think I'm not afraid? I'm just singing a mountain song to boost my courage. If you're not willing, why don't you walk in front? Fangxing immediately turned hostile and his words made Huamir speechless. You're a cultivator in the third heaven tribulation stage. You're telling me that you're timid and want to sing a mountain song to boost your courage? Stop fooling around. Let's move forward. The divine son of the Yi clan said coldly and interrupted Huamir's complaint. He had naturally discerned long ago that Fangxing was probing whether they would really protect him when they encountered danger. Coupled with the fact that Fangxing had the intention of pestering them endlessly, he was unwilling to argue with Fangxing any longer, so he coldly spoke out to stop Fangxing and continued forward. Can I sing a mountain song then? Fangxing didn't give up and asked the divine son of the Yi clan with a smile. The divine son of the Yi clan's calm eyes were almost overflowing with fire. He glanced coldly at Fangxing. However, Fangxing wasn't afraid of him at all. He looked back at the divine son with a faint smile. Keep your voice down. In the end, it was the divine son of the Yi clan who suppressed his anger and said slowly. He could already guess what the devil would say if he didn't agree. Then I'm relieved. Fangxing laughed out loud and didn't pester him anymore. He walked forward with his hands behind his back. As he strode forward, he hummed, Grandpa, I'm walking forward boldly. Ah, I'm walking forward. Grandsons, keep up with me, keep up. This time, his voice wasn't loud, but what was he singing? It made the faces of the people following him turn pale. Even little divine King Ao Gu had the urge to strangle him, especially Fu Shanzi, the sun-trampling little lord who hated Fangxing the most. He was so angry that his eyes were almost spewing fire and his veins were bulging. After holding it in for a long time, he finally shouted, "You be *****." Before he could finish his sentence, Fangxing, who was walking in front, suddenly kicked a pebble. The pebble hit a restriction on the stone wall in front of him. With a loud bang, devil chi gathered in the surrounding void and turned into a huge devil god. It slashed at the restriction, causing stone chips to fly everywhere. Zhu Xiu's expression changed drastically. Bastard, I told you not to speak so loudly. Didn't you hear me? Fangxing turned around angrily and cursed at Fu Shanzi, the little saint treading Sunday. The sudden activation of the restrictive formation wasn't strong. It was just a small curse that was attached to the stone wall, but it gave all the minor saints a good scare, especially Huamir. She even took out a shiny black stinger on her back. Seeing that there wasn't much movement, she quietly put it back. Fangxing, on the other hand, had a solemn expression on his face as he stared at Fu Shanzi with a look of exasperation at Fu Shanzi's failure to live up to his expectations. This caused Fu Shanzi's face to turn red, and he was both anxious and angry. He thought that it was clearly this demon who triggered the restriction, but why was he looking at him like that? It was as if he had spoken too loudly and triggered the restriction. Although he was extremely angry, he did not dare to curse out loud, for fear of triggering another restrictive spell. Beside him, the others were also on guard. They looked around solemnly, afraid that after a small restrictive spell was triggered, the other restrictive spells would follow. Fortunately, after waiting for a while, the devil in the sky slowly dissipated, and there were no other signs. Only then did the minor saints let out a sigh of relief. They looked forward with lingering fear. Their hearts were in their throats, and they could not let it go. Presently, this group of people were already peerless experts of the world, and they were even capable of venturing into the boundless starry sky. Yet now, when they arrived at this ancient tomb, they were like children that were trembling with fear, and they were deeply afraid that they would lose their lives if they weren't careful. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. Little Lord Tongtian, please be careful. The divine son of the Yi clan said slowly. He looked at Fangxing with a doubtful expression. With his ability of perception, the scene of Fangxing casually kicking out a small rock to collide with the restrictions on the stone wall naturally couldn't escape his notice, and it was precisely because of this that boundless bewilderment arose in his heart. Was that kick from before intentional or was it a coincidence? There were all kinds of mysterious restrictive spells in the heavenly devil tomb under the immortal burial slope. This devil should not have the ability to see through them, right? But if it was said that he had accidentally kicked a pebble and bumped into a restriction, and it was the kind of restriction that could scare others but not threaten them, then wasn't this too much of a coincidence, and it caused him to be slightly worried. This damn place is dark and full of restrictive spells. There is also a troublemaker behind me. What's the use of being careful? Fangxing muttered. He turned his head and glared at Xianxia. Then, he turned around and hurried on with his hands clasped behind his back. Xianxia of the Ox Demon clan was about to explode with anger. The most infuriating thing in the world was being scolded as a beggar, being scolded as a weakling by a coward, and being scolded as a troublemaker by a devil. He really did not know where this bastard got the courage to scold him. Fangxing, who was walking forward again, also had a secretly excited expression on his face. At this moment, countless faint runes appeared at the bottom of his eyes. They were like ripples that swept across his eyes. As these countless runes swept across, he could see that the pitch-black stone cave was undergoing a huge change. All the restrictive spells appeared in every corner and on every stone wall. All the dark formations were like a huge net that stretched from east to west and connected the entire world. Simply put, the deeper he went, the more he understood this underground cave. The small stone that he had kicked out earlier was because he had inadvertently caught a glimpse of the restriction on the stone wall, so he tested it out. The result was very good. It proved his guess, which made him extremely excited. Below the immortal burial slope was a huge underground palace. It was crudely constructed, but it possessed countless terrifying restrictive spells and incomplete formations. The level of these formations had far exceeded the understanding of regular formation masters on the Tianyuan continent. Out of all the formation masters that Fangxing had seen in his life, probably only the Tea Fairy of the northern region of the Divine Prefecture and Wu Sang-er of the Land of Demons could comprehend a thing or two, but now, these supreme restrictive spells and formations were extremely clear in Fangxing's eyes. He understood them like the back of his hand. The Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror. Even Fangxing did not think that the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror would play such an important role at a time like this. It was as if he had returned to the time when he had first entered the Blue Cloud sect, where he could easily identify everything he saw as the most mysterious artifact on Fangxing. The Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror had basically been used throughout his entire cultivation career. It had helped him a lot, but later on, as Fangxing's cultivation increased, this treasure gradually became less and less useful. It was no longer just a matter of how much power he had to expend, but it became very difficult for him to identify an accurate result. This feeling was like an erudite old scholar who knew everything from the heavens to the earth, but had lost contact with the world. When he encountered some ancient things, he could immediately speak logically, but when it came to some new things, he could not identify them all. In this regard, Fangxing vaguely understood a little. It was said that the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror was refined from the memory of a true immortal, so it was naturally very knowledgeable. But even a true immortal might not necessarily be able to recognize all the various techniques and treasures that constantly changed in the cultivation world. After all, there were too many people with extraordinary abilities in the cultivation world. Who knew how many new objects appeared every day? Even a true immortal would not be able to recognize all of them. The strange thing was that at this time, after entering the underground palace under the immortal burial slope, the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror suddenly returned to its original wonder. Through it, Fangxing could easily see all the restrictive spells and formations behind the underground palace, and even the changes in the surrounding devil chi. At this time, he even felt that the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror was activated on its own. It was like a dead object that had been silent for a long time was slowly awakening its spirituality. It did not need to consume his power, nor did he need to activate it, but it already had all kinds of wonders. This discovery instantly caused Fangxing to be both surprised and delighted, and he didn't know if this matter was good or bad. He was surprised that the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror, which had not changed for so many years, suddenly changed. He really did not know whether it was a blessing or a curse. On the other hand, he was delighted that with this treasure in this dangerous underground palace, wouldn't it be like adding wings to a tiger? And according to Fangxing's character, he was more delighted than surprised. He did not have much time to think about the danger brought by the change of the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror. He began to think about how to use his advantage of seeing through the restrictive spells to torment the people behind him. After all, his ultimate goal this time was not to get the treasure that the Divine Master wanted, but to get this treasure to threaten the Divine Court, and then use the Divine Court to destroy the entire small immortal realm, kill the ominous Dao and the Divine Son of the Night Clan, save his Xiao Man, and at the same time, vent his anger. This was destined that he would have a fierce battle with this group of people sooner or later. But looking at the comparison of strength between the two sides, he was not sure that he would win, not to mention the fact that the Divine Son of the Night Clan was so strong that he was almost as strong as a Divine King. His chances of winning against him were almost zero. Even if it was the ominous Dao of the small immortal realm, the sun-treading little lord of the Ox Demon clan, Fu Shanzi, the goddess of the hibernating clan, Li Hua, the leader of the Frost-Earth continent, and even the fourth prince of the Kanglan Sea, Ao Kuang, none of them were easy to deal with. Even if the young Divine King Ao Gu helped him, the chances of winning were still infinitely close to zero. Then there was only one way left, and that was to exhaust their strength before they found the god item. Since they had to protect him anyway, he would just create some trouble for them first, Fang Xing thought to himself, and a murderous look appeared in his eyes. Fortunately, he was at the front, and the people behind him could not see his eyes. Otherwise, they would be trembling in fear. If I do this, it will be a little troublesome. After Fang Xing made up his mind, he also considered the consequences. There were many dangers in this underground palace, and there might be even more unpredictable things that could happen later on. Perhaps they would need to work together in order to break through. If he were to use up the strength of these people now, he might not have enough strength to break through later on if he were to meet with any difficulties later on. Of course, Fang Xing soon had an answer to this concern. We'll talk about the rest later, let's torture them for a while first. Thinking of this, he was in a good mood. With a smile on his face, he started to hum a tune again. Grandpa, I'm going forward boldly. For some reason, when he sang, Fu Shanzi of the Ox Demon clan suddenly shivered. He wanted to scold that demon and make him shut up, but he did not dare to say anything. Can you stop singing? Hua Mi-er, who was beside him, could not help but shout at Fang Xing in a low voice. What did you say? Fang Xing suddenly stopped and put his palms beside his ears, as if he could not hear clearly. His voice was not loud, but this "what did you say" was so loud that it even echoed in the underground palace. Hua Mi-er was also startled by him. She thought to herself, how could a cultivator in the third stage of the crossing calamity stage like you not hear what I said? Why are you still trying to mystify us? Just as she was about to reprimand him, her eyes suddenly widened. With a sweep of her divine sense, she saw that in the darkness behind Fang Xing, there were 3 huge streams of devil qi, which transformed into 3 fiendish pythons as thick as palace jade pillars. They silently opened their mouths wide and fiercely bit Fang Xing, who was turning his head to speak. Be careful. At this moment, she could not care about anything else. With a low cry, she rushed forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! There were 2 people beside her who were faster than her. One was the Divine Son of the Yi clan, and the other was the successor of the small celestial realm, Fierce Dao. The 3 of them noticed the 3 fiendish pythons immediately and dared not let anything happen to Fang Xing. They rushed forward, waved their sharp claws, drew out their immortal sword, and revealed the stinger on their back. They collided with the 3 fiendish pythons fiercely, and then began to fight fiercely. After a few breaths, the fiendish pythons were killed, and the 3 of them were a little surprised. The Divine Son of the Yi clan and the successor of the small celestial realm, Fierce Dao, were fine. They did not use too much strength to kill the fiendish pythons, but Hua Mi-er was panting. Her Daoist robe was a little torn, revealing her flawless waist and abdomen. There was still some lingering fear in her eyes. She looked at the devil angrily and hatefully. How dare he make trouble in such a dangerous place? If they had not discovered it quickly and killed the fiendish pythons without holding back, the devil might not even know how he died. This was a great favor, he had saved his life. But before she could speak, Fang Xing poked his head out and took a glance. Then, he pursed his lips and said something that immediately made her extremely angry. Look, it's so dangerous for me to walk in front. I've once again blocked a calamity for you. You owe me a big favor. The deeper they went, the more suspicious the Divine Son of the Yi clan became. He suspected that Feng Xing was hiding his abilities. Although he seemed reckless, he was actually an expert in formations. It was not because the level of array techniques he displayed was too high, but because he was just too unlucky. He was allowed to walk in front in order not to alarm some kind of mysterious existence in the underground palace, and to declare an attitude that the one who entered the underground palace was a Sky Origin life spirit. This way, the God Clan life spirit would be able to follow them in and slowly approach the divine object. However, no one would have thought that Feng Xing would be so unlucky. He honestly walked in front, and other than singing a mountain song, there was nothing wrong with him. However, it was as if he was born to cause trouble. No matter what he did, he would accidentally touch some of the restrictions in the underground palace, and cause trouble for himself. Along the way, the group of divine court little saints almost fought against the restrictive spells in the underground palace. How unlucky must one be to touch almost all the restrictive spells in the underground palace? How lucky must one be to come out unscathed after touching all the restrictive spells? What Feng Xing was showing now was a combination of such contradictions. He was calm. With his hands clasped behind his back, he walked in front valiantly and energetically. The skull hanging on his waist swayed rhythmically, and he was humming a folk song that no one knew where he learned it from. However, the people behind him were panicking. They kept fighting against the killing intent of the restrictive spells in the surrounding underground palace as if their butts were on fire. Countless fiend celestials and giant demons transformed from devil chi roared and rushed towards them, while they killed all the fiend celestials like a group of loyal guards. Along the way, no matter how careful they were, it was inevitable that there would be casualties. Fu Shanxi's arm had been chopped off by a fiend god, and it hung weakly by his side. Hua Mi-er's left shoulder had been pierced by a spear, and there was a big bloody hole. Li Hua, the life-severing little saint, was entangled by a fiendish python, and many of his bones were broken. Fortunately, his body was strong, and he could still hold on for the time being. Even Ao Gu, because of his huge body and obvious target, almost had one of his wings chopped off. The only ones who were not injured were the divine son of the Yi clan, the successor of the small immortal realm, Ominous Dao, and Feng Xing. Among the three of them, the divine son of the Yi clan and Ominous Dao were also panting lightly. Only Feng Xing was as carefree as a master, and he would stand by the side and give them pointers from time to time when they were fighting fiercely. Oxhead, you obviously used too much force with your axe. Wouldn't it have been better if you had held back a third of your strength? You're really as stupid as an ox. Io, Hua Mi-er, aren't you ashamed? Your butt is showing, hurry up and change your pants. Brother-in-law, I want to ask you a question. How did you manage to shrink your 9 heads so quickly? His sarcastic remarks made the little saints of the divine court so angry that they almost vomited blood. They looked at him strangely, and if they didn't need him to lead the way, they would probably want to kill him. Since they dared to enter this ominous place, they naturally wanted to go all out. However, no one was willing to waste most of their strength on this journey before they even saw the divine item. That would be too much of a loss. What would they do at the crucial moment? In their hearts, they all suspected whether this was Feng Xing's doing, but on second thought, they felt that it was not possible. Everyone knew that this demon had not cultivated for a long time, and he was also good at fighting. His understanding of alchemy, craftsmanship, and array formation was probably not even comparable to a golden core elder of an ordinary small sect. How could he see through all the restrictions in the underground palace and touch them so casually? But they had to admit that all of this was a terrifying coincidence. Every single restriction had been triggered, and it was controlled within a certain range. This had caused them to be exhausted all the way, expending their magic power and risking injury to protect this devil, but at the same time, it did not really threaten his own life. The various calculations and grasps in this were really dangerous to the extreme, and also extremely coincidental. This was not something that an ordinary array master could do. This group of people is also quite capable. After holding on for so long, none of them died, and some of them were even seriously injured, but they didn't know that Feng Xing was also secretly thinking about it, and he was having a headache. Along the way, he had used the divinity of the yin-yang fiend god mirror to trick people, but he didn't expect that these people, who were chosen by the Lord to be minor saints, were indeed quite capable. They had survived so many dangers along the way, and none of them had been seriously injured, let alone killed. Especially the divine son of the Night Clan and the successor of the small celestial realm, they were almost unharmed. Looks like I have to use some powerful means. He thought to himself, and began to be ruthless again. At this moment, they did not know how deep they had gone into the underground palace. Even the stone steps under their feet had started to become flat. They had already passed through many dangerous places such as the Fire Rock Sea and the Void Mountain. Now, they had arrived at a wasteland. They were surrounded by trees that were as hard as iron and stone. They were withered and silent, without any signs of life. In front of them, there was black smoke rolling in and out, as if there was an invisible giant beast crawling on the ground. In the black smoke, there seemed to be many eyes sizing them up. It should be a dangerous place in front of us. Everyone, be careful, the divine son of the Night Clan said in a low voice, but he directly warned the minor saints around him. At first, he was warning Fangxing, but then he realized that this guy just liked to go against him, so he just ignored him. Yes, you must be careful, and protect me, Fangxing smiled and followed, then he strode into the black smoke. Seeing this, the rest of the people had no choice but to follow him, even though they hated him very much. As soon as they entered the area shrouded by the black smoke, they could not help but be startled. They took a deep breath, and their eyes were solemn. In the black smoke, there were tombstones everywhere. There were small mounds on the left and right. They were densely packed, and no one knew how long they had been there. Some of the tombstones had words on them, while others had nothing at all. They stood there empty, looking calm and quiet. However, after seeing the words on the tombstones, the divine son of the Night Clan, Xianxia, Huami, and even the successor of the small celestial realm, Xiong, and other people from the outer domain looked solemn and panicked. Lu Bai, the sword devil of the generation, was a devil that all the immortals were helpless against. I didn't expect him to be buried here, haha, the star-swallowing heavenly dog emperor. Even now, our clan is still talking about the legend that he came to our ancestral land and swallowed our ancestor and nearly half of our clansmen. The mention of his name makes our children cry. I didn't expect him to die here too, haha. According to the legends, these people were all great devils who dominated the universe. Even the great immortal realm couldn't do anything to them. We, the Shin clan, were like chickens and dogs in front of them. But who would have thought that such great figures would end up with nothing but a cup of soil? They were buried in a dangerous place in the heaven's origin world for tens of thousands of years without anyone worshipping them. The divine son of the Night Clan and the others sighed softly. There was some resentment on their faces, but also some sadness. It could be seen that they had very complicated feelings for the devils in the cemetery. On one hand, they envied them and felt sorry for their fate. On the other hand, they hated them because of their standpoint. Just as they were lamenting, they suddenly looked to the side and were so angry that their noses were crooked. That unruly devil actually ran to the tombstone seriously and took out a green bottle gourd. He slowly sprinkled some wine in front of the tombstones next to him. He shook his head and muttered something. From time to time, he would turn to look at the living beings of the divine clan. One could even vaguely hear him saying something like how to cut the grass without removing the roots. What are you doing? His look was so infuriating that even the divine son of the Night Clan couldn't help but reprimand him. I'm paying my respects to these seniors, Fangxing turned his head and said solemnly. You. What are you doing? You're actually paying respects to them? Huami and the others were furious upon hearing this. They glared at Fangxing coldly. The living beings of the divine clan did not have a good impression of these devils. Although they felt a little sad that these big shots had fallen to the ground and no one was paying respects to them, such a large clan hated them so much that it was impossible for them to pay respects to them. Even the entire celestial court regarded these people as their enemies. Therefore, they were even more indignant when they saw Fangxing paying respects to these devils. However, Fangxing argued with justice, they are devils. Others also say that I am a devil. What's wrong with paying respects to them? As he spoke, he worshipped even more vigorously. He even added some words such as curse these people, which made everyone's faces turn pale. Alright, stop fooling around. Since the graves of these devils have appeared here, it means that the real burial ground of the skyscraping devil is not far away. Let's move on. After all, we are in the territory of the Pure Land. A long night is fraught with trouble. It's better to finish the task quickly. The face of the divine son of the Night Clan was cold. He did not scold Fangxing, but said in an unfriendly tone. All right, let's go. Fangxing shook his head helplessly. He casually threw the green-skinned gourd in front of a tombstone, and then walked forward with his hands clasped behind his back. The others followed behind him. In the process of crossing the tombstone, the minor saints of the Celestial Court felt a little uncomfortable. Those tombstones were dead, but they always felt that there was something in the depths of the cemetery watching them. Have we reached the end? After about an hour of silence, no one in the group spoke. Even Fangxing did not dare to sing folk songs in this cemetery. He felt that the atmosphere was too depressing. However, when they finally crossed the cemetery, he was shocked and stopped. In front of them, the stone path under their feet was cut off in the middle. There was a bottomless abyss in front of him. Boundless black gas was rolling around. It looked like they had reached the end of the world, looking at the endless chaos. No one knew where they were going. Could it be that we went the wrong way? The minor saints of the Celestial Court were a little surprised and looked around anxiously. That can't be right. We didn't see any crossroads along the way, maybe we were too anxious just now and missed it. The minor saints of the Celestial Court were at a loss. It seemed that they did not know much about this place. Look, there's something over there. At this time, the descendant of the small immortal realm, Fierce Tao, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said in a low voice and pointed to the front. The minor saints were slightly startled. They looked up and were immediately shocked. In the abyss in front of them, there was a terrible black fog rolling everywhere. It blocked their divine sense and they could not see clearly. However, as the black fog flowed, they could vaguely see that there was a huge object more than 10 miles away from the abyss. At first glance, it looked like a mountain. However, after looking at it for a long time, they suddenly realized that it was not a mountain. It was a severed head, hanging leisurely in the sky. What is that? When Huamier saw the head, she almost collapsed and cried out involuntarily. It's the head of a heavenly demon. Is that the legendary head of a heavenly demon? At this moment, two people spoke at the same time. Their words were filled with a cold aura. The ones who spoke were the Night Clan's divine son and Ancient Bone Palace's young divine king Aogu. They recognized them immediately and couldn't hide the shock in their hearts. They looked at each other at the same time and shut their mouths at the same time. The head of a heavenly demon? Fangxing was also stunned. He swept his divine sense over. It was indeed a head, but it was too big. Looking at it from afar, it looked like a black mountain. Fangxing even had a feeling that the head was bigger than the pilgrimage mountain. Its aura was silent, like a volcano that contained an unknown amount of power but was still on the surface. However, what was shocking was that as the black fog flowed, they gradually saw the appearance of the head. It was no longer ferocious, but more like a handsome immortal. It could be seen that when the heavenly demon was alive, he must have been a handsome man. Even looking at him now, one could see that his facial features were straight, and he was unusually handsome. He even seemed to be quite refined. His white hair fluttered in the wind, mixed in with the demonic clouds. He seemed to be in a deep sleep, his eyes closed, floating up and down. It was unknown how long he had stayed in this abyss, and how long he would stay here. This person, why does he look so familiar? Fangxing didn't know how the others felt, but he himself felt that when his divine sense swept over at first, he could only vaguely see a huge black shadow, but as he stared at it for a long time, he gradually saw everything on that demon's head. Even every strand of hair could be seen very clearly. In the end, the more he looked at this person, the more he felt that this person looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. After thinking like this for a while, his entire person became a little obsessed, and he subconsciously took a step forward, slowly stepping into the abyss in front of him. What are you doing? At this moment, a shout came from the side, startling Fangxing. It was Fu Shanzi. He unintentionally caught a glimpse of Fangxing stepping into the abyss, and he couldn't help but shout. However, just as this shout rang out, Fangxing already had one foot in the abyss. Boom! Just as he stepped into the abyss, the devil chi in the abyss suddenly became like a gale, rolling around. The head that had been floating in the abyss for God knows how long suddenly shook, and the left eye suddenly opened. An emotionless gaze pierced through all the devil chi in the abyss. It was like a blazing sword that swept across the abyss. It was like a blazing sun had appeared in the abyss. The devil chi opened its eye? This sudden scene scared many people. Fu Shanzi, Hua Mi-er, Li Hua, and the others all retreated in shock. They staggered and almost fell to the ground. Each of them was as frightened as a child. On the other hand, young divine King Ao Gu, the successor of the small immortal realm, ominous Tao, the Night Clan's divine son, the fourth prince of the Kanglan Sea, and the others were surprised and overjoyed. The heavenly devil head that had been dead for God knows how many years actually opened an eye at this time. This scene was really too strange. At this moment, young divine King Ao Gu's face was full of panic and surprise. No one knew what he was thinking, but he suddenly said in a low voice, "The heavenly devil has opened its eye. This is really amazing." Before the saint pulled down the mysterious coffin, there was a rumor that the devil head from the 9 underworlds opened its eye and looked at heaven's origin, indicating that a true devil was about to be born. At that time everyone thought that the true devil was the Tongtian Little Lord, but in the end, the Tongtian Little Lord did not step into the Pure Land to obtain the inheritance of the heavenly devil, so the rumor about the heavenly devil opening its eye also ended. But now, the heavenly devil has opened its eye in front of us again. Is this a blessing or a curse? There is a rumor that when the heavenly devil opens its eye, it symbolizes the arrival of the inheritance of the heavenly devil. Does this mean that someone among us is destined to obtain the inheritance of the heavenly devil? As he spoke, he seemed to be reminding Feng Xing of something. As he spoke, he was secretly gritting his teeth as if he was making a decision. Heavenly devil inheritance? When Feng Xing and the other small saints heard this, they couldn't help but be shocked. The other small saints were thinking, didn't they say that there are no opportunities in the god and demon battlefield? The fourth prince of the Kanglan Sea was thinking, why did Ao Gu reveal such a secret? The divine son of the Night Clan was thinking, the beings of heaven's origin are indeed not fools. This secret is not only known by the divine master, but Feng Xing was thinking, damn it, did I really miss such a treasure? The inheritance of the heavenly devil is in the left eye of the heavenly devil. While all the saints were shocked, young divine King Ao Gu let out a low roar, then flapped his wings and flew out. His whole body was like a black cloud, rushing straight towards the left eye of the heavenly devil, like a small sun. It seemed that he was going to risk his life to obtain the inheritance in the left eye of the heavenly devil, but just as he flew out a few hundred feet, a long roar suddenly came from behind him. At this moment, the fourth prince of the Kanglan Sea, who had already turned back to his original form, waved his 9 heads frantically, and flapped his 2 wings in the void, catching up from behind. The eyes of the head in the middle were burning brightly, staring straight at the demon eye. He sneered and shouted, the inheritance of the heavenly devil belongs to the virtuous, let me take it, even if there is really something good, how can it fall into the hands of people like you? Behind them, the divine son of the bull demon clan roared angrily. He caught up and swung his axe at the 2. The 3 of them were fighting to fight for the eye of the heavenly devil. But just as they were fighting, a long roar suddenly sounded, and a black cloud escaped into the abyss. It was the divine son of the Night Clan. Without saying a word, he directly attacked and caught up with the 3 of them in an instant. His momentum didn't slow down, and he directly knocked them into a mess, making it difficult for them to control. He himself turned into a bat-like monster, and with a monstrous demonic cloud, he rushed straight towards the left eye of the heavenly devil like a black lightning bolt. Looking at his posture, he was also determined to get the inheritance. The situation suddenly changed, and in an instant, it became extremely chaotic. As the demon head opened its eye, and the inheritance of the heavenly devil appeared, these people suddenly shed all pretenses of cordiality, and did not hesitate to fight for it, and from their determined looks, it could be seen that they already knew about this rumor. Different from the understanding of the people in the Pure Land, in the ancient battlefield of gods and demons, there was an opportunity. It was just that the opportunity was so terrifying and mysterious that ordinary orthodoxies and families didn't know about it, but at least, the Buddhist sects knew about this secret. The last time the right eye of the demon had opened, they were the ones who spread the news. And the saint of the Pure Land, Yang Mo, also knew about it. There had always been a rumor that he had once obtained part of the inheritance of the heavenly devil. On the other hand, the primitive Bone Palace, which had a close relationship with Yang Mo, also knew about it. The source of the news should be Yang Mo. And Kanglinsi had a deep foundation, so they also heard about this news. Another point was that the twin divine sons of the Night Clan obviously knew about it. Even the successor of the small celestial realm, Ominous Tao, became extremely excited when he saw the demon head open its eye. After the divine son of the Night Clan rushed out, he paused for a moment, then held the ancient sword and rushed into the abyss. It was obvious that he already knew about it. Fang Xing, on the other hand, was stunned at this moment. He digested all the information contained in this news, but he was already far behind the others. When he came to his senses, those people had already rushed out. He was so angry that he jumped and shouted, "I saw it first." Information was indeed the most important. If it wasn't for young divine King Ao Gu purposely shouting out the meaning of the opening of the demon's eyes in front of everyone, Fang Xing wouldn't even know that it was related to a mysterious inheritance. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. Everyone who coveted the inheritance had already rushed forward, especially the Night Clan's divine son. He flew thousands of feet away like a stream of smoke, smashing into the fourth prince and the others. He was simply unstoppable. At this time, Fang Xing could only watch as the Night Clan's divine son charged towards the floating demon's head with unstoppable momentum. It seemed like the inheritance was already in his hands. With his strength, who else would have the qualifications to compete with him at this time? Who else had the guts to compete with him after seeing him make a move? Even the fourth prince of the Blue Wave Sea and young god King Ao Gu slowed down and sighed softly when they saw him making a move. They were aware of the Night Clan's divine son's strength. If he made a move, they wouldn't stand a chance. On the other hand, Fang Xing had the guts to compete with him. Unfortunately, he was one step behind and couldn't compete in front of the Night Clan's divine son. Boom, the Night Clan's divine son flew faster and faster. His whole body was like a black cloud, nimbly dodging the invisible seals in the air and rushing towards the demon's head. Although he couldn't see the seals, his senses were sharp. Through the demon chi whirlpools and holes in the void, he was able to deduce the locations of the seals. He dodged them nimbly and rushed towards the demon's head, determined to get it, but at this time a figure suddenly dashed out from the side, moving as fast as a meteor and rushed in front of the Night Clan's divine son. The Night Clan's divine son was almost in his original form. His body was the size of a small mountain, but the figure was the size of a normal person. Compared to the Night Clan's divine son, the figure seemed to be faster and faster. The figure stepped on the void and rushed in front of the Night Clan's divine son. This shocking scene shocked the surrounding people. When they looked closely, their hearts skipped a beat. It was Fierce Tao, this descendant of the small immortal world who was usually very low-key, actually rushed out at this time to compete with the Night Clan's divine son for the heavenly demon's fortune. He didn't hesitate to surpass the Night Clan's divine son. From the looks of it, he was even more determined than the Night Clan's divine son. "You're courting death." The people around were startled by Fierce Tao's behavior. The Night Clan's divine son was even more furious when he saw Fierce Tao. He was usually gentle, but once his dignity was offended, his ferocious nature was immediately revealed. Especially when the person who offended him was the successor of the small celestial realm who was usually so obedient in front of him. Even if the devil Fang Xing jumped out to compete with him, he wouldn't be so angry. Only this lackey dared to compete with him. It was simply an insult. There was a loud boom. His claw was so powerful that it created a huge hole in the void. The claw carried an indescribable power that stirred up the wind and clouds, and blasted towards the descendant of the small celestial realm. Judging from his ruthlessness, he was using his true strength. He didn't hesitate to kill the descendant of the small celestial realm. This person is going to be unlucky. At this moment, many people cursed in their hearts and looked at the successor of the small celestial realm with pity. How terrifying was the strength of the Night Clan's divine son. None of the minor saints of the divine court was simple, but everyone recognized him as the #1 minor saint. How many people would be able to withstand his full power attack? Almost everyone could predict the fate of the successor of the small celestial realm, Fierce Tao. He would either be seriously injured by the claw and fall into the abyss, or he would beg for mercy, hoping that the Night Clan's divine son would show mercy and spare his life. But no one expected that the successor of the small celestial realm, Fierce Tao, had a cold expression on his face when faced with the furious claw of the Night Clan's divine son. He didn't dodge or show any weakness. Instead, he slowed down his forward momentum and gently turned his body to the side. At the critical moment, he suddenly pulled out the ancient sword that he was holding in his chest. With a tearing sound, the edge of the sword cut through the void and created a series of sparks. Then, the sparks ignited a sea of fire. Like a cloud of fire, it fiercely crashed towards the Night Clan's divine son. Boom. 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 The moment the claw of the Night Clan's divine son collided with the sword of the successor of the small celestial realm, it immediately caused chaos in the void. All sorts of strange noises could be heard. Streams of void turbulence covered half of the void, and the two of them retreated in two different directions. How could this person be so powerful? The fourth prince of the Lan Si, young divine King Ao Gu, and the others exclaimed in unison. They were used to seeing the successor of the small celestial realm, Fierce Tao, tailing behind the Night Clan's divine son like a loyal follower. More or less, they looked down on him. But no one expected that at this critical moment in the fight for the inheritance of the heavenly demon, the usually silent and cowardly Fierce Tao would reveal such terrifying strength. Just the fact that he could withstand the attack of the Night Clan's divine son without dying had greatly exceeded Zhu Xiu's estimation of his strength. Most importantly, it was Zhu Xiu's estimation of his courage, because after he withstood the attack of the Night Clan's divine son, he dashed towards the leader of the heavenly demons again. Slave, since when did you become so courageous? The Night Clan's divine son was obviously surprised by the successor of the small celestial realm's courage. He shouted angrily. Seeing that the successor of the small celestial realm was getting closer to the head of the heavenly demon, the Night Clan's divine son could no longer hold back. He let out a roar and transformed into his original form. A giant monster covered in black hair that looked like steel needles stretched across the void. He suddenly opened his mouth and sucked in the night sky like a whale sucking in water. The successor of the small celestial realm was also in the void. He couldn't stop himself from being sucked in. He knew how powerful the Night Clan's divine son's move was. If it was the previous attack, the Night Clan's divine son had at least left him a chance of survival. Now that the Night Clan's divine ability was used, the Night Clan's divine ability showed that the Night Clan's divine ability was really angry and wanted to destroy his soul. If I had a choice, would I be willing to be someone else's slave? A low growl rushed out from between his tightly clenched teeth. It was filled with endless grievance and humiliation, and at this moment, endless suppressed anger spewed out from his eyes. As he growled, he suddenly shook his arms, and a vigorous aura erupted from his body. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a celestial cloud. All sorts of dazzling multicolored lights lit up the void, and within this multicolored light, 7 strands of celestial aura suddenly erupted, fluttering in the air like ribbons. 7 strands of immortal qi. 7 stages of tribulation passing. Even Fangxing couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this. His eyes shone brightly. No wonder he was the only seedling that the 12 small celestial realms had high hopes for. At this age, this level of cultivation was really shocking. The others were even more shocked. They didn't even go forward to fight with the two of them. The strength they had displayed was too terrifying. The Night Clan's divine son had already revealed his determination to obtain the inheritance of the heavenly demon. However, the successor of the small celestial realm, Ominous Tao, was even more frightening. If it wasn't for the fact that the inheritance of the heavenly demon was right in front of him, this person would probably still follow the Night Clan's divine son obediently like a tortoise and refuse to show his true strength. Boom. 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 In a split second, the Night Clan's divine son and Ominous Tao had exchanged several blows. Both of them were really angry. The Night Clan's divine son was unparalleled and his demonic chi swept across the void. On the other hand, Ominous Tao had displayed his true cultivation of the 7 tribulation stage. His mana was torrential and his sword chi was unstoppable. He withstood the Night Clan's divine son's all-out attack. After more than 10 rounds, he didn't show any signs of losing. The entire void was filled with their mana. The others couldn't interfere at all. Damn it, what's that saying again? When fish and sticks are steamed, the old will benefit. While the others were immersed in this dazzling battle, Fangxing's eyes lit up. He was the first to react. He quickly glanced forward and understood what was happening. The Night Clan's divine sun and ominous Tao were fighting to the death. They were evenly matched. This was his chance. However, if he rushed forward now, he would definitely be in trouble. He was afraid that the two of them would immediately turn around and attack him. This was the reason why the fourth prince of the Kanglan Sea and the others only dared to watch from the sidelines. When a tiger and a lion were fighting for meat, would the jackal and wolf be able to take advantage of the situation? However, Fangxing naturally had his own methods. Since the two of them were fighting so fiercely, he would add fuel to the fire. With this thought in mind, he had already taken out the god-striking bow and glanced forward coldly. Countless runes appeared at the bottom of his eyes. He scanned the void and saw all the restrictions in the air. Then, he gritted his teeth and shot out several rays of divine light. Whoosh! 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 The rays of divine light pierced through the air and hit different spots in the void. Then, the most powerful restrictions hidden in the void were triggered at almost the same time. Demon gods, strange pythons, and vortexes of demonic aura erupted at the same time. The first to bear the brunt were the Night Clan's divine sun and ominous Tao who were fighting in the void. Before the two of them could react, they were suddenly drowned by the devil chi that suddenly erupted. They roared in anger and did their best to protect themselves. At this moment, Fangxing flew forward and stared at the heavenly demon head. Since I saw it first, it must be mine. There were all kinds of restrictive spells in the underground palace, but they weren't the kind that completely blocked people from entering. To a certain extent, it could be understood that this underground palace was originally a place for fated people to enter. This could be confirmed by the fact that the bronze door at the entrance was half opened. Moreover, most of the restrictive spells in the underground palace were hidden. If someone was hostile or triggered the murderous intent in the underground palace, all the restrictive spells would be activated and the intruder would be killed in the underground palace. The genuine immortal who intruded into this place was killed by this kind of restrictive spell. However, if there was no such reason, one could still enter. Along the way, Fangxing was afraid that he would really trigger the great danger in the underground palace and lose his life. Therefore, he only triggered some small restrictive spells and let the divine son of the Night Clan and the others get busy. However, now that it was about the inheritance of the heavenly demon, he didn't hold back anymore. He directly shot the god-striking bow randomly in the underground palace and triggered all the restrictive spells in the surroundings. This time, it was really lively. The huge void trembled at the same time. It felt like the sky was spinning and the earth was going to be destroyed. Even though the divine son of the Night Clan had heaven-defying strength and the descendant of the small celestial world had a tyrannical cultivation, they had nowhere to escape from the power of the restrictive spells. Even the fourth prince of the Kanglan Sea, young divine King Ao Gu and the others turned pale with fright. They covered their heads and ran away, trying their best to protect themselves. While Fangxing took advantage of this time and rushed towards the head of the heavenly demon, rumble, the power of the restrictive spells and the illusionary demons didn't care who the intruder was. Even Fangxing was caught in it. Even though he tried his best to fly along the edge, he was still targeted. Several sharp demonic swords stabbed towards him. At this moment, Fangxing was already tensed up. He knew that the opportunity was fleeting and he couldn't care less. He had already performed his unfettered body movement technique to the extreme. His whole body seemed to have turned into hundreds of figures. They seemed real but not real, illusory but not illusory as he rushed forward. This scum actually wants to take advantage of us, damn it. Fu Shanzi was the first to react and shouted angrily. When the divine son of the Night Clan was fighting for the inheritance of the heavenly devil, he didn't dare to compete with him. When the successor of the small immortal realm fought for it, he also didn't dare to get involved. But now that he saw that Fangxing wanted to fight for the inheritance of the heavenly devil, he immediately refused to agree. He didn't like Fangxing from the start. Now that he was a human, how could he steal from the hands of the divine son of the Night Clan? Even if he didn't have the qualifications to snatch the inheritance, he was confident that he could stop Fangxing. With a roar, he leaped into the void and swung his giant axe at Fangxing. With a boom, an amazing force shot out thousands of feet and split a void crack in the sky, which was visible to the naked eye. It went straight for Fangxing's back. The force of the axe was like a tide, crashing into the void. This inheritance isn't something you can take. Leave it. Huami and Fu Shanzi thought of the same thing and snorted coldly. Their white robes fluttered and suddenly spread out, as if they had turned into a white cloud in an instant, covering the sky and the sun. Under the white robes, there was a sudden ear-piercing buzzing sound. Countless fist-sized bees flew out from under the white robes. Each of them was shining with a metallic luster, and their stingers were shining with a cold light. They rushed forward and stabbed the figure that Feng Xing had transformed into. Haha, the human race should be slaves for life. How dare you compete with the master? Even Li Hua, the life-severing little saint from the Frost Earth tribe, who was usually taciturn, opened his mouth at this moment. He was usually quiet and never spoke to Feng Xing. However, at this moment, he suddenly revealed his deeply concealed hatred for the human tribe. He suddenly leaned forward and spat out a mouthful of blue flames. Unlike ordinary flames, the flames he spat out were extremely cold. Almost from the moment he spat out the flames, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped countless times. Frost flowers that could be seen with the naked eye froze the void and rapidly extended towards Feng Xing. Is this necessary? How dare you kill him? Even the 4 Kanglan Sea monarchs and young divine King Ao Gu's expressions changed and became extremely gloomy. They naturally understood why these 3 people wanted to stop Feng Xing to fish in troubled waters. But no matter what, they never imagined that these 3 people's methods were exactly the same, and they were actually so brutal. They didn't hesitate to kill in order to stop Feng Xing, and they didn't have the slightest intention of taking Feng Xing as one of their own. After all, they were also living beings of heaven origin. They had only become minor saints after submitting to the divine court. To a certain extent, their status was the same as Feng Xing's. Therefore, when they saw the divine court's living beings being so cruel, they felt extremely uncomfortable. A thought quickly flashed through his mind. Should he help Feng Xing at this moment? However, he was still a little hesitant. If he took action now, it would undoubtedly be equivalent to falling out with the divine race. It was not worth it. However, it was also at this moment that Feng Xing's explosive shout dispelled his bewilderment, and he forcefully suppressed this thought. Ha 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 ha, you dare to kill me? Feng Xing, who was rushing towards the void ahead, had to defend against the obstruction of the restrictive formation in front of him and the joint attack of the 3 divine court minor saints behind him. It could be said that he was in a dilemma. Even if his strength was twice as strong, he would not be able to resolve this situation calmly. However, no one expected that he did not even try to resolve it. After letting out a wild laugh, he continued to rush forward. He did not understand the attack of the 3 experts behind him at all. It was as if he was risking his life. This devil wants to gamble with his life? The faces of Fu Shanzi, Huami and Li Hua darkened at the same time. This thought flashed across their minds. Their original intention was to attack Feng Xing at all costs and force him to turn back to save himself. After all, they knew Feng Xing's strength. He was not a weakling. No matter what, he should have the ability to protect his own life. However, no one expected that he would completely ignore them as if he was risking his life. Moreover, the roar that he let out made the 3 people think of a problem. They were still relying on the devil to lead them into the underground palace to seize the divine item that the divine lord wanted. What if he died here? If the devil really died in their hands, it would mean that they had ruined the divine lord's mission. At the thought of this, their hearts were filled with fear. The killing intent in their hearts was suddenly reduced by half. Swoosh! Li Hua, who was spitting out a strange cold flame, retracted his breath. The frost that filled the sky also melted in an instant. The strange bees that were flying all over the sky and pouncing forward also stopped in the void following Huami thoughts. Only Fu Shanzi, who was filled with hatred, did not have the slightest intention to retract the axe's power. He thought bitterly, I don't believe that you're not afraid of death. However, just as his axe's power was about to strike behind Feng Xing, young divine King Ao Gu also suddenly made his move. With a flap of his silver wings, silver waves of wind appeared in the air, rumbled and swept over, dissolving the axe's power in midair and colliding with the surrounding restrictions. A wave of demonic aura appeared, completely cutting off their connection with Feng Xing. For a moment, even the shadow of the devil could not be seen. Fu Shanzi suddenly became furious and glared fiercely at young divine King Ao Gu. Don't look at me like that. Young divine King Ao Gu didn't care at all. He said indifferently, "How dare you bet your life with him? If he dies under your axe, it will be a great loss. But you've ruined the Divine Lord's mission. Do you think your Ox Demon clan can get away with it?" "Humph." Fu Shanzi glared hatefully at young Divine King Aogu, but did not refute. On the other hand, Fang Xing had relied on his own courage to take a gamble and shake off the attacks of Fu Shanzi and the others, allowing him to smoothly charge forward. Even though the energy of the restriction before him was enormous and chaotic, he'd pushed the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror and unfettered movement technique to the limit, and the trajectories of the various undercurrents and flows of Devil Chi were all clear to him in an instant. Moreover, the unfettered movement technique that was already profound to the extreme even allowed him to move through space as he pleased, and he brushed past various dangers by a hair's breadth, causing it to be extremely beautiful. At this time, the divine son of the Night Clan and the descendant of the small immortal world had already stabilized their figures in the void. With their cultivation base, they quickly saw Fang Xing's ethereal figure flying towards the demonic head. How could they not understand what had just happened? In their anger, they roared and rushed towards him. But in terms of strength, they might be stronger than Fang Xing. If they were competing in the void under normal circumstances, they probably wouldn't lose to Fang Xing with their strength. But in such a dangerous area, their movement technique was far inferior to Fang Xing's unfettered movement technique. The more they chased, the slower they became, and it was impossible for them to stop Fang Xing. Ha 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 ha. While the divine son of the Night Clan and the successor of the small celestial realm, Ominous Tao, Fang Xing was the first to rush to the side of the demon head. Then, he opened his arms and pounced on the sparkling left eye that was shooting out a shocking divine light. The left eye was already huge, and when he got closer, it looked like a small mountain. Fang Xing's posture was not very elegant. From afar, it looked like a shrunken toad pouncing on a huge watermelon. He hugged it tightly and laughed loudly, looking extremely proud of himself. How could this be? The divine son of the Night Clan and the descendant of the small immortal world were deeply disappointed and indignant. In front of them, Fang Xing's laughter was heard. He was extremely proud of himself, only after a few breaths of time did they suddenly realize something. At the same time, Fang Xing's indignant voice was heard, "Damn it. How can we take the inheritance?" Only when he hugged the eye and laughed triumphantly did Fang Xing realize an awkward problem. How the hell was he supposed to get the inheritance? This eye was incomparably huge, like it was made of jade, emitting a faint divine light. It was embedded in the demon's head. It could be said to be as big as a small mountain. Although it was said that when the demon eye opened, it symbolized the birth of the heavenly demon's inheritance, and everyone risked their lives to fight for it, what happened after that? Fang Xing had managed to snatch it, and he had even hugged the eye. Although his posture was inelegant, like a toad lying on a huge jade ball, he had hugged it after all. It was just that after hugging it, he realized that he couldn't move it. He wanted to use his divine ability to refine it, but he couldn't, and there wasn't any mystical light descending from the sky. He was completely at a loss for what to do. There seemed to be no other way but to continue hugging it. For a moment, Fang Xing was embarrassed and annoyed. He hastily tried all kinds of methods to test it. Praying for the inheritance to descend, sprinkling blood, burning talismans, chanting spells, and even using the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror to appraise it were all useless. If he prayed, there was no reaction from the eye. If he sprinkled blood, it would directly slide down the surface of the jade. Burning talismans and chanting spells were even more useless. Even if he used the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror to appraise it, there was a problem. Ever since he entered the underground palace, the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror, which had always been successful, became dead silent when he approached the eye. No matter how he tried, he could not activate it. This was the most embarrassing thing in the world. He can't open the inheritance. The divine son of the Night Clan and the descendant of the small celestial realm also realized this problem. The descendant of the small celestial realm was in despair when he saw Fang Xing rush to the side of the demon eye. His aura dropped bit by bit. He looked at the divine son of the Night Clan with shame and fear in his eyes. He hesitated for a while and almost wanted to apologize. But when he realized that Fang Xing couldn't refine the demon eye, his aura suddenly rose and he rushed toward the demon head like a cloud. The divine son of the Night Clan also gnashed his teeth in hatred. He spread his wings and flew toward the demon head. Damn it, I spent so much effort only to get nothing in the end? Fang Xing clenched his teeth in hatred. The veins on his forehead bulged and a layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. Hung Long Long, two extremely powerful auras rushed in this direction from afar, practically sweeping up the entire void. Fang Xing knew that he couldn't deal with these two people. Whether it was the divine son of the Night Clan or the descendant of the small celestial realm, Fierce Tao, who had been pretending to be weak, they were not easy to deal with. Moreover, the first thing these two people would do when they rushed over was to deal with him. This question immediately shocked and angered him. A wave of ruthlessness rose from the bottom of his heart. Damn it, if I can't get it, then don't even think about getting it. As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, his face suddenly darkened, and it was terrifyingly gloomy. He pressed his arms against the devil eye, and then he leaped up from the devil eye. He spun in midair and summoned an enormous devil sword. After that, sword chi surged and was extremely piercingly cold. His cultivation was pushed to the limit, and a devil cloud appeared behind him before he slashed out fiercely. The monster sword stabbed toward the demon eye. Since I can't get the inheritance, then I'll just stab him blind. No one else can get it. No, don't you dare. When the divine son of the Night Clan and the descendant of the small celestial realm saw this scene, they were so scared that their bodies stiffened. Where did this demon get the courage to do such a rebellious thing? However, no matter how anxious they were, they had already reached their limit. It was impossible for them to rush over and stop Fang Xing. To them, they could only watch helplessly as the audacious demon turned around confidently in midair and pulled out a sword filled with dense demon energy. Then, with a ruthless smile on his face, he stabbed it toward the demon eye. Ding! The moment that crisp sound rang out, everyone's hearts were in their throats. They watched helplessly as the sword stabbed down. It was no less than stabbing their hearts. However, a surprising scene appeared. The power of Fang Xing's sword was so terrifying, but it actually didn't pierce the eye. There was only a crisp sound, and then the entire demon sword was swept away. When they looked at the eye again, not a single mark was left on it, so sturdy? Even Fang Xing was stunned for a moment. Then, he quickly raised his sword and was about to slash again. Right now, he was at the third stage of the passing calamity stage. His sword could cut through iron like cutting through tofu, but it couldn't even hurt an eye. However, just as he was about to slash the eye a second time, he was suddenly attracted by a strange buzzing sound around him. When his sword landed on the demon eye, it wasn't completely ineffective. Although it didn't hurt the demon eye, it seemed to have startled it. A strange buzzing sound came from the depths of the void. It was hard to hear, but it felt intermittent. When one listened carefully, it didn't seem to exist, but when one didn't listen carefully, the buzzing became louder and louder, attacking one's mind. Even Fang Xing put down his sword. He felt an inexplicable sense of panic when he heard this buzzing sound. The divine son of the Night Clan and the descendant of the immortal realm also stopped. They also sensed the existence of the rumbling sound. They stood in the air in a daze, especially the divine son of the Night Clan. He seemed to be more sensitive to the rumbling sound. At this moment, his face revealed a painful expression. He forcefully covered his ears and shook his head violently. He seemed to be unable to control himself. Whoosh! Fang Xing was also in a daze. Then, he suddenly sensed something and turned around to look. What he saw shocked him greatly, and he broke out in a cold sweat. That huge demonic eye was still open, and the divine light was clear. However, what was different from before was that the demonic eye seemed to have some sort of intelligence. In the depths of the demonic eye, the pupils had contracted, and there was not the slightest bit of emotion as they stared at him with extreme coldness. F***ck, Fang Xing subconsciously put away the demon sword and put on the appearance of an obedient child. He kowtowed to the demon eye respectfully. He dared to stab the demon eye just now because he thought the demon eye was dead. But now that the demon eye was looking at him, he felt that the demon eye seemed to have a trace of intelligence. Then there was no time to tremble. He had to act like a grandson. However, it seemed like there was no use in pretending to be a grandson. The pupils of the demonic eye contracted, and its gaze was like a needle as it stared at Fang Xing. That needle seemed to have pierced straight into his mind, straight into his consciousness, and pierced into the depths of his spirit. This feeling also caused his entire body to become unbearably painful. His body began to tremble involuntarily, and his head felt like it was going to split open. 3,000 feet of white hair, sweeping across the universe. Holding the sword to ask the heavenly Tao, stepping on the 33. Just as his head was about to split open, a strange feeling welled up in him. The chaotic rumbling actually became a lot clearer at this moment. He could even hear some voices and some words from within the rumbling. The rumbling sounds were scriptures that were chanted using a special method. It was just that he couldn't tell what they were. Now that the demonic eye glanced at him, although it made his entire spirit feel like it was about to split open, it also triggered some sort of mystery in him and allowed him to hear these contents. But what he heard was, after all, only a few words. The content contained in the rumbling was too cumbersome and complicated. It was impossible for him to hear everything in a short period of time. More information merged with something in his mind, yin-yang god and demon mirror. The first treasure that Fangxing obtained on his path of cultivation seemed to have awakened at this time. It was carrying out some kind of strange communication with the demon head. At the same time, it was also undergoing some mysterious changes. The rumbling was like a strange spell to it, awakening a trace of intelligence that was sleeping in the depths of the treasure. Then, it wailed and received countless messages from the demon head. The heavenly Tao is heartless, the great Tao has a heart. After experiencing the 9 tribulations, the sin cannot be washed away, the supernatural power cannot cut the world, the right eye is destroyed, the left eye grows, the heaven and earth change, in a single thought, investiture of the gods. General selection platform, good fortune far beyond life and death, all kinds of different information poured into Fangxing's mind. Although it was complicated, he still captured a lot of useful things. Some were related to the inheritance of the heavenly demon, and some seemed to be describing ancient secrets. But the information was too much, and he could not accept it with his current cultivation of the 3rd tribulation. Just like a lake could not hold the sea, if it were not for the yin and yang fiend god mirror, he would have been burst by the huge divine thoughts of the heavenly demon. Even at this time, he had almost reached his personal limit. Rumble. After a long time, the rumbling in the air began to slowly disappear, and the world was dead silent. At this time, Fangxing was still sitting in the void, motionless for a long time, frowning like a wooden statue. At the last moment, the left eye of the heavenly demon fixed its gaze on Fangxing, and then slowly closed. The whole head of the heavenly demon also slowly sank, and soon disappeared in the vast devil chi, sinking into the 9 serenities, without a sound, and no one knew where it went. Did he get the inheritance of the heavenly demon? As the rumbling disappeared and the head of the heavenly demon fell into the 9 serenities, the minor saints of the celestial court finally came to their senses. They first looked around in panic, and when they found that the head of the heavenly demon had disappeared, they heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they saw Fangxing sitting in the void, and their eyes were more or less filled with jealousy and hatred, especially the divine son of the Night Clan and the descendant of the small celestial realm. They were jealous and hateful, and there was a strong murderous intent in their eyes. The ancient sword in the hand of the descendant of the small celestial realm was trembling slightly. Humph! The divine son of the Night Clan felt the murderous intent of the descendant of the small celestial realm, and turned to look at him coldly. Your Royal Highness Twin, I am really. The descendant of the small celestial realm was shocked, and once again returned to his cowardly appearance. He bowed to the ground with a terrified expression. You are very good. I didn't know you were so capable. The divine son of the Night Clan said coldly, and then walked towards Fangxing, who was sitting in the air with his legs crossed, with a cold expression. You are more capable. The divine son of the Night Clan hated Fangxing to the extreme. He didn't even try to hide the murderous intent in his eyes when he looked at Fangxing. He had obviously known about the existence of the heavenly demon inheritance a long time ago and had regarded it as something that belonged to him. However, he had not expected that the inheritance would eventually fall into the hands of this demon. After all, he had never taken Fangxing seriously from the beginning. At this moment, his hatred for Fangxing had surpassed that of the descendant of the small celestial realm. When he slowly walked towards Fangxing, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Some were excited, some were worried. They were afraid that the divine son of the Night Clan would tear off Fangxing's head when he walked up to him. At this moment, Fangxing was still immersed in the endless illusion and had no idea what was happening outside. He seemed to be existing in a desolate and empty world. In front of him was an extremely familiar figure in a loose white robe with silky white hair. The figure's back was facing Fangxing, but he felt extremely familiar. It seemed that the figure didn't speak, but an endless voice was transmitted to the bottom of Fangxing's heart. It was like a morning bell and evening drum, pounding on Fangxing's soul. The world is dark like a cage, the affairs of the world are complicated like punishment. Life is full of hardships, one is power, the other is love. Fangxing opened his eyes and looked at the white figure. He subconsciously smiled and said, "Hee, how should I address you, senior?" Whoosh. Fangxing originally thought that this person was a little amazing, so he asked subconsciously. However, he didn't expect that the other party would directly wave a big sleeve and hit him with a paw sound. At the same time, a cold voice came, "Let your heart speak." Fangxing was suddenly dazed after being slapped by the big sleeve. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze had become empty. That gaze was extremely pure, like that of a newborn baby. Only by washing away the trials of life can one gain a bit of enlightenment. The white figure still didn't turn around. He only asked softly, "I am willing to give you the inheritance. Do you agree?" "Of course I agree. Why wouldn't I agree if there are benefits?" Fangxing replied, blinking his eyes, appearing incomparably sincere. The figure in white shuddered and seemed to be speechless. After a while, he said, "Then do you know what my inheritance is?" Fangxing answered honestly, "I don't know, but it should be good." The white-robed figure said, "My inheritance has treasures, heavenly techniques, and my heart. I want them all." Fangxing didn't wait for him to finish and obediently took over the conversation. The white-robed figure was obviously a little helpless. He paused for a while before saying, "Since you're willing to accept my inheritance, are you willing to transcend the cage of heaven and earth, kill all the hypocritical immortals, cut off all the superfluous, break the old world, and become a new heavenly demon that can roam the universe?" Fangxing didn't even think about it and said straightforwardly, "I'm not willing." The white-robed figure choked for a moment. "Huh?" Fangxing rolled his eyes and said, "It's good to be in the cage of heaven and earth. I have food, drinks, and a wife. I haven't seen those immortals in heaven, and I have no enmity with them. Even if I have enmity with them, it'll be fine if I take revenge. Although the human world is quite annoying sometimes, who isn't like that? I'm the most annoying one. If I don't like someone, I'll just take something from them. It doesn't matter whether I become a heavenly demon or not. Anyway, I have many nicknames, so I don't mind adding the word heavenly." The white-robed figure was completely speechless this time. He was silent for a long time. Fangxing reached out his hand and said, "Hurry up and give me the inheritance." The white-robed figure suddenly became angry. He waved his big sleeve and pushed his hand away. He said with hatred, "You don't even have a demon heart, why do you need the inheritance?" With the wave of this big sleeve, Fangxing also suddenly woke up. His originally extremely pure eyes became cunning and shrewd. He first stole a glance at his surroundings, then looked at the white figure in front of him, and said in a low voice, "Senior." The white-robed figure didn't say anything and just stood there quietly. Fangxing poked his head out and whispered, "What happened just now?" The white-robed figure seemed to sigh and said lightly, "I just summoned your sincerity and asked a question." Fangxing was a little surprised. After a long time, he asked carefully, "What question?" The white-robed figure's voice was calm. "I asked if you were willing to accept my inheritance." Fangxing suddenly became a little excited. "Then what did I say?" The white-robed figure said, "You rejected me." Fangxing was very surprised when he heard this. He jumped up with a whoosh and hurriedly shouted, "How could it be? I said something wrong just now. Go and find the good fortune that originally belonged to you." But this time, before he could finish speaking, the white-robed figure had already waved his big sleeve. Fangxing was startled and only felt that the world was far away, as if he had fallen into a non-existent tunnel of nothingness. He only felt dizzy for a moment, and when he opened his eyes again, he had already returned to the real world. Vaguely, he heard the demon ancestor's careful voice coming from the depths of his heart, or the depths of his consciousness. "Io, you're here too? Hee, come, brothers, make a place for this master." In a daze, he felt that there seemed to be another existence in the fog in his sea of consciousness. "I said something wrong, I want this inheritance." However, When the Night Clan's divine son slowly walked in front of Fangxing, he was still sitting cross-legged in the void, not moving at all. It was as if he had fallen asleep, and his expression was extremely calm. However, just as the Night Clan's divine son stared at him hatefully for a long time and was about to speak, Fangxing suddenly jumped up and let out a loud roar. The Night Clan's divine son was shocked and took a few steps back with a cold expression. "What are you trying to do?" Fangxing, who had woken up in a daze, saw the Night Clan's divine son's sinister gaze the moment he opened his eyes. He was also shocked and jumped up with his arms around his chest. He took a few steps back and looked around suspiciously before confirming that he had woken up. What exactly is the inheritance of the Sky Demon? The Night Clan's divine son looked at him coldly with a cold expression and closed in on him step by step. How would I know? Fangxing was stunned for a moment. He was immediately alarmed and retreated with a vigilant look on his face. A treasure at the level of the immortal-burying demonic cloud is not something you can control. You'd better hand it over. The Night Clan's divine son's expression was cold as he continued to press forward. The secrets held by the Sky Demon are related to the life and death of the great celestial realm. They are also not in the hands of a human scum like you. You'd better hand them over to me. I will put in a good word for you in front of the Divine Master and give you credit. Otherwise. At this point, his eyes turned cold and he did not hide his murderous intent at all. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand what you're saying? Fangxing couldn't help but shout. He glared at the Night Clan's divine son, feeling a little puzzled. I think you won't give up until you see your coffin. The Night Clan's divine son was furious. He suddenly raised his hand and a monstrous demonic aura had already condensed on his palm. Damn it, do you think I'm afraid of you? Fangxing was also furious. He might lose, but he didn't want to lose. His eyes turned cold and he was about to attack. Your Highness Twin, look over there. At this time an extremely shocked voice suddenly came from afar. It was Hua Mier's shout. The Night Clan's divine son was slightly stunned. He turned his head at the same time as Fangxing. What he saw shocked him as well. After the demon head fell into the 9 serenities, the dense demonic aura in the air had become much thinner. Moreover, it was continuously falling into the depths of the 9 serenities. However, it also allowed their divine senses to explore a wider range. At this time, they suddenly discovered that on the other side of the abyss, behind the demon head, there was actually a stone bridge. It was a broken bridge. It only extended halfway into the abyss before it broke off in the middle. What was shocking was that the stone bridge was filled with an indescribable aura. They only needed to sense that aura for a moment before they felt refreshed and their thoughts became much smoother. It also lit up the surrounding area. The divine light was colorful and ethereal. Sometimes, it turned into red-crowned cranes, and at other times, it turned into a spirit turtle. White mist appeared and disappeared from time to time, celestial aura, everyone present was a proud son of heaven. As soon as they saw the stone bridge, they immediately guessed what it was. No one had expected that under the immortal burial slope, in the 9 serenities, the source of the demonic aura, there would be such an existence. The place with the densest demonic aura actually hid an immortal bridge. At the end of the immortal bridge, there was a strange stone tablet that was visible to the naked eye. The stone tablet was surrounded by mist. At first glance, there didn't seem to be anything on it. However, upon closer inspection, there seemed to be many names on it. When Zhu Xiu's attention was focused on the stone tablet, he could even feel the changes in the mist around the stone tablet. From time to time, it would turn into one figure after another and change into countless scenes. There was a golden core cultivator who killed 7 nascent souls with a single sword strike. There was an elegant young man who sat down and discussed Tao, winning against hundreds of cultivators. Countless names flickered continuously. The stone tablet seemed to contain the depth of the starry sky, as if it could contain everything. Below the stone tablet, there was a flight of stone steps that led to a cave behind the stone tablet. An indescribable amount of immortal chi was flowing out from the cave. From afar, one could tell that it was a blessed grotto heaven that had transcended the world. There were many blessed grotto heaven in the world, and various orthodoxies were competing for it. Cultivating in a good blessed grotto heaven would allow one's cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds, far surpassing cultivators of the same generation. However, the blessed grotto heaven in the entire heaven's origin world could not compare to it. I'm going in, there's something I want in there. After seeing the stone tablet and the cave, even Fangxing stopped smiling mischievously. He suddenly became extremely serious, as if he had just seen the great Tao. In an instant, a thought flashed across his mind: this is the Divine Master's ultimate goal. The divine item that determined the fate of heaven's origin world was in that cave. After seeing the stone bridge, apart from Hua Mi-er who cried out involuntarily, everyone else was stunned. They felt that their entire bodies were attracted by the stone bridge that was filled with immortal qi. At this moment, they were all reminded of the mission that they had to undertake. Although the Divine Court kept some specific details of this trip to the Pure Land a secret, the purpose of the Divine Master had long been known. They all knew that the Divine Master wanted to obtain a divine object, and the name of that divine object should be called the Investiture of the Gods. None of them had seen the godly investiture list, but for some inexplicable reason, when they saw the stone bridge, they seemed to have a feeling. If the godly investiture list really existed, then it was definitely at the end of the stone bridge, and it was definitely within the stone cave. Just looking at the rich immortal qi here made everyone shudder with fear. This could be said to be an immortal well. Even in the great immortal world, they probably wouldn't see such rich immortal qi. At this moment, they vaguely seemed to have guessed some kind of principle in the underground palace under the immortal burial slope. The demon head floating in this abyss, to a certain extent, was probably using its surging demon qi to cover up the rich immortal qi here. They even had a thought in their minds that the few immortal palaces that had escaped previously were probably here. Only those immortal palaces that represented the most powerful creation could have such rich immortal qi, right? Based on the previously known information, this was also possible. After the mysterious coffins descended, countless big shots of the Heaven Yuan sect and the Divine Court had used various methods to investigate the immortal coffins that had escaped when the mysterious coffins descended, but to no avail. The reason was very simple: the rich demon qi here had disrupted the results of their deductions, which was why they couldn't find the location of the immortal palaces. But now, the demon head seemed to have completed its mission and fell into the Nine Nether. Then this stone bridge was revealed. After the stone bridge, the strange and sacred stone tablet was revealed, as well as the cave abode. At this moment, they were all excited and somewhat unable to control themselves. It was like an ascetic monk that had finally arrived at the spiritual mountain. This kind of excitement also caused them to be stunned almost at the same time, and they looked at the stone bridge in a daze. Of course, not everyone was stunned. There were still some people who reacted quickly. Almost as soon as the stone bridge appeared, Fangxing dashed towards it with a swoosh sound. His reaction speed could only be described as lightning. He had killed the divine son of the Yi clan and the others who had seen the inheritance of the heavenly devil in seconds. This fully proved that Fangxing could react so quickly when everyone was equally shocked. He had to step onto the stone bridge and enter that cave. This was the first thought that came to Fangxing's mind when he saw the stone tablet. It was hard to describe that feeling. He did not use the yin-yang fiend god mirror to look at it, nor did he prepare everything before entering the underground palace like the Night Clan's divine son. He even knew about the inheritance of the heavenly demon. When Fangxing saw the stone tablet and the cave below it, he had an idea that there must be something very important inside. It was extremely important. If he had to describe it, it could be said that it was a little bit of sharp talent that he had developed after being a bandit for so many years. It was also because of this that he made up his mind immediately. Before anyone could react, he had already rushed out. Swoosh! A black ray of light rushed straight towards the stone bridge that was suspended in midair, brimming with enthusiasm. Oh no! Even the Night Clan's divine son was shocked and subconsciously reached out to pull Fangxing. However, after Fangxing saw the stone bridge, his enthusiasm was too shocking. Before the Night Clan's divine son could grab him, Fangxing had already rushed out hundreds of feet away. The Night Clan's divine son's first thought was to immediately catch up to Fangxing and pull him back. However, he quickly remembered the Master God's instructions and forcefully stopped his steps. He only looked at Fangxing coldly. He could not get close to the stone bridge and the divine item behind it. However, things did not go smoothly for the enthusiastic Fangxing. He was the first to react and was also the first to rush towards the stone bridge. However, just as he approached the stone bridge, a warning sign suddenly rose in his heart. His body that was rushing forward suddenly retracted, and without any hesitation, he somersaulted a few times before fleeing backwards. Even after fleeing for a few hundred feet, he still had a bewildered expression on his face. Swoosh! 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 At the place where he had just stepped, rays of sword light suddenly appeared and intertwined in the void. They were slowly disappearing. Those sword lights were also imbued with dense celestial chi, and their power was extremely terrifying. With a light slash, even the void was cut open. I can't go up. There are actually restrictions. Fangxing's expression changed. He only felt a chill on his neck and felt a little relieved after surviving a disaster. It was understandable that the heavenly demon was in charge of the underground palace just now, and it was understandable that there were restrictions everywhere. However, he did not expect that the stone bridge had already appeared, and the heavenly demon's head had already fallen into the nine nether. Even the surrounding devil chi had begun to become fainter and fainter, and the restrictions had lost their source and began to weaken. However, he did not expect that there would be such a powerful restriction around the stone bridge that had just appeared. If he had not reacted quickly and jumped back, he would have been dismembered by the sword chi. After retreating, he took a look and was also shocked. Around the stone bridge, following his reckless rush, a large array had appeared. At the front was a stone door, and behind the stone door, there were 4 pillars and 8 corners. There were yellow-robed strongmen with long swords in their hands. They were wearing yellow robes and had no noses or mouths. The positions they occupied were connected to each other, and they were faintly facing each other. It seemed that those sword lights were from these strongmen. At this time, they were also gradually disappearing and hiding in the void. However, in the void around the stone bridge, there was a terrible killing intent released. Such an area actually occupied a full area of 10 miles, and what he had just stepped into was just the edge. Immortal Execution Array? After scanning it with the Yin-Yang God and Demon Mirror, the answer appeared in Fangxing's mind. Around the stone bridge was a large array powered by immortal chi. It was extremely terrifying. Not to mention him, even a perfected immortal would not be able to break through. He felt relieved. He thought that it was normal for a great fortune like the stone bridge to be guarded by a large array. It would be strange if it allowed people to easily cross. Although this array was powerful, the array's eyes were all occupied by the yellow-robed strongmen. This was a kind of magic treasure. Although it was terrifying, in terms of power, it was incomparable to a real cultivator's. Moreover, this immortal execution array was not a battle array that was bent on killing people, but a defensive array that was set up here to prevent some accidents. It was probably also intended to test the ability of those who entered the array. As long as you had the ability to pass through the array, you would be qualified to set foot on the stone bridge. If you didn't have the ability, you'd better leave. In other words, most of its power was used to prevent some creatures from breaking in. However, as long as you met the rules of the stone bridge, you could pass through the array. Breaking through the entire formation and just passing through the formation were 2 completely different concepts. Help me. With the help of the Yin-Yang God and Demon Mirror, Fangxing quickly saw through this problem. He took a deep breath and looked at the Yi Clan God and others with a smile. Although he couldn't jump onto the stone bridge at once, he wasn't worried. After calming down, he realized that this stone bridge was different from the Heavenly Devil Inheritance. The Heavenly Devil Inheritance was obviously something that could be fought for, but this stone bridge was their ultimate goal. In other words, this was the main reason why the Divine Lord had conferred him the title of Minor Saint. This was because this was where the legendary divine object with spiritual nature was located. The divine clan creatures wouldn't dare to approach it rashly, for their aura would alarm the divine object. Who knew what would happen then? Perhaps the defensive immortal execution array would suddenly become a killing array, or the divine object inside would directly escape. In short, no matter what the outcome was, the divine court would never accept it. In other words, they had to protect him as he stepped onto the stone bridge. With their help, he could use the Yin-Yang God and Demon Mirror to study the transformation of the array door of the sword array. At most, he would just have to kowtow a few times to show his sincerity. He reckoned that it wouldn't be difficult for him to pass through this sword array and step onto the stone bridge. Should we help him to step onto the stone bridge? After hearing what he said, all the minor saints present had a strange expression on their faces. When they saw the stone bridge, everyone's thought was to hurry up and go up first. They couldn't let anyone snatch it from them, but on second thought, they had no choice but to admit that they could only send him up. Needless to say, the minor saints of the divine clan were not qualified to step onto the stone bridge at all. As for the descendants of the small immortal world, ominous Tao, fourth prince of the Xianxia, young divine king Ao Gu of the primitive bone palace, they each had their own problems. The descendants of the small immortal world, ominous Tao, were born in an extraterritorial place, so they didn't have the blessing of Tianyuan at all. The fourth prince of the Xianxia had it, but it was said that ever since the Xianxia participated in the battle between the true gods, they were cursed by the sages and their Xianxia's blessing was taken away by the sages. As for the primitive bone palace, although they were born and bred in Tianyuan, they had always been against the human clan, so they couldn't take the blessing of the immortals at all. In that case, only Fangxing was qualified to step onto the stone bridge among them. He felt wronged and regretful, so he looked at the divine son of the Yi clan. Without the concealment of the demonic qi, the immortal qi would be exposed. It would attract the attention of some big shots very soon. In order to avoid trouble, he had to make a decision quickly. But strangely, the divine son of the Yi clan was not angry when he saw Fangxing's beaming face. The divine son of the Yi clan waved at Fangxing calmly and said softly, "Don't worry, you don't have to go through this trial. Come back and listen to my orders." "You don't want me to go through it?" Fangxing was stunned for a moment, then he sneered, "Then who else can you find? Aren't you afraid of scaring away the divine item? After all, you are still a little weak." The divine son of the Yi clan smiled as if he had a card up his sleeve. Then, he turned around and cupped his fists. "Greetings, little Lord Xianxia." Little Lord Xianxia? Everyone present was shocked when they heard this name, and then they hurriedly turned their heads to look. In order to obtain this divine item that was related to the destiny of Tianyuan, the divine master had conferred 12 little sage fruit seeds and summoned the geniuses of both the god and human races. His original intention was to confer 12 little sages, but because of the deaths of Zhao Yatong, Zhang Sun Qinglu, and the other geniuses of the human race, the divine master could not gather 12 little sages. Thus, the divine master simply decided not to confer 12 little sages. In the end, he chose 11 little sages. They were the god races Yi clan's twin gods, the ox demon clan's Fu Shanzi, the Zhe clan's goddess Hua Mi the frost earth clan's patriarch Li Hua, the nether clan's descendant Tai Yuan, the dark clan's descendant Tai Yuan, the azure billows sea's fourth prince Ao Kuang, the god race's descendant Fierce Dao, the primordial bone palace's young divine king Ao Gu, and the last pure human genius, the sky-reaching little sage Fangxing. In order to comfort the leader of the Bone Clan, the divine son of the Bone Clan, Pafeng, was conferred the position of Little Lord even though he had died. The others were fine, but the little Lord Xiongtian hadn't shown up yet, not to mention Fangxing. Even the other little lords of the divine court were guessing who the last little lord was, but this person had hidden his identity too well. No one except the divine son of the Night clan knew his identity. They only knew that this person had an extraordinary identity. The reason why the divine son of the Night clan's plan had gone so smoothly was largely due to this person, but now, they hadn't expected that this person would suddenly show up. As the divine son of the Yi clan bowed, all the divine court little saints and Fangxing turned their heads in shock. They were shocked to find that in the darkness behind them, on the stone steps that they had used to break through the restrictive formation, a tall and thin man was slowly walking out. The man was draped in a pale golden turtle robe, and his expression was cold and aloof. He wore a collar of crane feathers around his neck. He seemed to be moving slowly, but his speed was surprisingly fast. His figure seemed to have stirred the void, and he stepped into the void of this domain with an oppressive aura. "Greetings, Your Highness Twin." "Greetings, little lords." The newcomer was very humble. He bowed at the divine son of the Night clan, then cupped his fist at the other little saints of the divine court. That one action and one sentence caused a strange expression to appear on Zhu Shou's face. He was deeply shocked. This person's identity was too. Gu He. The moment Fangxing saw this person, his eyebrows furrowed into a knot. He never expected to see this person. He had suspected many people to be the little Saint Xiongtian, including Jiang Wendao, the Fox Fairy, and even LV Fengxian, who had no good impression of the cultivation world. However, he never expected that the little Saint Xianxia would be the one he felt was the least likely to be the little Saint Xianxia. What a brilliant move! Suddenly, he figured it out and couldn't help but clap his hands. After getting the answer and thinking about it further, he suddenly felt that everything was reasonable. Gu He, who was the least likely to be the little Saint Xianxia, had done the most beneficial thing for the God clan. Because he had always been the most suspicious of the God clan, he was able to lead the other people's suspicious opinions. That was why the Alliance of Immortals gave him the great responsibility of monitoring the God clan. It was also because he had always been on the opposite side of the God clan that the Alliance of Immortals finally sent 1,000 immortal soldiers to monitor the divine court. And because of his command, these 1,000 immortal soldiers were buried in the depths of the battlefield of gods and demons, becoming the sacrifice for the little saints of the divine court to temporarily resist the power of the immortal burying demonic cloud. All of these things were actually secretly promoted by Gu He. However, on the surface, he was the cleanest person. Even after he left this place in the future, he would still be the cleanest person. Because all these things had proved that his initial attitude was correct. On the contrary, those who initially opposed him were now suspected of colluding with the divine court. Brilliant. The more I think about it, the more I feel that you guys are really amazing. Fengxing clapped his hands and repeatedly praised them. His attitude seemed very sincere. Hehe, Heavenly Young Lord is too polite. I hope you can forgive me for my previous disrespect. At this time, Gu He put away his usual majestic and murderous aura and said with a smile. When did you accept the divine decree? Fengxing tilted his head and asked, I remember that you haven't left the Pure Land during this period of time. When Her Royal Highness Twin stepped into the Pure Land and chased after the remnants of Tian Yuan. Gu He smiled and said frankly, at that time, in order to pursue Xiaoxitu and LV Fengxian, who were ranked third among the 7 villains of Tian Yuan, Her Royal Highness Twin broke into the Pure Land and defeated many experts of the ancient race. She even seriously injured Xiaoxitu and Nie Qianhong. As the leader of the ancient race, of course, I couldn't just sit back and watch, so I fought with her. In the end, we were evenly matched. Her Royal Highness Twin quite appreciated me and recommended me to the Divine Master. I was conferred the title of Heavenly Young Lord of the Divine Court and was responsible for recovering the Pure Land. There is one more thing that I can tell you. The Divine Master did intend to choose a Divine King from the human cultivators. The Divine Son of the Night Clan lightly said, however, the one he chose was not anyone else, but Mr. Gu He. The request that we put forward in the Immortal Alliance is also true. The Divine Court will leave Tian Yuan sooner or later, and the Boundless Star Field is our foundation. At that time, Tian Yuan will naturally need a Divine King to manage it for the Divine Master, and Mr. Gu He is the future Divine King. Gu He smiled when he heard this. He looked at the stone bridge in front of him and said calmly, and in the depths of the stone bridge, there is a divine object. It is the great merit that I have to make for the Divine Master. Only with this object will I be qualified to sit on the Divine King's throne. Then why did you ask me? I should have asked him to show up just now. Fengxing looked at the two people's calm and even appreciative expressions. He couldn't hold it in anymore. Because in the future, the immortal king of the human clan will have to convince the masses. He can't be hated by the creatures of the heavenly origin realm. Therefore, nominally, the person who will help us get this god item can't be Mr. Gu He. The Divine Son of the Night Clan answered calmly, in any case, you are almost the target of the public's criticism. You don't have to worry about being accused of another crime, do you? As for what happened just now, to be honest, when we first entered the underground palace, I didn't know if there would be any danger. Therefore, it is most suitable for you to explore the way first, and Mr. Gu He can come later. If there is a disaster, you should be the first to face it. Until now, we don't need you to explore the way anymore. That's a good idea, Fengxing nodded his head. He understood what the Divine Son of the Night Clan was referring to. He was just a shield to divert the anger of the living beings of Tian Yuan. He was also a substitute to deal with the tribulations when he first entered the underground palace. In fact, if he did not have the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror, which allowed him to distinguish the strength of the restrictive spells, he would have most likely encountered great danger. At that time, the living beings of the God Clan would not really protect him. they would only push him to his death. Anyway, they still had the little Lord Xianxia in their hands. Thank you for your hard work along the way, Heavenly Sage. Mr. Gu, he will take care of the last part. The eyes of the divine son of the Night Clan also shone with a hint of ruthlessness, as if he had finally let out a long breath. Did you arrange this, or did the divine master arrange it? Fangxing suddenly raised his voice and asked coldly. The divine master only wants the god item, so he doesn't care about these details. The divine son of the Night Clan sneered. However, since I am in charge of this, I have to make reasonable arrangements. Among the living beings of the human clan, whoever obtains the god item will have the merit to be conferred the title of king. It is not suitable for you to complete this great merit. After all, even though I don't know what you did to win the trust of the divine master, do you really think that the other divine kings are fools? Before I came to the Pure Land, I was warned by the 3 divine kings to be careful of you, lest you ruin the plan. I could have been the one to complete this great merit, but now you have given it to someone else. Fangxing suddenly looked annoyed. He said angrily, just because the other divine kings don't trust me? The saints of the divine court were slightly taken aback by his anger. All sorts of emotions surged in their eyes. From their point of view, Fangxing did have the right to be angry. They did not understand Fangxing's true thoughts. They only felt that this demon had already offended all the orthodoxies of Heaven's Yuan dynasty for the sake of the divine court. Although he was a hateful person, he had always been sincerely working for the divine master. Now that he was about to make a great contribution, he would have to hand it over to someone else in the end. He would only end up as a scapegoat. No one would feel good about this. However, the divine son of the Night Clan's reply was unexpectedly cold. So what if I am? Boom, Zhu Xiu's heart trembled. He could tell that the divine son of the Night Clan was really going to fall out with him. Haha, you're just a slave of the human clan. I'm just making the best use of you. Do you really think you're something? Fu Shanzi was already full of hatred for Fangxing. He laughed loudly and took a few steps forward. He shouted at him, "Get out of here. Know your place. Since you're no longer useful, you should just be an obedient piece of trash. If you dare to talk nonsense and stop us from obtaining the divine item for the divine master, I will take action first and get rid of you for the divine palace." You dare to call me trash? Fangxing suddenly looked up and stared coldly at his face. Fu Shanzi's heart trembled for a moment, and he subconsciously took a step back. In reality, he only wanted to have a good time with his words, but he did not really think that Fangxing was trash. After all, although this guy was annoying, his ability was not to be underestimated. Although you're not trash, you're no longer useful. The divine son of the Night Clan was not afraid of Fangxing. He took a few steps forward and said calmly, "Get out of my way. Don't force me to kill you. I've heard about your past in Heaven Yuan. Haha, others say that you're a demon, a genius. But to me, you're just a child who's been spoiled by the orthodoxies of Heaven Yuan. You'd better know your place, you're wrong about that." Fangxing's heart was filled with endless anger, but his expression was calm. Not only did he not move out of the way, but he took a few steps forward and stood in front of the immortal slaying spell in front of the stone bridge. He said calmly, "I was not spoiled by Tian Yuan, King fought my way up." Suddenly, his aura surged and he waved his demonic sword. "Whether it's Heaven Yuan or the Divine Palace, try and bully me." He actually drew his sword against him. Fangxing's actions shocked everyone present, and all of them looked at him with complicated gazes. Under such circumstances, everyone thought that Fangxing should admit defeat. Otherwise, what else could he do? Even if he was favored by the Divine Palace, the Night Clan's divine son was the leader in this diplomatic mission. Although the Night Clan's divine son acted on his own initiative, he was still doing things for the Divine Master. Even the Divine Master might not be able to reprimand him. Moreover, with the Night Clan's divine son's terrifying strength, Fangxing alone was no match for him, let alone Gu He. Even young Divine King Ao Gu felt that he had lost and was considering whether he should fight for the item. It could be said that although the Night Clan's divine child was particularly ruthless, if Fangxing admitted defeat at this moment, others would not think that he was a coward. On the contrary, it would be a smart move. In the face of absolute power, What else could he do other than lower his head and admit defeat? But no one expected that this guy who had been keeping a low profile recently would explode in anger at this moment. Without a word, he drew his sword against him with murderous intent. Wasn't he courting death? How dare you stop me from obtaining the divine item for the divine master? You're clearly courting death. The Night Clan's divine son was the first to speak, seemingly angered by Fangxing's disrespect. He had been tolerating Fangxing all along the way, thinking that he was just a clown. It was only because he was still useful and he was indeed favored by the divine master that he tolerated him. But now, his patience had come to an end. Usually, he wouldn't dare to kill Fangxing so that he wouldn't be punished by the divine master. But now? This was the crucial moment when he was about to obtain the divine item that the divine master needed. I couldn't kill you in the past, but can't I kill you now? I'll give you 3 breaths to get out of my way. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding our friendship. The Night Clan's divine son's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His gaze was sinister, but he still spoke coldly. After all, the celestial court had been too kind to this demon back then. He hesitated. It was better not to kill him if he could. Your Highness, twin princes, there is no need to waste words with this brat. He dares to ruin the Godmaster's great plan. This child deserves to die 10,000 times over. The divine son of the Night Clan hesitated, but the person next to him did not. The sun-treading little saint and the Ox Demon clan's Xianxia had long disliked Fangxing. The old and new enmity came together, and he wanted to kill Fangxing. However, he had to endure it because of his identity. Now that he had the chance, how could he endure it? He was the first to jump up. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he gripped his giant axe with both hands and ruthlessly swung it at him. The wind from the axe swept up a wave of murderous aura, and the entire void seemed to be split in half by his axe. You are the ones who ruined the Godmaster's great plan. This is not my style, Fangxing shouted coldly. When he saw Xianxia of the Ox Demon clan attack, not only did he not have any intention of dodging, but he also met the attack head-on. He took 9 steps in the air and mysteriously arrived above Xianxia. Not only did he dodge the axe, he even closed in on Xianxia. Then, he pressed down with his palm, and using the force of his hand pressing down on the air, he flipped high into the air. He turned around and slashed with his sword. The edge of the sword was piercingly cold, and it carried a fiendish aura that seemed to come from hell as it slashed at Xianxia's neck. Demon, I will repay the humiliation I suffered at the foot of the pilgrimage mountain today. After all, Xianxia of the Ox Demon clan was not an ordinary person. Back at the Kuaiji mountain, he and the Child of Lightning were the vanguards. At that time, he had the boldness to kill Taoist masters as if he was mowing grass. His strength was also between the 3rd and 4th heavens of the tribulation realm for human cultivators. Although he had suffered a great loss at the hands of Fangxing at the foot of the pilgrimage mountain, he never thought that he was weaker than Fangxing. Moreover, this hatred had been accumulated for a long time. At this moment, it exploded. He suddenly stepped on the air and swung his giant axe. Boom! 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 A tumultuous battle suddenly unfolded in the sky above the abyss. Xianxia was full of hatred, but Fangxing was also full of anger. For a while, they were evenly matched. Lowly human, how dare you fight against the celestial race? Xianxia of the Ox Demon clan was also getting angrier as the battle went on. His original intention was to kill Fangxing quickly, but he did not expect this kid to be so difficult to deal with. Now, in front of all the divine court minor saints, he did not want to fight with Fangxing for hundreds of rounds. Thinking of this, the ferocity in his heart had completely erupted. The hatred that was born to be hostile to human cultivators was boiling in his heart. With a roar, he swung his giant axe and forced Fangxing to retreat. Then, with a shake of his body, he turned into a giant bull as big as a mountain. His true form was actually a bit bigger than little divine King Ao Gu, clearly resembling a mountain, with a length of 3 miles and a height of no less than 2 miles. If it weren't for the fact that this void was extremely vast, his true form would have been enough to break through the dome of the sky. Moo! With a loud roar that sounded like it came from hell, the giant bull stomped on the void and rushed over. It was not without reason that the Divine Lord had given him the saint title of sun-treading little saint. As his forehoofs stamped, countless ripples appeared in the void. Just the momentum alone was enough to make a Yuanian cultivator lose his balance. As it ran faster and faster, it gathered all its strength, its red demonic eyes lowered, and its two axe-like horns also rushed over. The experts of the Ox Demon clan had used this pair of horns to break through countless stars. Haha, oxen are used to plow the fields. Fangxing looked at the giant bull, and his eyes were dazed for a moment. Then, he laughed and withdrew the devil chi. He stretched his hand to his mouth and took a deep breath. Then, he took a deep breath. Pai pai pa pa, his body expanded endlessly with this breath. Almost in the blink of an eye, he was already 100 feet tall, like a giant. He stepped on the void, and his body was covered with lightning. Then, he looked at the fierce bull that still looked abnormally huge. He clenched his fist, roared, and fiercely smashed it. Facing the attack of the Ox Demon clan, he had used his most powerful means to fight it head-on. Even though he had changed his body and looked like a giant, he was still far from the terrifying size of the bull. It was like a baby fighting against a bull. At first glance, people would subconsciously feel that he would immediately be knocked into the immortal slaying formation, or that his body would be smashed by the giant axe-like horns, turning into a rain of blood. However, the result was often different from what people imagined. Crack! Fangxing's punch landed heavily between the bull's horns. Then, the next scene was the bull's charge suddenly being thwarted. Even its body arched, and a demonic wind burst forth from the point where it came into contact with Fangxing. The people around them could not help but narrow their eyes and instinctively take a few steps back. Then, they could only watch as the bull flew backwards. Its body became smaller and smaller, and when it flew back, it had already returned to the human form of Fang's Hanzi. Its face was still fierce, but there was a dent on its forehead, like a pit. He actually defeated Fu Shanzi with his strength. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their eyes were filled with shock and surprise. Fu Shanzi was the divine son of the Ox Demon clan, and his clan had always relied on their divine power to dominate the world. Fu Shanzi had revealed his original form just now, which was when his power was at its strongest. Who would have thought that Fangxing's seemingly thin body would suddenly erupt with a monstrous force like a volcano? It collided with Fu Shanzi head-on, smashing the fierce bull back with a single punch and causing him to return to his human form. How could you be so heavy-handed? Little Lord of Tongtian, you've really gone too far. There was no time for Fangxing to rest. Hua the little lord of the hibernating tribe, and Li Hua, the patriarch of the Frost Soil continent, attacked without hesitation when they saw the gloomy face of the divine son of the Yi tribe. They did not have any deep grudges against Fangxing, so they even found an excuse to attack him. While scolding him, they had no intention of fighting him alone. Instead, they joined forces and charged diagonally at Fangxing, one from the left and the other from the right. One turned into a sky full of fierce bees, while the other breathed out monstrous frost chi. Although Fangxing's fist had dented his head, Fu Shanzi, who had a strong body, also came to his senses after letting out a muffled roar. He shook his head, grabbed the giant axe, and charged at Fangxing again. He looked even more ferocious and wanted to fight Fangxing with all his might. Now it's a little interesting. Facing the pincer attack of three little saints from the divine court, Fangxing's mouth curved into a sinister smile as he retreated at lightning speed. Boom! The patriarch of the Frost Soil tribe breathed out a blue flame. Endless frost and ice condensed in the void, spreading toward Fangxing as if it had a life of its own. Hua used the same trick. Her white dress fluttered, and countless fierce bees pierced through the air like a rainstorm. Fu Shanzi of the Ox Demon clan gnashed his teeth and desperately waved the giant axe in his hand at Fangxing. Under such circumstances, Fangxing was forced to retreat step by step. He was far less aggressive than he was when he fought Fu Shanzi. It was more like he was suppressed to the point where he could not fight back. In fact, he had almost retreated to the edge of the immortal slaying sword formation. In other words, as soon as the three little saints of the divine court attacked, he was suppressed to the point where there was a sword formation behind him and a fierce enemy in front of him. Your Highness Twin, he is, after all, the supreme little saint conferred by the divine master. I don't think it's a good idea to kill him just like that, right? Young divine King Aogu hesitated for a moment before looking at the divine son of the Yi tribe calmly. He's the one who wants to die. He tried his best to obstruct the divine master's plan. It's not a bad idea to kill him, the divine son of the Yi tribe said faintly, but he secretly used some divine power. His voice spread out and fell into the ears of the three people who were engaged in a fierce battle. It was like an inadvertent order. Hua Mi-er, Li Hua, and Fu Shanzi immediately knew what the divine son of the Yi tribe was planning. They looked at each other and suddenly doubled the strength of their attacks, crushing toward Feng Xing. Since Her Highness Twin Highness has already said so, then let's really kill this hateful demon. They had made up their minds and did not hold back when they attacked. However, at this moment, Feng Xing suddenly revealed a cold smile and gritted his teeth fiercely. I've said it before, I'm not trying to obstruct the Divine Master's plan. What I need to do next is, as he growled, he suddenly raised his head and stared at Hua Mi-er with a fierce look in his eyes. It's just bravery after all, but it has brought disaster upon himself. Ao Kuang and Ao Gu, the fourth prince of the Kanglan Sea, looked at Feng Xing being besieged by Fu Shanzi, life-severing little Saint Li Hua, and hidden little Saint Hua Mi-er. The two of them were kind to each other, but at this moment, their eyes were filled with helplessness. At the same time, they could not hide the disappointment in their hearts. They thought, why did Feng Xing have to do this? Blood rushed to his head, and he drew his sword against the divine son of the Night Clan. In the end, he was suppressed by the three little saints before the divine son could do anything. He was about to die on the spot. It was too worthless to die just to vent his anger. They could see the helplessness in each other's eyes. There was no way to save him. Firstly, if they helped Feng Xing, they would inevitably be accused of something, and they would not be able to get away with it. Secondly, if the divine son of the Night Clan and Gu He were on the same side, who could fight against them? The two of them could be regarded as the most powerful people on the current Tianyuan continent apart from the divine masters, god kings, and a few old monsters who remained extremely well hidden. They were probably the two most powerful people of the divine court and the human race combined. Although the two of them didn't say anything, their hearts were already in turmoil. After going through all kinds of thoughts, they finally gave up on saving Feng Xing. They could not save him, and they could not save him. Now, Feng Xing had been forced into a corner. Although he could fight head-on and defeat Fu Shanzi of the Ox Demon clan, it was still too much for him to fight against the three little saints. Hua Mi-er and the leader of the Frost Soil clan each had their own unique magical powers, and they were extremely terrifying. Ever since the three of them attacked, Feng Xing could be said to have been forced to retreat continuously. Now, behind him was the fairy-slaying sword formation, and in front of him was a layer of frost. The space for survival was extremely small. Tongtian little saint, don't blame me when you reach the 9 underworlds. The hibernating clan's goddess, Hua Mi-er, shouted coldly. She exchanged a glance with the Frost Earth clan's patriarch and suddenly unleashed a killing move. At this time, the three of them were quite familiar with each other's teamwork. The Ox Demon clan's Fu Shanzi had powerful martial strength and infinite strength, but facing Feng Xing, his speed could not keep up. The Frost Earth tribe's patriarch could spit out a cold flame that could freeze a country, but its power was too scattered and could not cause serious damage to experts. Now, it could only be used to block Feng Xing's movements. In this way, the heavy responsibility of the final killing blow fell on the hibernating clan's goddess Hua Mi-er. She gave Feng Xing an ultimatum. Whoosh, whoosh. 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 After a short pause, her cloud-like dress fluttered gently. Suddenly, countless fierce bees shot towards Feng Xing like cannonballs. Their hard tails were like steel needles, shooting terrifying holes in the air one after another. The fierce bees were as big as fists, as if they were made of black iron, all shot towards Feng Xing. The hibernating clan's secret method was terrifying. When Feng Xing was in the Gold Core realm, he had made a god-hitting bow with the talisman stones of the surviving species of the untainted land. Its power was terrifying, comparable to a blow from a Yuanying expert. Some of the more powerful ones could even reach the level of a Yuanying expert at the peak. That was already a terrifying power. But now, in comparison, Hua Mi-er's supernatural power was even more terrifying than the talisman stones shot out by the god-hitting bow. Even for Feng Xing, who was in the third tribulation realm, this swarm of ferocious bees was extremely terrifying. Good timing. At such a dangerous moment, no one had expected that Feng Xing would suddenly roar out explosively. At the same time, he suddenly rushed up into the sky. then stretched out his 5 fingers and pressed down on the void below. As his 5 fingers pulled, the void distorted and turned into an independent world. At least hundreds of ferocious bees were trapped by the power of heaven and earth, as if they were locked in a cage. At the same time, he took 9 steps in the air and his body was extremely fast. Then, with a fierce look in his eyes, he threw the ferocious bees towards the immortal execution formation. You want to use the immortal execution formation to reduce my strength? Huamir snorted coldly. She raised her eyebrows and shouted, "That's ridiculous." She really did not think that Fangxing's move was very clever. After all, those ferocious bees were only her avatars. If they were destroyed by the immortal execution formation, they would indeed have some impact on her. But the impact would not be great, and could even be said to be negligible. She could casually create tens of thousands of ferocious bees, so what if hundreds of them were destroyed? Oh no, the same scene, in the eyes of others, suddenly triggered a different reaction. The Night Clan's divine son suddenly realized Fangxing's vicious intentions. He was so frightened that his body trembled, and he hurriedly rushed out. Young Divine King Aogu also cried out involuntarily, and cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. This demon was too ruthless. He seemed to be reckless, but he actually laid out such a vicious plan silently. He never thought of getting the divine object at the end of the stone bridge at all. He wanted to make it so that no one could get it. It seemed that after he found out that he was abandoned as a scapegoat, he was furious and hot-blooded, so he wanted to fight to the death with the Night Clan's divine son. But in fact, he never thought of a winner or loser. When Fu Shanzi, the Frost Soil Clan's patriarch, and Huamir joined forces to attack him, he deliberately showed signs of losing and retreated to the immortal execution formation. He had actually secretly laid out a vicious trap. Without the help of others, he could not break through the immortal execution formation, step on the stone bridge, and get close to the divine object, and now, he wanted to send Huamir's clone over. Those fierce wasps had Huamir's aura, and they were no different from her. As for Fangxing, he used his heaven and earth manipulation technique to forcibly resist the divine power of the immortal execution formation. He wanted to send Huamir to the stone bridge. Although he might not succeed, there were nearly 100 fierce wasps, so there should be 1 or 2 that could get close to the stone bridge. Then, he would achieve his goal. That divine object was not something that the God Clan could obtain. The Lord God had already warned him about this, and it could be said that the divine object had a spirit. Once it sensed that the God Clan was approaching, it would immediately escape, and it would be extremely difficult to find it again. The reason why the Night Clan's divine son and his party were bullied by Fangxing along the way was because of this. In the end, they replaced Fangxing with the ancient crane as a substitute. In short, only humans were qualified to step on the stone bridge, or even get close to it, but Fangxing's idea was to forcefully push the God Clan over. It was not to use the immortal execution formation to wear down Huamir's power, but to use the God Clan's aura to alarm the divine object. That would force the divine object to escape, and then everyone would go their separate ways. This was too despicable. The Night Clan's divine son, who suddenly understood Fangxing's evil intentions, was so angry that he almost went crazy. He let out a low growl and rushed towards Fangxing like a black cloud. He spat out a mouthful of black breath that covered the sky. Although his reaction was fast, he was too far away. It was too late to stop Fangxing. Since you are not willing to give me this great merit, then everyone else can forget about it. Ha ha ha, Fangxing laughed maliciously and threw the 100 fierce wasps towards the immortal execution formation. Swish. 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 In the direction of the immortal slaying sword formation, there was nothing in the void. As the bees came in, sword lights and yellow-scarfed strongmen with swords suddenly appeared. The void was filled with murderous aura. This reaction was even more intense than when Fangxing had just stepped into this area, giving people a feeling that the immortal slaying sword formation was obviously on guard. When the human cultivators stepped in, the immortal execution formation would at most stop them. When the God Clan's living beings stepped in, the immortal execution formation was obviously on guard. It was already deciding whether to escape. It's not strong enough. I'll give you more strength, Fangxing laughed coldly. When he turned around and saw the black breath that the divine son of the Night Clan had spat out, he decided to go all out. He jumped up high again, swung his arms in a circle, and activated the Great Path technique again. The power of heaven and earth turned into a cage, and the black breath that the divine son of the Night Clan had spat out was also pulled over. Then, he threw it at the immortal slaying formation in a mess. Anyway, with his strength, even if he was not a match for these people, it was not a problem for him to divert some of their magical powers. It just so happened that he could use it to alarm the divine item in the immortal slaying formation. This move was so despicable that it made people's hair stand on end, be it the hidden little saint, Hua Mi-er, the Ox Demon Clan's Fu Shanzi, the life-severing little saint, Frost Earth Clan's leader, or even the Night Clan's divine son, the Night Clan's twin divine sons, all stopped abruptly. After discovering Fang Xing's plan, they were already a little afraid of taking action. They were extremely worried, but because of their status, they did not dare to rush too far forward. Even the Night Clan's divine son, who had the confidence to kill Fang Xing, did not have the confidence to not be diverted by him. Rumble. There were obvious ripples in the immortal execution formation. Even many of the yellow turban warriors that looked like dead creatures in the formation opened their eyes at this moment. Their eyes swept forward coldly. There was not the slightest bit of anger in their eyes. They just swept across the fierce bees that were thrown into the formation by Fang Xing. Then, as if some kind of existence was alarmed, all the immortal chi suddenly shrank towards the end of the stone bridge, and a rumbling sound was heard. This is a sign that the divine object is about to escape. Young divine King Aogu could not help but shout at this moment. He was extremely frightened, and his eyes were blank. This was a divine object that was related to the fate of Tian Yuan. It only appeared once, and they had gone through a lot of hardships to find it. How many schemes and secret struggles had they gone through? It was not an exaggeration to say that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but now it was destroyed just like that. Who knew how many years it would take for this divine object to appear again after it escaped? It was not a good habit to flip the table and quit playing at the drop of a hat. Furthermore, he had the guts to flip all the tables so that no one could play. He was truly courageous. Fang Xing's actions had shocked a few people. Some of them were in despair. Some of them hated this demon for being too ruthless, but they were also secretly cooperating with this demon's guts. The immortal slaying formation was obviously trying to escape. However, the Night Clan's divine son and the others were too far away and could not make it in time. Furthermore, they were extremely fearful of the immortal slaying formation. They did not even dare to attack Fang Xing from afar. They were afraid that he would divert his power to attack the immortal slaying formation. As a result, everyone was helpless at this critical moment. Sigh, we're all working for the divine palace. How can we ruin the divine master's plan just because of a disagreement? At this moment, a sigh was heard. At the same time, a figure rushed out. 9 Heavenly Transformation Technique. At the same time as this figure, a low voice rang out. The figure that had charged out was Gu He. His expression was still extremely calm. He leapt lightly into the air and glanced at Fang Xing. Then, he gently formed a seal, and in the next breath, his figure suddenly disappeared in midair, without a trace. Oh no! At this moment, Fang Xing was taken aback and turned his head to look. He had only just discovered that, apart from the hornets that Hua Mi-er had transformed into, the frost chi that the Frost Soil Tribe's leader had condensed, the black breath that the Night Clan's divine son had spat out, and various chaotic fragments of magic, there were a few crane feathers that had appeared out of nowhere. These crane feathers were light and did not seem mysterious at all. During the fierce battle just now, Fang Xing did not even know when they had floated over or how they had floated over. However, at this moment, he was completely focused on these crane feathers. As expected, before he could finish his thought, the crane feather had already changed. Boom! One of the crane's feathers suddenly burst into flames, and Gu He, who had been more than 10 miles away, suddenly appeared from the flames. He was tall and slender, and his aura was complete. This was not a doppelganger at all, but a real person. It was his real body. He had actually used this method to move behind Fang Xing silently in an instant. It was unbelievable. Retreat! Gu He suddenly appeared behind Fang Xing. He immediately raised his fair and slender palm and gently pressed forward. The power that the Night Clan's divine son had forcibly transferred to him by Fang Xing was immediately suppressed by the terrifying power contained in his palm. It didn't fly into the immortal slaying formation. Instead, it was forcibly turned into a gentle breeze beneath his palm. Then, it gently swept past like a gentle breeze. In the next breath, his figure disappeared again. At this time, the crane feathers were scattered in many places in the air, and one of them had even flown into the immortal execution formation. When Guhi appeared again, he was inside the immortal execution formation, standing in front of Hua Mi-Er's 100 or so fierce bees. He put his palms together, like a Buddha standing in the world. His Buddha's palms were unparalleled. Without a sound, endless power pressed down. The 100 or so fierce bees that Hua Mi-Er had split into were quietly crushed into a pile of meat paste by him, and then turned into wisps of light smoke and disappeared. The power of the immortal execution formation stagnated for a moment, and then it rumbled and rolled toward him. But Guhi only formed a hand seal again, and then he disappeared again. This time, he appeared in front of Fang Xing. It took a long time to describe, but it actually happened in the blink of an eye. He had already changed his position several times, and resolved several dangers. These dangers were not close to each other. They were more than 10 miles apart, and there was also the immortal execution formation in the middle. This is the great skill of 9 changes of heaven and earth. The vastness of heaven and earth transform into the 9 transformations of my body. Seeing Guhi's attack, even the little saints of the god court were stunned. The divine son of the Yi clan frowned, as if he hadn't expected Guhi's attack to have such divine power. But his shocked expression soon turned into a sneer. He seemed to sigh with emotion as he softly recited the origin of Guhi's sacred name. He felt that he had really underestimated Guhi. He was indeed the number 1 of the Gu clan. He had even cultivated such a top immortal technique to such a high level. When Guhi was young, he had come across the carcass of an immortal crane by chance and picked up several of its feathers along with an ancient tome. Later on, he refined it according to the method and refined 9 of these feathers. With the help of these 9 feathers, he could use an extremely powerful immortal art known as the 9 transformations of the heavens. Each crane feather was a transformation, and with these 9 feathers, Guhi could move his body at will. Just now, when he noticed that Fang Xing's actions were unusual, he had quietly scattered the feathers and scattered them in the air. When he discovered Fang Xing's true intentions, he immediately attacked. Others might not have time to react, and they would be afraid to take action, but he had no such worries. This was the power of the 9 changes of heaven and earth immortal technique. With a single thought, he could reach the location of the crane feathers, and even if he was in danger, with a single thought, he could reach the location of another crane feather. This was the origin of Guhi's Taoist title in the divine court, the 9 changes of heaven and earth immortal technique, but now, he had already resolved the greatest crisis. He had dispersed the black breath that the Yi clan's divine son had transferred over, and he had killed the honeybee incarnation that had alarmed the immortal slaying formation and almost caused the divine object to escape. Zhu Xiu watched as the immortal slaying formation rippled for a while before it became calm again. The greatest crisis had been resolved. Then, Guhi's figure changed again. He appeared in front of the dumbfounded Fang Xing and struck out with his palm. "Sky-reaching little lord, I apologize for my lack of manners," Guhi said in a low voice. He was very polite, but his palm strike seemed to tear apart half the sky. With a rumble, a monstrous force came crashing over like a huge wave. "Damn you!" Fang Xing's scalp went numb with hatred, but he had no time to dodge. He raised his palm and struck out. Boom! This slap felt as if it had collided with an invincible iron wall, or as if it had caught a meteor falling from the 9 heavens. His strength was clearly enough to resist the Ox Demon tribe, who were famed for their godly strength, but at this moment, his body was pushed back by Guhi's slap. His feet even cut a fiery crack in the air. He stopped after retreating nearly 1,000 feet. He looked up at Guhi, his eyes full of anger. "I've miscalculated. Who would have thought that Guhi was so capable?" He had calmly resolved his plan to scare away the divine object, and his palm strike was so powerful. Wasn't his body movement a little too strange? "Oh, Sky-reaching little lord is famous in Tianyuan. Now that I've seen him, he is indeed extraordinary." In front of Fang Xing, a crane feather slowly fell from the sky 300 feet away. Then, it ignited into flames. Guhi appeared again from the flames and gently caught the crane feather in his hand. He looked at Fang Xing with a hint of admiration in his eyes. He did not seem to be mocking Fang Xing, but he was truly amazed by Fang Xing's strength. He had planned to send Fang Xing back to the shore of the abyss with his palm strike, and then let the divine son of the Yi clan and the others take good care of him. However, he didn't expect that Fang Xing would only be pushed back 1,000 feet by the strength of his palm and was able to withstand it. Facing Gu He, who was just inches away from him, Fang Xing seemed to be unable to do as he wished. He panted heavily, and a trace of blood even seeped out from the corner of his mouth. It was as if he had already received an extremely heavy injury when he received that palm. However, his speech was already stuttering, but he still forced himself to continue speaking. I still have a lot of things that I'm good at. At the end of his sentence, he suddenly sped up, and at the same time, he waved the demon sword and stabbed forward. He did not look injured at all, but a cunning look in his eyes. Whoosh. The demon sword's sword chi was dense. In the blink of an eye, it had covered a distance of 300 feet and was aimed at Gu He's neck. Such an abrupt attack was simply impossible to guard against. However, Gu He seemed to be prepared for it. When the demon sword was about to pierce him, he only lightly formed a hand seal. When the demon sword was about to pierce him, he had already disappeared and reappeared behind Fang Xing. His expression was still calm as he said indifferently, I know. Your greatest strength is your cunning, so how can I not be careful when I'm standing in front of you? Not easy to deal with. Fang Xing's body seemed to tremble. Then, he slowly turned around and looked at Gu He calmly. This guy in front of him was really not easy to deal with. Not only was he terrifyingly strong, he even had a brain. This kind of person was the most detestable. Little Lord Tongtian, you are no match for me. You'd better step aside. I've already pledged my allegiance to the heavenly court, so I don't want to be stained with the blood of my comrades. Gu He also frowned slightly. Looking at Fang Xing's current state, he was obviously full of energy. It seemed that his attack did not hurt him at all, and Fang Xing was indeed not as weak as he had imagined. If Gu He wanted to take him down, he would have to put in a lot of effort. However, he did not want to put in so much effort, so he frowned and told the truth. This was also to remind Fang Xing that he did not want to kill him, but if Fang Xing continued to be stubborn, he would not show any mercy to him in order to complete the Heavenly Master's mission. Haha, do you think I'm afraid of you? Hearing Gu He's reminder, Fang Xing laughed softly. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. I was going to follow the old pattern and challenge Xianxia of the Pure Land. Unfortunately, I was interrupted. Now, I'll take up the challenge and determine the winner with you. Come. Number 1 of the Gu clan, let me test your strength. With a roar, the demon sword in Fang Xing's hand burned with demon chi. Like a mad dragon, it charged towards Gu He. You're courting death. Gu He frowned as he watched Fang Xing charge towards him with the demonic sword. He didn't want to kill Fang Xing because he had heard that Fang Xing was favored by the God Master. Even the God King had been reprimanded by the God Master because of Fang Xing. As an ambitious person who hadn't had an audience with the God Master ever since he joined the God Master's side, he didn't want to kill the God Master's favorite before he could display his power in the God Palace. This would be detrimental to his future plans. However, he had to complete this mission personally because he was extremely dissatisfied with Fang Xing, who insisted on not retreating, foiled his plan, and risked his life to stop him. However, facing Fang Xing, he couldn't let others do it because they were too close to the immortal execution array. It was clearly inconvenient for the Night Clan's divine son and the others to make a move in case they alerted the immortal execution array. Meanwhile, the fourth prince of the Kanglan Sea and the others had no intention of making a move. He had to solve this problem himself. Therefore, after a thought flashed through his mind, he decided to make a move. As he spat out those 4 words coldly, 9 crane feathers suddenly flew out from his body and floated in the air. Swoosh. Fang Xing's sword cut through the void and pierced the position of his body. However, at this moment, a crane feather on Fang Xing's back burst into flames. Gu He's figure appeared from the flames. His fair and slender hand turned into a jade palm and slapped towards Fang Xing's back in a seemingly slow but actually fast manner. It seemed like he was going to attack the enemy's weak spot, but Fang Xing seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. Suddenly, demonic chi surged and a 3-headed, 6-armed demon image appeared behind him, colliding with Gu He's palm. Boom, in the void, smoke and fire rose. The force was torrential and immediately swept through the entire void. However, this was only the beginning. After Gu He struck out with his palm, he quickly disappeared once again. His figure had unknowingly appeared on a crane feather to the right of Fangxing. His figure soared through the air, forcefully twisting his body and sweeping a leg with an indescribably terrifying force. His entire being seemed to have transformed into a demon god. The enormous force caused Fangxing to be unable to control his body, and he was sent flying into the distance like a kite with its string cut. Then, Gu He's figure changed again and suddenly appeared behind Fangxing, appearing and disappearing like a ghost, difficult to catch. As soon as the battle began, Fangxing was completely suppressed. Gu He, who had displayed the desolate Heaven 9 transformation technique, looked like he could transform into 9 people at any time. His position and figure were impossible to grasp. He could appear in any direction at any time and launch a fatal attack. To a certain extent, he was an existence that had grasped the power of space. As long as he was in the same space, he was destined to have a great advantage, and his opponent could only passively take a beating. The number one person of the Gu clan had a lifespan of less than 700 years, yet so many old monsters of the Gu clan were willing to push him onto the stage. How could his cultivation and strength be considered ordinary? Just this movement technique alone was enough for him to stand at the top of his generation. What's more, he had an extremely tyrannical cultivation. Just based on his strength alone, it could be seen that his cultivation was in no way inferior to the ominous Tao of the small immortal world. Boom. 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 From the beginning of this dazzling battle, Fangxing was in an extremely disadvantageous position. Looking from afar, he looked like a meatball being hit by Gu He, who appeared from all over the place. Even little godly King Ao Gu couldn't help but avert his eyes. As for Fu Shan, who hated Fangxing to the core, his eyes were filled with a fierce fanaticism. He wished he could transform into Gu He at this moment and beat that demon to his heart's content. Like this, why bother? The difference in strength is too great, there's no chance of winning. Even Song Lanxi's fourth prince Ao Kuang couldn't help but sigh. He shook his head with a complicated expression. To him, he really couldn't understand why Fangxing had to fight this battle, just like how a spirit formation realm cultivator wouldn't have a strong point against a foundation establishment realm cultivator. With such a huge difference in strength, what was there to fight with? Everyone thought that Gu He had already won. They even thought that he wanted to torture Fangxing a little longer, which was why he didn't end the battle. However, the Night Clan's godson frowned slightly, seemingly displeased. At this moment, the small immortal world's ominous Tao's eyes also lit up. No one knew what he was thinking. It's clearly just a low-level transcending tribulation. Why is it so difficult to deal with? At this moment, Gu He started to feel anxious and his attacks became more vicious. He indeed had the upper hand. In the beginning, he even held back because he didn't want Fangxing to die in his hands. However, after a few moves, he gradually became irritated. He felt that Fangxing was extremely weak in front of him. However, this weak existence had some abilities that gave him a headache. Every time he forced Fangxing into a corner, Fangxing always had a way to resolve his crisis. Every time he thought that he was going to restrain Fangxing, not only did he fail to do so, Fangxing would often launch a sudden attack. This made him panic and his hands and feet were tied. It looked like he was suppressing Fangxing, but in reality, he knew in his heart that the demon's reaction was extremely fast, and all kinds of divine abilities and methods were endless. Almost every one of his attacks was blocked by the demon, and he couldn't hit him at all. It was clear that he was fighting against a low-level transcending tribulation cultivator. This devil's cultivation was indeed only at the 3rd level of transcending tribulation. However, after the battle started, there was no feeling of complete suppression. Get out of my way. The anxiety in his heart intensified and reached a boiling point. Gu He's eyes also became cold. He really didn't want to continue this meaningless battle. Seeing that he had found an opportunity, he suddenly shouted and appeared in 3 different directions at the same time. He waved his palms at the same time and 3 terrifying palm forces were pushed towards Fangxing. He wanted to push Fangxing from his current position to where the Night Clan's godson was so that they could subdue him. Do you really think you're a big shot? Fangxing's expression suddenly changed when he saw this attack, which Gu He thought was foolproof. A trace of resentment appeared, as if he had been suppressing his anger for a long time. Suddenly, his body swayed and a monstrous immortal chi appeared on his body. 3 strands of immortal chi floated around him like immortal ribbons. Then, his whole body jumped up and down quickly. His body was like an illusion, and his footwork was mysterious. His body seemed to have split into thousands of figures and escaped in all directions. Do you really think that you can suppress me just because your cultivation is higher? You're just relying on the fact that you've cultivated for a few more years and have more magic power. I'm an immortal infant. Compared to me, who do you think you are? Amidst this loud roar, Fangxing's figure flew through the air, and he actually displayed a kind of illusory feeling, whoosh. After Gu he struck out with the 3 palms, his expression suddenly changed and he instantly turned his head. With a soft chi sound, a sword chi abruptly brushed past his cheek and cut off a strand of his black hair. The unfettered footwork was really mysterious. Fangxing, who seemed to be in a difficult situation to escape from, had actually dodged the 3 palms with the movement of his body. He had even used words to disturb Gu He's state of mind. He had strangely approached and stabbed down with his sword, appearing to have succeeded. Gu He's expression changed from calm to livid, not only because Fangxing's sword had almost hurt him, but also because Fangxing's words had stabbed at a certain point in his heart. He looked coldly at Fangxing and said in an emotionless voice, "Immortal infant? Is it because you've cultivated into an immortal infant that I find it so difficult to take you down? You're only an immortal infant at the 3rd level of the tribulation stage, yet you can survive for so long without dying. If you really grow up and have the same cultivation level as me, then it'll really be a headache. I've always wanted to fight with that freak from the divine continent and see who's the real genius. Let's see if his path of immortal infant is stronger or if my path of cultivation is stronger. Now, I've realized how terrifying he is from you." In his words, there was a sense of loss and frustration, appearing extremely melancholic and lonely. If the power of his immortal infant is similar to yours, then in a battle of the same level, I might really not be his match. Gu He looked at Fangxing and said softly, "If it wasn't for the fact that I also have my own fortune." Boom, when he finished speaking, he had already taken a step forward. With a loud bang, his magical power suddenly exploded. It was like a cloud of light purple mist that enveloped his entire body. It was also immortal chi, the immortal chi that would appear on a cultivator's body after going through the tribulation stage. However, his immortal chi was not like Fangxing's, which had turned into 3 solid immortal belts. Instead, it was hazy and blurry. But without a doubt, in terms of the density of the immortal chi, he was no match for Fangxing. But in terms of the density of the immortal chi, he was far superior to Fangxing. What was even more terrifying was that after he took a step forward, he raised his palm high up. At the same time, the heavens and the earth trembled while space was torn apart. A strand of chaotic divine light actually flew over from nowhere, and then it flew into his palm by itself. Surprisingly, it was an ancient truncheon. It was ancient in shape, and it carried monstrous and terrifying chaotic energy. The primordial treasure, the ancient gem of chaos, it was Gu He's strongest trump card, and also the source of his confidence in fighting against the freaks of the Yuan family of the Divine Prefecture. Originally, he did not need this ancient gem to fight against Fangxing. With his own cultivation and strength, he had a high chance of winning, but at this moment, as if to prove something, he suddenly summoned this primordial mystical weapon. Holding it in his hand, he fiercely smashed it at Fangxing. At this moment, it seemed like the only way for him to kill Fangxing with one strike was to prove that his path was not weaker than the path of the immortal infant. As for Fangxing, his expression was calm as he faced the mace. He muttered to himself, "It's about time, right?" After muttering, his expression suddenly became a little strange. Damn, it should be too much. Not only had the time arrived, but it had already passed. He performed the Heavenly 9 transformations technique, and it was as if he had turned into 9 people, rushing towards Fangxing from 9 different directions. With all kinds of brutal methods, he was like a blazing fire, burning Fangxing to the point where he could barely hold on. He was like a piece of fine iron that had reached the melting point. His attacks were more like a heavy hammer, hammering the fine iron that was Fangxing, forging out the impurities, making his quality better and stronger. This kind of pressure and atmosphere was exactly what Fangxing needed after he stepped into the Pure Land. Ever since he came to the Pure Land, he had been thinking about how to improve his strength, among all kinds of methods, he chose to forge a 100-battle soul weapon. This was a method that Uncle 11, by Qianzhong, passed on to him. Through countless battles, he could temper himself and improve his martial arts and supernatural powers to the point of perfection. Then, he could directly forge his devil body into a weapon that was specially used for battle. After all, this was the path that his devil body had originally taken. He didn't know how to refine pills or break formations, he didn't learn anything about cultivation, and he only lived for battle. This 100-battle soul weapon was the result of pushing this idea to the extreme. Since he stepped into the first city of the Pure Land, Fangxing had challenged Zhu Xiu of the Pure Land. He had fought 6 cities consecutively, fighting against the heavens' prides of various orthodoxies, from weak to strong. Step by step, he learned his own martial arts experience from the battles, and he gradually increased the pressure on himself. Originally, when he was about to reach the last city of the Pure Land, this kind of improvement had reached a critical point, and he was only one step away from completion. However, the divine son of the night race came in the way and interrupted his plan. Until now, this 100-battle soul weapon was not completed, but now, the missing final battle had been made up for. The number 1 of the ancient race, the heaven's pride Gu He, who was comparable to the freaks of the divine Yuan family, the most dazzling heaven's pride in the Pure Land. In this world, there was no one more suitable than him to be Fangxing's opponent in this final battle. Because of this, when he fought with Fangxing, he had this thought. He wanted to use this battle to refine a 100-battle soul weapon. However, even though Gu He was strong from the start, he was still lacking in maturity. This was because he did not have any killing intent in his heart. He only wanted to suppress Fangxing and was not willing to kill him. This caused Fangxing to feel that his maturity was already at the point of perfection, but he was still lacking a sliver of effort and was unable to break through that layer of the immanent realm. Fortunately, his unintentional words of belittling Gu He as an immortal nascent soul had instantly enraged him. This actually caused this proud son of heaven from the ancient clan to be either jealous or simply unwilling to accept the fact that he really wanted to kill Fangxing. Once he had the intention to kill, it would be too much. Fangxing was so excited that his blood was boiling. He was about to have a great battle, but very soon, he started cursing in his heart. Not only had the maturity arrived, it was too much. Who would have thought that once Gu He's killing intent was ignited, not only did he want to kill, he even summoned a chaotic divine weapon. With a rumble, the primordial divine weapon smashed down with terrifying chaotic chi. Who would be able to withstand it? At this instant, Fangxing's expression had already turned extremely ugly. His first reaction was to escape. However, after Gu He's primordial metal truncheon attacked, he could not escape even if he wanted to. Rumble. As the truncheon swung down, it brought forth a cloud of primal chaos that enveloped the entire area. The area within a radius of 5 kilometers around Fangxing was completely shrouded by this cloud of primal chaos. The air was suppressed, and an ear-piercing whistling sound could be heard. Huge waves of wind were compressed and shattered. It was incomparably chaotic as it enveloped the entire area. Not to mention escaping, it was difficult to even stabilize one's body. It was as if he could only watch as the truncheon smashed down on his head. No matter where he ran, he would not be able to escape the power of this truncheon. Motherf ***, this is a peerless divine weapon, why don't I have this kind of fortune? Fangxing gritted his teeth in hatred. In the face of opportunities, there were indeed some infuriating things that often happened. For example, this Gu He's luck was simply off the charts, not to mention the immortal crane's corpse and the immortal sutra that he encountered when he was young. Just the chaotic divine weapon that he attracted after he showed his prowess was already a huge fortune. What was this? A divine weapon protecting its owner, an unparalleled fortune, yet he had been robbing here and there every day, wasting a lot of his effort, yet he did not manage to snatch anything good. Since I don't have such a good thing, then I'll destroy it for you. At the same time, a wave of ruthlessness rose from the bottom of Fangxing's heart. He let out a low roar and suddenly soared into the sky. The 3 immortal belts behind him swayed, and a majestic and terrifying immortal chi erupted as he charged towards the truncheon. With his experience in fighting against enemies, it was naturally impossible for him not to see through the terror of this truncheon. Trying to dodge was simply courting death. This truncheon did not allow anyone to dodge. In fact, if there was even the slightest bit of fear in his heart, he was destined to lose his life under this primordial chaotic divine weapon. The only way was to meet force with force. Tribulation 3, Immortal Qi, Sage Dao, God-slaying technique, formation-breaking scripture, collapsing mountain force, great Dao technique, heaven and earth split, directly facing the chaotic divine weapon. Fangxing's expression was cold. Using his real body to control the demon body, he executed 4 techniques in a row and forcefully collided with the truncheon. He had already treated his demon body as a weapon, and was about to directly meet force with the chaotic truncheon. As the 4 techniques were executed at the same time, the terrifying power on the demon body grew stronger and stronger. Not only was there immortal qi, but he also executed the ancient Saint Heart technique of Fuyao Palace, the collapsing mountain force, which was the strongest force in the formation-breaking scripture, and his great Dao technique. In the eyes of the crowd, they could only see a Fangxing emitting demonic qi, fearlessly charging towards the invincible ancient truncheon in Guhi's hand. It was obvious that he was going to use his flesh and blood to meet the legendary ancient divine weapon. Ridiculous. Guhi's eyes narrowed. His expression was cold and indifferent. From the bottom of his heart, he did not believe that Fangxing's demon body could possibly stop his primordial mystical divine weapon. With his cultivation base, he reckoned that he could destroy this devil body with just his own strength. Not to mention that he had this chaos divine weapon in his hand. Every time he held the chaotic ancient weapon in his hand, he would feel a kind of power that transcended heaven and earth. This kind of power made him believe that he could even kill a celestial, let alone a low-level bodiless celestial at the 3rd tribulation stage, destroy him. With this thought in mind, Guhi swung the truncheon down with a rumble. The void exploded, and the chaotic qi spread out, covering half of the void with a rumble, and fell straight towards Fangxing's demon body. Crack! The moment the truncheon came into contact with Fangxing's demon body, heaven and earth shook, and strangely stopped for a moment, as if time had been interrupted, and a crack appeared. But it was only for a moment, and from the point of contact, endless astral winds swept out in all directions. As for Fangxing's demon body, from the point where he came into contact with the truncheon, it began to disintegrate bit by bit, splattering in all directions, before turning into ghostly demonic qi and hiding in the void, vanishing without a trace. Pa 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 pa, the truncheon struck down fiercely, shattering Fangxing's demon body section by section, and then directly striking at Fangxing. It was like using porcelain to hit a copper hammer. No matter how strong the person using the porcelain was, he would still end up with his body smashed into pieces. In the end, he still couldn't block it? Seeing this scene, the spectators in the distance all subconsciously held their breaths, and only after a long time did they let out a soft sigh. The scene of Fangxing's demon body rushing towards the truncheon was too impactful, so much so that they had an illusion. However, the illusion was only temporary, and in the end, nothing unexpected happened. He didn't block it? At this moment, Fangxing was also stunned, and his expression was somewhat lonely. I clearly felt that the time was right. The demon body was already collapsing, and the truncheon had already been swung down. His heart also continued to sink into the abyss. What a mortal nascent soul, it's just an ancient technique, not worth mentioning in front of my immemorial mystical weapon. A wild excitement rose in Guhi's heart, and the truncheon in his hand fiercely smashed towards Fangxing. At this moment, if he could kill Fangxing under the truncheon, to him, it would be like the freak of the Yuan family that he had always wanted to compete with had been defeated by him. No matter what, he was the true genius, he was the genius that stood proudly at the peak of this world. However, just as everyone's minds were surging, a quiet change appeared. In front of the abyss was a graveyard, where countless demons that made the god race tremble in fear were buried. They were all great figures that once dominated the universe, but after death, they were buried in this quiet place, and no one knew, they would probably continue to sleep here in the future, until nothingness, and no one would care about them. And usually, they would return to silence, without a trace of spirituality. But today was different. Someone had just worshipped them. Although that worship was more like a competition between someone and the god race beings, it was still a worship. This kind of worship caused a certain spirituality in them to awaken a little. How many years has it been since I've smelled wine? The divine consciousness of a dead heroic spirit gently fluctuated, as if it was sighing with emotion. At the same time, the wine that Fangxing had spilled on the ground suddenly seeped into the grave, leaving not a trace behind. We old demons also have someone to worship. That child is not bad, another grave mound emitted a faint divine sense. Unfortunately, he's about to die, a sigh came from the grave next to the green-skinned gourd. Then there was a dead silence. No one spoke for a long time, as if some kind of emotion was surging. That weapon has actually been refined. It's just that this silly boy doesn't understand. If it isn't quenched, how can it face the enemy? A voice suddenly sounded, with a hint of disappointment in iron for not becoming steel. There was even a voice that sounded fierce, who dares to say that immemorial Zhuxiu will definitely win against the ancient demon? Fangxing hadn't expected that the demonic body he'd placed so much hope on would be destroyed so easily by the primal chaos ancient swordbreaker. He thought that the 100-battle soul weapon should have been refined by now. It was lacking in both fire and foundation. Even if it couldn't fill the gap between him and Gu He, it shouldn't have been destroyed so quickly. But whether he admitted it or not, the result was as it had been. The 100-battle soul weapon was completely defenseless against the primal chaos ancient swordbreaker. The moment it came into contact with the primal chaos ancient swordbreaker, it began to crumble. It could only watch as the primal chaos ancient swordbreaker came crashing down, unaffected. At this moment, no matter how bold and ambitious he was, he couldn't help but let out a cold sigh. Gu He's murderous aura wasn't fake. Was he going to lose his life here today? His fleshly body had cultivated the sublime undying scripture, and had been imbued with the wood seed that Uncle Jen had given him. His fleshly body was incredibly powerful, and yet, he couldn't possibly withstand a single blow from the primal chaos ancient swordbreaker. Was he really going to die just like that? As these depressing thoughts flashed through his mind, Fangxing quickly shook his head vigorously. Impossible, how can I just accept my fate? He roared and pushed his arms forward again, gathering his remaining strength to reform the crumbling demonic body. This was just a subconscious action. It was purely an instinctive reaction to his unwillingness to accept his death, but as he did this, something unexpected happened. As Fangxing pressed his hand into the air and released his will, the demon body that had just collapsed actually turned into strands of demonic aura once again. They gathered in front of him almost instantaneously, and the endless demonic smoke once again formed the appearance of Fangxing's demon body. Furthermore, he didn't use the white bone relic as his source of power. Furthermore, it wasn't just the demonic body that was formed once again. Fangxing suddenly sensed something from the distant void. He subconsciously turned his head to look, and his eyes were filled with shock. Heh, so you'll die one day. Gu He shouted coldly as he swung the primal chaos ancient swordbreaker. A smug look flashed across his face. He thought that the reason Fangxing was distracted in the middle of a fierce battle was because he was in despair, which was equivalent to waiting for death. As an expert, he had experienced the feeling of wanting to kill Fangxing too many times, only to be unable to do so. Now that Fangxing looked like he was waiting for death, he was thoroughly satisfied. Subconsciously, he swung the primal chaos ancient Jian even faster. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, the mace smashed down and swung in front of Fangxing. Needless to say, that devil would definitely be smashed into a pile of minced meat under this strike of the mace. However, after he swung his mace, he was slightly startled, as if he felt that something was amiss. He did not know if he was hallucinating, but when he swung his mace, there seemed to be a gust of chilly wind blowing from the other side of the abyss. It seemed real and illusory at the same time. It was light as a feather, but it carried an indescribably heavy murderous aura as it pounced towards the little devil under the mace. In confusion, Gu He subconsciously looked down. He immediately frowned, and his expression changed greatly. Beneath his mace, there were countless translucent figures blocking in front of Fangxing, reaching out to block his mace. Some of these people were wearing tattered golden armor, some were decapitated, some were old, some were seriously injured. Or perhaps they were already dead for God knows how many years. But at this moment, their heroic spirits appeared and blocked his mace, protecting the life of the devil. Moreover, they were looking at him sinisterly. Gu He only felt his heart tremble when these people glanced at him once. What kind of gazes were those? There was no reverence, lawlessness, and a surging demonic will that was almost tangible. Who were these people? Why did they appear here? The scene that Gu He saw was only a flash. With a glance, he saw those strange figures, but when he focused again, all the strange figures had disappeared. All he saw were wisps of black chi with a faint sense of unyielding arrogance and madness. They circulated in the air and converged downwards. And the direction they were heading towards was the demonic body that was forming in front of Fangxing. Like ordinary demonic qi, they converged into the demonic body. Ridiculous, how could this be? Gu He hissed and frowned deeply. He could not understand what had just happened. His mace had clearly taken the initiative, so how could it be completely useless at the last moment? No matter what demonic means you have, I don't believe that you still have the power to turn things around in the face of absolute strength. He was also a person with a heart of stone and was not frightened by this strange scene at all. After the mace failed, he quickly rose in anger and turned around to smash the mace again. This time, the mace was obviously stronger, and it was imbued with his spiritual power. He did not want to give Fangxing any time to breathe. No matter what evil method you used, I will kill you with the mace first. What happened just now? Even Fangxing was stunned and was slightly unable to react at this moment. He did not know how he had dodged that mace. He only knew that in the face of certain death, he was still unwilling to give up. He once again condensed his demonic body, wanting to fight against Gu He. Then, he attracted all the demonic qi, wanting to form his demonic body again. But this time, what he attracted was not only his own demonic qi, but also some unknown thing. That thing could not even be considered as power, but a kind of emotion, a kind of existence that could not be touched in the unseen world. Perhaps it was unwilling to give up, or perhaps it was angry. Like threads of light, it instantly strengthened the demonic body. Then, he intuitively felt that the demon body in front of him had already changed. The entire demon body was now emitting a metallic luster. The demonic qi was condensed like steel, and the divine sense between the eyebrows was connected to him. The entire demon body floated lightly in front of him, and he did not know how much power was contained within it. With just a thought from him, the crazy power would pour out and tear everything inside apart according to his will. Divine weapon quenching, primordial Tao fetus, victory after 100 battles, disaster with a single thought. An illusory voice came into his ears, as if it were real and illusory. It was as if some existence that he could not touch was congratulating him on the completion of the divine weapon. Boom, while he was distracted, Gu He's iron mace arrived. It was even more powerful than before, and it swept across the void toward Fangxing everywhere it passed. The primordial chaos palea qi filled the air, and the void was suppressed. The wind howled. Not even the Night Clan's divine child would dare to take this attack head-on, but it smashed toward Fangxing with the intent to kill. Fangxing suddenly came to his senses. He gritted his teeth and struck out with his palm. Whoosh, as he struck out with his palm, the demon body suddenly moved. It shot up into the sky, and with a chilling metallic luster, it flew toward the primordial chaos ancient swordbreaker. Then, just like Fangxing, it stretched out a hand, clenched it into a fist, and punched at the primordial chaos ancient swordbreaker. It was as if time had been reversed, and the scene from before replayed itself. It was still a body of flesh and blood trying to block the primordial mystical weapon. How is this possible? The people around him frowned. Although they were puzzled, they did not think that Fangxing would win. They admired Fangxing a little. After failing once, he was still using the same trick. It gave people the feeling that even though he had just failed, he still believed in that demon's body. Can we still avoid it this time? Everyone looked over, their eyes full of concern. They did not know why Gu He's first attack had failed, so they were even more concerned now. Moreover, from the distance, Fangxing would definitely not be able to escape this calamity if the devil body were to shatter once again. Boom. Before they could even finish their thoughts, the metal truncheon had already collided with the demon's body again. Then, the space between the heavens and the earth exploded. Shockwaves that could be seen with the naked eye spread out into the distance, destroying everything in their path. The mist around the primal chaos ancient swordbreaker was scattered, turning into a hazy mist that obscured everyone's vision and divine sense. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their mouths, and they couldn't help craning their necks to look ahead. What was going on? Whoosh, on the other side of the abyss, in the direction of the desolate and ruined graveyard, a sinister wind blew. All the mist was gradually dispersed by the sinister wind, revealing the scene on the battlefield. Then, everyone was stunned. At this moment, in the void, Gu He's face was cold. He held the metal truncheon in one hand and maintained the posture from when he swung the truncheon. In front of him was Fangxing's demon body, which was flickering with a metallic luster. When the demon body's fist smashed onto the metal truncheon, it actually forcefully blocked the attack. Not only did it not show any signs of shattering, its aura was even growing stronger. He blocked it. He actually blocked it, the fourth prince of the Kanglancy suddenly shouted. A body of flesh and blood blocked the primordial chaos ancient swordbreaker. How is this possible? That is probably not a body of flesh and blood, that is a weapon. Young Divine King Ao Gu also muttered to himself, but he inadvertently revealed the truth. He actually succeeded. Even the Night Clan's divine son appeared to be in a daze for a moment, then he took a deep breath. In the depths of his eyes, there was actually a deep sense of fear. Woo-woo, ha 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 ha, all the divine court little saints were still in a state of shock when they saw this scene. Suddenly, they were attracted by a strange movement in a direction, and they turned their heads in horror. Shockingly, that direction was the direction of the tomb they'd just passed through, and it instantly caused their expressions to change. Earlier, they'd all heard a wave of strange laughter that was endless, and it was indescribably mournful and terrifying. Moreover, it was filled with an indescribable sense of madness. All sorts of chaotic sounds charged into their minds, causing them to be unable to help but feel a chill run down their spines. In the sky, demonic clouds gathered and dispersed due to the demon body's aura. Around them, ghostly laughter seemed to contain boundless madness. Legend has it that in primordial times, when a divine weapon was born, ghosts and gods cried at night. The successor of the small immortal realm said in a low voice, "Now, the weather has changed dramatically, and the ghosts are laughing wildly." What is this? In ancient times, there was the birth of a divine weapon, ghosts cried at night, and heavy rain fell for months, but now, the weather changed drastically, ghosts laughed wildly, and cheered. This strange and terrifying scene made everyone feel as if there was a boulder pressing down on their hearts. With their level of cultivation, they were naturally not afraid of ghosts or gods. However, this strange scene made their hair stand on end. What they were afraid of was not the ghostly immortals, but the meaning behind the abnormal actions of these ghostly immortals. They were also alarmed by the strange scene of Fangxing's devil body blocking Gu He's primordial chaos ancient swordbreaker with his bare hands. This caused a storm to rage in their hearts. Something that they could not understand had appeared. It was not like a clone, but more like a weapon that could block the primordial chaos ancient swordbreaker. Ha 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 ha. After an unknown period of time, Fangxing also laughed in a low voice, and then his laughter became louder and louder. At this time, the joy in his heart was also indescribable. He had really refined it, with the demon body as the embryo, the thousands of spells of the experts of the Pure Land as the furnace, the pressure of life and death as the hammer, the will of the 100 schools of thought bestowed by Uncle 11 and by Qianzhang as the guide, and finally the power of the heroic spirits of the ancient gods and devils to enhance the fire. This peerless demon weapon was refined. As soon as the demon weapon appeared and blocked Gu He Swordbreaker, Fangxing's eyes immediately widened. Then, he forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart, and turned to look at the other side of the abyss. Facing the faint laughter of the graveyard ghosts coming from the other side of the abyss, Fangxing lifted his robe, and then bowed. With his hands clasped together, he laughed loudly and said, "This young master, Fangxing, thanks all the heroic spirits for your guidance and help." Ha 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 ha. A faintly discernible laughter came from the direction of the graveyard, as if replying to Fangxing's thanks. "You are courting death." And at this moment, another extremely furious voice rang out. Turning around to look, it was Gu He, whose face was twisted with anger. Fangxing's demonic weapon had actually blocked the power of his Jian. This caused him to be shocked, and also endless grievance to rise. Then, seeing that Fangxing's main body still had the time to pay his respects in the direction of the graveyard at this time, his anger immediately rose. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and then he shouted in a deep voice, "You are merely the remnant consciousness of a demon that has died for tens of thousands of years. How dare you block the might of my divine weapon if you don't guard a small grave? Today, I'll annihilate all of you." Even now, he was still unwilling to believe that Fangxing's demonic weapon had been completed. He only thought that the remnant spirit of an ancient devil was helping Fangxing, helping him block his attack. But although the remnant spirits of these ancient devils were terrifying, in the eyes of a cultivator of his level, he was not afraid. If they were dead, they were dead. No matter how ferocious they were when they were alive, they were just wisps of heroic spirits after death. How much power could they have left to be able to block his Jian? He believed that this was already their limit. After he activated the power of the chaotic ancient Jian with all his might, he could easily destroy their souls. Roar! He suddenly put away the ancient Jian, then formed a hand seal. His figure instantly disappeared from the spot. At the same time, behind Fangxing's main body, a patch of crane feathers that had floated over suddenly burst into flames, and Guhi's figure had already appeared in the flames. Waving the chaotic ancient Jian, he ruthlessly smashed it towards Fangxing's head. Both the desolate Heaven 9 transformation technique and the chaotic ancient Jian had been used at the same time. At this time, Fangxing's 100 battle soul weapon was still more than 100 zhang away, but Guhi had already changed directions and was behind Fangxing. He had made up his mind to kill Fangxing's main body with the Jian before his demon weapon returned. Haha, this trick of yours is no longer a problem for me. There was nothing between Fangxing's real body and the ancient crane at this moment. It looked extremely dangerous, but at this moment, he smiled and flicked his finger. A smooth, milky white pebble flew out. It was the relic refined by the 1,000 spirits pill. The relic floated lightly towards the ancient Jian that the ancient crane had struck. A terrifying demonic aura suddenly surged out from its surface, and just as it was about to collide with the ancient Jian, the demonic aura suddenly surged and transformed into a demonic figure. The 100 battle soul weapon in the distance had already disappeared. It had actually used the relic to appear in front of Fangxing. Bam! In a split second, the 100 battle soul weapon once again blocked Guhi's Jian, causing the void to tremble and astral winds to fly in all directions. How is this possible? Guhi's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe the scene in front of him. His Heavenclave 9 transformation technique was an extraordinary immortal technique, and even in the great immortal dimension, it was a rare secret technique. In terms of teleportation, there was simply no one in the world that could compare to it. But no matter what, he didn't dare believe that Fangxing's devil body had actually relied on that strange relic to accomplish this. Fangxing's speed wasn't the slightest bit slower than his own, as it was extremely similar to his Heavenclave 9 transformation technique. Haha, why not? Fangxing's main body simply sat down cross-legged in the void like an immortal. 3 immortal belts fluttered behind him, and his magic power was already pushed to the extreme. A strand of his own consciousness was wholeheartedly placed on the 100 battle soul weapon. He laughed in a low voice. 100 battle soul weapon, 100 battle soul weapon. Do you think I refined this demonic weapon for fun? As he spoke, Guhi had already transformed again and moved to another location. He waved the Jian in an attempt to hit Fangxing's main body, but Fangxing flicked out a relic at any time. The 100 battle soul weapon still appeared in front of Guhi and blocked him again. No matter how he transformed, he could not get close to Fangxing's main body. He could only fight head-on with the 100 battle soul weapon. Borrowing the embryo to be reborn, gathering and dispersing at will. The heavens of the 3 realms are everywhere. This is the 100 battle soul weapon. Shut up! Guhi shouted through gritted teeth. His body moved like a stream of smoke, and he suddenly circled around the 100 battle soul weapon. Using the Jian in his hand as a sword, he pointed it at Fangxing from afar. Primal Chaos Palea energy gathered, and in an instant, it took the form of a roaring tiger. It opened its bloody mouth and lunged at Fangxing, who was sitting cross-legged in the void. The Primal Chaos Ancient Jian in his hand did not only attack head-on, but also controlled the Primal Chaos Palea energy. It was a divine ability. After controlling the Primal Chaos Palea energy to devour Fangxing, he swung the Jian at the 100 battle soul weapon. It was an ordinary weapon, but it split into 2 attacks, one to entangle the 100 battle soul weapon, and the other to attack Fangxing's main body. Change! 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 When Fangxing saw this, he laughed loudly, and then shouted 3 times. The 100 battle soul weapon responded, transforming from the 3-headed, 6-armed demon form into a 2-headed snake. One of its heads shot toward Guhi with a whoosh, while the other reached out and bit down on the waist of the tiger that was the Primal Chaos Ancient Swordbreaker. The bite caused the ancient chi to leak out, and the tiger howled in pain before disappearing into nothingness in the void. I have 9,900 Sarairas, so my soul weapon has 9,900 transformations. This is the 100 battle soul weapon. How arrogant. Guhi's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly put away the primal chaos ancient swordbreaker. He waved it in the air, and all the primal chaos palea energy that filled the air suddenly gathered on the ancient swordbreaker. At the same time, the primal chaos ancient swordbreaker changed. It was clearly just an iron swordbreaker, but it was incomparably sharp and unstoppable. He slashed it down, and the primal chaos ancient swordbreaker slashed toward the 100 battle soul weapon. Wherever it passed, the void cracked. Since you've said it so well, I'll destroy this troublesome soul weapon first. Guhi's words contained a hint of anger that even he himself could not detect. He wanted to destroy the soul weapon. He was also a proud son of heaven, and his eyes were sharp. He had already noticed that Fangxing's demonic body had indeed been refined into a strange toy. It could change according to his will, and it could roam freely in the void. No matter how hard he tried, it was difficult to break free from its control. However, the core of the soul weapon seemed to be a kind of Saraira. It was probably not very sturdy. As long as he destroyed the Saraira, the soul weapon would disintegrate on its own, but when the ancient Jian smashed in front of the soul weapon, all of the demonic chi on the surface of the 100 battle soul weapon shook, and a fierce wind blew. The primal chaos ancient Jian smashed forward, but it did not completely destroy the 100 battle soul weapon as Guhi had imagined. Instead, the sharpness collided with the demonic chi and shattered at the same time. Then, the primal chaos ancient Jian was swept away, and the soul weapon flew backward. Ha 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 ha, indestructible, unbreakable, this is the 100 battle soul weapon. Fangxing's voice rang out at the right time, laughing loudly as he continued to praise his 100 battle soul weapon. His praise was like a slap to Guhi's face. The face of the number 1 ancient race cultivator was already burning. He hated Fangxing to death. He had wanted to end the battle quickly, but he finally put away the contempt in his heart and forced himself to calm down. Then, he held the ancient Jian horizontally, and his gaze shifted from Fangxing's body to the 100 battle soul weapon. His voice seemed to come from the depths of hell. I don't believe it. He paused, then suddenly raised his voice, and it spread out in all directions like rolling thunder. I don't believe that a mere demonic spirit can make up for the difference in cultivation between you and me. I don't believe that a weapon spirit you casually refined can resist my primal Jian. As he roared, the primal chaos ancient Jian in his hand seemed to have sensed something. Chaotic chi suddenly flourished, and it shone as brightly as the sun. Then, he swung it fiercely towards the 100 battle soul weapon. He had already put away his impulsiveness, and was going to fight Fangxing head-on. Becoming stronger when meeting a strong opponent, changing according to the situation, Fangxing's original body was still speaking while shaking his head. But before he finished, his expression suddenly changed. Guhi had come too quickly, and there was no time for him to rack his brains to find words to praise his soul weapon. In a hurry, he could only fly up and spread his fingers. The soul weapon had already sensed something, and strangely turned into a large blade that landed in his hand. With a surge of demonic aura and a hint of ferocity, he slashed towards Guhi's head. At the same time, he did not forget to praise his soul weapon one last time. If you don't believe it, I'll beat you until you do. This is the 100 battle soul weapon. Boom. Boom. Boom, a fierce battle that exceeded everyone's expectations began in this abyss. They fought to the point the heavens and the earth dimmed, and space was covered in pieces as they fought to the point they couldn't form a whole. No one had thought that Fangxing would actually have the ability to fight Guhi to the death. What was even more unexpected was that Fangxing, who seemed to be much weaker than Guhi, was actually getting fiercer and fiercer as he fought, showing signs of overtaking Guhi. This was almost impossible. Guhi's cultivation was much higher than Fangxing's, and he had also had many fortuitous encounters since childhood. In the process of cultivation, he had been heavily nurtured by the Gu clan and had never stopped providing him with resources. The desolate Heaven 9 transformation technique that he had cultivated since childhood was even more difficult to defend against, almost invincible. And that ancient divine weapon, the primordial chaos ancient Jian, had given him a tyrannical strength that far surpassed his peers. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he could sweep away his peers. Such a genius, in the past, his secret opponent was the freak of the Yuan family of the Divine Continent. Later, when the Shin clan descended and the world was in chaos, His opponent was the godchild of the Yi clan, who had already become the number one among the younger generation of the Shin clan. No matter when, he had always been the one who was placed high hopes on him and was on the same level as his opponent, the strongest legend. But now, such a genius had been forcefully stopped by Fangxing, who was only at the third level of the tribulation passing realm. It was hard to imagine. The 100-battle soul weapon had endless transformations, endless power, and endless magical powers. Even a weapon like the primordial chaos ancient Jian had been stopped by the 100-break soul weapon. Amidst whistling sounds, the two figures shuttled back and forth in the void. The primordial chaos ancient Jian in Guhi's hand struck the void above and suppressed the netherworld below. Wherever it passed, the chaotic ancient chi filled the world and locked down the void. Even a high-level itinerant immortal would not be able to resist this ancient Jian. If they were hit by it, their bodies would shatter and they would return to the primordial chaos. This was the power of an ancient divine weapon, but Fangxing's 100-battle soul weapon was the exact opposite of the primordial chaos ancient Jian. This weapon was formed from Fangxing's demonic body and contained almost all of Fangxing's comprehension of martial arts and all sorts of strange magical powers. It was a weapon that was between reality and illusion and moved according to his will. Spear, halberd, saber, sword, it completely resisted the primordial chaos ancient Jian and was not at a disadvantage at all. He's only at the third level of the tribulation passing realm and he already has the power to fight against me. What will he become when he grows? Guhi's heart was restless again. As he swung the primordial chaos ancient Jian, its ferocious might filled the world. He had always thought highly of himself and did not take Fangxing seriously. The only opponents he recognized were the freaks of the Yuan family of the Divine Prefecture. As for Fangxing and Fuyao Palace's Xiaoxitu and the others, they had merely inherited the ideals of the Yuan family freaks and cultivated the ancient techniques of this world. Even if they had no connection to the freaks of the Yuan family, they had walked the old path of the Yuan family freaks and could only be regarded as the heirs of the Yuan family freaks. In front of him, they were only juniors, but this junior, whose cultivation was several lightning tribulations lower than his and who had cultivated for hundreds of years, was able to resist him when he wielded the primordial chaos ancient Jian? What did this mean? Did it mean that he was so fundamentally different from him? The primordial chaos ancient Jian that he had relied on to become famous was really so weak in front of this group of people who had walked the path of a mortal infant. This made him hate it, this made him even more furious, and his attacks became even more vicious, but the more vicious he was, the more difficult it was for him to succeed. The primordial chaos ancient Jian, which had always been successful, was actually restrained by Fangxing. If the result of this battle spreads, won't my reputation be ruined? Guhi felt endless grievance in his heart. He had been ambitious to become the divine king of the human race and unify Tianyuan, but now he was being forced into a corner by a junior whose cultivation was so much lower than his. How could he still call himself the number one of the ancient race? Impossible, he could not lose. He, Guhi, had been blessed since he was young and had countless opportunities. How could he not defeat this brat? How? Could a mere demonic weapon defeat my hundreds of years of cultivation? Brat, today, I will kill you to clear my name. The thought in his heart was so strong that Guhi could not help but shout and wave the primordial chaos ancient Jian in his hand wantonly. His aura had already skyrocketed. He was like an enraged ancient beast that let out an earth-shattering roar. Haha. You really believed me, but before his aura could grow to its peak, Fangxing suddenly clutched his stomach and laughed. Guhi was slightly taken aback and looked at Fangxing coldly. Fangxing immediately said, "You just said that you did not believe that I could use this divine weapon to fight with you, that you did not believe that it could make up for the difference in cultivation between the two of us. Now you say that you will kill me to clear my name. What does this mean?" It means that you have no confidence in the primordial chaos ancient Jian in your hand. TSK. How many years has it been since your ancient weapon was passed down? A kitchen knife will rust after a few years. How can a 10,000-year-old primordial chaos ancient Jian compare to my newly forged divine weapon? Guhi never thought that he would still be in the mood to talk about this in the midst of a fierce battle. After a moment of daze, he angrily shouted, "Nonsense! My primordial chaos ancient Jian exists in the primal chaos and can only be summoned during a great battle. How can your primordial chaos ancient Jian compare to it?" As he shouted, he swung the primordial chaos ancient Jian over. TSK TSK TSK, who doesn't know how to brag? If you have the ability, let's see whose weapon is stronger. Fangxing also laughed. As he taunted, he waved the demonic weapon in his hand to attack. Boom. Boom. Boom, the sound of weapons colliding could be heard in the air. The huge sharpness tore the sky and earth apart, but the situation of the battle did not change. What kind of weapon is that? In the distance, Huami and the others who were watching were already trembling in fear. How can it be so powerful? At this moment, they even felt a chill on their backs. They were all wondering when this demon started to refine such a terrifying weapon. With this weapon, he could actually fight against Gu He. If they had used this weapon when they joined forces to kill him, wouldn't they be in deep trouble now? For a moment, they felt that Fangxing was a little unfathomable. That's the human cultivator's body refining technique. It's a typical demonic technique. The Night Clan's divine son said in a deep voice, as if he had seen through the trump card of Fangxing's demonic weapon. There are 3,000 great daos of the human race, and all kinds of supernatural powers and spells are endless, but their origins are similar. The great celestial realm also has such a cultivation path. Back then, countless demons who dominated the universe took this path and possessed extremely terrifying strength. However, because they took the wrong path, they could no longer achieve immortal king status and were not accepted by the great celestial realm. This demon is quite smart. I don't know what kind of supernatural power he used, but he actually used one of his avatars to set foot on this demonic path. He refined the demonic body into a weapon and condensed a body full of qi, blood, and evil qi. It's like yin and yang, reflecting his immortal infant. This demonic weapon is so terrifying. It can actually help him fight against Mr. Gu He? Li Hua, the leader of the Frost Earth clan, also exclaimed in a low voice. Deep fear surfaced in his eyes. Humph, his demonic weapon is tyrannical and can be said to be endless. However, it has just been refined, so how can it really fight against Gu He? The Night Clan's divine son snorted, looking a little annoyed. Then Huami was full of doubts and couldn't continue. She didn't know what the Night Clan's divine son meant. Gu He has been tricked by him. The divine son of the Yi clan said in a low voice, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. After a while, he controlled his temper and explained, Gu He's cultivation level is much higher than that demon's. At the beginning, he was able to suppress that demon with just his cultivation level and movement techniques. If it wasn't for the wonders of the immortal nascent body, he would have killed all 10 demons by now. Have you ever thought about it? Now that he has summoned the Chaos Ancient weapon and that demon has refined a demonic weapon, both of them have something to rely on. Why is he so helpless against that demon? This question was exactly what the minor saints were wondering about. They immediately looked at the Night Clan's divine son with complicated expressions. Even the fourth prince of the Kanglan Sea and young divine king Ao Gu looked over. Because he is too reliant on that Chaos Ancient weapon. The Night Clan's divine son answered in a deep voice, he has a good weapon. Every time he is in danger, he will take out that weapon and it will break through everything. Thus, his confidence in the ancient weapon has long surpassed his cultivation. Now that the Chaos Ancient weapon is clearly restrained by that demon weapon and can't unleash its power, he still relies on it. Moreover, that demon's provocation has made him angry and he wants to win with the Chaos Ancient weapon. In this way, the entire battle will be a contest of strength between two weapons. How can he win? The surrounding minor saints were stunned. Except for the descendant of the small celestial realm who seemed to have understood something, the others were confused. The Night Clan's divine son obviously didn't have the patience to continue explaining. He said coldly, we have overestimated this Gu He. Although he is as famous as the freaks of the Yuan family, he has only reached his current realm by relying on the protection of a primordial mystical weapon. Compared to the freaks of the Yuan family who can injure the ninth nether divine king with a rusted sword, he is actually too weak. It's not that their strength is too weak, but their will is too weak. Sigh, the true descendants of the immortals really can't be used by the divine court, then should we? The Frost Soil tribe leader's eyes flickered as he asked in a low voice. No need. The Night Clan's divine son seemed to know what the Frost Soil tribe leader wanted to say. He refused without thinking and shook his head. This kid is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He is the best candidate to be the puppet deity king of Heaven Yuan. He is also someone recognized by the 3 deity kings. As he spoke, his eyes darkened and he said in a cold voice, "It doesn't matter whether he is useful or not. What we want is his identity, not his ability." Huamir was shocked and said anxiously, "But if we attack, it will easily alarm the immortal execution array." The Night Clan's divine son said calmly, "A long night is fraught with trouble. Even if it's a little risky, we can't delay it any longer." After a pause, he said softly, "Moreover, it doesn't mean that all of us will alarm the immortal execution array. Little Lord Zhu Kong, the omnipotent little saint, is stubborn and wants to disrupt the Divine Master's plan. What do you think?" The divine son of the Yi clan turned around and looked at the descendant of the small celestial realm, ominous Dao. His eyes were indifferent and his face was expressionless. This sudden sentence caused the descendant of the small celestial realm, fierce Dao, who had been silent all this time, to be startled. Ever since he had fallen out with the divine son of the Night Clan and failed in the end, he deeply regretted exposing himself in advance. He didn't know how to hide it, so he could only pretend that he didn't know anything and stay aside to observe the situation. However, the Night Clan's divine son's words made him unable to continue pretending. He turned around, bowed slightly, and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." The Night Clan's divine son said, "All right, then go ahead and kill him." The descendant of the small celestial realm, ominous Dao, straightened his neck and looked at the divine son of the Night Clan in surprise. The divine son of the Night Clan smiled faintly and said softly, "I know you are ambitious, but it's a pity that you don't have enough luck to achieve great things. You must be unwilling to give up, but you have no choice. Showing your ambition will only bring disaster to you and the small celestial realm. Just like how you overestimated yourself and fought with me for the inheritance of the heavenly devil, you have already sowed the seeds of disaster." He said quietly and glanced at the descendant of the small celestial realm whose face had turned extremely ugly. He then chuckled and said, "But I'm not a person who forces people to go to the dead end. If you can atone for your mistake by killing the devil and helping the ancient crane to step on the stone bridge, I will pretend that your disrespect never happened." After hearing the words of the Night Clan's divine son, everyone's eyes focused on the face of the descendant of the small immortal realm. Looking at the genius from the small immortal realm, everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. The successor of the small celestial realm was silent for a while, then he bowed and said, "As you command." After saying that, he stood up and turned to look in the direction of Fangxing. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly let out a deep sigh and took a step forward. Rumble, with a move of his body, he stirred up the wind and clouds. His entire person was like a giant rock as he rushed out. Even the void was torn apart by his extremely powerful strength. He did not have Guhi's heaven-defying 9 transformation technique, but his speed was extremely fast. The distance of more than 10 miles was covered in just a few steps. Then, the ancient sword on his waist was unsheathed and fiercely stabbed forward with unparalleled sharpness. Fangxing, who was fighting fiercely with Guhi, was shocked as well. He hurriedly turned around, and the 100 battle soul weapon reacted in an instant. It suddenly transformed into a huge shield and blocked the sword. After that, it was pushed back by the force of the sword, and it only stopped after being pushed back for an entire 3 kilometers. Even Guhi, who was about to attack Fangxing, was shocked by this sudden scene, and then an extremely angry expression appeared on his face. He seemed to feel that it was an insult for the successor of the small immortal realm to help him. What a good dog. Why are you in such a hurry to help your master bite people? Fangxing steadied himself and glared fiercely at the successor of the small immortal realm, ominous Dao. He did not conceal the resentment in his eyes. Don't forget that you still have many people in the hands of the small immortal realm. Aren't you afraid that we will? The successor of the small immortal realm was expressionless as he coldly sent a divine sense over. If I win, it won't be you who will threaten me, but I who will threaten you. Fangxing clenched his teeth and smiled. He said coldly, if I lose, I will lose my life and everything will be for naught. Who cares about the flood? You, the successor of the small immortal realm, ominous Dao, obviously did not expect Fangxing to be so straightforward. He was startled for a moment, but very soon, he regained his expressionless look. As he flew over with his sword, he shouted in a low voice, I don't understand. You obviously have no chance of winning. Why are you doing this? The divine son of the Night Clan is ready to attack. Under their joint attack, you won't be able to last a single breath. Why are you doing this? Fangxing burst into laughter and lowered his voice. If I say it's just because I don't like them, would you believe me? Don't like them, an absurd thought rose in the mind of the successor of the small immortal realm, Ominous Tao. How many reasons could he use to defend against the divine race and get his hands on the greatest fortune of heaven's origin world? The righteousness of the race, the passion of a cultivator, or the power of a single tree, there were too many high-sounding reasons that could be used. However, this demon didn't use any of them. He only said that he didn't like them. This made the successor of the small immortal realm, Ominous Tao, have complicated thoughts. His hatred and pressure toward the divine court were no less than Fangxing's. In fact, his hatred was even stronger than Fangxing's. After all, the 12 small immortal realms had placed their bets on him. He thought he was a peerless genius who had never lost to anyone. However, he had always been like a slave, ordered around by the divine clan. All he wanted was to be a divine king so that his status wouldn't lose to anyone. However, he was always obstructed at every turn. Whether it was being subservient to others or fighting for power at all costs, he always failed at the last moment. Why was his life so tiring? Why was this demon able to live so carefree? Why did he always do such stupid things? Why was he always envious of him? As the two conversed, their hands did not stop moving. They were engaged in a fierce battle that swept across the void. On the other hand, Guhi's expression kept changing. One moment, he was angry, the next moment, he was resentful. However, he didn't make a move. With his abilities, why can't he take down that demon after such a long time? I think he's being disloyal. At this moment, someone among the spectators, Zhu Xiao, spoke in a low voice. He looked at the successor of the small immortal realm with resentment. Haha, let him do what he wants. The divine son of the Night Clan said in a low voice without moving his eyebrows. The black cloak on his back had been taken off at some point and quietly disappeared into the darkness of the abyss. No one knew what he was thinking about, but he was like a mountain, unconcerned about everything. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and ordered coldly, "We don't have much time. We must kill this demon in 15 minutes. Isn't he afraid of alerting the immortal execution formation?" All the little saints around him were taken aback and looked at him in surprise. The immortal execution formation won't be alerted within 10 minutes. The eyes of the divine son of the Yi clan flickered. He looked coldly at Fangxing and took a step forward. The other minor saints were stunned for a moment, but they quickly followed suit. Rumble, this sudden scene alarmed every existence in the abyss. The successor of the small immortal realm, Xianxia, who was fighting fiercely with Fangxing on the surface but was actually feeling conflicted, also came to a sudden realization. He looked deeply in the direction of the immortal execution formation and seemed to have made an important decision. He suddenly looked at Fangxing and said in a low voice, "Fangyamo, I won't say much. I've decided to bet on you. As long as you sign the blood contract with me now, I'll help you once and help you step onto the stone bridge. However, the price is that you must support me to become the divine king." At this moment, there was a look of determination on his face. There seemed to be a surge of anger in his eyes. Even the magic power in his body was surging like a tidal wave. One could see the drastic change in his heart. What? Even Fangxing was stunned. He didn't expect this guy to say this at the end. The divine son of the Yi clan can't hide his tricks from me. He forced me to kill you because he must have used some kind of trick to isolate himself from the immortal execution formation. I'm sure that what will come next will be an even more violent and terrifying trick. You won't be able to resist it, but if you and I join forces, there's still a chance of survival. I'm giving you this chance now. I just want to ask you, are you willing to join forces with me? The successor of the small immortal realm, Xianxia, pulled his hand back and waited for Fangxing's answer. At this moment, a dense murderous intent came from afar. The divine lords of the Yi clan, Huami Fu Shanzi, the Frost Soil tribe's leader, Ao Kuang, the fourth prince of the Tsung Lan Si, young divine king Ao Gu, and the others slowly flew over. They didn't seem to be in a hurry, but they were naturally filled with killing intent. They were gathering their strongest attack, like a giant beast that had its prey in its mouth and was slowly closing its mouth. Behind him, a thin layer of mist had risen between him and the immortal slaying formation. It was like a curtain, separating them from the immortal slaying formation. With a glance, Fangxing was sure that the mist was the manifestation of a pure power. Its nature was somewhat similar to the Yun Shang that the Divine Lord had bestowed upon him. This power was a transformation of fairy qi. Although it could only be used once, it was very powerful. If he wanted to break through this curtain, he would need at least 10 minutes to do so. The inescapable trap has arrived. I'm your only chance. The successor of the small immortal realm, Xianxia, stood proudly in the void and looked at Fangxing coldly. He flipped his palm and a gash appeared on it, revealing a crystal-clear blood. Then, he stretched his palm towards Fangxing and said in a voice that seemed to come from beyond the heavens, "Are you willing to form an alliance with me?" Fangxing's heart sank. He felt that the heavens and earth were expanding infinitely while he was shrinking. He felt an overwhelming pressure that came from the fates of several forces. At this moment, he was like an ant in front of the immortal execution formation, resisting the suppression of the celestial race, ancient race, and the rebel forces of the human race. This feeling that came from the depths of his true spirit was extremely real and terrifying. The palm of the successor of the small immortal realm before him seemed to have become his only hope. He knew that as long as he held the hand of the successor of the small immortal realm and instantly formed a blood contract, he would have a powerful ally. However, the demon body had been refined into 100 battle soul weapon and could no longer help him conceal the secrets of heaven. In other words, once the blood contract was formed, it would become a real blood contract. Therefore, he was silent for a long time before he suddenly raised his head and grinned, "I refuse." The successor of the small immortal realm, Xianxia, was stunned for a moment before he said angrily, "Why?" Fangxing suddenly controlled the 100 battle soul weapon and a powerful force swept forward, forcing the successor of the small immortal realm to defend with all his might. "Because I don't like the look of you either." Asterisk whoosh, asterisk the 100 battle soul weapon swept out. Even the successor of the small celestial realm, ominous Tao, had to defend against it with all his might. Then, he was pushed far away by this force. His figure happened to be standing next to the small saints of the divine palace. At the same time, Gu He, who had been watching from the side, finally suppressed his anger. He comforted himself in his heart and slowly descended. He stood next to the divine son of the Night Clan, holding the ancient sword in his hand. The chaotic Paleochi gradually surged, as if it had turned into a steaming cloud, filling the void. The divine son of the Night Clan was surrounded by night chi. The place where he stood was like the netherworld. The successor of the small celestial realm also had a mysterious light in his eyes. Endless purple chi rose from his body, making him look ethereal. On the other hand, Gu He controlled the chaotic chi and remained hidden. Behind them were Hua Mi-er, Fu Shanzi, the Frost Soil Patriarch and the others. The last two were obviously hesitant, but under the pressure of the general situation, they had no choice but to follow the fourth prince of the Kanglan Sea and Yun Divine King Ao Gu. A pressure as great as that of the heavens spread out from their bodies in rows, surging forward to suppress the people in front of them. Only Fangxing stood before them, and he held the large saber transformed from 100 battle soul weapon as he floated alone in the air. "You finally made the right choice." The divine son of the Night Clan turned to look at the successor of the small celestial realm, ominous Tao, and said softly, "Whoosh." The successor of the small celestial realm, ominous Tao, looked a little lonely and even resentful at Fangxing. In the end, he turned to the divine son of the Night Clan and said in a low voice, "Since the small celestial realm has already submitted, we will naturally follow your highness' lead. You are very smart. The small celestial realm will have a way out." The divine son of the Night Clan replied softly, as if it was a guarantee, but it was also more like an insult. The successor of the small celestial realm, ominous Tao, lowered his head. No one knew what he was thinking, but the murderous aura around him was clearly stronger. Why bother? The divine son of the Night Clan ignored the descendant of the small celestial realm and looked at Fangxing. He said quietly, "You already have a saint position in the divine court. In terms of status, you are only below the divine king. For someone like you who has no sect and is hated by all the cultivators in the heavenly origin sect, this is already very rare." Even if you didn't obtain the fortune this time, you will still have some merit. Even though it won't be what you want, you are still above all cultivators. Why do you have to choose to be my enemy?" As he spoke softly, a hint of coldness began to appear in his calm eyes. "Or perhaps, you're not sincere in joining the divine court. To be honest, ever since you've joined us, you've been doing ridiculous things and having weird thoughts. It seems like you've done a lot of meritorious deeds, but how many of them are truly beneficial to the divine court? Even when you broke through the third forbidden area and suppressed Zhuxiu of the Pure Land, I always felt that you had other plans. I just wasn't sure. Now, you're stubbornly insisting on stopping us from obtaining the divine item. This makes me even more suspicious. Tongtian Xiaoxing, I accuse you of pretending to join us and secretly remaining loyal to the human clan. Do you have anything to say?" "Haha, who is so great in the human clan that I should be loyal to?" Fangxing replied in a low voice. He spat in the void and sneered. "I just don't like you. You can deny it, but I just want to ask you one thing." The Night Clan's divine son took a step forward. With this step, the Night Clan's aura around him rose, and the pressure it brought with it doubled. "I am here on the Divine Master's orders to seize this God-bestowing treasure. I order you, the Sky-reaching Lord, to step aside. Are you willing?" "No one can order me. Not even my own father, let alone my grandson." Under this enormous pressure, Fangxing chuckled softly. The demonic aura on his body surged, and then his eyes darkened. He laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "But there's one thing you're right about. I've never been loyal to the Divine Palace, then there's nothing I can do." The divine son of the Night Clan had achieved his goal. He waved his sleeves and ordered, "Kill Tongtian Xiaoxing." "Yes, sir." Finally hearing this clear order, the murderous aura of all the people behind him rose at the same time. "No matter how arrogant you are, you'll still die in my hands." Fu Shanzi roared and waved his giant axe. A strong wind surged through the void and swept toward Fangxing. "You're just a human. How dare you go against the divine clan? You deserve to die." Hua Mi-er and the leader of the Frost Soil tribe did not hold back. One of them spewed out blue flames, while the other transformed into a fierce bee. "Sigh, I didn't want to kill you. Unfortunately, you're too stupid. Why do you have to act like a mantis trying to stop a chariot at such a crucial moment?" The fourth prince of the Kanglan Sea, Ao Kuang, sighed. He didn't want to kill Zhou Donghuang, but the divine son of the Night Clan had already glanced at him coldly. He knew that he couldn't stay out of this matter given his current status. Moreover, although the Kanglan Sea had ordered him to rope in Zhou Donghuang as much as possible, he didn't say that he should bet on Zhou Donghuang when Zhou Donghuang was determined to do something stupid. Since things had come to this, he could only give up on Zhou Donghuang. Whoosh, surging seawater appeared behind him and vaguely formed the shape of a nine-headed demonic dragon. It pounced towards Fangxing. "Brother Fangxing, my father once discussed with you to seize the God bestowment treasure. However, the divine son of the Night Clan is meticulous and calculated one step ahead of us. There's no chance for us to seize the God bestowment treasure anymore. We should lie low for the time being and wait for another opportunity. However, I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. You actually want to support the heavens alone when the situation is at hand. Sigh, I can't help you in such a desperate situation." Young Divine King Aogu had the same thought. His eyes seemed to be filled with reluctance, but he didn't dare to show it in front of the divine son of the Night Clan. He didn't even dare to not attack. He barely flapped his wings and swept a gust of wind towards Zhou Donghuang. He felt extremely guilty. If there was a 30% chance of success, I would have risked exposing my identity to save you. But now, there's not even a 10% chance. He said a lot in his heart, but he didn't know if Fangxing could understand. Boom. 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 Fangxing had already taken out his 100 battle soul weapon and turned it into a bronze wall to defend against all kinds of divine abilities. He, who had cultivated the 100 battle soul weapon, was most afraid of this kind of fight. The 100 battle soul weapon had unparalleled potential. It allowed him, who was only at the third level of the tribulation passing realm, to fight anyone. If it was just martial arts, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone. However, what he was most afraid of was this kind of fight where there was no way to fight and only strength. There was no experience for him to learn from, so he could only compete with his own strength. Almost every single one of his opponents was on par with him, so he was at a disadvantage. However, he couldn't dodge. Once he did, he wouldn't be able to stop the saints of the Divine Palace from sending Gu He to the stone bridge. At this moment, he could only hold on by himself. He was like a demon guarding the stone bridge. Behind him was the divine item that was related to the fate of Tian Yuan. He also wanted to retreat, but the anger in his heart prevented him from doing so. He could only stand in front of him. This might be the stupidest thing I've ever done in my life. At this moment, apart from the unwillingness to retreat, this was the only thought that rose in Fangxing's heart. Let's make a move too. The divine son of the Night Clan had a faint smile on his face, especially when he saw that the fourth prince of the Canglan Sea and young divine king Ao Gu had already made a move. His satisfaction made him nod, then he glanced at the descendant of the small immortal realm, Ominous Tao, and Gu He of the ancient clan. The night chi behind him suddenly turned into a monstrous demonic claw that fiercely grabbed at the bronze wall in front of Fangxing. It was like a ferocious wave slamming against a thin dam. Whoosh. Seeing that the divine son of the Night Clan had made a move, Gu He didn't hold back and directly swung his mace. He had thought it through. This wasn't the time to be angry. He had to kill this demon and obtain the divine item first. Why bother? Why bother? Just as the two of them were about to make a move, an extremely resentful snort sounded from the side. It was the descendant of the small immortal realm, Ominous Tao, who had made a move before them. The 7 immortal belts behind him fluttered and an endless amount of immortal force was infused into the ancient sword. Then, the sword chi surged and stopped in the air. It spun and flew forward with a rumble. It even surpassed the giant claw of the Night Clan's divine son and the ancient mace in Gu He's hand as it fiercely stabbed towards the bronze wall. The bronze wall, or rather, the dam formed by the soul weapons of hundreds of battles, seemed so fragile at this moment. Why did you do it even though you know it's impossible? Why, until the very last moment, would you rather fight alone than join hands with me? Why do I feel guilty in front of you even though I know that every step I took was right? The descendant of the small celestial realm, Ominous Tao, was filled with countless crazy thoughts as he charged towards Fangxing. He hated Fangxing. All sorts of complicated emotions made him hate Fangxing more than anything else, so he wanted to end him with this sword. He wanted to use this sword to cut off all the distracting thoughts in his heart. Rumble, the sword brought with it endless waves and struck the bronze wall. Together with the spells of the other saints, it formed an indescribably terrifying wave that was about to completely destroy the wall. The doubts in his heart would probably be buried in the bottom of his heart forever. He would never have the chance to ask Fangxing about it again. Therefore, he didn't expect someone to answer his question. Because senior brother is a proud person. You don't have the right to force him to make way, a calm voice echoed in Ominous Tao's ears. As for your question, senior brother doesn't need to join forces with a slave who is willing to work for the divine court in order to protect the providence of heaven's origin. He still has us. The sudden voice stunned the descendant of the small immortal realm, Ominous Tao, and his sword attack slowed down. After this pause, he instantly thought of something, and his expression became even more shocked. He immediately gave up on his attack and raised his head to look around. The shock in his heart reached its peak in an instant. Who was the person who answered his question just now? The most terrifying thing was that he didn't even ask the question. He only thought about it in his heart. Who was it who heard the roar in his heart and answered it? That kind of answer was also strange. The voice was illusory like the Sanskrit sound of a spiritual mountain. It went straight to the heart, but the content was very ordinary. Weng, weng, weng. While the successor of the small celestial realm was looking around in shock, the sound of chanting began to echo in the air. The sound came very quickly. At first, it was almost inaudible, but it soon became louder. The sound caused the air to tremble as if it was right next to one's ears. Even the sky and the surroundings began to have flowers falling down from the sky, causing the netherworld spiritual energy to be completely wiped out. Who is it? The minor saints of the divine court reacted very quickly. They all reacted and shouted. Whoosh, no one answered. However, in the surrounding void, the figures of a few white-robed monks suddenly appeared. The person in The lead had a lowered brow and a slender figure. It was the Permitha Temple's Dharma protector monk. Behind him were 4 white-robed monks. All of them had their palms pressed together as they slowly walked over. As their chanting grew louder and louder, the surrounding void was already filled with spirited heavenly flowers. Head of the Permitha Temple? Guhi was the most shocked when he saw these people. He was taken aback and then shouted, "How are you still alive? You obviously died in the immortal burying demonic cloud." At this point, he stopped talking, but his eyes were still full of surprise. The people around him could naturally guess what he was going to say. At the bottom of the immortal burying slope, the immortal soldiers of the Immortal Alliance were tricked by him and the divine son of the Night Clan. They all became sacrifices and were wrapped by the immortal burying demonic cloud. No one knew what happened after that, but it was clear that Guhi was the only one who came out alive. It could be seen that those people were most likely devoured by the immortal burying demon cloud. Only the ancient crane was prepared and managed to escape. At that time, Guhi had already seen the Buddha seal fall into the immortal burying demon cloud, so when he saw him alive, he was immediately shocked. However, he still had the ability to maintain his composure and did not continue to ask questions. He did not say that there was no benefit to his evil deeds, but his eyes could not help but flash. He continued to speculate. Although he was silent, his ferocity became stronger and stronger. Ba, Mr. Gu, he is the leader of the Gu clan. It's truly a pity that he would submit to the divine court. However, the Buddhist seal had walked close to it. The Buddhist seal stopped and chanted a Buddhist name in a low voice. He looked up at the ancient crane. Cut the crap. With your abilities, you won't be able to escape from the immortal burying demonic cloud. Did someone save you? The ancient crane did not want to talk anymore. He shouted in a low voice with a gloomy expression. At this moment, he was filled with fear. Naturally, he did not want to argue with the Buddhist seal. He only wanted to know how the Buddhist seal had escaped. After all, he had seen the Buddhist seal and the monks being engulfed by the immortal burying demon cloud at the same time. He was very sure that the monks could not resist the power of the demon cloud with their own strength. Did someone save them, or was there another reason? If someone helped him, then he would be in big trouble. It must be known that this matter was so secretive. Before his identity was revealed, even among the saints of the divine court, except for the Night Clan's divine son, no one knew his identity. The reason was that this was closely related to the plan of him and the Night Clan's divine son. Not only did they have to help the divine master obtain the divine object, they also had to keep this matter a secret. After all, he was going to be the divine king, the person who guarded Tianyuan on behalf of the divine master. He could not let his reputation be ruined. In their original plan, he would be the one to make this great contribution, but Fangxing would be the scapegoat. And if he was exposed, even if he made this great contribution, it would be difficult for him to keep the divine king position. Because the divine master had promised the immortal union that the position of Tianyuan immortal king would be chosen by them. In other words, the current reputation was the big foundation. Guhi was in a hurry, but the Buddhist seal was slow. Hearing the shout of Guhi, the old monk just looked up and glanced at him. Then, he lowered his head and put his palms together again. He sighed. We Buddhist believers may not have good killing ability, but we still have some ways to save our lives. The immortal burying demon cloud is the most evil thing in the world. Ordinary people can't escape from it, but it's not difficult for us Buddhist disciples. Nonsense. You're just a few baldies, and you dare to be arrogant in front of me? Guhi relaxed a little when he heard that they weren't rescued by anyone else. However, his killing intent quickly rose again. He swung the Chaos Ancient Swordbreaker at the Buddhist seal. There was a loud rumble, and a boundless chaotic aura rose. A ferocious cloud suddenly shrouded the group of monks. At this moment, his killing intent had already risen. He even felt a little relieved when he heard the monks' reply. He remembered that there were 5 monks from the Permitha temple when they arrived. Now that there were still 5 of them, it meant that they hadn't sent anyone to inform on him. Then, if he took them down now, there was still hope to block the news of him defecting to the divine court. This mace attracted the attention of everyone present. Even the divine son of the Night Clan and the others stared at the lotus platform. It was really too strange that these monks came back to life. Even they did not know what the problem was. Especially since although the Buddhist sect was weak now, far from the majestic Western heaven realm, they still had 100,000 years of foundation. Even the proud divine court never dared to underestimate them. Sigh, why did Mr. Gu he make mistakes again and again? The Buddhist seal looked at the swordbreaker with a helpless expression. He waved his sleeves and formed a seal with both hands. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in front of him, and a mirage of a golden lotus appeared. It was like a fairyland floating in the air, and he retreated with the wind. How dare a mere bald donkey teach me a lesson? Guhi's heart was filled with anger, but also with a bit of hatred for losing control of the situation. His words were not polite, and he struck the lotus pool with the swordbreaker. The primal chaos ancient chi surged, and countless golden lotuses were destroyed. The Buddhist seal was the Permitha temple's chief monk, an eminent monk, but he did not seem to be able to resist the primal chaos ancient swordbreaker. The monks around him were all profound in the Dharma, but they were only ordinary eminent monks. It was impossible for them to withstand the murderous attack of the strongest person of the ancient clan. They could only watch helplessly as the ancient swordbreaker swept across with unstoppable momentum, about to kill all the surviving monks of the Permitha temple. However, it was also at this moment that a sudden change occurred. The successor of the small celestial realm had been bewildered until now. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and shouted, "Watch out!" This shout gave Zhu Shou a fright. He turned around and looked around in surprise, not knowing what to be careful of. Only the eyes of the divine prince of the Night Clan suddenly turned cold, and he looked forward with a swoosh. "How dare you call us bald donkeys?" Guhi, who was swinging the primal chaos ancient swordbreaker at the lotus platform, crossed half of the void in the abyss. He was wearing an ancient robe with a crane's cape. He looked like an immortal and had an imposing appearance. When he swung the swordbreaker, it destroyed the clouds and shattered a pool of golden lotuses. His momentum was unparalleled and almost invincible. Not to mention the Buddhist seal who bore the brunt of the attack. Even the monks who were profound in the Dharma but not strong enough could not stand still under the chaotic aura of the swordbreaker. They were scattered all over the place, and their frail bodies were almost shattered, but no one expected that just as he was rushing towards the Buddhist seal, behind him, an ordinary-looking young monk suddenly raised his head. The aura on his body changed, and wisps of white light emitted from his body. It was a young monk in white. His handsome face made the moon dim, and his temperament was so otherworldly that it made the world silent. His white monk robes fluttered in the wind, without a trace of worldly aura. With just a change in temperament, he had transformed from an ordinary little monk into the most dazzling existence in the world. However, it was also this young monk, who was so handsome and noble that he seemed like he should not exist in the world, who was laughing softly at this moment. He took out a wooden fish from his sleeve and shook it in the air. It had already become the size of a small mountain. Then, with an evil smile on his face and a sneaky look in his eyes, he stared at the back of the clueless Guhi's head, then let out a breath and smashed it down. Boom. Guhi seemed to have sensed something at the last moment. He was furious and turned around quickly. But it was already too late. With a thump, he had only turned halfway when the wooden fish had already smashed into his head. The pitiful ancient crane's originally furious expression froze. The chaotic energy rising from the primordial divine swordbreaker in his hand was almost completely withdrawn in an instant. Then, he closed his eyes with great reluctance and fell into the abyss in a muddle-headed manner. "If I don't hit you, do you really think you're the number one person in the Pure Land?" The white-robed monk stretched out his head and looked at the ancient crane that was falling towards the 9 underworlds. He angrily cursed with a face full of anger. Behind him, Foin and the monks around him had ugly expressions on their faces. They chanted softly and did not even lift their eyelids, as if they were very unwilling to raise their heads to see him like this. Behind him, the little saints of the divine palace were also stunned. No one spoke for a long time. After a long time, Fu Shanzi gulped. The scene in front of him was too absurd. He did not want to believe his own eyes. The number one person of the ancient clan was knocked unconscious. The one who knocked him unconscious was actually an inconspicuous little monk who had been following Foin around. More importantly, this little monk's attack seemed to have been provoked by Guhi's casual remark of bald stove. Haha, damn bald furnace, when did you come?" At this moment, an overjoyed voice rang out. It was Fang Xing, who had a pleasantly surprised look on his face. This young monk had just knocked Gu He unconscious with the words bald cauldron, and now Fangxing immediately followed up with such a sentence. This caused all the cultivators to feel a little suffocated in their hearts. Beside the young monk, a young monk who had just regained his footing was already looking at Fangxing with a somewhat angry expression. He put his palms together and shouted in a low voice, "How dare you, you madman! How dare you, how can you speak to my senior brother like that?" Before he could finish his sentence, the young monk suddenly kicked him in the buttocks, forcing him to swallow the rest of his words. Then, he saw the young monk's face full of smiles, without a hint of anger. He even said with a hint of flattery, "Senior brother, actually, I've been here for a long time." Lord Buddha, when the little saints of the divine court heard the little monk's rebuke, their hearts trembled at the same time. Then, they turned to look at the young monk. There was only one person who could be called Lord Buddha in Tianyuan today. He was Xianxia, the 10th generation Buddhist son who was cultivating in the Bayan temple. He was one of the strongest people in the Pure Land apart from the sages and the old monsters of the ancient race who had been missing for a long time. To some extent, he was as famous as Xiao Situ and Nie Qianhong of Fuyao Palace, and Gu He of the ancient race. He was even more famous than them because he was the only successor of Buddhism. In the eyes of many people, especially the followers of Buddhism, his status was not lower than the saints of Tianyuan, because he was the Lord Buddha. Why would a Lord Buddha appear here? And judging from his appearance, he had been hiding among the monks who had entered the battlefield of gods and demons. Why did he do this? Had he seen through the divine court's plan? If he had, how many backup plans were waiting for him? The divine son of the Yi clan thought of so many questions in an instant. His eyes turned cold. On the other hand, the Lord Buddha, who had shocked all the divine court little saints into speechlessness, had completely lost the calmness that befitted his status. His eyes were staring straight at Fangxing, grinning, and even with a hint of flattery, as he quickly explained, "Don't be angry, senior martial brother. How could I not come to see you when I heard you had arrived at the Pure Land? But everyone in the world was saying that you had joined the divine court. I knew that you must be planning something bad. No, something big. So, I didn't show up. But I was worried that you would enter the battlefield of gods and demons alone, so I changed my appearance and mixed in with the crowd to accompany you. When I first met you, I even made eye contact with you, but you didn't see me. Later, at the bottom of the immortal burial slope, that ancient crane suddenly attacked us and almost put us in danger. Fortunately, I had the Mahavairokkana scripture to protect me and saved a few people. Then, I hurriedly came to meet you, senior brother. Fortunately, I made it in time and didn't make a huge mistake. Are you signaling me with your eyes?" When Fangxing heard this, he was angry and amused at the same time. He thought to himself, I was full of worries at that time. How could I have the time to pay attention to a little monk who was winking at me? But at this time, when he saw the little monk Xianxia, he also had a strange feeling in his heart. Inexplicably, he felt much more at ease. He quietly listened to Xianxia say so much. When he finished, he sighed softly and said, "You are already the Buddha Lord." When Xianxia heard this, he also felt a little embarrassed. After a moment of silence, he smiled and said, "It should be." Between the two of them, there was a slight silence. Fangxing frowned. After a long time, he suddenly asked, "Then, can you still kill?" Xianxia was slightly stunned, and his expression became a little strange. He let out a long sigh, and his whole person also returned to the appearance of a pure eminent monk. He slowly turned his head and glanced at the saints of the divine court. He said softly, "Buddhism pays attention to mercy and does not kill." All the saints present looked at Xianxia with strange gazes. Some of them were mocking him, while some were rejoicing. They did not expect this little monk to be so pedantic. Then, his threat was greatly reduced. However, Xianxia's next words immediately caused their expressions to change. "But for those who bully my senior brother, even if Buddhism is as merciful as the sea, it will not allow you to live." Boom! 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 When this sentence was said, every word was like a muffled thunder, resounding in Zhu Shou's ears. This Buddha Yin's expression was a little awkward. He opened his mouth slightly, as if he wanted to stop the Buddha Lord from saying such words that did not conform to the benevolence of Buddhism. However, he quickly shook his head and dispelled the idea. He had witnessed the friendship between his Buddha Lord and that demon. Moreover, now that they were in a chaotic world, some of the rules of Buddhism in the past were not applicable at this time. It was better to let him be. Ha 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 ha. Fangxing was also stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud and shouted, "Good, little bald donkey. Senior brother didn't dote on you for nothing back then." Such a voice made Buddha Yin and the others frown. They couldn't bear to listen to it, but they couldn't find any fault with it. On the other hand, the expressions of those from the Divine Palace, who were led by the Night Clan's Divine Son, had long changed, especially the Night Clan's Divine Son. He swept a cold glance into the distance and slowly walked towards the void. He said in a low voice, "I've heard that the Pure Land's Permitha Temple has a descendant from the Western Heaven Realm. He is powerful and unfathomable, but I've never had the chance to meet him. I never thought that I would meet him here today. However, I would like to ask you something. We entered the ancient battlefield of gods and demons to collect the ancestors' remains with the consent of your immortal alliance. Now that the most important ancestors' remains are behind the stone bridge, it's only right for us to go in and retrieve it." This was already a blatant lie. Who didn't know what was behind the stone bridge? Xianxia was also slightly startled, and then he chuckled and said, "Behind the stone bridge is the bones of the ancestors of the Divine Palace or the Heavenly Yuan unique treasure. I don't care. However, you hurt my senior brother Fangxing, so I can't just stand by and watch." When the Divine Son of the Night Clan heard this, he immediately snorted coldly and looked extremely unhappy. He waved his sleeve and said, "Humph, this person is the heavenly little sage of the Divine Palace. Because he violated the taboo of the Divine Palace, he must be killed. This is a private matter of the Divine Palace. Do you really want to interfere? Don't forget, now is the time for peace talks between the Divine Palace and the Immortal Alliance. You Buddhism acted on your own and went against us. What do you think of the Immortal Alliance? You should know that this devil is also a thorn in the side of the Immortal Alliance. Executing him should be what you want." The Divine Son of the Night Clan was the kind of person who almost couldn't feel his existence when he didn't speak. However, as soon as he spoke, his aura would resonate with heaven and earth, and the entire void would revolve around him. At this moment, he stepped forward and spoke with a faint voice. However, the night chi gathered around him and immediately became the focus of the world. His aura even suppressed the Buddha Lord and Xianxia, the fourth prince of the Kanglan Sea, young divine King Ao Gu, and the others were a little worried. They didn't expect the Divine Son of the Night Clan to be so powerful. At this time, he could still be thick-skinned enough to say such words. If a fight broke out, no matter what the result was, an all-out war between the Divine Palace and the Pure Land would be the only result. Now, he was sowing the seeds of resentment. He wanted to force this all-out war on the Buddhist sect. When that time came, there would be a crack between the Pure Land. Even the Buddha seal was a little hesitant at this moment. He didn't dare to answer such words. Who said that I intervened for the little saint of the Divine Palace? Xianxia, on the other hand, had already put away his cheeky smile when he was talking to Fangxing. His expression was calm, and naturally, an indescribable majesty was revealed. Rays of golden light began to appear behind him, faintly turning into the appearance of a great Buddha. It sat in the void, holding up a piece of light, and contended with the black tide behind the Divine Son of the Night Clan from afar. "I came here for my senior brother Fangxing, the number one Vajra of the Buddhist sect." As he spoke slowly, Xianxia put his palms together. In his solemn expression, there was suddenly a hint of sarcasm. "In addition, I would like to give your highness some advice. The human clan has knowledge as vast as the sea and wisdom as the sky. You admire the Tian Yuan clan and follow my teachings, but you don't learn from those who are fated to be with you. Instead, you have to learn some rubbish? I see that every step you take and every word you say is a trap. It's really the usual means that Zhu Shou of the Tian Yuan clan uses to shirk responsibility. It's a pity that you don't know that in addition to these tricks, the human clan of the Tian Yuan clan also has true feelings and righteousness." As he said this, he had already glanced at the Divine Son of the Night Clan coldly. What is the Alliance of the Immortals? How can it represent the opinion of the Buddhist sect? If we have to express our stance, then the Vajra of the Buddhist sect is the attitude of the Buddhist sect. Boom, as these words were spoken, the void seemed to tremble. Everyone's expressions became somewhat solemn. This Buddha Lord was young and even a little unruly, but his words were too cruel and ruthless. Even Fangxing couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he shook his head and sighed with emotion. Damn it, this little monk is too kind. True feelings and righteousness, even the divine son of the Night Clan was a little annoyed. He didn't expect that this young Buddha lord would respond to him in such a way. He also made it clear that he wanted to directly shed all pretense of cordiality with the immortal court. He even disdained the alliance of the immortals, which made his cognition of the human clan a little shaken. However, there was more of a murderous look on his face. In addition, he had already taken back the immortal slaying array that he had just released. His murderous look also rose. He said coldly, since Buddha Lord has said so, the immortal court has nothing to say to the Buddhist sect. In the future, no matter how the peace talks with the alliance of the immortals go, the Buddhist sect will inevitably be destroyed. Amitabha. Hearing this, the Buddha Lord chanted the name of Buddha in a low voice. He didn't expect that the first enemy of the immortal court was the Buddhist sect. Your Highness, why are you so eager to make a conclusion? If you want to start a war, don't count my ancient demon path first. Just as Buddha Lord Xianxia was about to reply, another person suddenly spoke up. Zhu Shou was shocked. He turned his head and saw a woman with a peerless appearance slowly coming over. Her voice was not loud, but it naturally carried an indescribable firmness. The sage Fusang has ordered that the disciples of the ancient demon path will only follow the lead of Fangxing. Even Fangxing's eyes widened. He didn't expect to see the fox fairy at this time. What surprised him even more was that in addition to the fox fairy, there was also a group of people who came with her, and my Nanzhan branch does not follow the order of the Alliance of the Immortals. We only believe in Fangxing's junior brother Fang. The people of the Divine Land will not fall behind. Peace talks are boring. It's better to fight. As more and more people rushed over and spoke, the atmosphere in the hall changed. It was as if a silent horn had been blown. Figures that were unfamiliar or familiar to Fangxing appeared in the abyss one after another. Each and every one of them represented a faction, and their influence was no less than that of the Buddhist sect. The primordial demon orthodoxy of the northern demon land has come to help Mr. Fangxing. We were almost late, please forgive us. The one at the very front was a group of disciples of the primordial demon orthodoxy that followed Fox Fairy. Each of them had an imposing appearance and an unparalleled aura. Walking at the very front was a ferocious ape that was 3 feet tall. This ferocious ape dragged a long black staff and walked over silently. Beside him was a young man in golden armor. He looked very valiant. The aura of these two people was obviously not much weaker than that of Fox Fairy. In fact, they were even stronger. However, Fox Fairy had spoken on behalf of the primordial demon orthodoxy. This overstepping of her authority caused the two of them to react differently. The ferocious ape glanced at Fox Fairy. His expression was clearly disdainful, but he did not say anything to interrupt. As for the valiant young man in golden armor, he looked at Fox Fairy lovingly and smiled very brightly. After parting at the 100 Break Mountain, Kong Kong of the Great Sage Mountain and the Little Rock of the Gu Blade Mountain had actually appeared here again. Junior brother Fang, we rushed over quickly. At least we did not delay your important matters. On the other side, the newcomers were all cultivators from Nanzhan's lineage. Walking in front were 2 women, one dressed in a bright red dress and the other in a pale yellow robe. They looked delicate and charming, but the expressions on their faces and the aura emanating from their bodies were even more resolute than the men. Behind them, however, were 2 men who followed silently. One was dressed in linen and had a grin on his face. He was so ugly that he looked like a little ghost. The other was silent and expressionless. He held a short spear in his hand, and his eyes were cold. Li Hongyi, Wang Qiong, Li Ying, and Han Ying, the 4 little saints of the Nanzhan had also arrived. Huff. That. Yaoqi's newly promoted great elder, Dao Wufeng, has come to fight under the Celestial Lady's orders. On the other side, there was another familiar face. A fat man with a wide body led a group of female soldiers. It turned out to be Dao Wufeng, the Taoist of the Tianyi Palace. And judging from the appearance of those female soldiers, who else could they be but a group of female disciples of the Fuyao Palace? He even saw Lady Musi's appearance. Beside her, there was a black-robed man with a black skin covering his face. He couldn't see what he looked like, but he could feel that his murderous aura was extremely terrifying. It was the orthodoxy of the divine prefecture, and he had also rushed over at this time. All of a sudden, the situation was reversed. The Buddhist sect, the land of demons, the Nanzhan, and the Chinese continent had all arrived. When these four forces were concentrated, it was comparable to the Pure Land Union of Immortals. Moreover, it was more valuable than the Union of Immortals. The Union of Immortals was mostly formed by some old antiques. For the current Tianyuan, most of the old antiques with real value were no longer in the human world. The remaining ones were more or less like the monkeys in the mountains when there was no tiger in the mountains. However, these people who showed up today were the descendants of various sections. In terms of reputation and influence, they were not inferior to those old antiques. When they saw this group of people, the divine son of the Yi clan and the others all frowned. They never thought that Feng Xing would send reinforcements, but now there were so many of them. At the same time, countless questions arose in their hearts. How did this group of people come in? It seemed that these people were aggressive and there was no lack of experts among them. But in fact, with the vision of the divine son of the Yi clan, how could he not see that there were not many people with real strength among them? Rather than saying that they came to help, it was better to say that they came to express their stance. With the strength of these people, how could they break the immortal-burying demonic cloud and step into this underground palace? Could it be that they also had a method similar to the immortal god ritual that could break the immortal-burying demonic cloud and wait for an opportunity to enter? But where did their offerings come from? Even Feng Xing's eyes were rolling as he sighed with emotion. Your Highness Twin, do you have a lot of questions to ask? At this moment, there were not many people who were qualified to talk to the divine son of the Yi clan. Xianxia of the Buddhist sect was one of them, but he did not speak. The people of the other orthodoxies were also cold. Fox Fairy, who always liked to be in the limelight, opened her mouth and took a few steps forward at the same time. She was already extraordinarily beautiful. When she opened her mouth at this time, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the abyss. The feeling of gathering the attention of all the experts made her smile even more beautiful. Seeing this, Fierce Ape Kong Kong curled his lips and smiled maliciously. The little rock's face darkened. He was a little unhappy, but more than that, he felt helpless. Fox, if you have something to say, just say it. The divine son of the Yi clan revealed his arrogance. It was obvious that he despised Fox Fairy. He raised his chin slightly and shouted coldly. Hee, divine son of the Yi clan, don't be angry. Have you ever thought that you have promised the Immortal Alliance a lot of benefits and probably completely destroyed the will of the cultivators of the Pure Land to fight to the end? But you never thought that there would be so many people who would not hesitate to break off their relationship with the Immortal Court to fight with you? Or that they have already made preparations and are only waiting for the last moment to stop you? Facing the scolding of the divine son of the Yi clan, Fox Fairy's expression did not change. Her smile became even sweeter, which made her look even more beautiful. The divine son of the Yi clan became silent. He was indeed puzzled. When he was in contact with the Immortal Alliance, he could feel that the old cultivators in the Immortal Alliance were not acting. They really wanted to reconcile with the Immortal Court and get temporary peace. Therefore, he was a little confused at this time. Where did these people come from? If they were like the Lord Buddha who had a personal relationship with Feng Xing, it was understandable. But what about these people? Just like what Fox Fairy said, if they were not prepared, how could they have come so quickly? Actually, this is a very simple question. Fox Fairy laughed happily. She had kept everyone in suspense and gained enough limelight. Then, her face turned serious. She looked straight at the divine son of the Yi clan and glanced at Feng Xing imperceptibly. She bowed slightly and said, I am the little saint of the primordial demonic Tao of the Heavenly Alliance, Fox Fairy. Greetings, twin saint of the Immortal Court. If the Immortal Court really wants to talk with the Pure Land, then we can talk now. What Heavenly Alliance? The divine son of the Yi clan frowned. He was obviously a little impatient and even annoyed. Fox Fairy was not in a hurry. Her cheap nature acted up again. The more annoyed the divine son was, the happier she was. She explained with a smile, the Heavenly Alliance is an alliance formed by the younger generation of the Heavenly Alliance to fight against the Immortal Court. It is led by Lord Xianxia of the Buddhist sect, senior by Qianzhong of the Tao of Robbery, and the chief evil Lord Dapeng. It was formed by the Fuyao Palace, the Heavenly Alliance, the primordial demonic Tao of the Northern Demon Land, the Nanzhan Great Snow Mountain, and the Spiritual Mountain Temple. Perhaps its reputation is not as good as the Immortal Alliance, but its will is much firmer. She paused and then continued, both the Heavenly Alliance and the Immortal Alliance are formed to fight against the Immortal Court, but there are some differences. The Immortal Alliance is formed to survive, while the Heavenly Alliance is formed to slay the gods. At this point, she raised her head slightly. Her voice was suddenly piercingly cold, and her face was as cold as ice. Do you really think that by massacring people, Zhu Shou of Tianyuan would be scared out of his wits, and that he would only want to live in peace and forget the blood feud? From the Kuaiji Mountain to the Demon Land, Nanzhan, and the Divine Land, do you still remember how many aristocratic families and orthodoxies you have slaughtered? There are indeed people who are scared out of their wits. They only want to live in peace. They don't even hesitate to negotiate with the Immortal Court. They don't hesitate to become slaves, just like the Immortal Alliance today. The Immortal Court just threw out a piece of meat, and they don't even have the slightest intention to fight to the death. They have even begun to fight among themselves for power and profit in the future, but the unyielding spirit is unbreakable, and the Tianyuan is unbroken. Not everyone is like that. The Tianyuan is, after all, the descendants of the Immortals. After all, there are still people who can't swallow this. Since the day when the blood feud with the Immortal Court was formed, the two venerables of Tribulation Tao have already joined hands with the Buddhist sect and secretly established the Heavenly Alliance. They have no other purpose but to take revenge. They not only want to survive, but also want to slaughter all the immortal clans to avenge the shame of our immortal descendants. Fox Fairy Fairy had a way of speaking. Sometimes she raised her eyebrows, sometimes she looked angry, and her straightforward words were inspiring. Many people secretly clenched their fists. If the atmosphere was not too harsh, they would have already applauded loudly. The little saints of the Immortal Court also frowned, and each had their own thoughts. Some people were surprised. It was strange that the Immortal Alliance was as famous as the sun in the sky, but the famous figures of Tianyuan who really joined it stayed out of it. Even some hidden experts didn't bother to get involved, which always gave people a feeling that the Immortal Alliance was superficial. Some people sneered. The Heavenly Alliance hid in the dark, but pushed the Immortal Alliance to the surface to attract the attention of the Immortal Court. It was really clever. Some people were even more worried. The Immortal Alliance was actually not difficult to deal with because they only wanted to survive. They had long sought stability. The Heavenly Alliance, on the other hand, seemed to be weak, but they were ambitious. They were determined to fight to the death with the Immortal Court. Fortunately, they hid in the dark. Otherwise, if the Immortal Court knew about the existence of such a group of people, they would have already destroyed them. Oh, since the creatures of Tianyuan have such ambition, then I have to think highly of you. The divine son of the Night Clan forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. He looked indifferent as if he was stalling for time. He looked up and said, but the creatures of Tianyuan are the creatures of Tianyuan. You have been living in peace for too long. You said that you are different from the Immortal Alliance, but what else do you have except for a few big words? Yes. Unexpectedly, Fox Fairy Fairy nodded and said, we have a big difference with the Immortal Alliance. The divine son of the Night Clan seemed to be really curious. He looked up and said, what? Fox Fairy 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 suddenly pursed her lips and looked at Feng Xing with a smile. Then she sighed softly and said, I didn't mean to say that. The Honorable Bai Qianzhong and Senior Evil King of the Heavenly Alliance ordered me to say it. The biggest difference between the Heavenly Alliance and the Immortal Alliance is that the Immortal Alliance has never trusted you, but the Heavenly Alliance has never doubted you. One had never believed it, and the other had never doubted it. This sentence, which was inexplicable to others, caused Feng Xing's heart to tremble. He wanted to laugh and cry at the same time, but in the end, he just curled his lips and scolded, these two old guys really know how to flatter. Although he said so, he also heaved a long sigh of relief in his heart. Inexplicably, he felt a lot more carefree, as if a knot in his heart had been untied. Others might not understand Feng Xing, but Uncle 11, Bai Qianzhong, and Daphne did. These two old guys easily asked Fox Fairy to convey a sentence, and it had already dispelled the melancholy in Fangxing's heart. After all, Fangxing was not a saint. On the contrary, he was very narrow-minded and very vengeful. Since he had pledged his allegiance to the divine court, he had been scolded countless times. Although he was free and easy by nature and did not mind it, it would be a lie to say that he did not have a trace of concern in his heart. Sometimes, he even felt disheartened. Why did they scold me after helping you? Do they really think that I don't know how to slap people? Especially when Fangxing single-handedly resisted the saints of the divine court, this feeling was even stronger. Because at that moment, even he himself did not know if those people would continue to scold him if he died, but now, this gloomy feeling suddenly vanished like smoke in thin air. Yes, even when he had not pledged his allegiance to the divine court, didn't those people still scold him? Look at these people, even if he had pledged his allegiance to the divine court and his reputation was ruined, didn't they still believe in him? It's not a loss. Fangxing muttered to himself. After a while, he suddenly let out a ha-ha laugh. At this time, the people from the divine land, Buddhism, Nanzhan, and Zhu Shou of the demon land, who had already gathered here, also heard Fox Fairy's words. They were all smart people, how could they not understand the meaning of this sentence? Seeing that Fangxing was laughing, they all felt a little relieved, and the atmosphere became more relaxed. They even seemed to have forgotten about the little saints of the divine court. It was a strange thing. Hee, are you done with your nonsense? The divine son of the Night Clan suddenly spoke and broke the atmosphere. Then, he looked at Fangxing maliciously and said with a faint smile, "Omnipotent little saint, you do have a lot of friends. Your hypocrisy is beautiful, but I don't know if you've given yourself away or if you're too lazy to continue acting. Now, if I accuse you of pretending to submit to the divine court with ulterior motives, you won't have anything to say, right? I'm talking about your grandpa." Fangxing looked up with a smile and met the gaze of the Night Clan's divine son. His eyes were full of smiles, and at the same time, he exuded a familiar ferocious and domineering aura. He raised his 100-battle soul weapon and pointed at the Night Clan's divine son, shouting, "Bastard, do you think you're still the same as before? Now that my help is here, do you think I'm afraid of you? So what if I'm pretending to submit to you? So what if I'm playing with you? Do you want to complain about me to the divine lord?" At the end of his speech, his ferocious nature was revealed. Suddenly, his figure soared into the sky, and his body rose steadily. Then, he swept his gaze around and shouted coldly, "Brothers, I appreciate your kind intentions for coming to help me. Whoever shows their faces, I will definitely not rob your things in the future. Alright, I won't say any more polite words. Today, I have forged a new good weapon, and I need a few good heads to sacrifice to it. Who wants to help me? I'll do whatever you want, senior brother." Shentu was the first to stand up. He put his palms together and smiled. The primordial demon Tao dares not disobey the little ancestor's order. The golden-winged little rock jumped out and shouted with his halberd in the air. Phew, from Nanzhan's faction, little ghost King Liang took a deep breath and was about to shout, but Li Hongyi suddenly turned to look at him. Li Ying immediately swallowed the words that he was about to say. Li Hongyi smiled sweetly and walked forward slowly. She said softly, "Junior brother Feng, thanks to you, the 100-Break Mountain has been handed over to the two seniors, by Qianzhong and Great Rock Evil Lord. The Feng Tian Alliance will soon see a strong force. Master Hu Qin has already ordered that Nanzhan's Great Snow Mountain will always have a place for you." Now, with the order, when she spoke up to hear, she paused for a moment, and Wang Qiong who was by her side bowed lightly and continued. "I will obey all orders." From the divine continent, the fat Dao Wufang exchanged a look with Fox Fairy Lady. After getting her reply, he took a step forward and shouted, "Little demon Fangxing, I'm here on behalf of Fuyao Palace. Fairy Lady Mu Xi has ordered me to tell you that everyone in Fuyao Palace, from Situ to the ordinary disciples, owes you a big favor. Since I'm here, I'll do my best to help you." Ha 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 ha, they're all here. Fangxing felt refreshed and couldn't help laughing. He waved his 100-battle soul weapon and pointed it at the Night Clan's divine son and the others. He shouted, "Then I won't hold back. Brothers, let's rob these bastards." After saying that, he realized that something was wrong. He quickly changed his words and said, "No, kill them." "Yes, sir." Then, formation flags flew up in the air, one on the left and one on the right. The forces of the Divine Prefecture, Buddhist League, South Site Sect, and the Land of Demons followed the formation flags. In a short period of time, they had formed a huge formation, each of them fighting in their own domain, forming an invisible domain that surrounded the group of Divine Court little saints. The formation was mysterious and complicated, and it was indeed a rare and marvelous formation in the world. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Walala, the largest formation flag flew towards Feng Xing and he caught it in his hand. Fellow Taoist Feng Xing, this is a big gift from the Heavenly Alliance. The elders of the Heavenly Mystery Palace of the Divine Continent tried their best to recommend it. Sister Sang-er of the Fusang Mountain also shone brilliantly. She finally created this formation. It gathers the power of the 4 provinces and seals the heavens and earth. The little saints of the Divine Court will not be able to escape. If this formation is developed to the extreme, it will have 108,000 variations. It will become one of the most powerful weapons of the Tianyuan Alliance against the divine race. However, we are not in a hurry this time. We only brought 64 formation flags with us, but this is the first time this formation has appeared in the world. Elder Bai Qianzhong said that you have been wronged and need to be comforted, so he gave you the honor of naming this formation. Fox Fairy stepped on the void and bowed. She said with a smile. You want me to name it? Feng Xing was stunned. He thought that Uncle 11 had found a good job for him, but he ignored it for the time being. He tilted his head and sized up Fox Fairy. He clicked his tongue and said, You coquettish, pretty fox, when did you become less annoying? Fox Fairy concubine did not take it to heart. She only smiled and said, Everyone says that my intelligence is unparalleled. Only you always think that I am stupid. That's fine. Who asked you to always lose to me when we fought so many times? However, I'm not a fool. Between the Immortals' Union and Serve the Heavenly Tao, I can clearly distinguish who's seeking their own destruction and who's where the providence lies. Naturally, I've made a good choice. Feng Xing was still a little suspicious. He shook his head and said, This is not a smart choice. It's not safe at all. It's indeed a little risky. Fox Fairy nodded and said, But I also understand a truth. She looked at Feng Xing and whispered with a smile, The path of cultivation is to go against the current. If you want to be safe, you shouldn't set foot on the path of cultivation. Now that the Immortal Court has come, isn't it a trial on the path of cultivation? Just like Yuanying's tribulation, whether or not you can pass the tribulation is one thing, but if you don't even have the courage to pass the tribulation, you're basically not qualified to be called a cultivator. Even Feng Xing could not help but be slightly startled when he heard this, and then he gave a thumbs up. Brilliant. Fox Fairy smiled sweetly. Name it. Without thinking, Feng Xing said, Okay, let's call it the closing array. Fox Fairy was stunned. Closing array? Yes. Feng Xing said with a serious face, closing the door to beat the dog, so that it can't come back. Well, the concept is good, but the name is. Fox Fairy had a strange expression, and she could not help but ask tentatively, Why don't we call it the ceiling sky array? Feng Xing rolled his eyes. Did the heavens offend you? He clenched his fists and said firmly, Let's call it the closing array. Come, brothers, close the door. Fox Fairy was a little helpless. In the end, she felt that she was not the same kind of person as this demon, Rumble. Whether the name was good or bad, the power of the closing array was not to be underestimated. As the flags fluttered, the people from all the divisions arrived at the positions of the flags. A total of 64 flags floated in the air, completely sealing off the area. They really did not want to let any of the little lords of the Immortal Court escape. Within the array, there was a strong murderous aura. The Fengtian Alliance's morale was already at its peak. Your Highness Twin Princes, the expressions of Hua Mi-er and the others changed drastically. They were naturally powerful immortal race experts, but they could not help but feel nervous in the face of this array. This array is powerful, it's indeed not easy for us to escape. The Yi clan's divine prince said calmly. His words made Hua Mi-er and the others even more shocked. He seemed not to have noticed it. He just looked at the 60 array flags around him with admiration. There was an infatuation in his eyes. After a long time, he sighed softly and said, "The living beings of Tianyuan have finally realized where their advantage lies. Haha, they are limited by their bloodline. They are destined to not be able to easily grow into powerful beings like the immortal race. Compared to their peers, they are not able to compete with the immortal race at all. However, their accumulation and inheritance over the generations is not something our immortal race can compare with. Formations, divine weapons, and even talisman techniques and alchemy techniques. These are the things that they can rely on to increase their strength. If we want to build divine weapons, they have no way of contending against us. They can only rely on magic treasures and formation techniques. Back then, I wanted to destroy the fortune of the 100 Break Mountain range because of this. Unfortunately, it was all for naught, and the resources were stolen by them, Your Highness. Then we, even the leader of the Frost Soil tribe, could not help but interrupt. Who would be in the mood to listen to you at this juncture? Haha, it's difficult for us to escape, but when did I say that we were going to escape? The Yi clan's divine prince suddenly rolled his eyes and looked coldly at the other small saints. He said calmly, "A motley crew will always be a motley crew. Even if you block all the paths of retreat, how can you scare the saints of the divine court? Haha, the human cultivators have countless inheritances and extraordinary foundations. Their array techniques, talisman techniques, and dharma treasures are difficult for us to understand because of our talents, but alchemy techniques." A faint smile appeared on his face. He said softly, "Have you forgotten the divine pills that the divine master bestowed upon you when he was conferred as a saint?" When the divine son of the Yi clan mentioned the word divine elixir, all the minor saints were stunned. Their eyes turned solemn. The divine son of the Yi clan acted as if nothing had happened. He said lightly, "I'm sure you've all guessed the origin of that divine elixir. The divine master went to the ancient land of chaos and collected the essence of divine ores and the juice of chaotic ancient plants to refine it. It's called the sun and moon elixir. The sun and moon are used by the living beings of heavenly origin to measure time. The reason why this elixir is named sun and moon is to steal the sun and moon from the world for one's own use. We can learn from the teachings of the living beings of heavenly origin and even the great celestial realm before that, but we can't understand the path of cultivation. We can't use the power of their formations and magical treasures. However, the art of alchemy is about absorbing the essence of the world, using it on the body and cleansing the bloodline. It's very effective for the living beings of the divine clan. That's why the divine master made this elixir just in case. This elixir, Fu Shanzi seemed to have thought of something extremely terrifying. He repeated it a few times but couldn't finish his sentence. This elixir has great magical powers. All the divine kings have confirmed it. The expression of the divine son of the Yi clan never changed. He said lightly, "A sage from the great celestial realm once said that when one reaches the peak of cultivation, it's the world and the passage of time. These two most common powers are the strongest. However, it's impossible for cultivators to directly control these two powers. It's just wishful thinking. However, through some methods, they can use these two powers as their own. The power of the world is the power of space. They can refine small worlds, which means they've mastered the power of the world. The power of the passage of time is to add the passage of time to one's body, allowing one to grow quickly or slowly. This is the sun and moon elixir." He said softly and looked at Fu Shanzi and the others. He said gently, "You and I are all living beings with the best bloodlines in the world. If we grow up, we won't have to worry about not being able to dominate the world. It's a pity that it's too difficult for us to grow up. We need a long time and endless training. However, with the sun and moon elixir, it'll be different. Haha, thousands or even tens of thousands of years will be added to our bodies in an instant. It'll be the same as skipping the entire growth process in one step. Isn't this a great opportunity for us?" Fortuitous encounter my ass, Fu Shanzi almost blurted out, cursing the divine son of the Night Clan. Was this guy trying to coax them like they were kids? This sun-moon pill was indeed a mysterious treasure of the world. How could it be ordinary when it was personally refined by a divine master? After consuming it, it could indeed stimulate the potential of one's bloodline. It was equivalent to crossing thousands or even tens of thousands of years in a single step and grasping the power that should have been obtained a long time later. But with gains came risks, and the risks of this sun-moon pill were even more terrifying. First, it used the power of tens of thousands of years of time on one's body. That was the same as tempering one's fleshly body in the river of time. It was like a beast tendon. If you slowly pulled it, the limit would be 10 feet, but if you suddenly used all your strength to pull it, there was an 80% to 90% chance that it would break. Moreover, everything in the world could be stolen, but time could not be stolen. After consuming this sun-moon pill, even if the best result was a stable increase in the power of one's bloodline and a powerful power that exceeded one's current lifespan, one would still need to pay more. First, one had to pay back the time bit by bit. The amount of time that one stole with the sun-moon pill was the same amount of time that one could not grow. Moreover, one's lifespan would also be reduced. They might even face the fate of exhausting their bloodline and becoming a useless person. Most importantly, this method was like pulling a seedling to help it grow. Once it was used, there was an 80% to 90% chance that they would never be able to reach the peak of their divine power. They were all people with powerful bloodlines and unlimited potential. Who would be willing to sacrifice their future for a pill? Therefore, when the Divine Master gave them this pill, they were both happy and sad. They were happy because obtaining this pill meant that they were valued by the Divine Master. After all, this sun-moon pill was extremely precious, and it was extremely effective in saving their lives at a critical moment. But what they were worried about was that they hoped that they would never have to consume this pill. What they were even more afraid of was being forced to consume this pill by others and accepting everything unwillingly. Looking at the situation before them, they could at least try to break out of the encirclement. Why did they have to take the sun-moon pill to risk their lives? I won't force you. Just as they were all extremely shocked, the divine son of the Yi clan said something that gave them some hope. It's up to you whether you want to consume this pill or not. However, there must be no accidents in what I'm telling you to do. As he spoke softly, he glanced sideways and said softly, "Take him down." In the blink of an eye, the little saints of the God's court realized that the divine son of the Yi clan was looking straight at Fangxing. "Yes, Your Highness." At this moment, no one dared to have the slightest bit of hesitation, and they immediately agreed loudly. This group of immature immortal seedlings. They are so hot-blooded that they have no idea what kind of storm they are stirring up. The divine son of the Yi clan gritted his teeth and sighed slowly. Then, his eyes suddenly flashed. "Let's do it. Let's do it together and kill them." At this time, Fangxing was also shouting. Although his face was full of mockery, he did not dare to be careless. He was very knowledgeable and knew how powerful the divine palace little saints were. Although he had a helper now and the situation had changed, he was still far from being able to suppress the divine palace little saints. He had to find a way to do it. Right now, he looked fierce and rude, but it could be said that he was trying to provoke the divine son of the Yi clan so that he would make the wrong decision. It would be best if he could completely separate them and defeat them one by one. However, he did not expect that the divine son of the Yi clan would react so much faster than he had imagined. With a loud rumble, just as he was shouting with all his might and setting up a closing array to seal off the area, the saints of the divine palace made their move. They didn't care about the closing formation at all, and instead charged directly at him. Rumble. At the forefront, Fu Shanzi waved his giant axe, which turned into 2 bull horns and charged towards him from afar. Behind Fu Shanzi, Huamier was like a fierce bee that pounced from the sky like a storm. The Frost Earth tribe leader used the same trick again. Icy blue flames gradually spread out. As usual, these 3 vanguards were always ahead of him. Now, they seemed to have been forced into a corner. Their attacks were even crazier than before, as if they were fighting with their lives on the line. They completely ignored the immortal execution array behind Fangxing. In response, Fangxing smiled bitterly. He thought that the divine race was quite smart to have accurately grasped the changes in the situation. Just now, they did not dare to attack him so forcefully because they were worried that he would transfer their magical power into the immortal execution array and scare away the divine object. But now, it was different. He had to be more careful lest the divine object be scared away. A divine palace little saint is so terrifying. Immortal Fox Fairy was the closest to Fangxing. She wanted to attack subconsciously, but when she saw the ferocious aura of the 3 people, her expression changed drastically. She hid behind Fangxing without hesitation. Her expression was a little fearful, but there was no shame on her face. Motherf **Ker, no matter how much you boast, you still have to rely on your own strength. Fang Xing was a little speechless. Just now, Fox Immortal Fairy was in the limelight, but now, at the critical moment, she was immediately exposed. But then again, whether it was Fu Shanzi, Hua Mi or the leader of Frost Earth tribe, they were all dignified divine court little saints, and all of them had strength that was not inferior to a mid-stage itinerant immortal. With Fox Immortal Fairy's abilities, she was really not qualified to fight against them. Now that she took the initiative to retreat, it showed that she knew her limits. In fact, it was not easy for him to take down these three people. 100 Battle Soul Weapon, rise. However, Fang Xing was not afraid. He shouted in a low voice, and the 100 Battle Soul Weapon in front of him was already glowing with a dim light. Go away. But before he could make a move, Fu Shanzi, who was brandishing his giant axe and using his strength to transform it into 2 ox horns, suddenly had his line of sight blocked by an existence that looked like a small mountain. It was a ferocious ape that was 30 feet tall, covered in black hair, and wearing a broken armor. It did not look good at all, and it was dragging a black iron rod in its hand. It met the strength of the giant axe head-on, and with a rumble, it rolled back and smashed the axe force into smithereens. Bandit Fang, you owe me a big favor again. After smashing the ox horn strength with one strike, the ferocious ape turned its head and grinned at Fang Xing. Then, it dragged the black iron stick and rushed forward. Damn, this gorilla is so fierce. Fang Xing was a little surprised and could not help but say to Fox Fairy behind him. He had long seen that the ferocious ape Kong Kong who seemed to have the least opportunities in the primordial demon land, was extraordinarily powerful. And now, seeing him easily stop the Ox Demon clan's godson Fu Shanzi with his iron stick, he could not help but be shocked, especially at this time. The more he looked at the black iron stick, the more familiar it looked, but he could not remember where he had seen it before. Senior brother Kong has always been very terrifying. I wonder how he cultivated. Fox Fairy also forced a smile. She, who had always been proud and ambitious, had to admit that in the primordial demon Dao, not only had the brother and sister of Fu Sang Mountain far surpassed her in achievements, she could not even be ranked among the others. In terms of intelligence and scheming, she could be considered somewhat proud, but in terms of strength, it was already not bad for her to be able to maintain her position in the top 5 of the primordial demon land. Fang Xing could not be bothered with her little thoughts. His eyes were fixed on the weapon in Kong Konger's hand. After a long while, he saw Kong Konger casually swing the black iron stick, which turned into over 100 feet long and as thick as a palace pillar. Then, he smashed Fu Shanzi until he could not help but roar and retreat. Only then did he suddenly think of where Kong Konger's weapon came from. Damn it, isn't this the iron pillar that chained the ancestors of the main tribe for tens of thousands of years in the Northern Sea's prison cliff? For a moment, Fang Xing did not know whether to laugh or cry. The creation of the world was truly mysterious and unpredictable. There were many unexpected things. Back at North Sea's prison Heartcliff, he had seen this iron rod. It had chained the main tribesmen for countless years, generation after generation, unable to break free. It could be said to be one of the most terrifying torture tools in the world. But no one would have thought that North Sea's prison Heartcliff had already been broken. Not only had the main tribesmen lost their small world, even the iron pillar had been snatched away by Kong Konger to be used as a weapon. But it had to be said that Kong Konger was extremely strong and her battle techniques were brutal. Coupled with this iron rod that could change at will and was filled with killing intent, it really complemented each other. The fact that Kong Konger was able to fight Fu Shanzi until he was unable to do anything about it was due to this iron rod that had been passed down from ancient times. In Kong Konger's hands, the power of this iron rod was almost on par with Gu He's ancient chaos Jian. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Huamier transformed into countless ferocious bees and charged towards Fang Xing. On the other side, someone was staring at her. In Nanzhan's faction, Li Hongyi and Wang Qiong took a step forward almost at the same time. But Li Hongyi glanced at Wang Qiong, smiled, and retreated. Wang Qiong nodded at her lightly to express her gratitude. Then, she took a step forward and stretched out her left and right hands at the same time. Suddenly, a faint killing intent appeared on one hand, and a dazzling fire appeared on the other. They turned into 2 huge wheels and smashed forward. Puff puff puff, countless ferocious bees were crushed by these two wheels. None of them could reach Wang Qiong. And Wang Qiong's fighting spirit gradually rose. She shouted in a low voice, "If you want to hurt junior brother Fangxing, you have to get past me first." As she spoke, she waved the two strange wheels and charged forward. She is more manly than a man. Fangxing scratched his ear and felt a little emotional. He was not worried about whether Wang Qiong could defeat Hua Mi'er. After all, Li Hongyi and his two brothers were still watching and could attack at any time. It should be Hua Mi'er who should be worried. Out of the 3 experts from the Divine Palace Alliance, 2 were stopped, leaving only the Frost Earth tribe leader. He had already changed his divine ability, and the flames in his mouth were ever-changing. They actually condensed into the shape of ferocious beasts in the air and rushed towards Fangxing. At this time, Fangxing looked around and decided to take action himself. Currently, the Heavenly Alliance needed to operate the Great Formation to close the door, and there were not many people from each faction who could help him. Moreover, they clearly had a share of the spoils, and the opponents were divided equally, not giving way or snatching. Junior brother Xianxia needed to help him keep an eye on others. It was not convenient for him to take action at this time, so it was the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture who should take action. But when he looked over there, he felt that it was unlikely. Fatty Dao Wufeng probably did not have the ability to stop the Frost Soil tribe leader. If he forcibly stopped him, he would probably lose his life. Besides, the other party was here to help, so he could not embarrass him. It was better to take action himself, but Fangxing did not expect that before he stepped out, someone from the Divine Prefecture suddenly rushed over. 8,000 magical powers into one lake, but the Buddha and the devil are different paths. With a deep, low voice, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Fangxing with fluttering sleeves. It was a figure in a black robe that even covered half of his face. Compared to the Frost Soil tribe leader's magical power, his figure seemed extremely frail, but he blocked in front of the Frost Soil tribe leader without fear. He shook his arms, and the evil chi on his body suddenly surged and turned into a large black lake. The lake water was dark, and it seemed to cover the sky. To some extent, it was like a huge black hole had appeared. When the ferocious beasts that the Frost Soil tribe leader had manifested with the frost chi rushed to the front of the black lake, they were all slapped by the fierce waves in the lake. They did not even have a chance to struggle before they all sank into the lake. As they struggled and roared, the black-robed man's sleeves fluttered. His figure was lonely, like a ghost, floating above the lake. Who is that person? Fangxing was shocked. He did not expect there to be such an expert in the Divine Prefecture. He looked carefully and saw that the person who attacked was the black-robed man beside Dao Wufeng. He must belong to the Divine Prefecture, but that person had been standing quietly beside Dao Wufeng. He never spoke, nor did he show his face. He was extremely silent, like a ghost. If it were not for the terrifying power of his attack, no one would have noticed him. But at their level, ordinary people could naturally see his ability when they attacked. The strength of this black-robed man was unusually terrifying, and he was not inferior to the fierce ape Kong Kong even Fangxing could not help but be surprised that there was such an expert in the Divine Prefecture. Was their foundation really invincible? That person is a mysterious expert from the Divine Prefecture. It's just that he's strange, and I don't know his identity. Seeing Fangxing's question, Fox Fairy casually replied with a somewhat complicated expression. She obviously did not expect the black-robed man to be so terrifying. His aura is a little familiar. Fangxing's expression froze slightly. He looked at that person and frowned deeply. However, it was also at this moment that the black-robed person floating above the black lake suddenly turned his head and glanced at him. Below him, a pair of eyes that were like cold lightning shot out. At this instant, Fangxing was slightly shocked in his heart, and he instantly realized who this person was. The face under the cloak of the black-robed man was extremely handsome. However, his face was haggard, and his beard was unkempt. His eyes carried an unimaginable deathly stillness. Compared to the person in Fangxing's memory, he was really too different. The peerless genius Song Guichan of the northern region of the Divine Prefecture, during the Battle of the Pilgrimage Mountain, he was Fangxing's greatest opponent. It could even be said that he was a terrifying opponent who could be ranked at the top on his path of cultivation. After the Battle of the Pilgrimage Mountain, he was imprisoned by the Pure Yang sect because his cultivation of devil skill was exposed. Since then, he had disappeared without a trace and never appeared again. Fangxing never thought that they would really meet again, and when they did, it would be like this. In order to resist the Divine Clan, Uncle 11 and the others really found all the talents. Fangxing shook his head and could not help but sigh. But on second thought, it was understandable that someone like Song Guichan would come out at this time. His biggest problem was to protect the orthodoxy. Back then, when the Nanzhong cultivators entered the Divine Prefecture, they only robbed the cultivators of the northern region of some resources. Song Guichan did not give up and established the Dao Defense League to kill them all. Now, the Divine Clan had come to Heaven's origin and it seemed like they wanted to take everything away. With Song Guichan's personality, it would be strange if he could endure it. He was destined to come out at this time. The 3 experts of the Divine Clan were all blocked at this time. None of them had the chance to reach Fangxing. The Tianyuan continent, the land of Dao, the home of immortals, even the divine son of the Night Clan could not help but sigh. Extraordinary indeed, the fact that the 4 branches of the Feng Tian alliance could spare so many experts to fight against the 3 little saints of the Divine Palace after setting up the Great Formation to close the gates was already proof of their strength. The 3 little saints who had already made their move might not be able to win for a while. However, since they were able to make their move and had the ability to temporarily block the 3 little saints, it was already proof of their terrifying potential and arrogance. But you are still too weak. Do you really think that you can stop the saints of the Divine Palace with just a few people? After the divine son of the Night Clan sighed, his expression instantly became abnormally cold. Then, he said with a muffled voice like thunder. Mr. Gu, you have been quiet for long enough. You are the future heavenly origin divine king. Don't let me look down on you. His deep voice fell into the 9 underworlds and remained silent for a long time. Roar. After a long time, a deep, muffled roar suddenly came from below. It sounded like an injured beast. That's right. I am the heavenly origin divine king, the master of all cultivators. How can I be frightened by mere ants like you? The voice was extremely low, and it was unknown how much annoyance, shame, and hatred were mixed in it. As it spoke, chaotic energy began to surge out from the 9 hells, like a volcano erupting. After a long while, a clear cry of a crane suddenly came from the abyss, and then a figure rose up from below. It was the ancient crane that had been knocked unconscious by Xianxia's wooden fish not long ago and had fallen into the 9 hells. It stood on a white crane formed from primal chaos ancient energy and rushed into the air, its eyes like lightning. A mighty Buddhist lord actually uses such despicable methods. Gu glared at Xianxia. His voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. There's still a bump on the back of his head. At this moment, Fangxing suddenly whispered to a mortal fox fairy beside him, as if he had discovered a new continent. However, his voice was not loud, but the surrounding people were frightened by Gu, so no one spoke. As a result, this low voice was immediately heard by Zhu Xiu, whoosh whoosh whoosh. For a moment, countless gazes looked at the back of Guhi's head at the same time. I want your life. Guhi, who had vented his anger on Xianxia, suddenly looked resentful, and his murderous intent was concentrated on Fangxing without reservation. With a thought, the white crane under his feet, which was made of primordial ancient qi, spread its wings and flew over like lightning. The primordial divine swordbreaker in his hand was raised high, condensing endless primordial aura, and struck from a distance. Even the void was torn by his swordbreaker, and it was like a black lightning bolt was attached to the divine swordbreaker, crossing the void and striking over. Isn't this a little too hateful? Fox Immortal Fairy was so scared that her hair stood on end. She cursed under her breath as she fled. She thought to herself, the others are coming for you. That's fine, but why are you pulling them here even though they obviously hate you? Moreover, there are people who can help you stop the other divine court little saints. Who can you rely on for this one? Guhi, the dignified number 1 expert of the ancient clan, was chosen by the primordial divine weapon. Did he really think that he was easy to deal with? Alas, it seems that I can only do it myself this time. Even Fangxing secretly regretted it, but he was helpless and thought that he could only do it himself. Even though the divine son of the Night Clan was very dissatisfied with Guhi because of Fangxing's performance after refining the 100 battle soul weapon, his strength was extremely terrifying. the divine son of the Night Clan, was dissatisfied with him because he found that his will was not strong enough. In the end, he could not compare to the terrifying existence of the Yuan family freaks. But then again, how many people in the world could compare to the freaks of the Yuan family? At least at this time, Gu He leaped out of the abyss and directly caused an earth-shattering change with the primordial chaotic divine mace. Everyone's expression changed. Bah! In the direction of Nanzhan's faction, Li Ying spat into his palm and was about to rush forward. Han did not say a word. He held the short spear in his hand and was ready to make a move. However, Li Hongyi glared at the two of them in time and shouted in a low voice, "Do you want to die?" Both of them raised their faces to look at her. Li Hongyi said, "The two of you have not achieved great success in your divine skills and need time to accumulate. In this battle, you should focus on defending the formation. The number one person of the ancient clan will naturally be dealt with." You dare to attack my senior brother? At this moment, Xianxia saw that Gu He had originally wanted to charge at him, but in the end, he had been lured away by Fang Xing's words. Looking at the back of Gu He's head, his heart palpitated, and he could not help but reach into his sleeves, eager to give it a try. But at this moment, an indescribably terrifying gaze suddenly looked at him. The hidden danger and killing intent in this gaze even shocked Xianxia. Then, he put away his playful expression and looked back with a solemn expression. Boom! 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 His gaze collided with the divine son of the Night Clan in the air, like a golden cloud and a black cloud rushing between heaven and earth. For a long time, neither of them moved, and no one else noticed this confrontation. Haha, as expected of the Arhat, the successor of the Western Heaven Realm. Your potential is immeasurable. In the end, it was the divine son of the Night Clan who smiled indifferently, praised him, and then looked away. How is this person so powerful? Xianxia also frowned tightly. The terror of the divine son of the Night Clan had far exceeded his expectations. However, because of the anger of the Night Clan's divine son, he had lost the opportunity to attack Gu He again. He could only endure it for the time being. With a heavy heart, he turned his head to look in the direction of Gu He. However, after looking, he was relieved because he saw that Gu He had not been able to successfully rush to Fang Xing's side. Instead, he had been stopped by an unexpected person. Whoever dares to stop me will be killed without mercy. Rumble, Gu He rode the immortal crane formed from chaotic chi across the void. His momentum was unparalleled, and even the surrounding void was torn into pieces by the fierce wind brought by his figure. It was indescribably terrifying. There were many cultivators from the four branches guarding the gate formation, but there were not many who were qualified to resist him. Everyone who could reach this step knew that they were not his match. Since they knew they were not his match, they did not want to cause trouble for them. They only looked over with some worry, wondering who would stop him. I'll stop you. Try to kill me? Under the ferocious wind of the ancient crane, there were many cultivators in the surroundings, but indeed, no one dared to face it head-on. However, just as he was about 1,000 feet away from Fang Xing, suddenly, in the darkness not far away, a low and deep voice rang out. Then, there was an earth-shattering rumble. From the surrounding darkness, a tall, blood-red horse suddenly sprang out. That horse was blood-red, and only had a red jade-like skeleton, without a shred of flesh and blood. Within the skeleton, raging black flames were spewing out, and the horror of it was difficult to describe with words. The momentum of its charge was even more ferocious, and it directly collided with Fang Xing. With a loud bang, the skeletal horse crashed into the immortal crane formed from chaotic chi. Gu He had been completely focused on Fang Xing, so how could he have expected something like this to happen? He let out a muffled roar as the immortal crane beneath his feet was sent flying. Strands of primal chaos palea energy scattered everywhere, and his entire body was sent tumbling through the air. He only managed to stabilize himself after falling a few hundred meters. The immortal crane beneath his feet was lifelike, and it let out a sorrowful cry. His expression was one of indescribable rage. Who are you? He roared angrily. His eyes were like torches as he directly pierced through the void. LV Fengxian of the human tribe of Heaven Yuan. After knocking the ancient crane away, the newcomer stopped the skeletal horse's momentum and stabilized himself in the air. He spoke expressionlessly. Little martial god LV Fengxian is here too." Upon hearing the newcomer introduce himself, not only the saints of the divine court, even the disciples of the Heavenly Alliance were shocked. They looked at the newcomer solemnly, only to see that the newcomer was a tall man, holding a halberd at an angle, with a purple gold crown on his head, clad in a beast-faced chain armor, and 8 black bone flags fluttering in the wind behind his back. He was none other than the young martial god, LV Fengxian, who had risen to fame recently. At the mention of this person, all the cultivators felt very strange. When he was in the divine land, he was not famous, and his halo was overshadowed by others. People only regarded him as the divine son of an ordinary family in the southern domain of the divine land. Later, under the pressure of the divine son of the Yuan family, even the LV family expelled him from the family. It was a big joke. Later, when he was in the Jade Lake Fairy Society, he defeated many people in a row. Although he gained a bit of fame, he was still not noticed by the experts. It was not until the Battle of Kuaiji Mountain, when he joined forces with Feng Xing and Xiaoxitu to kill the Child of Lightning, that people finally noticed him. After all, in Tianyuan at that time, there were not many who were qualified to join forces with Feng Xing and Xiaoxitu. Moreover, the two of them had chosen LV Fengxian out of nowhere. To a certain extent, it was already the greatest recognition they had for him. It was difficult for him not to be noticed. What was even more shocking had yet to come. First, after the god race descended, they massacred wantonly. Everyone fled, but this person faced the difficulties head-on, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. He hunted the living beings of the god race everywhere to hone his martial arts, earning himself the title of second among the 7 devils of Tianyuan. Even Xiaoxitu and Nye Qianhong of Fuyao Palace were ranked below him. At this time, it was hard for the cultivators of Tianyuan not to notice him. Countless orthodoxies and even forbidden lands sent people to search for him, hoping to recruit him, nurture him, and protect him. However, this person was very proud. He only said that the world had once abandoned him, and now, he did not want to return to the world. He would rather fight until his death. He actually rejected the invitation of all orthodoxies, which really angered those who had good intentions. Of course, before they could do anything, LV Fengxian was unlucky. He attracted the attention of a divine king, who chased him for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. God knows what he had experienced during that period of time, but he actually survived the divine king's pursuit and successfully escaped to the Pure Land. Everyone thought that since he had arrived at the Pure Land, he would naturally find a orthodoxy to settle down in. However, he didn't. Instead, he entered the ancient battlefield of gods and demons alone to hone his martial arts. Later on, the first time he showed up in public was during the battle where Feng Xing challenged the Pure Land. However, the result of that battle was not satisfactory. The first time he showed up, it was a draw, but the second time, he disappeared. Proud and aloof. Powerful. Not likable. This was the deepest impression that the creatures of Tianyuan had of the young martial god, LV Fengxian. The Feng-Tian alliance had never succeeded in roping in the little martial god. He had always been a loner and didn't socialize with others. Thus, at this critical moment, he suddenly appeared. It was truly shocking. Especially when they saw that he attacked Gu He without saying a word. They were shocked that he would take the initiative to appear and help Gu He. They were even more shocked by his courage. Although the little martial god LV Fengxian was already a famous expert in the Pure Land, was he really a match for Gu He? After all, no matter how strong the young martial god was, he was still a junior expert of the Yuanying, while Gu He was a tribulation-passing realm expert. Could it be that the young martial god is starting to seek death again? It was unknown how many people had such a strange thought, but they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A mere Yuanying dares to be rude in front of me? At this moment, Gu He was even more indignant. He thought that it was fine that the Lord Buddha, Xianxia, had hit him. After all, he was the most mysterious person in Tianyuan, the successor of the Western Heaven Realm, and the new leader of the Buddhist sect. It was fine that the demon, Feng Xing, could last so long against him. After all, he had refined that demon weapon, which coincidentally restrained his chaotic ancient swordbreaker. Moreover, he was an immortal infant of the third tribulation-passing realm. However, where did this young martial god, who was clearly only in the Yuanying realm, get the courage to challenge him? Die, kid. The indescribably furious Gu He calmed down and smashed down with his swordbreaker. With a loud rumble, a large cloud of chaotic energy filled the sky. It was like the power of heaven, and it smashed down on LV Fengxian fiercely. Can he do it? Immortal Fox Fairy cried out with a trembling voice and looked over worriedly. Like the other Tianyuan cultivators, she also didn't think that the Yuanying LV Fengxian would be a match for Gu He. After all, there was a huge realm difference between the two of them. A Yuanying realm genius was an ant in the eyes of a tribulation-passing realm cultivator. This was an undeniable fact. Don't worry, he can definitely do it. On the other hand, after Fengxing seriously pondered for a moment, he calmly replied. Fox Fairy Maiden looked at Fengxing with a surprised expression. She didn't understand where his confidence came from. Fengxing also smiled and answered Fox Fairy Maiden's question with one sentence, just like how you looked down on me in the past, but you always suffered losses in my hands. This guy is the same. No matter when he looks inferior to his opponent, he always wins. At this point, he fell silent for a while. It was unknown what he thought of, but he was beaming with joy. He turned to look at Immortal Fox Fairy with a smile. Even such a powerful person admires me. Don't you think I'm even more powerful? Does he only admire you? Immortal Fox Fairy seemed to have heard an incredible secret. Her eyes flashed and she was a little moved. Fengxing, on the other hand, was slightly hesitant. He said with a little uncertainty, before he gets the chance to kill me. I should be convinced, right? As for the question of whether LV Fengxian would kill him, Fengxing really felt that it was hard to say. The two of them had always been rivals. Although he had asked for his help in Kuaiji Mountain, and when he had just arrived at the Pure Land, he had appeared and fought with him. He had even given him a scripture during that battle. However, even if he had given him a scripture, it only meant that he didn't believe that he would submit to the divine court. It didn't mean that he had reconciled with him. In that battle, this guy didn't show any mercy. Simply put, this guy wouldn't become friends with anyone. He probably wouldn't really reconcile with him either. It was just that sometimes, they would make the same choice when it came to righteousness. Personal vengeance wasn't always the most important thing. After all, even Song Guichan had appeared on this battlefield. What else was there to say? So what if you were going through the tribulation? You are just an individual immortal. Do you really think I don't have the means to kill an immortal? And LV Fengxian's performance was not far from what Fengxing had expected. Gu He waved the ancient swordbreaker of chaos and attacked from afar. His individual immortal strength and the chaotic dharma power of the ancient swordbreaker of chaos were monstrous, directly sealing half of the sky and suppressing a region of the void. But LV Fengxian, who was in the center of the void, showed no fear. He just snorted coldly, waved his hand, pulled out a black bone flag from behind his back, and threw it out. The flag flew for dozens of feet and fluttered behind him. The flag emitted a faint black mist and showed countless phantoms. The 8 black flags had been stuck behind LV Fengxian. Each of them was about the length of a person, with a bone as the pole. The flags were black and branded with some strange talismans. No one could tell what they were used for. These flags were on his back during the battle with Fengxing. But at that time, Fengxing did not use his individual immortal strength to bully him, so he did not use these flags. Now that Gu He had used the dharma power of the tribulation to suppress him, he did not hold back. The first thing he did was to take out one of the flags. With a rumbling sound, the hazy black mist on the flag appeared, and it actually reflected countless phantoms in the void. There were vicious beasts with severed limbs, divine birds with broken wings, and mounts with their bodies split in half. Every single one of them was miserable and terrifying, and they stretched their necks towards the sky as they roared soundlessly, boom. 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 This drum was filled with black gas that shot into the sky, like a volcano eruption. The ancient crane descended from the sky, and the monstrous divine power was forcefully stopped in midair by the billowing black gas. It did not fall, and LV Fengxian had already used this gap to gallop forward. The heavenly halberd in his hand turned into a cold gleam that shot into the 9 heavens. In an instant, it had already pierced the ancient crane's face. It was both vicious and ruthless, like a divine dragon. 9 transformations of the heavens. Gu He was obviously shocked by this halberd. Without thinking, he had already displayed the 9 transformations of the heavens. On LV Fengxian's back, a faint crane feather suddenly ignited in flames. Gu He's figure had already disappeared from where he was, but he appeared in the flames. The ancient spear in his hand was silent, but it contained an astonishing power. It was ruthlessly smashed towards LV Fengxian. This kind of movement technique was simply a headache to anyone. It was impossible to pinpoint his exact position and change at will. Back then, Fengxian had relied on the special characteristics of the 100 Breaks divine weapon to deal with this movement technique. LV Fengxian clearly did not have this ability, but his method of dealing with it was also extremely shocking. Just as he struck out with all his strength, but stabbed empty air, Gu He had already appeared behind him. LV Fengxian did not even think. His body had already made a half turn in the air, and then the halberd flew back. He used the end of the halberd as the tip of a spear, and ruthlessly stabbed towards Gu He. This move was simply elusive, and completely natural. There was not the slightest bit of delay. In the eyes of an outsider, it was as if he had discussed with Gu He beforehand, allowing Gu He to change according to his reversal. Scram! Even Gu He was greatly shocked. Before the spear had even struck out, the halberd tail had already arrived in front of him. In his haste, he did not even have the time to form a hand seal. He could only withdraw the ancient spear and hold it horizontally in front of him, blocking this attack. Then, his body changed again, and he was already on LV Fengxian's right, swinging the spear down once more. But at this moment, LV Fengxian's halberd had already been swung horizontally, and directly swept towards the right. Once again, it was flawless, directly sweeping towards Gu He's chest. Bang! Gu He had no choice but to raise the ancient spear once more, changing from attack to defense, and block this halberd attack. How is this possible? Gu He was already enraged to the extreme. His body changed several times, and the ancient spear swept horizontally and vertically, shattering pieces of the void. But LV Fengxian's expression was valiant. The square sky ancient halberd in his hand was like a divine dragon soaring in the sky, and his changes were flawless. The square sky ancient halberd forced Gu He, who was constantly changing in the air, to feel helpless. Even though the divine might of the primordial chaos ancient swordbreaker in his hand was unpredictable, he could not withstand every attack, and could only block under the square sky ancient halberd. The more he fought, the angrier he became, and his heart was sullen. It was clear that his cultivation was a whole realm higher than this little martial god, but from the looks of the situation, it seemed that he was at a disadvantage. Nothing is impossible. In the midst of the fierce battle, LV Fengxian still had the time to reply to Gu He's roar. In terms of realms, you are an itinerant immortal, and I am Yuanying. His voice was calm, but with a hint of a matter of fact, but in terms of martial arts, I am Yuanying, and you are just a child. Roar. Gu He was so angry that he attacked LV Fengxian like a madman. This kind of calm words made him even angrier than when Fengxian scolded him. He had cultivated for 600 years, and had always been an arrogant heaven's favored one in the eyes of others, and had been praised countless times. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? What was even more excessive was that the person who said this looked calm, without the slightest hint of praise, as if he was just calmly stating a fact that no one could refute. Although I don't want to admit it, this guy is indeed more suitable to inherit the supreme formation breaking technique than me. Fengxian, who was watching the battle from the back, could not help but praise, feeling a little disappointed. He had naturally seen that LV Fengxian's martial arts attainment had broken through another layer, almost reaching the realm of nature and flawless. If he were to fight with LV Fengxian again, he would probably not be LV Fengxian's opponent if he did not use his realm power to suppress LV Fengxian or use his 100 battle soul weapon to resist LV Fengxian. It had only been a few days since he showed LV Fengxian the supreme formation breaking technique. Maybe LV Fengxian would really be able to cultivate the supreme formation breaking technique to the ultimate invincible realm before he achieved the immortal body. The little martial god that even my lord father praised? He does have some tricks up his sleeve. Even the divine son of the Yi clan could not help but look up at LV Fengxian for a while, then he sighed and said with a smile, "It seems that Tianyuan really has an extraordinary foundation. I thought that if they wanted to compete with us, they would have to send out Palace Master Fuyao and the freak from the Yuan family. I didn't expect that they would send out another group of young masters who could not be underestimated before they showed up. We have already attacked 4 times, but we couldn't even get within 300 meters of that demon. Hehe, the Tao realm, the home of immortals, it is indeed the heart of the universe, the place where all creation gathers. Only in this way, it is worth it for me to take it seriously. The successor of the small immortal realm, ominous Tao. After a round of praises, he suddenly called out a name. What can I do for you, Your Highness? The ominous path had been quietly observing this situation, watching the fierce battle with no expression on his face. He only reacted when he was called out by the divine son of the Yi clan. He turned around and looked at the ominous Tao. If you can kill the supreme sky little saint who betrayed the divine court, I will guarantee you the position of immortal king. The divine son's voice was not loud, but it was like thunder. The ominous Tao, the descendant of the small celestial realm, was stunned. Don't doubt me. I have the strength to do so, and I will not disappoint you. The divine son of the Night Clan was expressionless, but his voice was unquestionable. Even the descendant of the small immortal realm had a serious expression on his face. He was even pleasantly surprised, but not too surprised. He knew that the divine son of the Night Clan was a man of his word. The small immortal realm and the Night Clan had been in contact for a long time, and they had always wanted such a guarantee. However, they never got what they wanted. He didn't expect that the divine son of the Night Clan would give him the answer he wanted so easily. It was as easy as eating or drinking. I can kill him, but you have to help me get rid of an obstacle first. The descendant of the small celestial realm agreed immediately, but he did not attack right away. Instead, he looked into the void. They still have a hidden master who has not shown up yet. He said softly, as if he had seen through everything. I have already made arrangements. I think the little saint will be here soon. The divine son of the Yi clan said softly, as if he had everything under control and had a card up his sleeve. Despicable human Fangxing, hand over your life. Almost as soon as the divine son of the Yi clan spoke softly, a muffled roar came from afar. The roar was extremely powerful and carried an indescribable sense of hatred. It came very quickly. When the first word was spoken, it seemed to come from thousands of miles away. But when the last word was spoken, it was already very close. After hearing this voice, everyone, including the descendant of the small celestial realm, turned their heads in shock. They were extremely surprised. Whoosh. Soon, a wisp of aura approached. It was like the netherworld, and it was as strange as ice. The Nether clan, apart from the descendant of the Nether clan, no other living being had such a terrifying netherworld aura. They never thought that it would be the descendant of the Nether clan, Taiyuan, the descendant of the Nether clan, who had almost died because of Fangxing's trick, had actually arrived at this time. One should know that he had been kept in the Alliance of Immortals as a hostage. In other words, he had been abandoned by the Heavenly Court, but who would have thought that he would come at this time as a surprise soldier? Moreover, his aura was monstrous and didn't seem the least bit dispirited. You all regard the sun and moon elixir as a dreadful beast, but to Taiyuan, it is the only hope for him to recover his strength. The divine son of the Yi clan chuckled and said, originally, we planned to let him take the sun and moon elixir after we entered the immortal burial slope and assassinate the elders of the Alliance of Immortals. But now that the Fengtian alliance has surfaced, we might as well use him as a surprise soldier. To deal with the mysterious person who has been hiding in the dark. Then, we can control the situation. Since he could come here without a hitch, it means that the Heavenly Court's attack on the Pure Land has already begun, right? As he spoke softly, his gaze swept across the surroundings once more, and it suddenly became cold. You don't know what you have done, you don't understand. It is your foolish actions that started the war between the Heavenly Court and the Pure Land. When one reached the Yuanying or even the Tribulation Passing Realm, it was rare to see a group fight. After all, the strength of both sides had been pulled apart. If they fought like a pack of wolves fighting a tiger, the losses would be too heavy. Just like now, the little saints of the Divine Court had joined the fight, and the Fengtian Alliance had also chosen some extraordinary opponents to fight instead of attacking as a group. It wasn't that they were useless, but it was not proportional to their sacrifice. After all, in front of the little saints of the Divine Court, Zhu Xiu of the Fengtian Alliance, who was still not strong enough, was probably just an ant. They couldn't die here so easily. If they were on the battlefield, they would be a group of fierce warriors, but if they were to join the fight now, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from Gu He, Fu Shanzi, Hua Mi-er, and the others. The Feng Tian alliance naturally understood this, so they were ordered to focus on defense instead of joining the fight. However, the problem was slowly becoming apparent. Although they had a lot of people, they didn't have enough experts. Kong Kong of the primordial demonic land, Wang Qiong of the Nanzhan, Song Guichan of the northern region, and Lu Fengxian of the southern region had all appeared and joined the fight. They were all outstanding experts among the younger generation of the divine court, but it was still extremely difficult for them to fight against these outstanding little saints of the divine court. Now, they could only rely on their bravery to barely hold on, and no one knew who would win. At this moment, the Heaven Origin Celestial Alliance had sent out almost all of their experts, but the divine court still had the Night Clan's divine son, the small immortal world successor, the fourth prince of the Kanglan Sea, young divine King Ao Gu, and the others who had yet to make a move. No matter what, the Celestial Alliance could be considered to be stretched thin. But at this moment, the divine court actually sent out a surprise attack, and it was a well-known cripple. His aura was much stronger than Fu Shanzi and the others, and as he flew over from afar, the netherworld aura was already pressing down like a longsword. The heir of the Nether clan, Taiyuan, he was once on the same level as the Bone clan's divine son, Broken Edge, and the Night clan's divine son, Twin. They were the cream of the crop among the younger generation of the divine court realm. However, Pafeng had died tragically in Fengxing's scheme, and Taiyuan was almost crippled. Thus, he had vanished without a trace before he could make a name for himself. No one had expected that Taiyuan would make a move again in the immortal burial slope. Rumble, black clouds rolled and swept across the region. Taiyuan came with a towering rage, and his aura was as violent as a storm. Even Fengxing turned to look at him with trepidation. Although he didn't know how Taiyuan had recovered his strength and was even stronger than before, he could clearly feel Taiyuan's hatred for him from his aura. He couldn't help but feel uneasy. In the distance, a black cloud was flying over in a formidable array, and it was like a small black mountain. Shockingly, there were numerous terrifying Een spirits beside the black cloud, and they circled around the black cloud while emitting shrill howls. This was the eruption of the Nether clan's innate power, and it attracted countless lonely souls as it flew over, forming a power that he controlled that grew stronger and stronger. It was like a true Nether ghost palace was flying over with a belly full of rage, and it was only for the sake of capturing souls. Will that brother be able to withstand it? Fengxing shuddered with fear and trepidation, and hurriedly looked towards the darkness in the other direction. He could sense that there was another expert in that position. Judging from his aura, he didn't seem to have any ill intentions towards him. It was obvious that he wasn't on the same side as LV Fengxian, but was here to help him. He had great confidence in him, but after seeing the ferocious state of the Netherworld race's successor, Taiyuan, he was momentarily shocked. He didn't know if that person could stop him. Human race's Fengxing, give me your life. The black cloud came closer and closer, revealing a person's figure. This was shocking. The person in the cloud was obviously Taiyuan, but his skin was cracked and blood was dripping. His body seemed to have been kneaded and pulled by an invisible force countless times. Even one of his eyes was shattered from the inside. Above his head, there was a sun and a moon, spinning faintly. With every revolution, his aura would grow stronger, but his terrifying appearance would also grow more miserable. Everyone present was an experienced and knowledgeable person. With just a glance, they felt fear in their hearts. They could clearly feel the passage of time speeding up from the rotation of the sun and moon above his head. That's the power of time. He's using this method to forcefully activate the remaining power of his bloodline. Someone cried out involuntarily. Someone cried out involuntarily. Amidst his terror, there was even a hint of astonishment. The power of time was a completely new realm of cultivation. Normally, anyone who could come into contact with this power would feel like they had obtained a priceless treasure. But at this moment, when facing such an opponent, everyone's heart was filled with fear. Is this power so terrifying? If we take that divine pill. Even Fu Shanzi and the others couldn't help but shudder when they saw Taiyuan's appearance in the fierce battle. Roar, the black cloud rushed close and barged into the formation. The main purpose of the Great Door formation was to seal off the area. The people inside could not leave, but it was easier for those outside to enter. Taiyuan was unusually straightforward. As soon as he entered, he went straight for Fangxing. The hatred in his eyes was undisguised, and he revealed his determination to kill Fangxing. After all, everything was his fault. If not for you, how would I have become an abandoned child of the divine court? If not for you, how would I have to endure such pain? If it wasn't for you, how could I have lost my future and become like this? Endless sorrowful howls, endless rage, all of it turned into a sharp sword that slashed down ruthlessly at Fangxing. No matter who you are, if you want to hurt junior brother Fangxing, you'll have to get past me first. However, just as the black cloud was about to charge straight at Fangxing, a faint voice suddenly rang out. In front of the black cloud, a white light suddenly lit up in a dark area. It was as if a bright moon had suddenly jumped out of the darkness and quietly blocked the black cloud. Many people's gazes were attracted by the appearance of this bright moon. Then, they were all stunned when they saw it. They subconsciously held their breaths and remained silent for a long time. A woman appeared in that vast expanse of whiteness. A white python as thick as a dragon was coiled in the void, its head raised high. On the snake's head, there was a woman standing on one leg. The woman was extremely beautiful, but also extremely strange. She wore a white dress, white boots, and a white belt around her waist. Her skin was as white as snow, so white that it was suffocating. Even her long hair was white and scattered around her. When the wind blew, it shone with a gentle luster like willow catkins. In her right hand, there was a white long sword. The sword was crystal clear, but it was refined from white bone. It was a white bone sword. At this moment, she had already raised it and pointed it at the black cloud. That's the female immortal who is rumored to be meditating on the heavenly lake. In the silence, someone finally recognized her and exclaimed in a low voice. He did not dare to raise his voice, as if he was afraid of startling the female immortal. Among the experts of the Pure Land, one of them was the female immortal of the heavenly lake. It was said that her strength was unfathomable. When Fangxing challenged the Pure Land, everyone wanted to ask her for help, but no one was able to see her. No one expected that she would appear here. Compared to the others, when the disciples of Nanzhan saw this person, they were even more emotional and their eyes turned red. It's senior sister Xiao. So she is the legendary female immortal of the heavenly lake. Li Hongyi, who was usually indifferent, also became a little emotional at this moment. Her red dress fluttered even though there was no wind. In the past, the disciples of Nanzhan had 3 outstanding female immortals. Some busybodies called them like blood, the setting sun, and the sparkling and translucent white snow. The like blood referred to Li Hongyi, the setting sun referred to Wang Qiong, and the sparkling and translucent white snow referred to Xiao Shui. However, Xiao Shui's life was full of troubles. She was crippled in the northern region of the divine continent. Since then, she disappeared without a trace and never appeared again. There was only a rumor that she later appeared in Nanzhan, but no one knew whether it was true or not. No one expected that they would meet again under the immortal burying slope of the Pure Land, and when Fangxing saw this female immortal, he was slightly surprised in his heart. Then, he laughed softly. Looking at senior sister Xiao Shui's elegant appearance, the demon in her heart must have been completely eliminated, right? Get lost. The surrounding Zhu Xiu was stunned for a moment, and all kinds of complicated emotions appeared in the void. But Taiyuan, the successor of the Nether clan, did not care so much. With a roar, he rushed towards Xiao Shui, who was blocking his way. With a loud bang, the black clouds around him turned into a mighty torrent, rushing towards Xiao Shui. It covered the sky and almost swallowed everything. Then, why don't you try and see if you have the ability to force me to give way? Xiao Shui's voice was light and indifferent, without the slightest emotion. She just turned slightly and drew her sword. The white bone sword in her hand suddenly released a shocking power. In an instant, it was like a shooting star. The entire abyss seemed to be resonating at this moment. All the power gathered on her sword, and then like a torrential sea, it swept towards the black clouds. It seemed that the sword light was extremely different from the torrential waves that surged out from the black clouds, but where the sword light flew, the black torrential waves were cut in half by her. She can stop it. Fangxing didn't know why, but when he saw Xiao Shui's sword, he suddenly relaxed. Senior sister Xiao Shui's path of cultivation was filled with great difficulties, but it was also a great opportunity. The current her was no longer the same as before. Someone really helped me get rid of the hidden threat. The successor of the small celestial realm heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the battle between Taiyuan and Xiaoshui. He looked at the indifferent divine son of the Night Clan with a hint of fear in his eyes. At this point, although many problems had arisen, it seemed that the divine son of the Yi clan had not panicked at all. He still looked very calm. It could be seen from this that he had everything under control. He also heard what the divine son of the Night Clan said and knew that the army of the divine court had taken action. Whether it's the Immortal Alliance or the Heavenly Alliance, their strength is far inferior to the divine court. There's been no news from the great celestial realm for a long time, and the 3,000 celestial races are under the control of the divine master. Under such circumstances, the divine court has only used 30% of its strength, but it's already able to suppress the Heaven Yuan clan. If they use all their strength, the Heaven Yuan clan will definitely be defeated. The Heavenly Alliance said that we'll fight to the death to expel the celestial races. That's just wishful thinking. Under such circumstances, I still have to make the right choice. To become a divine king as a human is my only wish. It's also the hope that the 12 small immortal realms have placed on me. And it's my only choice. He didn't say anything, but a lot of thoughts were running through his mind. All kinds of thoughts were like bells and drums ringing in his mind. I'll eventually become the divine king of the human race. Under my rule, the living beings of the Heaven Yuan clan can stand shoulder to shoulder with the other celestial races. Boom. 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 While he was thinking about these questions, he had already taken a step forward. With every step he took, the chi dynamic on his body became stronger and the vigorous immortal chi increased by a fraction. An immortal belt appeared out of thin air and trailed behind him. When he reached Fangxing in a few steps, it had almost turned into a mortal cloud. His majestic chi was not as strong as Fu Shanzi, Hua Mi-er and the others. Even Gu He and the successor of the Nether clan, who had taken the Sun and Moon elixir, could not compare to him. He had the majesty of a sage and his strength was indescribable. This man is so strong. At this moment, everyone around Zhu Xiu looked at him in surprise. This was a powerhouse that had truly been forgotten by the people. He lived a lowly life, to the point that everyone often overlooked his existence and underestimated his strength. Even Fu Shanzi, a divine prince of the celestial race, dared to scold him. Even though he had been conferred the title of Little Lord by the Divine Master in Xianxia Palace, he was still inferior to others. However, this did not mean that he was weak. When the inheritance of the heavenly demon appeared, he had already revealed the tip of the iceberg when he dared to fight with the divine prince of the Night Clan. Even the divine son of the Yi clan only realized at that time that even though he didn't dare to underestimate this person's true abilities, his strength was still beyond his expectations. After all, this was a seed of hope that had been cultivated by the realm lords of the 12 small immortal realms with the energy shifter spell and all the high-quality resources of the 12 small immortal realms. All the realm lords of the 12 small immortal realms were astute. Why did they place their hopes on him in the end? The reason was that they thought he was worth the 12 small immortal realms' all-out gamble. He was betting that he would not disappoint him in the end. He would become the divine king and seize a chance of survival for the living beings of heaven origin under the rule of the divine court. Boom. 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 With boundless murderous intent, he charged at Fangxing. And at this time, Fangxing also held the 100 battle soul weapon in his hand, directly facing his aura. However, just as he was about to face the enemy, he couldn't help but look back and said with some doubt, "Where's that bastard Jin Liuzi? Isn't he coming to help me fight?" The immortal fox fairy laughed bitterly, and said, "Prince Lian Hua has refined the small world of the Northern Sea Prison Heart Cliff, and is now the strongest expert in our demon land. It's just that it relies too much on that small world, and originally wanted to come in, but when it saw that it was unable to support the small world inside, it was unable to display its abilities, so it decided not to come, and only said that it was planning something else. That's the bastard's style. Alright, I'll kill him with my own hands." "That's not bad." Fangxing smiled bitterly and no longer hesitated. He went straight to the descendant of the small immortal realm. "Looks like my plan can be carried out smoothly." In the distance, the divine son of the Night Clan saw the descendant of the small immortal realm and Fangxing charging at each other. He smiled with satisfaction. Judging from the situation, he knew that he had chosen the divine court's side in the end. In fact, he was most worried about the descendant of the small immortal realm. After all, this person's strength was beyond his imagination. He could tell from the fight for the inheritance of the heavenly demon that if there was anyone here who could fight against him, it would be the descendant of the small immortal realm. In his opinion, the descendant of the small immortal realm was the only variable, but fortunately, this variable chose to stand on his side in the end. The divine son of the Night Clan was very satisfied and understood this. Fierce Dao was a talented man, but he had grown up under the rule of the divine palace since he was young. He had long been traumatized. He never believed that the living beings of heaven origin could suppress the divine palace. Therefore, he would always be loyal to the divine palace. In his opinion, the only way to save heaven origin was to become the divine king and fight for more space for the living beings of heaven origin in front of the divine master. As for the glory of the immortals, he knew nothing about it. He didn't even want to believe it. In his eyes, the creatures of Tianyuan had always been the slaves of the divine court. He, who grew up this way, had no backbone. I've made my choice. It's your turn now. The divine son of the Night Clan turned his gaze to the people beside him. Among the divine court small saints, there were two who hadn't made a move yet. They were the four monarchs of the Xianxia and young divine King Aogu. No one knew whether it was intentional or not, but the divine son of the Night Clan had arranged his troops in an orderly manner and had placed these two last. Your Highness Twin, what are you talking about? As a small saint of the divine court, if there's anything I can do, please let me know. The fourth prince of the Xianxia was slightly startled, then he laughed heartily. Where's young divine King Aogu? The divine son of the Night Clan narrowed his eyes and looked at young divine King Aogu. No one knew whether it was real or not, but when he asked this question, a murderous aura surged in the air. Swish! Young divine King Aogu's eyes turned cold when he heard the question. His giant wings flapped slightly and the surrounding atmosphere became a little weird. It seemed to have become much more solemn in an instant. Terrifying energy started to circulate within his giant body. He wasn't a fool. When Fangxing revealed his identity and the Sky Alliance appeared, he already knew that it would be hard for him to not be suspected. He hid here because he wanted to find a chance to attack the divine son of the Night Clan. It would also be a good opportunity for him to make a move on the divine son of the Night Clan. However, he didn't expect that after waiting for such a long time, he still couldn't find a single flaw in the divine son of the Night Clan. In the end, it was the divine son of the Night Clan who revealed his murderous intent first. It seemed like he was about to make a move. But from the looks of it, he didn't really suspect him completely. The fourth prince of the Xianxia was also on the list of suspects. After all, on the surface, the fourth prince of the Night Clan seemed to have a closer relationship with that demon. Just when he was anxiously thinking whether he should turn hostile and make a move, or quibble with a few words to push the trouble to the fourth prince of Xianxia, he suddenly heard a roar beside him. The fourth prince of Xianxia suddenly said coldly, young divine King Aogu naturally won't make a move. Young divine King Aogu was slightly startled. He raised his eyes and looked at the fourth prince. What does the fourth prince mean? What I mean is, that demon, Fangxing, is being supported by your desolate bone palace. In the end, he actually harbors evil intentions and your desolate bone palace dares to say that you don't know. In my opinion, you are all jackals of the same tribe, right? The more the fourth prince of the Xianxia spoke, the angrier he got. All of a sudden, he rushed forward and shouted coldly, I hate traitors the most. Let me end you, rumble. Without any hesitation, he transformed into his true form and rushed towards young divine King Aogu. A half-dragon, half-bird monster with 9 malevolent heads appeared in the void. That appearance was abnormally terrifying. His body wasn't any smaller than young divine King Aogu. He actually charged towards young divine King Aogu ferociously, as if he was putting his life on the line. His 9 heads and 2 giant claws danced wildly in all directions. He was simply like a berserk giant beast. I didn't expect this bastard to see through my background first. Young divine King Aogu was also taken aback. He didn't expect the fourth prince of the Xianxia to be so loyal to the divine court, but since things had already come to this, there was no point in saying anything more. Just as he was about to have a good fight with young divine King Aogu, a spiritual sense suddenly entered his heart. My God, the situation is so messed up that I can't choose a side in advance. Brother, has your desolate bone palace really placed the bet on the Heavenly Alliance? When the spiritual sense entered, Ao Kuang's middle head even blinked. What's going on? Young Divine King Aogu was also stunned. While fighting with the fourth prince of the Kanglan Sea, he hurriedly transmitted his spiritual sense. What bet? My father is just conveniently helping that little devil Feng Xing, but your Kanglan Sea, are you really going to follow the Divine Master? Help my ass. Don't play dumb at this time. I say, I was originally sure that the Divine Court would win, but why am I so uncertain now? The Heavenly Alliance has gathered a group of ruthless people. Moreover, these juniors are growing too fast. It's really shocking. Now, I feel that there's still hope for them. In my opinion, no matter which side you bet on, there's a possibility of losing. It's better to be more cautious and leave a way out for yourself. Brother Aogu, let's join hands. Hearing such heartfelt words, young Divine King Aogu was stunned. How do we join hands? Now is a critical moment, so it's not a good choice for us to stand on either side. If we choose the wrong side, then the winning side will definitely settle the score with us. Why don't we just slander each other? You say I'm with that demon lord, I say you're with that demon lord, then we'll have a big fight, no one getting involved in this mess. If Heaven Reverence Alliance wins, then I ask Brother Aogu to share some of the credit of your great desolate bone palace with me. If Divine Palace wins, then I'll definitely gather the strength of the Blue Billow Sea to prove your great desolate bone palace's innocence. In any case, neither of us helped each other at the last moment, so it's not like we'll end up with a sore foot, right? This, young Divine King Aogu was a little stunned. The fourth prince of the Kanglan Sea said anxiously, what do you think? Young Divine King Aogu sighed and suddenly nodded, that makes too much sense. As he spoke, he abruptly cut off his divine sense and suddenly shouted, Ao Kuang, it's clear that your Kanglan Sea is the mastermind behind that devil. You actually dared to deceive Her Highness Twin and slander my great desolate bone palace. Today, I'll fight you to prove my innocence, rumble. As it spoke, it flapped its wings, creating several terrifying wind blades. Ao Kuang hurriedly retracted his 3 heads, which were almost cut off. Io, don't be so heavy-handed, just put on a show, young Divine King Aogu said, I know what I'm doing. It looks fierce, but I only used 30% of my strength. That's good. Let's fight while retreating, don't affect the others, alright. As the two fought fiercely, they slowly retreated into the darkness, causing the night race's divine sun to be stunned. Heaven Primordial Spirit, he shook his head speechlessly, smiled bitterly, and turned in another direction. Now that time was pressing, and the crucial moment was about to come, his plan was about to take shape, so he had no time to care about these two. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Don't blame me for being merciless. The successor of the small celestial realm, Xiong Dao, rushed forward and roared. The ancient sword in his hand suddenly turned into streaks of light that swept toward Feng Xing. Each of the streaks of light was made up of rays of sword light, which were enough to kill Yuanying easily. The whole stream of light turned into halos of light that surrounded Feng Xing from all directions. It was almost impossible to dodge, and he didn't even know where the rays of light would come from. This swordsmanship showed his high level of attainment. It was probably not much weaker than LV Fengxian's martial arts. The Dharma power contained in the swordsmanship had even reached the 7th layer of the passing calamity stage, which was especially terrifying. Why should I take the chance you gave me? Feng Xing flipped the 100 battle soul weapon in his hand and turned it into a cloud of smoke that surrounded him. Countless sword lights surrounded him and attacked him horizontally and vertically. When they hit the smoke, they produced a messy clanging sound. And in this situation where he seemed to be unable to retaliate, his voice was still extremely cold, and even disdainful, because the successor of the small celestial realm withdrew his sword light and turned it into a green dragon. He concentrated his power on one point and attacked Feng Xing. Although his attack was fierce, there was no determination on his face, as if there was still a knot in his heart that hadn't been untied, and he wanted to untie it before he killed Feng Xing. You should know that I'm thinking for the sake of the creatures of Tianyuan, and I also hate the God clan. Since you never thought of joining the Divine Court, why didn't you consider joining forces with me? Why didn't you think about joining the small celestial realm when you knew that you were still too weak to fight against the divine court? His voice was extremely vague, but his eyes were glowing as he stared at Fangxing's face. Fangxing, on the other hand, thought very quickly. With a thought, he understood the meaning behind the words of the small immortal realm's successor. Haha, he was startled for a moment, then burst out laughing as if he had heard a great joke. This successor of the small celestial realm, a creature of Tianyuan, and a lackey of the divine court. His thoughts were really complicated. At this moment, he was actually feeling a little sorry for himself. He had thought that his cultivation was strong and his strength was invincible, and he had always been thinking for the sake of the creatures of Tianyuan. Therefore, when he saw the appearance of the Feng Tian alliance, he immediately had a strange thought. He had tried to form an alliance with Fangxing countless times, but he had been rejected every single time. Therefore, he did not understand why this demon would rather form an alliance with a bunch of weaklings who would never be able to achieve anything, and never once tried to form an alliance with him or discuss it with him. He was a creature of Tianyuan after all, a creature of Tianyuan with an extremely powerful cultivation and influence. Fangxing might not agree, but you can't stop asking. Deep in the heart of the successor of the small celestial realm, there was a thought that was not known to others. When he saw the appearance of the Feng Tian alliance, his heart was filled with a surge of hot blood and an impulse. It was the feeling of sacrificing himself for the greater good, and fighting against the divine court. Perhaps if Fangxing had allied with him earlier and told him everything, he would have betrayed the divine court and helped them, but he didn't. The devil had been going against the divine court since the beginning, and had been looking for allies, but he had never considered himself. Why, now that he had made his move, he had left a chance of survival under the violent sword Dao. He wanted to ask that question. Why didn't you look for me? I'm clearly not a bad person. To a certain extent, he already had a hint of kindness in his heart, but he didn't understand why no one could see through his kindness. Why didn't anyone try to rope him in? Deep down, he didn't want to be a slave of the divine clan either. Maybe he would have agreed. Do you want to ask me why I didn't beg you to help us save Tianyuan? Unlike the successor of the small celestial realm, who had complicated thoughts, Fangxing's words were clear, but his voice was full of sarcasm and sarcasm. When his voice rang out, the sole weapon in his hand suddenly shone brightly and turned into a huge iron spear that was dozens of feet long. He swept it fiercely and shattered the sword light that filled the sky, turning it into misty dust. Because you people from the small celestial realm are traitors. You helped the divine clan to descend to Tianyuan. You are unforgivable. His voice became louder and louder, and the long spear swept across the void, scattering countless sword lights. I don't know what others think, but in my opinion, you people from the small celestial realm deserve to die. You were the ones who chose to be the divine court's lackeys back then, so why should I still want to help you? As my junior brother said, I have not reached the point where I have to join hands with you slaves to achieve my goal. Boom. At the end of his words, the long spear suddenly appeared and went straight to the chest of the successor of the small celestial realm. More importantly, you used Xiaoman to threaten me. So, all of you from the small celestial realm deserve to die. The long spear swept across the sky violently and went straight to the successor of the small celestial realm. But what was more violent than the long spear was Fangxing's words. They were like a sharp sword that cut into his heart. The sarcasm in his words instantly cleared away the little bit of hot blood and kindness in the heart of the successor of the small celestial realm. The trace of hesitation on his face also disappeared completely. His murderous intent soared for dozens of feet, looking like a volcano that suddenly erupted. With a clang, the ancient sword in his hand blocked Fangxing's long spear. Then, he looked at Fangxing coldly and said, "Since you are so proud, then die under my sword. Remember, it was you who pushed our small celestial realm to the divine court." Boom. His ancient sword rose abruptly, as if it had turned into a gust of wind, coldly sweeping towards Fangxing. No, it was you who chose to be a lackey. Fangxing did not lose to the successor of the small celestial realm. As he shouted in a low voice, his 100-battle soul weapon transformed into a sledgehammer. The head of the sledgehammer was like a small mountain, and it even exuded a heavy mountain intent like the pilgrimage mountain. But in Fangxing's hand, it was as light as a feather, as if it had no weight at all. Before the successor of the small celestial realm could launch his sword momentum, it had already been smashed by the sledgehammer. The huge wind and waves surged toward the fierce path like a river. The dignified sword principle was completely controlled. This weapon is really difficult to deal with. The successor of the small celestial realm changed his sword momentum several times, but each of his sword momentum was disrupted by Feng Xing's 100 Battles Soul weapon, which made him a little annoyed. The 100 Battles Soul weapon was indeed extraordinary. It had endless changes and 9,900 magical powers. In terms of martial arts, the successor of the small celestial realm had already achieved a very high level of attainment in sword principle. But in the face of the 100 Battles Soul weapon, his hands and feet were bound and his feet were restrained. Even though his cultivation was higher than Feng Xing's, he could not gain any advantage in front of Feng Xing's 100 Battles Soul weapon, just like the situation between LV Fengxian and Gu He. Among the younger generation of Tian Yuan, there was no doubt that Feng Xing and LV Fengxian were the leaders in terms of martial arts. At first, LV Fengxian was extremely talented, and his attainment in martial arts was almost limitless. But Feng Xing took the unconventional path and refined such a 100 Battles Soul weapon, which gave him a great advantage. Do you think such a weapon is enough to show disdain to others? At this time, Feng Xing did not say anything complacent, but the successor of the small celestial realm was extremely sensitive. His sword principle, which he was so proud of, was directly suppressed by Feng Xing. He felt like he had been greatly insulted. His heart was suddenly burning with anger. He suddenly moved back hundreds of meters and stared at Feng Xingpa. He held the ancient sword with both hands, then broke it in half and threw it into the air like throwing garbage. Then he slowly raised his hands. Wu Fa can't defeat you, so I will let you have a taste of the small celestial realm's magical power. What kind of magical power does the small celestial realm have? Feng Xing paused and thought for a moment. Then he shook his head and charged at the successor of the 100 Battles Soul weapon again. At this time, he really looked down on the successor of the small celestial realm. This person had the ability to compete with the divine son of the Night Clan. Although he was strong, Master Feng did not take him seriously. After all, with the 100 Battles Soul weapon, Feng Xing had the world's most powerful weapon. It could even suppress Gu He's chaotic ancient Jian, let alone an ordinary ancient sword used by the ominous path. To a certain extent, Feng Xing's 100 Battles Soul weapon was one of the fruits of the Tao he'd cultivated in this lifetime. In this lifetime, he'd roamed the world and plundered everything. How many great fortuitous encounters did others not possess? And this 100 Battles Soul weapon was the final product of the fusion of those great opportunities, the demon body transformation. Although this 100 Battles Soul weapon was only in its embryonic form, the realm of this weapon had definitely reached the realm of an immortal weapon. More importantly, this weapon was connected to Feng Xing's mind, making it even more powerful. Although the successor of the small celestial realm sword was suppressed by Feng Xing still did not take his magical power seriously. However, it was obvious that Feng Xing did not expect that the successor of the small celestial realm had really mastered an amazing magical power. Magical power of creation, forget emotions before words. The successor of the small celestial realm chanted in a low voice. Then, he faced Feng Xing's extremely ferocious 100 Battles Soul weapon. The successor of the small celestial realm didn't dodge. He gently pointed his finger, and the surrounding space suddenly became hazy. It was like a huge dreamland. All the order and power in the world collapsed and gathered on his finger, which directly pierced through space. Have an art of forgetting emotions. Feng Xing's heart suddenly pounded when he saw the starting move of the divine power from the small celestial realm. At this moment, he felt an indescribable great sense of danger. Almost subconsciously, he used the 100 Battles Soul weapon to protect himself and quickly retreated. His heart was like a raging wave as he shouted, "How does this bastard know the heaven art of forgetting emotions? Isn't that the inheritance that no one has ever successfully cultivated? The heavenly art of indifference, the divine ability of the successor of the small celestial realm came from the heavenly art of indifference." Feng Xing was no stranger to this heavenly art. What he hated the most about the 12 small celestial realms was their wishful thinking. They tried to choose suitable female embryos to cultivate this heavenly art. Fairy Qingyu and Xiaoman were both captured by them. Now, Fairy Qingyu had become a soulless walking corpse because of cultivating this heavenly art. Xiao Man was also threatened by the small celestial realm. They hinted that if he didn't listen to them, they would force Xiao Man to cultivate this heavenly art. However, this also meant that no one had ever successfully cultivated this heavenly art. How did the successor of the small celestial realm use it, or was he just bluffing? Just as this thought rose in Fangxing's mind, the successor of the small celestial realm pointed his finger at him. There was a loud bang. Fangxing rode his 100-battle soul weapon and turned it into a thick bronze shield in front of him. The finger from the successor of the small celestial realm pierced through the void and arrived in front of Fangxing. However, when the finger arrived in front of Fangxing, it suddenly released a monstrous force and ruthlessly poured onto the bronze shield. Fangxing only had time to let out a groan before he was sent flying along with the shield. The void around him rumbled, the Grand Tao trembled, and the clouds scattered in all directions like waves in the sea. He's not bluffing, he really cultivated it. With this attack, Fangxing was absolutely sure that the heavenly art of indifference displayed by the successor of the small celestial realm was not fake. With one finger, all the order and rules in the surroundings were destroyed and all the destructive power was channeled into his body. It was simply terrifying. Other than the legendary heavenly art that surpassed the scope of the celestial realm, he couldn't think of any divine ability that was more terrifying. If it weren't for the fact that his 100-battle soul weapon was not weak, Fangxing felt that this finger alone could directly take his life. The might of the art of oblivion is indeed extraordinary. However, it's a pity that I only managed to obtain 3 of them. At this time, the successor of the celestial realm let out a soft sigh. He seemed to feel a bit regretful. However, since he had already revealed his greatest trump card, there was no need to hold back. After pointing out with his finger, he suddenly took a step forward. His body drew a mysterious trajectory in the air, then he opened his palm and gently slammed it down toward Fangxing. His palm was filled with a misty aura. This palm of his was like a dream, and it contained an indescribable ancient power. It was extremely ethereal. Boom! When Fangxing saw this palm, the immortal qi around him was already surging, and he subconsciously wanted to counterattack. However, just as he was about to block it, his mind became hazy and he actually forgot to block it. The palm strike from the successor of the small celestial realm was simply too ethereal. It actually affected the operation of his divine sense to a certain extent. When he wanted to make a move, he forgot how the palm came about. Naturally, he forgot to block it. The art of oblivion was a divine ability that even if you saw its gesture, you wouldn't be able to remember it. It could display its killing methods in front of you, but it would not alarm the warning signs in your heart. This was simply a heaven-defying method. Whoosh! However, at this moment, the 100-battle soul weapon suddenly flew over and turned back into its demonic form. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and it firmly blocked the attack from the successor of the small celestial realm. It happened to block the attack from the successor of the small celestial realm, which allowed Fangxing to escape the calamity. This was the characteristic of the 100-battle soul weapon. Because it had been refined into a weapon by Fangxing, it was not affected by the Hongmeng light of the art of oblivion. It only sensed that Fangxing was in danger and automatically defended itself. Since you can withstand 2 forms of the art of oblivion, let's try the 3rd form. The successor of the celestial realm, Fierce Tao, seemed a little surprised. He chuckled and flipped his hands to form a large seal. Then, he pressed them together in the middle. The void around Fangxing was like an abyss. It seemed to have materialized and slowly pressed down on him. How on earth did he cultivate this divine ability? At this time, Fangxing was extremely shocked, and angry. He really didn't expect to see such a terrifying divine ability from the hands of the successor of the celestial realm. At this moment, he activated the 100-battle soul weapon with all his might to resist the murderous aura that came from all directions. At the same time, he used one hand to support the sky and earth. A look of determination flashed across his eyes. Countless runes started to appear around him and danced around his arm like heavenly flowers. They collided with the surging power and started to push back continuously as he comprehended the origin of the power in the depths of the power, the Taisheng Dao seeking scripture. Remove the false, and see through the origin of the scripture. This scripture was the 7th scripture of the 9 supreme scriptures, and it was also the beginning of the last 3 scriptures. After cultivating this scripture, Fangxing would be able to analyze the weak points of his cultivation and comprehend the principles of the great Tao. he would be able to dig out his potential and display the greatest might. For example, the birth of the 100 battle soul weapon was related to this scripture to a certain extent. Externally, it could deduce the origin of the opponent's divine ability and establish the foundation of the Tao. Presently, Fang Xing had only cultivated this scripture for a short period of time, so he hadn't comprehended many of its profundities. Normally, he'd utilized it on his own cultivation to find the weak points, establish his foundation, and dig out his potential. Yet now, he was forced to have no choice but to start utilizing this scripture on the inheritors of the small immortal dimension to figure out the quintessence energy contained within the emotionless heavenly technique. The 10 highest immortals of the past were all rare geniuses, but the immortal who left behind the Tao-seeking scripture was one of them. He wasn't strong, but he was well-read and knew about astronomy and geography. It was even rumored that he was so knowledgeable that he had reached a level where there was nothing he didn't know. To him, the most amazing legend was that he didn't help out when two powerful beings fought. He only watched for a while and then gave one of them a few pointers. That person immediately displayed his invincible might and won the battle. In some even more amazing legends, it was said that he could help Yuanying overcome the tribulation by giving him pointers, and the reason was that he was so knowledgeable that he was already close to the Tao. He could touch the traces of the Tao and see the origin. Now, Fang Xing had obtained the Tao-seeking scripture that he left behind, and he had been studying it for a long time. However, in reality, Fang Xing had only comprehended a little bit of it. If this scripture was a Taoist scripture, then Fang Xing had only taken half a step into it. The vast principles and realms inside were far from what he could grasp at the third level of the tribulation passing stage. Now, Fang Xing was relying on this scripture to deduce the origin of the divine ability of the successor of the celestial realm. This was because the technique that the successor of the celestial realm used was too powerful. If he couldn't see the origin, then he wouldn't be able to resist it. Boom! At this moment, Fang Xing's hand came into contact with the surging power, and then his mind became extremely sensitive. He was like a skilled zither player. Just by plucking a string, he could hear the meaning of the sound and understand all the characteristics of the zither. This power is so powerful. It originates from the understanding and use of the rules of heaven and earth. It's also a superb divine ability. Traces of answers appeared in Fang Xing's heart like a trickling river. No, although this power is powerful, it wasn't used by him, but borrowed. Soon, Fang Xing's heart moved as he discovered something. The power of the art of indifference was strong, and it was terrifying when used by the successor of the celestial realm. However, through the Tao-seeking scripture, Fang Xing suddenly discovered something strange. It was a very strange feeling. It was as if the extremely powerful art of indifference wasn't the power of the successor of the celestial realm, but he had used some kind of method to transfer this power to himself. Technique of bridging down. At this moment, Fang Xing's eyes suddenly turned cold, and hatred rose from his heart. Although his cultivation of the Tao-seeking scripture wasn't perfect, he still discovered a trace of inconsistency in the divine ability of the successor of the celestial realm, and through this inconsistency, he discovered the biggest secret of the Tao of evil. It was even to the extent that he understood exactly why Fairy Qingyu had turned into this walking corpse. It was the technique of bridging down again. The successor of the celestial realm was talented, but his current achievements couldn't be separated from the technique of bridging down. After all, he was not like Fang Xing and the young Situ of the Fuyao Palace, who had gone through all kinds of hardships to cultivate a celestial nascent soul. Instead, the 12 realm lords of the small immortal realms had used their respective supreme divine abilities and dharma powers to forcibly purify his Tao foundation. In other words, although his Tao foundation seemed stable, it was mostly given to him by others. Usually, he always said that the small immortal realms had bet everything on him, and that was the reason why he was able to cultivate a celestial nascent soul. And now, his heavenly art of indifference was obtained in the same way. The 12 celestial realms found countless talented people to cultivate the heavenly art of indifference. Perhaps no one could actually cultivate it successfully, but some talented people, like Fairy Qingyu, could cast aside all their worries and cultivate one of the divine arts in the heavenly art of indifference. It was just that after they succeeded, the celestial realm forced them to use the technique of bridging down, and then transferred the seeds of the divine arts that they had painstakingly cultivated to the Tao of evil. As for themselves, after using this divine ability, they became soulless walking corpses. This was simply vicious. Compared to Xiaoxue, the white demon who refined the life spirit pill to repair her Tao origin, her sin was 10,000 times heavier. More importantly, from this, he could guess at Xiaoman's fate, just like how the celestial realm had said such nice things to Zhao Yatong, but in the blink of an eye, Fairy Qingyu had become like this. He had no idea what was going on with his Xiaoman. Because the celestial realm didn't call these proud women female embryos for no reason. In their view, these women were originally seeds for the divine arts prepared for the Tao of evil. They wouldn't casually give up on these seeds. He even suspected that Xiaoman had long since been forced to cultivate that divine art. The celestial realm truly deserved to die. Rumble, the third technique of the art of indifference that the successor of the celestial realm used, actually triggered the laws of heaven and earth, and it slowly pressed down on Fangxing. It seemed that it was impossible to escape from it. Everywhere he went was a sea of bitterness, and he couldn't escape in any direction. He could only rely on his own strength to resist it. However, even Fangxing had to admit that if he had to use his own strength to resist it, he would be no match for the successor of the celestial realm with his cultivation of the third level of the tribulation passing stage. He would only be defeated. However, at the last moment, Fangxing, who had used the exalted Tao-seeking scripture to search for the origin of this divine art, deduced the origin of this divine art, and used it to discover a flaw in the divine art of the successor of the small celestial realm. It was very simple. This divine art was taken from someone else by the successor of the small celestial realm. He didn't cultivate it himself. Thus, when he used it, no matter how strong the divine art was, there would be a flaw. Whoosh! At this moment, Fangxing's real body couldn't escape. He had already been locked down by the successor of the celestial realm. However, his cultivation was profound, and he had many tricks up his sleeves. In a split second, he had already come up with a plan to defend himself. Although he was panicking, he still acted in an orderly manner. He suddenly flew up and flicked his finger. A relic shot out like a meteor, and accurately flew out of the domain that the successor of the celestial realm was about to close. This was like finding a needle in the sea. It was theoretically possible, but it was very difficult to do. The successor of the celestial realm was slightly startled. He immediately decided to ignore the relic and kill Fangxing first. However, even he didn't expect that things would change so quickly. After the relic escaped, it suddenly emitted a dense demonic intent and turned into the appearance of a 100 battles soul weapon. Or, it could be said that the 100 battles soul weapon used the relic to escape from the suppression of his divine power. Then, it leaped hundreds of meters, manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, and slashed at the fierce cultivator with dense demonic energy. Boom! Facing such a situation, even fierce Tao had to raise his hand to counterattack, forcibly withstanding the soul weapon's sword. His body was sent flying for dozens of feet before he slowly steadied himself. However, when he looked down, because his casting was disrupted, Fangxing had already escaped. This demon weapon of yours does have some skill. It can be said to have hundreds of magical abilities and can be used as you wish. The descendant of the small celestial realm, Fierce Tao, seemed to be a little emotional. He let out a low sigh and a hint of coldness appeared on his face. However, what's the use? After all, your power is still too weak. There is a difference of 4 lightning punishments between our cultivation. No matter how strong this 100 battle soul weapon is, it cannot make up for this difference. Moreover, how can my heaven art of indifference lose to your demonic weapon? As he spoke, he suddenly flipped his hand and pointed fiercely towards Fangxing. It was still the finger of the heaven art of indifference. It shattered the endless law of the void and poured all its power into one point. Through this round of probing earlier, even though he wasn't able to defeat Fangxing within the 3 divine abilities, he'd confirmed something, and that was no matter how cunning this demon, Fangxing wasn't a match for him, and it was absolutely not a problem for him to deal with Fangxing with the unmoved heavenly technique. So what if I let you escape these 3 divine powers? If you continue to fight, you will definitely lose. If we continue to fight, we will definitely lose. At this moment, Fox Immortal Fairy, who had been hiding cunningly outside the battlefield, was also looking around. Although her cultivation base wasn't strong enough to participate in the battle, she still had the basic eyesight. Soon, her face was filled with worry. The current situation of the battle wasn't good. Although the Fengtian Alliance had sent out all their experts to resist the Divine Court's minor saints, it wouldn't be easy for them to win. After all, the minor saints of the Divine Court were all powerful and terrifying figures. Any one of them could dominate the universe. Now, fierce ape Kong Kong Air was holding the wishful iron staff and fighting with Fu Xianxia of the Ox Demon clan. It was lively and lively, but it was hard to tell who would win. Wang Qiong was holding the divine wheel of water and fire, fighting with the goddess of the hibernating clan, Hua Mi-er, but she was already at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Li Hongyi, Li Ying, Han Ying, and the others were watching from the side. Their momentum had long suppressed Hua Mi-er. However, the problem was that Hua Mi-er's divine powers were really difficult to deal with. She had thousands of clones and was like a gust of wind. The four of them had no effective means to quickly end this woman. The fierce battle between Song Guichan and the leader of the Frost Soil tribe in the northern region was also hard to tell who would win. The leader of the Frost Soil tribe was the most powerful, but Song Guichan was famous for his profound cultivation. He had used many divine powers, and the leader of the Frost Soil tribe could not suppress him for a while. As for Gu He and Lv Fengxian, their battle was also extremely dangerous. The little martial god had already taken out the 6 great flags, and no one knew how much power he had. The souls of ferocious beasts and remnant generals flew around him, and every move he made seemed to be enhanced by the power of ghosts and gods. The more they fought, the more terrifying they became. However, Gu He was not simple either. He had the ancient sword of chaos in his hand, and his body was in the 9 heavenly transformation. He had also used his true fire. Compared to Lv Fengxian, they both had their own strengths. The battle seemed to be in a stalemate, and the winner could be decided at any time, but it was hard to tell. The only one who was in a better situation was Xiaoxue, the female immortal on the heavenly lake. She had used a bone sword to suppress Taiyuan, the descendant of the Nether tribe. However, the problem was that the sun and moon above Taiyuan's head contained the power of time, which kept increasing. It seemed that Xiaoxue could only suppress him, and it would be difficult for her to decide the winner in a short period of time. It's not time to hold back. It's time to unleash the true power of the Great Door Formation, or we will be at a great disadvantage. The people who are fighting today are all geniuses, but they have only cultivated for a short period of time. If they were given a few hundred or even a few decades, their opponents would not even be qualified to fight them. But now, it's difficult, it's too difficult to win. Dao Wufang had quietly come to Fox Fairy Maiden's side. He frowned and sighed. But the divine son of the Yi tribe has not made his move yet. This was originally a trick to deal with him. Fox Fairy Maiden turned to look at the divine son of the Yi tribe, who was standing quietly in the void like a wooden stake. She was clearly hesitating. The little Buddha Lord has been keeping an eye on him, there won't be any trouble. More importantly, we can't hold on for much longer. Dao Wufang said hurriedly. The fat on his face was trembling nonstop. Obviously, he was very anxious. Then there's really nothing we can do, Fox Fairy Maiden sighed softly. She could only agree with this point. The current situation could not be dragged on any longer. If they lost this round, not only would the Heavenly Alliance suffer a great loss, even the geniuses of Heaven Yuan would not be able to reignite their ambitions. No matter how good she was at scheming, she would not be able to handle such a situation. Because the truth was right before her eyes. Although the juniors of Heaven Yuan had grown very fast, they still had too little time. Compared to the minor saints of the Divine Court, they were no match for them. She had kept a trump card to deal with the divine son of the Yi tribe. She could only use it now. Seal the heavens great, frowning fiercely, Fox Immortal Fairy subconsciously wanted to say something, but just as she was about to say it, she sighed helplessly. It has already been renamed as the Door Closing Formation. Fellow Taoist Wufang, I'll have to trouble you to pass down the order. Activate the Great Seal Great Array. Zhu Xiao, return to your position and go with the array. Dao Wufang did not hesitate. He immediately took out a few talismans and flew in all directions. At the same moment, the Buddhist guardian Buddha Seal, Li Hongyi of the Nanzhan, the little Pun King of the primordial demon Dao, and Dao Wufang of the divine prefecture all flew in different directions. Then, all the disciples of the 4 tribes sat down cross-legged and chanted an ancient and obscure spell. Then, they reached out their palms and pressed them into the void. Rumble. It was also at this moment that the 64 array flags floating in the air began to move in a complicated pattern in the air, following the trajectory of the 64 formation flags. An invisible force suddenly appeared within the formation in the void. It was as if the sky had lowered and was pressing down heavily. On the other hand, all the disciples of the 4 factions of the Sky Honor Alliance began to emit faint spiritual lights of various colors. Some were strong, some were weak. At the same time, the spiritual lights gathered toward the 64 formation flags. As the 64 formation flags fluttered in the air, they gradually turned into a dazzling 5-colored ball of light in the middle of the void, gently hovering in the air. That sphere of light condensed all different types of energy into one place, and it actually maintained its stability. There was no collision of forces, and then it exploded. It was truly strange to the extreme. If one had to describe it, it was simply like a pill refined from all types of divine medicines. Cultivation as the material, passion as the fire, using the Great Seal Great Array as the furnace, to refine a divine pill. Seeing the appearance of the pill, Fox Fairy Maiden's expression was complicated as she chanted softly. The 5-colored divine pill grew bigger and bigger. Rumble. When the pill had grown to a certain stage, it suddenly emitted rays of divine light that flew towards Zhu Xiu of the Heavenly Alliance, who was fighting fiercely in the void. Kong Kong who was fighting evenly with Fu Shanzi, was immersed in the ray of divine light. Her aura immediately skyrocketed, as if her cultivation had increased by several times in an instant. With a bang, Fu Shanzi let out a muffled roar and was directly sent flying. He could not stop flying for hundreds of feet, and even a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. As for Wang Qiong, Li Ying, Han Ying, Song Guichan, and the others, their auras also skyrocketed, and their strength suddenly increased by several times. The experts of the Heavenly Alliance, who were at a disadvantage, suddenly gained the upper hand and almost instantly killed their opponents. Sigh. A divine pill refined by a hot-blooded cultivator of the Heavenly Origin sect must be completely free of distractions and wholeheartedly serve the public. Apart from now, when else can I see someone using their own cultivation to strengthen another person? I won't ask that little demon to name this pill. I'll call it the Heavenly Yuan Pill. It can only be called the Heavenly Yuan Pill, because this is the true manifestation of the unyielding character of the Heavenly Origin sect. She sighed softly and also joined in the process of chanting the ancient incantation. At this moment, her eyes were as clear as glass. This is the real power of the closed-door formation. Fang Xing's heart skipped a beat when he saw that ring of divine pills appear in the air. Then, it began to beat wildly. He had long guessed that the closed-door formation, which was regarded as the lifeblood of the Feng Tian Alliance, must have been created by the most powerful array masters of the Heavenly Origin sect, which was said to have been created by the old pedants of the Heavenly Mystery Palace with all their cultivation, and even a genius in array formation like Wu Sang could only be an assistant. It must have other magical effects. However, it was only at this moment that the 5 colors divine pill appeared that Fang Xing realized how powerful this formation was. It had actually far exceeded his imagination, and had even reached a level where it could shake the heavens and the earth. It was said that the strongest power of the formation was 18,000 formation flags, but now, only 64 formation flags were used, which could only be said to be the beginning of the formation's power, but even so, it was enough to shock the world. Even the minor saints of the Divine Court and the knowledgeable small immortal realm were stunned. When the formation was pushed to the extreme, it had already connected with the pill theory. Under the effect of the 64 formation flags, the formation was like a great furnace that smelted the essence, qi, spirit, and cultivation of all the cultivators who participated in the formation into a divine pill. All the cultivators of the Feng Tian Alliance in the formation could be strengthened by the divine pill, which was equivalent to having the Dharma power of countless people to strengthen themselves. They could even improve their cultivation by several levels in an instant. This level of array formation, this level of pill intent, was usually impossible to see. The main reason was that he had too high a requirement for the cultivators who participated in the formation. He needed them to trust the person in the formation for free and willingly hand over everything they had. After all, for cultivators, cultivation was their foundation, and they could not be borrowed at all. However, they needed to be selfless and have no other thoughts. They had to be willing to lend all of their magical powers to the person in the formation. If the person in the formation had any evil intentions, the person could directly take away their cultivation and turn them into a cripple. There had always been successors in the world. Cultivators all defied the heavens and cultivated their own bodies. They were the most selfish, and in the long years, they abandoned their friends and family. In order to walk further on this path, they used all kinds of methods to ensure that they could live forever, but this formation required them to make a completely different decision and hand over their most fundamental things. It could be said that this formation was no longer a test of formation and pill theory, but a test of the human heart. This formation would only appear when the divine race descended from the heavens and when the heavenly origin sect was in danger, but the effect was also obvious. The moment the divine pill appeared within the formation, the situation changed greatly. The aura of Kong Kong Wang Qiong, Song Guichan, and the others surged at the same time. With the support of the five-colored light ring, their cultivations simply rose explosively out of nowhere, becoming 3 or even 5 or 6 times stronger than before. The opponents who originally had a hard time fighting with them and even had the upper hand suffered a great loss at this moment. They were beaten back step by step, like an arrow at the end of its flight. They could only watch helplessly as they were about to lose their lives and be killed by the swords at any time. Only LV Fengxian and Xiao Shui did not accept the divine light and continued to fight with their own strength. When LV Fengxian saw the five-colored divine pill, he also understood its origins. However, he seemed to feel some kind of humiliation and directly dodged the divine light rushing towards him. He then pulled out the remaining 2 bone flags on his back and raised them in the air. A gust of wind blew, and who knew how many demonic gods with severed limbs and heads appeared, silently howling with his movements. He stood alone in the black smoke like a fierce god. The halberd was like a venomous dragon coming out of its lair as it ruthlessly struck forward, forcing the ancient crane back step by step as it roared endlessly. Xiao Shui only shook her head lightly. Her white hair danced in the wind as the white snake under her feet rolled and soared into the 9 heavens. She actually appeared to be the ruler of the world. Her fingers formed a seal, and the bone sword in her hand suddenly increased in strength by several times. She forcefully slashed down at Taiyuan, the successor of the netherworld race below. The light and nimble strike had already pierced through the stunned Taiyuan, heavily injuring him. Haha. 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 Fengxing laughed in astonishment as he felt the brilliance of the 5-colored divine pill enter his body with a face full of curiosity. He had always been used to snatching things from others. This was the first time he felt the feeling of being given something for free. Although he knew that it was actually lent to him, he still couldn't help but feel delighted. Boom. 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 He only felt that the magic power in his body was increasing bit by bit, like an empty bag was gradually being filled with water. Damn you, fierce Dao. Come and fight with me for a few more rounds. After feeling that he had an endless source of power, Fengxing was extremely proud of himself. He roared loudly, then brandished the 100-battle soul weapon and rushed towards the successor of the small celestial realm. Because he knew that his cultivation was inferior, he had been trying his best to avoid a head-on confrontation with the successor of the small celestial realm. But now, it was completely different. He directly displayed a stance of the courageous will win. He wouldn't stop until he killed the successor of the small celestial realm. Boom, boom, boom. The successor of the small celestial realm, fierce Dao, also frowned. He used the heavenly art of forgetfulness and attacked Fengxing 3 times in a row. Soul weapon against divine ability, heavenly art against array, the 2 of them forcibly became a contest of strength. There was no falsehood at all. After 3 consecutive attacks, their bodies began to sway and the void was turbulent. After 3 collisions, the successor of the small celestial realm's face was livid. His body was impressively retreating, and a lump formed between his eyebrows. In terms of pure strength, he was actually suppressed by Fengxing. The divine court is in danger. At this moment, the expressions of Fu Shanzi, Hua Mi and the others all changed greatly, and they complained incessantly. They had always been extremely confident in the strength of their race, but at the same time, they were also wary of the various array techniques, alchemy techniques, and talisman techniques of the human clan. Now that the true power of the Great Door formation had been revealed, it once again proved that their fear was real. The creatures of Heavenly Yuan actually had such an amazing array, which allowed their opponent to obtain extraordinary power out of thin air. In an instant, they had gone from being evenly matched to being suppressed and hunted down. How could this go on? If we don't think of something, we're going to die here. At this moment, they couldn't help but look at the divine son of the Night Clan. Stop pretending to be a big shot. Hurry up and use all of your trump cards. So this is how the Fengtian Alliance is going to deal with me? The divine son of the Night Clan had indeed been pretending to be a big shot. The others were fighting fiercely, but he just stood there and watched quietly, as if he had nothing to do with it. Only when he saw the 5-colored divine pill appear in the great door formation did a ripple appear on his calm face, and he chuckled softly. Then, he saw that every divine palace little saint was in an extremely dangerous situation, as if they could be killed at any time, but he didn't panic at all. Instead, he let out a long sigh. That's a good method, but it's also a pity that you're so hot-blooded. However, hot-blooded to a certain extent is also childish. Who would be childish enough to fight against your strength? His gaze turned cold, and wisps of night chi began to flow out of his body, like little snakes. Even if I have more power than all of you. Boom, as the black night chi flowed out of his body faster and faster, his eyes suddenly lit up. Found it. Then, he took out 5 colorful formation flags from his big black sleeves. They were covered with dense runes, and if one looked closely, they would see a huge prisoner character embroidered on each of the flags. Then, he spread out his fingers, and the 5 formation flags disappeared with the night chi. No one knew where they flew to. He looked like he was deeply relieved, and the black night chi flowed out of his body faster and faster. It was as if he had suddenly turned into a reverse vortex that was dissipating. Whether you take the sun and moon pill or fight with your lives, you must stop them for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The last sentence was whispered into the ears of all the little saints of the divine court. These divine court little saints were clearly at the end of their rope, but he still forced them to hold on for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The divine court little saints' faces darkened when they heard this order, and their eyes were filled with despair. However, since the divine son of the night race had already said so, they had no choice but to harden their hearts when they looked at Taiyuan, the successor of the nether race, who had consumed the sun-moon pill and seemed even more powerful than before he was crippled. The divine son of the Night Clan had already planned this. There was no way they could escape, right? Little bald cauldron, stop him. Apart from the last sentence, the divine son of the Night Clan's other actions were extremely secretive and difficult to detect. However, Fengxing knew him too well. Even during the fierce battle with the successor of the small immortal realm, he had separated a wisp of his divine sense to observe him. In particular, when the divine son of the Night Clan took out the 5 banners, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura from them. It was the same aura he had sensed at the captive Heart Cliff in the North Sea. It was clearly the remnant of the fallen captive Heart Cliff master. That divine son of the Night Clan must have other plans. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so low-key. This discovery caused Fengxing to throw caution to the wind. He forced the successor of the small immortal realm to retreat, then turned around and shouted. I've been watching him for a long time. Xianxia's voice suddenly rang out, resounding in the void. It seemed that he was still sitting cross-legged 100 feet away from the divine son of the Night Clan, but his voice suddenly rang out behind the divine son of the Night Clan. It was an incarnation that had appeared in front of everyone, and his real body had been lurking here for a long time. When Fengxing warned him, he also noticed that something was wrong. He quietly moved over, took out a huge wooden fish from his sleeve, and struck it hard. Once again, he attacked me from behind like a ghost. The scene of Xianxia's attack made everyone speechless, but after thinking about it, they were slightly relieved. After all, the divine son of the Night Clan was as gloomy as water, and no one knew what he was planning. No matter what method he used, it would be a good thing if he could knock him out with a wooden fish. However, what no one expected was that Xianxia's wooden fish smashed down with unparalleled force. However, the divine son of the Night Clan didn't fall to the ground. Instead, with a whoosh, his black robe flew in the air, and he was directly shattered into pieces. Huh? Smashed? Xianxia was taken aback and hurriedly picked up the wooden fish to check. Looking at the expression on his face, he was terrified that he had accidentally killed someone. However, with his cultivation, he soon discovered that he was worrying too much. Under his wooden fish, there was only a black robe. The real divine son of the Night Clan was no longer here. It was like he had left an incarnation on the opposite side, but his real body had quietly sneaked over. The divine son of the Night Clan had only left an empty shell here, but his real body had already escaped elsewhere. What surprised him was that he had been nearby all this time, but he didn't know when he had escaped. Logically speaking, as the successor of Buddhism, he should be the strongest in terms of stealth and perception. Successor of the Western Heaven Realm, do you really think that I don't know that you have sneaked over? The voice of the divine son of the Night Clan suddenly sounded, and it rumbled and shook the void. It came from all directions, and it was impossible to tell the direction. Where did he go? Xianxia knew that the matter was serious. He hurriedly put his palms together and then chanted in a low voice, "One ma na pa mi hu," as the deep chanting of sutras rang out. His Dharma idol, which was wearing a white monk robe, became brighter and brighter. It even emitted a Buddha's light that illuminated a large area of the void. Originally, this underground palace was dark, and all the cultivators could only use their divine senses as eyes to scan the surroundings. But now, all the darkness around them was torn apart by the Buddha's light that was emitted from his body. Light reappeared in the underground palace, and all the shadows were retreating. Xianxia's eyes were like a god's as he swept across the endless netherworld in an instant. He realized the severity of the problem and immediately used his Buddhist techniques to search for the divine son of the Night Clan. It's a pity that when you met the creatures of the Night Clan, you lost your ability. Darkness can devour light, but light can't capture darkness. You and I are like two sides of light and darkness. Your stealth is as obvious as a candle in the dark to me, but my existence is only outside the light. No matter how strong your cultivation is, even if you can light up the whole world with your divine ability, it's still wishful thinking to think that you can see through my divine ability. In the void, the light of Buddha illuminated a large area. The black shadows retreated like the tide, and the voice of the divine son of the night race came from all directions. Xianxia's brow suddenly furrowed. Indeed, he found that his divine power could not find the location of the Night Clan's divine son. The legendary Night Clan was a race born from the eternal darkness. They were creatures that light couldn't touch. In the eyes of the Buddhist sect, this was an innate sin that could never be purified. Where is his real body? The little monk Xianxia's calm heart inevitably gave birth to a sense of anxiety. Rumble, just as this thought appeared in his mind, there was suddenly a deep rumbling sound around him. Xianxia's bright eyes suddenly looked up. At the same time, Fangxing, who was fighting with the descendant of the small celestial realm, also suddenly moved his mind. A strand of divine chi separated from the 100 battle soul weapon and turned into a demon eye, which opened up to the sky. Xiao Shui and LV Fengxian were also slightly shocked. They looked up with shock. At this moment, they already knew the answer. They didn't see it with their naked eyes, but with their extraordinary cultivation. They saw the goal of the divine son of the Night Clan. In their illusions, they saw a gigantic beast that blotted out the sky appear in the void. It opened its mouth wide and swallowed a black ball in front of it. At the same time, they felt the void around them tremble incessantly, as if the world they were in was constantly moving, as if it was being defended by an existence, and was even about to be swallowed into its stomach. It was the divine son of the Night Clan. He was actually using a terrifying divine ability to directly devour this small world, be it the little saints of the divine court or the cultivators of the Fengtian alliance. They were all fighting for that stone bridge. They were willing to fight to the death for it, but no one expected that the divine child of the Night Clan would directly devour this world and refine it into his own. This move was really too unexpected and too ruthless. How did he do it? Isn't he afraid of disturbing that divine item? In that instant, it was unknown how many people were crying out, and their hearts were filled with boundless bewilderment. Some people were shocked by the strength of the divine son of the Night Clan. With his ability, he probably didn't have the power to swallow a small world. Even the divine king of the Night Clan would find it difficult to do so, especially since this underground palace was a small world left behind by the heavenly demon. Although it had been tens of thousands of years and had been eroded by time, the size of this small world had long been gradually assimilated by the heavenly origin. It was no longer as vast and boundless as it used to be, but it was still an indescribable behemoth. How could he swallow it? Some people were even more shocked that the divine son of the Night Clan was doing this. It was even more dangerous than breaking into the immortal extermination array. When the beings of the God clan broke into the immortal extermination array, they would be worried that the divine item would fly away. Wasn't he afraid of swallowing this small world? The source of the realm. The heart of the array. Little monk, he's in the 9 serenities below. Almost at the moment when this illusion appeared, Feng Xing, Xiao Shui, and LV Fengxian suddenly shouted at the same time to remind Xianxia. Others didn't know how this scene appeared, but the three of them guessed the truth almost at the same time. Feng Xing had obtained the inheritance of the heavenly demon's left eye. Although he hadn't mastered it and hadn't been chosen as a successor by the true spirit left behind by the heavenly demon, he had a connection with this small world that transcended spiritual consciousness. LV Fengxian, on the other hand, had been cultivating in the ancient battlefield of gods and demons and had long been connected to the aura of this small world. As for Xiao Shui, she still didn't know the reason. In short, the three of them had seen the truth at this time. The divine son of the Night Clan wasn't really swallowing this small world. He just found the location of the heart of the small world and began to refine it. It was just like when the Great Golden Crow and the others fought with the Cliff Master of the captive heart of the North Sea for the location of the core formation of the small world. Now, the divine son of the Night Clan was also fighting for the ownership of the heart of the small world. He seemed to be standing still just now, but in fact, he had thousands of clones and had been secretly searching for the location of the core formation of this small world. Now, he was obviously refining the core formation of this small world. That was why the illusion of a giant beast swallowing the small world had appeared. However, even though they had seen the truth, Feng Xing and the others still couldn't understand it. Why did he dare to do this? Even if he could refine this small world, so what? Wasn't he afraid that the divine object would be alarmed and escape? As this thought appeared in their minds, many people looked at the stone bridge behind the immortal execution array. But soon, their eyes widened. At this time, around the immortal slaying formation, 5 brightly colored banners with the word prisoner appeared out of nowhere, piercing into the void and stabilizing the situation. No matter how turbulent the surroundings were, the divine item seemed to be locked and could not move for a while. However, it seemed that the power of the immortal slaying formation was also surging, and it was unknown when it would be able to escape. In short, it was entangled for a while, and a strange power was suppressing the spirituality of the divine item, making it unable to escape. The secret treasure of the Cliff Master of the North Sea. The aura of the banners immediately made Feng Xing think of something. His eyes suddenly turned cold. He already knew what method the divine son of the Night Clan had used. Omnipotent Saint, I have to thank you. If you hadn't broken into the Cliff Master of the Prison Master, the secret treasure refined by the Cliff Master of the Prison Master would not have fallen into the hands of the Night Clan. Now, I would not have been able to successfully obtain this divine object. The voice of the divine son of the Night Clan sounded faintly, with a hint of mockery. This was indeed the relic of the Cliff Master of the Prison Master of the North Sea. Back then, that old man was extremely daring and delusional. He wanted to use the geniuses of the Great Snow Mountain and the primordial demon Tao to fish up the immortal palace and then take it for himself. At that time, his biggest problem was how to seal the spirituality of the immortal palace so that it wouldn't escape and it would be difficult to refine it. Therefore, he used the bitter experience of being imprisoned by the Cliff Master of the Prison Master of the North Sea to refine the 5 banners with the word prisoner. Using this treasure, he could seal the spirituality of the immortal palace temporarily. Later on, Feng Xing broke into the Cliff Master of the Prison Master of the North Sea, but he was also chased by the 3 divine kings. He didn't have time to say anything before he escaped. However, he didn't know that the Night Clan had taken over all the treasures in the Cliff Master of the Prison Master of the Prison Master of the Prison Master of the Immortal Palace. Now, the divine son of the Night Clan had used the secret treasure that the Cliff Master of the Prison Master of the Prison Master of the Prison Master of the Immortal Palace to seal this divine object. Although it was a little risky, it proved that the divine son of the Night Clan had achieved his goal. He used the 5 banners with the word prisoner to seal the spirituality of the divine object and buy himself some time. It was time to refine the core formation of this small world and take this world for himself. In the face of such violent means, even Feng Xing was shocked. He couldn't help but secretly admire the divine son of the Night Clan. He didn't do anything, but once he did, it would shock the heavens. The divine son of the Night Clan's methods were quite similar to his own. They only took the divine item, but he directly took the entire world. We must stop him immediately. A dark shadow was crawling over his head with an unstoppable force, spreading across a part of the sky. The divine son of the Night Clan had refined this small world. For the people in this small world, it was tantamount to being swallowed by him. This shock was too hard for them to accept, and their hearts sank. After being reminded, Xianxia's face was also full of seriousness. Without any hesitation, he turned into a stream of light and directly rushed down to the 9 underworlds below. After all, he had to stop the divine son of the Night Clan. He had to find the core of the formation before he refined this small world, and then interrupt the refining process of the divine son of the Night Clan. Otherwise, not to mention the divine objects, even they would die without a burial place, but no matter how fast he was, as soon as he swooped down, he saw that the demon chi in the 9 underworlds suddenly surged. With a rumble, Xianxia's sinking figure was directly bounced back. Rays of Buddha's light appeared around his body, resisting the endless corrosive demon chi. He retreated into the air, and the Buddhist robe on his body had become a little dim, stained by the treasure light. I can't go down. At this moment, Xianxia's expression really became serious. Only when he was hit by the huge amount of devil chi did he realize a very serious problem. He couldn't sneak into the 9 underworlds at all. After all, this was the demon palace. After the sky demon chief escaped, all the demon chi had become dead things, slowly descending under the 9 underworlds. It wouldn't take the initiative to corrode him, but when he wanted to get close to it, he would be subconsciously counterattacked. Because he was the successor of Buddhism, his Buddha's light and demon chi were, to a certain extent, mortal enemies. The divine son of the Night Clan was so meticulous that he had even thought of this. Because his power and that of the divine son of the Night Clan were incompatible, the Fengtian alliance had left him behind to keep an eye on the divine son of the Night Clan. However, the divine son had taken the opportunity to escape into the 9 underworlds when he was unprepared and began to refine the core formation. He had even considered the role of the demon chi. Others might be able to sink into the 9 underworlds without disturbing the demon chi, but he couldn't. As soon as his Buddha's light appeared in the demon chi, it was like water and fire meeting. All the demon chi would immediately rush over and resist it. Senior brother, the handsome little monk subconsciously raised his head and shouted at Fengxing, "All right, I'll do it." Fengxing understood this in his heart. With a roar, he was about to charge over. Now that Xianxia had become the most unsuitable person to stop the divine son of the Night Clan, the only ones who could do this were himself, Lv Fengxian, and Xiaoshui. They already had an inexplicable connection with the Devil Palace, and they were the first to discover the purpose of the divine son of the Night Clan. If they were to compete for the core formation of this worldlet, they should have an advantage over the divine son of the Night Clan. To some extent, this worldlet was originally a part of the inheritance of the heavenly devil. None of you can leave. However, just as he had this thought, maniacal laughter rang out around him. Not only did the disciples of Fengtian Alliance realize the importance of the problem, but the little saints of the divine court also realized that the critical moment had arrived. They, who had been conflicted over whether or not to swallow the sun-moon pill, finally made a decision. The outcome will be decided within 30 minutes, and the fate of the divine court and Tianyuan will be decided. We can't hesitate anymore. Fu Shanzi, Hua Mi-er, the patriarch of Frost Soil Tribe, and even Gu He and the descendant of the small immortal realm were livid. The divine son of the Night Clan had not only schemed against Fengtian Alliance, but also included them. Not to mention Gu He and the descendant of the small immortal realm, Fu Shanzi, and the other 2 little saints didn't want to swallow the sun-moon pill even if they were in a dangerous situation. But now they had no choice. The divine son of the Night Clan had put the key to the success or failure of this mission on their heads. If they didn't do it now, they would definitely be in big trouble. Not to mention that the divine lord wouldn't spare them, even their tribes would suffer a great disaster because of this. After swallowing this pill, the world will be vast, and fate will be out of your control. At this moment, the most ruthless one was Hua Mi-er, the divine daughter of the Zhe clan. She took out the black pill and sighed softly. Then, she swallowed the pill with a stern look on her face. Under Wang Qiong's strong suppression, she was continuously pushed back, but there was no expression on her face. It was as if she had turned into a block of wood. After 3 breaths, her aura changed abruptly. Rumble, an indescribable aura exuded from her body. It was leisurely and unfathomable, If one had to describe it, one could only say that it was the aura of time. At the same time, her eyes shone brightly, and two beams of godly light shot out from them. The two beams of divine light turned into a blazing sun and a bright moon above her head, spinning endlessly in the void. Every time the moon spun, the aura on her body would become stronger. Although Wang Qiong had the appearance of a delicate and gentle fairy, when she fought with others, she would always be the first and was exceptionally fierce. Now that she had the support of the heavenly vitality pill of the Great Door Formation, her supernatural power was monstrous, and her attacks were even more fierce. When she saw that Hua Mi-er had swallowed the sun and moon pill, she knew that Hua Mi-er was powerful, so not only did she not think of dodging, her attacks became even more urgent, and she attacked 3 times in a row. In front of her was a swarm of ferocious bees that Hua Mi-er had transformed. They covered the sky and the earth like a black cloud, and these 3 heavy attacks directly scattered the black cloud. Boom! 2 beams of light appeared in the black cloud, and countless ferocious bees were crushed into meat paste. Boom! The second attack came, and the entire black cloud was almost split in half. Boom! However, just as the third attack was about to land, a sun and moon suddenly appeared above Hua Mi-er, who was at the back of the black cloud. At this moment, her aura also seemed to flow in reverse like the Milky Way. She actually directly charged towards Wang Qiong's attack. 2 slender jade-like hands reached forward and forcefully blocked Wang Qiong's 2 weapons. A huge amount of energy surged and unexpectedly, they were in a deadlock in the void. Haha, Sky Origin life form, do you really think you can go against my god race's bloodline? Hua Mi-er laughed in a low voice, and her eyes flickered with a bewitching light as she faintly looked at Wang Qiong's face. What god race, you're only a slave. But before she could finish speaking, she was already coldly interrupted by Wang Qiong, and the 2 wheels crushed down once again, pressing forward. Swoosh! Hua Mi-er didn't speak any further, and she sneered as a black longsword appeared in her hand. Shockingly, it was the manifestation of her stinger, and it emitted a faint black light that flickered with a strange poisonous blue light as it fought with Wang Qiong's wheels. They exchanged blows, and it was extremely intense. People often said that the most poisonous in the world was the stinger of a wasp, and a woman's heart, yet now, it just happened to become these 2 most poisonous things that were fighting with each other. Boom! Boom! It was also at this moment that the nearby Ox Demon clan's Fu Shanzi and the Frost Soil clan's patriarch had already swallowed the sun-moon pill, and their auras instantly soared into the sky, drawing the attention of countless people present. They had swallowed this divine pill at their peak, and their strength instantly rose explosively, and they were even more terrifying than the Nether clan's successor who had swallowed the sun-moon pill in a half-crippled state. Originally, due to the true might of the Great Door Formation manifesting, they were already in a slightly awkward situation, but at this moment, it actually completely changed, and they forcefully withstood the might of the Great Door Formation. Guhi and the successor of the small immortal world didn't swallow this pill, because they were humans after all, and they couldn't bear the divine might of this pill. Moreover, although the increase of a human cultivator's strength required time, it was more about comprehension and cultivation, and not bloodline growth. However, even so, the situation had become very difficult to control. Fu Shanzi, Hua Mi-er, the Frost Soil clan's patriarch, and the successor of the Nether clan, who had almost gone crazy, all had the sun and moon above their heads, moving back and forth in the sky. They were no longer dealing with the same opponent, but directly suppressing everyone. Even Xianxia was targeted by the Frost Soil clan's patriarch. The entire void battlefield suddenly became indescribably chaotic. At this time even Zhu Xiu of the Feng Tian Alliance was fighting with them with all his might, and the battle was in a stalemate. If it weren't for the support of the Great Door Formation, the Feng Tian Alliance would have collapsed at this time. The situation is not good, the hearts of Feng Xing and the others had already sunk deeply. In such a battle situation, it was difficult for them to win within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, and naturally, it was difficult for them to stop the Night Clan's divine sun. If this stalemate continued, then they would undoubtedly lose. The Night Clan's divine sun didn't waste any time. At this time, he opened his huge mouth and swallowed almost half of the small world. However, time was running out, and they could only fight for a single line, but they couldn't win quickly. The Divine Palace Little Saints were already exceptionally powerful, and now that they had taken the sun and moon pill, they were even more terrifying. In fact, if it wasn't for the support of the formation, Zhu Xiu of the Feng Tian alliance might have already been defeated. If there wasn't such a time limit, they might still have a chance of winning. After all, the condition of those divine court minor saints had become extremely unstable after taking the Sun and Moon pill. Their Sun and Moon pill was not as good as the Heavenly Yuan pill of the Celestial Alliance. After taking the Sun and Moon pill, the backlash was very severe. However, the Heavenly Yuan pill was a kind of blessing. In the long run, the blessing of the Heavenly Yuan pill was not harmful to the body. It could even benefit the cultivator to comprehend more of the Tao. However, the increase in strength was only temporary, while the Sun and Moon pill would ruin the cultivator's future. Their condition would also be very unstable, but the increase in strength was permanent. Now, the Sun and Moon pill versus the Heavenly Essence pill was like a battle between two kinds of pill principles. In this battle alone, there was no doubt that the cultivators of the Heavenly Origin sect had the upper hand, but there was a time limit. Within this time, the cultivators of the Heavenly Origin sect's hope of winning was infinitely close to zero. Young Divine King Ao Gu, are you still putting on an act? Do you really want me to say that your primitive bone palace slaughtered the living beings of the god race, and even scolded the three divine kings and the divine master as fools? If he really took the divine item, what good would your primitive bone palace end up with? At this crucial moment, Fangxing couldn't bear it anymore. Without hesitation, he immediately betrayed the primitive bone palace. He really couldn't stand watching young divine King Ao Gu put on an act and leisurely stay out of the matter. At this time, the only ones who could stop the Night Clan's divine son were these two guys who had been putting on an act all along. I've been worried that he would betray the Antiquity Bone Palace ever since he caught hold of our weakness. Young godly King Ao Gu, who was in the midst of exchanging moves with the fourth prince of the Blue Wave Sea, seemed to be fighting fiercely, but in fact, he was somewhat absent-minded. He was suddenly awakened by Fangxing's shout, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Wasn't he and the fourth prince of the Kanglan Sea also observing this situation in the arena during the battle? Originally, they thought that they would absolutely not interfere with the progress of the matter until the dust settled, only then would they decide which side to stand on. But they didn't expect that the key point of the matter was actually on their heads. Indeed, the Divine Court Minor Saints were entangled with the Sky Alliance, and the Sky Alliance was entangled with the Minor Saints. At this time, only the two of them had the strength to stop the Night Clan's divine son. I can't just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor so easily. My Antiquity Bone Palace has to do its part after all. Young Divine King Ao Gu made up his mind. He spread his huge wings, stirring up a gale that forced the fourth prince of Tsanglan Sea to retreat. Then, his expression turned solemn as he said coldly, if I continue to watch from the sidelines, the Night Clan's divine son will definitely obtain the inheritance of this divine item, and the last hope of Tian Yuan will be buried. My father ordered me to come here for this divine item, so how can I just watch from the sidelines? As he finished speaking, he retracted his wings, turned around, and dived straight down. But it was also at this moment, a black shadow flashed in front of him, and a demonic creature appeared. 9 ferocious heads swooped towards him. Young Divine King Ao Gu was slightly taken aback, and he hurriedly retreated. When he looked again, the one blocking in front of him was the fourth prince of the Kanglan Sea who was still acting with him. He immediately shouted anxiously, what are you doing now? We have already agreed not to pick a side before the outcome of the battle is decided, but now you want to pick a side in advance. The fourth prince of Tsanglan Sea was expressionless as he asked coldly. That's right. Since it's time for me to choose, how can I stay out of it? Young Divine King Ao Gu said in a low voice, you and I will attack together. With our combined strength, we might be able to stop Twin. I'm the opposite of you. The fourth prince of the Kanglan Sea actually changed his previously cheeky face into a solemn one at this moment. He said in a deep voice, since you have chosen your faction in advance, then I have no choice but to do the same. It's just that you've ultimately chosen the human cultivators, but I'm different from you. After all, the descent of the celestial race has too much to do with our Kanglan Sea. If the celestial race loses, our Kanglan Sea will definitely suffer in the aftermath. Therefore, I hope that the celestial court wins. After all, that's the path that uncle has chosen. What do you mean? Young Divine King Ao Gu was enraged, and he roared at the fourth prince of the Blue Wave Sea. What I mean is, if you stay out of this, we'll continue acting, the fourth prince of the Blue Wave Sea, Ao Kuang, said coldly, but if you insist on making a move, then I can only stop you. In other words, I have to go through you? This unforeseen event caused young Divine King Ao Gu's face to darken, and he only spoke after a long while. You're the one who insisted on picking a side in advance, forcing me to make a choice, the fourth prince of the Blue Wave Sea chuckled. There was a little helplessness in his eyes, but more of it was ferocity. Then let me see how much ability the bloodline of the Celestial Dragon clan has left in you. In the depths of young Divine King Ao Gu's bloodline, there was also the ferocious nature of a desolate remnant beast. Previously, he was unwilling to pick a side casually, but now, he was forced to do so by a single sentence from Fangxing. However, since he had already made up his mind, how could he show any mercy? A terrifying giant claw directly clawed forward, and countless runes manifested between the claw, tearing the void apart as it ruthlessly clawed towards the fourth prince of the Blue Wave Sea. After all, I have the bloodline of the true dragon in my body, and you guys are merely defeated by my ancestor, the fourth prince, Ao Kuang, also roared. His 9 heads faced the sky at the same time, spewing out rays of scarlet light that covered the horizon. These two people originally wanted to wait for the result and then sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor, but now, they had really shed all pretense of cordiality. Just like how their ancestors had once fought for the title of true dragon, now the two of them had also fallen out. This unforeseen event almost affected the operation of the general trend, but in the end, it was just like a ripple, submerging into the long river. The general trend stagnated, and with a rumble, it began to operate again. Whether it was young Divine King Ao Gu or the fourth prince of the Blue Wave Sea, both of them were tyrannical in strength, and it would be difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. However, the speed at which the Night Clan's god's son refined this small world had started to increase significantly, 50%, 60%, 70%, and in the bottom of Fangxing's heart, that trace of illusion started to appear continuously. The giant beast in the void had already swallowed the black ball, and the monstrous mouth had already swallowed more than half of this small world. Fangxing understood in his heart that this was a mysterious feeling, and it was also a message from this small world. As long as the giant beast completely swallowed this small world, and then closed its mouth, everything would end, and the divine item would be swallowed by the Night Clan's god's son. At that time, he and the others would fall into the Night Clan's god's son's control, and it would be difficult for them to escape. This made him feel an indescribable sense of helplessness in his heart. It was like watching the sun set, and the darkness swallowed the earth, and the creatures that lived on this land could do nothing about it. Night had already started to fall. Kill them. In the void, the cultivators of the Fengtian Alliance who were engaged in a fierce battle were already enraged, and they used all their amazing divine abilities to fight against the Divine Court's small saints. It was as if they were putting their lives on the line, and spells after spells filled the entire void. At this moment, the battlefield was completely chaotic. At times, there were one-on-one fights, and at other times, Fangxing and Kong Kong joined forces to beat Fu Shanzi, and at other times, Hua Mi and the Frost Soil clan's leader joined forces to kill Wang Qiong, who had a slightly weaker cultivation base. However, things had already developed to this extent, and it was no longer something that could be changed by bravery. The Night Clan's godson's plan was not a risky one, but one that had been carefully calculated. No matter how strong the Grand Formation was, and no matter how valiant Zhu Xiu of the Fengtian Alliance was, the Divine Court small saint who had taken the Sun and Moon pill could definitely hold them back. No matter what, he would be able to hold on for 5 minutes. Go and destroy the 5 array flags. In a hurry, Fangxing shouted and pointed at the 5 array flags in the immortal slaying formation. At this point, he could no longer care about anything else. The only way was to destroy the array flags, so that the divine item could escape on its own at the critical moment, lest it fell into the hands of the Night Clan's divine son. As for when the divine item would appear, who could care about that? All right. Countless people in the void responded, and they all used their divine abilities to collide with the 5 array flags. However, even this method of destroying both good and bad was no longer effective at this moment. At this moment, the immortal slaying formation emitted waves of ripples and blocked their attacks. Not to mention destroying the 5 formation flags, they couldn't even enter the immortal slaying formation's encirclement. Even this doesn't work. Are we just going to watch as the Night Clan's divine son devours the small world? Everyone's hearts sank, and they were extremely depressed. They were almost in despair. Ha 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 ha, the Night Clan's divine son's maniacal laughter finally rang out. These 5 array flags are the result of North Sea's captive cliff master's lifelong efforts. Since I've used them to lock the divine item's spirituality in place, do you think it's that easy to destroy them? No matter how strong the immortal slaying formation is, it's just a dead object. How can you just attack it? Omnipotent little saint, now that the divine item is in my hands, I have to thank you properly. If it weren't for you, the Night Clan would not have been able to obtain the treasure of North Sea's captive cliff master, and we wouldn't have been able to do this. You're using the means of a living being of Tianyuan to steal the divine item of Tianyuan's fortune. This is the will of the heavens. Haha, the giant beast had already devoured the entire small world and was about to close its mouth. Night fell, and darkness swallowed the entire land. This earth-shattering battle was about to come to an end. Tianyuan had lost. No matter how unwilling they were, they had to admit that they were powerless this time. As a living being of the divine clan, his thoughts were so meticulous, and his schemes were so terrifying. There was nothing they could do about it. Who could stop the darkness from coming? Everything that was happening around them now seemed to be filled with the meaning of a fable. This small world, the divine item that concerns the fortune of Tianyuan, is mine. The Night Clan's divine son said this in a low voice. He seemed very calm, but his words were filled with arrogance. It was as if he was declaring that the living beings of Tianyuan were in deep despair with this sentence. In Fengxing's illusion, the giant beast had really swallowed the entire black sphere. With a loud rumble, it closed its mouth. Tianyuan has really lost. A sense of hopeless helplessness welled up in Fengxing's heart, and he was about to be drowned. However, at this moment, amidst the boundless despair, he was suddenly startled. He felt that something was a little different. Just as the huge beast was about to completely close its mouth, the black ball suddenly trembled and a spot of light appeared. Then, that spot of light began to tear apart, becoming bigger and bigger, longer and longer. It was as if someone had taken a knife and completely sliced the black ball apart. Rumble, the void they were in suddenly shook violently, and then light descended from above their heads. What's going on? The Night Clan's divine son's voice was filled with anger and shock, and it was filled with indescribable hatred. To him, that feeling was as if he was about to swallow a black ball that was filled with power, but that black ball was suddenly cut open by someone. All of the power started to leak out, including the divine object that was sealed within the black ball. Because of the unexpected crack, it had obtained a new path of survival. Even if he swallowed the black ball, he would not be able to obtain that divine object. How could something like this happen just as the dust was about to settle? Even Fengxing and the others raised their heads to look at the dome in astonishment, and their faces were filled with shock. They could not understand why such a crack would suddenly appear just as the small world was about to be swallowed. Above the dome, a huge crack was torn open, and a bird's head suddenly poked in from outside. Its 2 round eyes looked inside, and when it saw Fengxing, its eyes were immediately filled with a smile. Before it could greet him, it was stared at by the strange gazes of the other people in this small world, and its hair stood on end. With a puzzled expression, it asked, "Why are all of you looking at me like that?" The newcomer was the Great Golden Crow who came late. He originally planned to sneak into the underground palace to help Fengxing, but he changed his mind before he entered the underground palace. That was because the Great Golden Crow was the top expert among the younger generation in the demonic land. However, that was under the condition that he controlled the small world in the Northern Sea's prison cliff. Without the support of the small world, his strength might not be much stronger than Wang Qiong and the others. In terms of fortuitous encounters, this fellow was naturally quite rich, not much inferior to Fengxing. However, in terms of cultivation, he had always been too lazy. No matter how good the fortuitous encounters were, he did not transform them into his own cultivation. In any case, he was just idling around day by day. Am I too late? The Great Golden Crow was shocked when he saw so many people looking at him with strange expressions. He looked around and was relieved. "Little bandit, you are alive and well." Not many of the others died. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" At this moment, he really did not know how great the contribution he had made was. Boom. Boom. Boom, there was no time to say anything else. After it tore open a hole in the dome of the small world, the devilish aura in the small world seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force. It rumbled and surged out like a tidal wave. This power was simply too violent, and it tore open the small hole even wider and longer. It shattered the countless rocks in the dome, and all the devilish aura poured out like a volcano eruption. The laws in the small world also began to collapse like thunder. Crack! 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 As if the dome in the sky was collapsing, the whole world shone brightly, and all the restrictions disappeared. The small world was merging with the macro world. You. What did you do? Zhu Xiu of the Fengtian Alliance was also alarmed. He had just woken up and shouted at the great golden crow in the sky. I just cut a hole in this small world. They said that my small world couldn't open after entering this demonic palace, so I thought that I couldn't just come in like that. So, I observed for a while and found that this small world had been in this region for too long, so it seemed to have merged with the macro world. So, I found a formation and directly tore a hole in this small world. That's like opening a back door for it. I swear to God, I didn't do anything. Obviously, the great golden crow was also shocked. He subconsciously began to shirk responsibility. What he said was the truth. In his opinion, the matter was indeed so simple. Originally, the small world was independent in the void, and there was no other way to enter or exit it except for a passage. But this demonic palace was different. It was a demonic palace, a desolate grave, and a place of inheritance. After the war of gods and demons, this small world had never been closed. After tens of thousands of years, it had already merged with Tianyuan to some extent. The immortal burying slope was the small world, and the small world was the immortal burying slope. Rather than saying that it was a complete small world, it was better to say that it was an underground palace of its own space. And the great golden crow's thinking was simple enough. He felt that if he couldn't open up the small world inside, then he wouldn't be able to show off his power. So, he thought of a very simple method, which was to tear open the small world and let the laws inside communicate with the outside world. In this way, he would be able to use the power of the small world inside. And with the power of the small world, Big Golden Lord would be able to move unhindered in the void. Only in this way would he be able to show off his power and not be laughed at by that little bandit. With that thought in mind, he did it. It had forcefully opened a back door for a perfectly good small world. Of course, if it was someone else, they might not be able to find the weakness of this small world like he did. Even if they found it, they might not dare to open the back door. It should even be said that he was very lucky. If the heavenly demon head hadn't fallen into the 9 underworlds, he would have been out of luck if he dared to do this, but he obviously didn't expect that once he opened the back door, the problem would be so serious. The whole world seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Ha 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 ha, facing the great golden crow, who didn't know what had happened and was eager to shirk responsibility, Fangxing suddenly laughed after being stunned for a while. His body flew straight into the sky, and his 100 battle soul weapon showed countless forms in the sky. He shouted at the same time, "Of course you did. Little bandit, I'm here to help you fight. I'm not going to take the blame for this." When the golden crow heard this, he got anxious and started scolding Fangxing, who was heartless. But soon, Fangxing's next sentence made him completely dumbfounded. "You just King saved heaven's origin." The great golden crow was stunned and couldn't say anything for a while. At this time, Fangxing was in a good mood. Xiao Shui, LV Fengxian, and the others were also amazed by the wonders of the world. After the great golden crow broke the small world, the 3 of them could feel it and naturally knew what had happened. In the illusion, the giant beast had clearly swallowed the entire black ball, but suddenly, the black ball cracked, and all the power began to leak out, fusing with the boundless universe. It was as if a ball of lightning had suddenly exploded. Not only had it not been swallowed by the beast, but it had also instantly devoured it. Deep in the void, an earth-shattering hell was heard. It was the scream of the Night Clan's divine son when he was attacked. It was just that this sound was mixed with the sound of the small world collapsing, so it wasn't very obvious. What a blessing from heaven! Fangxing really wanted to know how the Night Clan's divine son was feeling. It was obvious that the Night Clan's divine son had taken everything into consideration and had put in a lot of effort to come up with this plan. Who would have thought that it would be unintentionally destroyed by someone who was completely outside of the plan? The great danger has been resolved. Don't hold back anymore. Let's kill these god clan beings. With a rumble, Fang Xing, who had soared into the sky, flew down again. His ferocious aura was at its peak as he shouted. Kill! 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 Kill until the god clan beings' hearts turn cold. Suddenly, countless people roared and unleashed their strongest attacks at the little saints of the divine court. At this time, the small world was still in the process of merging with the great world. Runes were exploding everywhere, and the laws were connected like an earthquake. However, at their cultivation level, they were no longer affected by these elements. To them, the greatest danger had been resolved. Even the Night Clan's divine son was not breathing after suffering the backlash. It was the best time to kill the opponent without any worries. Therefore, after Fang Xing shouted, they reacted and used their strongest divine abilities at the same time. Boom, right below Fang Xing was Fu Shanzi. He had already consumed the Sun and Moon pill and was competing with Kong Kong who had been strengthened by the primordial heavenly pill. He was inexplicably ferocious, but now he was shocked by the sudden change. He realized that the Night Clan's divine son's plan had failed. He knew that his Sun and Moon pill had been wasted. He was filled with regret and annoyance, and no longer had the will to fight. Just as he was considering whether to escape or continue fighting, Fang Xing had already arrived. His 100-battle soul weapon suddenly turned into a giant hand. Crack, the hand that appeared out of the blue clamped down on Fu Shanzi's true form and pinned him to the ground. Fu Shanzi was shocked, and only then did he react. He struggled with all his might. After consuming the Sun-Moon divine pill, his strength was boundless, and he actually had the ability to defend against Fang Xing's 100-battle soul weapon. With just one move, he was about to send Fang Xing flying. Orangutan, come! At this moment, Fang Xing used all his strength to hold him down and roared at the same time. Hee, come on! Kong Konger grinned and rushed over fiercely. He swung the iron rod in his hand into the air, and it suddenly became as thick as a jade pillar. He raised it high above his head and smashed it forward with a force that could split mountains and split seas. How could Fu Shanzi, who was firmly held down by Fang Xing, block it? With a bang sound, his head was smashed solidly by Kong Konger. With a muffled roar, his head was broken in the middle, and the bull's head swayed. This is not enough. Fang Xing knew that Fu Shanzi not only had a body full of brute force, but his vitality was also terrifyingly strong. In the beginning, he had punched a hole in this bull's head, but this fellow was only stunned for a while before turning around to fight again as if nothing had happened. Although Kong Konger's rod was terrifying, it might not be able to take his life. Thus, he simply turned around and somersaulted straight into the air. With a spread of his 5 fingers, the 100-battle soul weapon had already turned into a huge guillotine. He hugged it with both hands and used the force of his somersault to chop down fiercely. There was a loud boom. The heaven and earth shook. As the blade fell, Fu Shanzi's head was cut off, and blood spurted for dozens of miles. The 100-battle soul weapon had a strange nature. At this time, after being stained with the blood of the god clan, it was like rain after a long drought. It actually emitted a joyful vibrating sound. At the moment when Fu Shanzi's head was cut off, it drew out all his life force. As the blade fell, Fu Shanzi's body became withered. When he fell, his huge body had become a skeleton. When he fell down, the skeleton had already turned into ashes. In the end, there was nothing left except for a trace of blood on the 100-battle soul weapon. Everyone in the void was stunned. Even though they had been fighting with the god clan for a long time, they could not accept the scene in front of them at this time. That was the dignified little Saint Tari of the divine court, the divine son of the ox demon clan, Fu Shanzi. How could he be beheaded just like that? Could he not look so relaxed? Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Fang Xing and Kong Kong who had done this as if nothing had happened, were completely fearless. Instead, their ferocity was stimulated by the blood, and they laughed loudly at the same time. Then, as if by prior agreement, they rushed towards the Frost Earth tribe's leader in another direction with unstoppable momentum. Kill! Kill them all! He couldn't hold back his killing intent any longer. Fu Shanzi became the first person to die under Fang Xing's 100-battle soul, and also the first sacrifice in the battle between Divine Palace and Divine Origin. When the bull's head was chopped off, the splattering blood woke everyone up. After a moment of shock, the fighting spirit in their hearts soared. Whether it was the Divine Palace Little Saint or Feng Tian Alliance's Zhu Xiu, all of them jumped up at the same time and exerted their strength to the extreme. It was as if they only realized at this moment that the battle was far from over. Rumble. The ones who dominated the killing intent were naturally Fang Xing and Kong Kong who were the most ferocious. The two of them joined forces and killed Fu Shanzi while Zhu Xiu was stunned when the plan of the Night Clan's divine son was ruined. Then, they immediately joined forces and rushed towards the Frost Soil Tribe's patriarch. The Frost Soil Tribe's patriarch was frightened, and he roared loudly. Then, his body shook and turned into a snow-white flesh worm. His body was covered with a layer of white frost. He had no head, no tail, no feet, and no horns, but his speed was terrifying. He shrank his body in the air, then suddenly stretched it and shot himself up into the sky like an arrow. His speed was so fast that he almost turned into a light spot in the blink of an eye. Do you think it's that easy to escape from me? All the people of the alien races should die. Song Guichan, who was dressed in a black robe, said coldly in a low voice. Then, he instantly formed a seal with both hands. 100-weapon tomb. With the formation of this mark, his dermic powers were monstrous, and suddenly, they flowed against the void. Rumble. The original form of the Frost Earth Tribe's patriarch hadn't escaped more than 10 kilometers when it suddenly encountered a great disaster. Like a heavy rain, weapons fell from the sky one after another. Sabers, spears, swords, and halberds appeared one after another, almost sealing off the entire space. With a dense demonic aura, the weapons slashed at its body one after another. Even though its original form was covered in a thick layer of frost, making it difficult for sabers and swords to injure it, it was still hit by such a huge force and held incessantly, and its body fell straight down. Little bandit, catch. The ferocious ape, Kong Kong had already pounced forward. With a shake of the iron rod in his hand, it grew to a length of over 1,000 feet and lashed across the sky. With a bang, the original form of the Frost Soil Tribe's chief was hit by the frost, but he was not injured. He could not stop himself from flying in the direction of Fang Xing, just like a flash of lightning. Fang Xing also rushed towards him. The 100 battle soul weapon shook, and had already turned into a fire-tipped spear burning with samadhi true fire. The purple flames formed a spiral shape, and stabbed straight forward. Not good. Around him, Gu He, the fierce Path, Hua Mi and the others all rushed forward to save him. Even if they didn't have much of a relationship, they were still on the same side. Naturally, they couldn't watch him die so easily. However, how could Xiao Shui, Lv Fengxian, Wang Qiong, and the others stand by and watch? Even Xianxia tried his best to make a move. A wooden fish hit the back of Gu He's head, forcing these people to stay where they were. They could only watch everything happen. Roar. The patriarch of the Frost Soil Tribe seemed to know how powerful it was. A muffled roar came from his fat body, and it actually shook the void. Then, blue flames began to burn, wrapping around him into a huge fireball. However, the temperature of this fireball was frighteningly low. The void was quickly covered with frost, and in an instant, it formed a ball of ice that was 1,000 feet wide. It firmly protected him inside, and as time passed, the ball of ice continued to grow. No one knew how big it would grow. You have the magical power of the bloodline, but I have the immortal means. At this time, Fang Xing's killing intent skyrocketed. He shouted, and the spear wrapped in the samadhi true fire stabbed forward. With a loud bang, the spear burning with purple flames shattered the frost surrounding the Frost Soil Tribe leader's body. Then, it collided with the blue flames burning on his body. It actually shook the void and produced fragmented flames like fireworks. Ice crystals and sparks interweaved, appearing magnificent and magnificent. In this strange yet beautiful background, Fang Xing's spear had already pierced towards the Frost Soil Tribe leader's body. The samadhi true fire and the blue flames interweaved. The two powers interweaved with each other, and with a sizzling sound, a steaming mist suddenly rose up. Whoosh, a strong gust of wind blew past, blowing away all the fog. The scene that was revealed in the field caused people to cry out in alarm. Fang Xing's spear directly penetrated the Frost Soil Tribe's chief's body and forcibly lifted him into the air. Dark blue blood flowed down the spear's shaft, and then emitted traces of cold air, as if the spear was inlaid with a layer of silver shell. Whoosh! Fang Xing's spear shook, and the ice fragments were flung away. The Frost Soil Tribe's chief was only left with a layer of skin, and no one knew where he was. Another Divine Court little saint was killed, the dignified tribe leader, the master of the Frost Soil Tribe on a certain vast planet in outer space, was killed here. The other Divine Court little saints and Zhu Xiu of the Fengtian Alliance couldn't control their minds at this time. Awesome! Kong Kong Li Ying, Dao Wufeng, and the others shouted at the same time, their eyes shining brightly. Even Song Guichan raised his head at this moment. His eyes that were filled with devilish intent shot out two sparkling rays of light. This little bandit is so powerful. It seems that I don't need to help him fight anymore. The great golden crow was also very excited, and it kept sighing. It still didn't know how much help it had unintentionally helped Fang Xing. Buzz, 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 the cultivators of the Heavenly Alliance were extremely excited, but on the other hand, Hua Mi-er and the others of the hibernating clan were filled with unspeakable resentment. In the midst of their sorrowful roars, hundreds of hornets suddenly appeared in the void. They raised their stingers and charged straight at Fang Xing. Each of them possessed an extremely tyrannical strength. Even a mountain would be easily pierced by them. If the patriarch of the hibernating clan was here, he would be able to use all of his magical powers to directly pierce through one vast star after another. This was an extremely terrifying race. However, at this time, she obviously didn't really want to fight Fang Xing to the death. He sent out a swarm of bees to stab Fang Xing, but even more of them directly scattered into groups and rushed in all directions. She was scared out of her wits, and she wanted to run away. After all, she had thousands of doppelgangers, and as long as one of them escaped, she would be able to keep her life. In the buzzing sound, Zhu Xiu felt that there were hornets everywhere in the void, and he didn't even have time to pay attention to them. Perhaps these people were stronger than Hua Mi-er, but there were not many who could kill her without letting her escape. Fortunately, the door-closing array played its role at this time. Fox Fairy had already waved the array flag from afar, and no longer focused on refining the heavenly essence pill. Instead, she sent some people to control this array. The key to the door-closing array was to close the door. Once it was activated, who could escape? Puff, 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 all the hornets that tried to rush out hit an invisible wall, and then were bounced back. Fang Xing, Kong Kong Wang Qiong, and the others looked at each other, and rushed forward with all their might to kill the hornets one by one. They were extremely ruthless. Even Song Guichan was also fluttering his sleeves at this time. Although he still looked cold and arrogant, and acted as if he didn't want to join hands with Fang Xing, when a hornet flew past him, he still reached out his hand and pinched it to death without leaving a trace. I admit defeat. Seeing that she couldn't escape, Hua Mi-er simply gathered all the hornets together, and turned into a delicate girl again. She threw away the black wasp tail sword in her hand, knelt down with a terrified expression, and begged repeatedly, I admit defeat, please don't kill me. The hibernating clan is willing to return to the Tianyuan immortals as servants, collect honey to brew wine, and turn my wings into a zither to make the immortals smile. She actually surrendered? Fang Xing and the others who were rushing over with ferocious expressions were startled. They didn't expect her to surrender so quickly. And looking at her surrender, she didn't have the slightest intention of abandoning herself. Instead, she looked like a servant who betrayed her master and was begging for forgiveness to return to her master's knees. From the looks of it, perhaps the hibernating clan originally had this kind of identity in front of the immortals. If you spare her life, hearing the words, collect honey to brew wine, Fang Xing and Kong Kong couldn't do it, and looked at each other. But before they could come to a conclusion, Wang Qiong, who was dressed in light yellow clothes, rushed over from the side, and twisted her two large wheels fiercely in front of her. Before Hua Mi-er could let out a scream, her head rolled down and fell into the abyss. Her two large eyes were still wide open, and she stared at the void listlessly. Her expression was filled with despair, regret, and a little astonishment. Why did she die? Fang Xing and Kong Kong both felt a little regretful, and they turned back to look at Wang Qiong with some resentment. But Wang Qiong also looked at them snappily, and said coldly, seeing that she has turned into a woman, you can't do it, and can't distinguish between friend and foe? In a battle, how can there be a reason to show mercy to the enemy? Have your heads been dug out by pigs? Fang Xing and Kong Kong didn't know how to answer, and directly turned to look in another direction at the same time. A woman's heart, a bee's tail needle, looks like it's better to provoke the latter than to provoke the former. Have we lost? Haha, have we lost? The divine court is clearly so powerful, and the human clan is clearly so weak, but we still lost. I was clearly only a step away from becoming the divine king of the human clan that controls Tianyuan. How did it become an illusion just like that? In the void far away, there was already a crazed laughter that sounded like madness. When they looked over, it was the number one person of the ancient clan, Gu He. At this moment, he was waving the ancient chaos iron mace, and was fighting with LV Fengxian. However, he obviously didn't have his previous calm state, and his entire person seemed to be in a mess. His voice seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time, and it was filled with dense unwillingness and deep regret. It's even more impossible to let this off. The fierce ape, Kong Kong saw him and grinned, revealing his ferocity. Not bad, Fang Xing nodded, and a ruthless intent flashed in his eyes. Let's go together, and kill him directly. With a shout of kill him, many experts responded, and several tyrannical figures rushed toward Gu He. Among Zhu Xiu, in terms of hatred, Gu He was probably the most respected. After all, he and the immortal court were hostile to each other. Naturally, they needed to see blood, but they didn't need to say it out loud. As for the existence of the small immortal world, although he also hated it, he didn't have any specific event to deepen this impression. Only Gu He, who was obviously the leader of the ancient family of the Pure Land, the mainstay of the Alliance of Immortals, the group of people who suffered the least dangers and hardships after the arrival of the immortal race, had secretly submitted to the immortal race. Not only was he determined to seize the divine object that affected the fate of Tianyuan for the immortal court, but he also directly offered a big gift. There were more than 1,000 immortal soldiers in the Alliance of Immortals, and all of them were experts of Jindan stage. In the cultivation world of Tianyuan, how long would it take and how many resources would it take to raise 1,000 immortal soldiers? But these 1,000 people were given to the creatures of the immortal race as sacrifices. After that, although Xianxia and the experts of Buddhism tried their best to rescue them, most of these 1,000 immortal soldiers still lost their lives. Therefore, for Zhu Xiu of the Feng Tian Alliance, Gu He must die. He could even be regarded as the most deserving of death among all of them. His crime was unforgivable. Boom. 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 Fang Xing, Kong Kong Wang Qiong, and even Song Guichan all charged towards Gu He ferociously and terrifyingly like dragons. The four of them, together with LV Fengxian who was already engaged in a fierce battle with Gu He, directly surrounded him in the middle. None of the four of them were weaklings. Their aura soared into the sky and disturbed the clouds in the sky, scattering the smoke that was currently spreading in the sky and revealing the bright starry sky above. It was as if a stream of clear air had rushed into one's heart and dispelled the gloomy air in one's heart. I don't need your help. I can kill him. The aura of the four of them rushing over had long alerted Lu Fengxian. He, who was in the midst of a fierce battle with Gu He, suddenly retracted his ancient halberd. The 8 banners behind him fluttered in the wind. His gaze was cold and expressionless as he looked at the four of them. Clearly, he was very displeased with the actions of Fang Xing and the others. There was even a trace of enmity on his face, as if his prey was about to be snatched away, causing others to stop in their tracks. If an ordinary person saw him like this, they would not dare to act rashly. But the one he met was Fang Xing, who completely ignored him. Fang Xing waved his 100 battle soul weapon and turned it into a long sword filled with demonic intent. He slashed it down directly at Gu He's head. At the same time, he said impatiently, all right, we all know you're powerful. But right now, we think that this guy's head is particularly beautiful. What if we want to cut it off and play with it? LV Fengxian was startled for a moment before he snapped, go find your own opponent. Fang Xing laughed and said, of course not. If you have the ability, come and compete. Let's see who can snatch this grandson's head. That's possible. Kong Kong heard this and immediately laughed. Then, she charged forward. Xian was stunned for a moment. He could only wave his ancient halberd and charge forward again. His face was filled with frustration and hatred. He was really speechless. In his heart, he only felt that what sin had he committed in his previous life. Why was it that he could not do anything to this bandit? As cold and arrogant as he was, he would have just waved his sleeves and left under normal circumstances. But this demon just had to provoke him by saying that he wanted to see who could snatch Guhi's head. No matter what, he absolutely could not tolerate losing to this demon. You want to kill me? Come on, come on. Guhi, who had been infuriated by the series of unforeseen events, had even lost all rationality. He clearly knew that he was finished. He had originally wanted to pull the wool over everyone's eyes and let Fangxing take all the blame for him. Then, he would naturally obtain the title of God Palace and the recognition of the living beings of Sky Yuan. He would then become the master of Sky Yuan, who was second only to one and above all. However, because of the appearance of Feng Tian Alliance's Zhu Xiu, it had turned into a dream. This originally foolproof plan could no longer be realized. He thought that no matter what, it would be fine as long as the God Court won. Even if the secret that he had secretly pledged allegiance to the God Court was exposed, as long as the God Court won, he would still have a foundation and a chance to make a comeback. However, it was a pity that the divine son of the Night Clan was about to win. He was so close to winning, but because of the appearance of an annoying crow, his hopes were dashed once again. Now, his future was uncertain and it was hard to predict whether he would live or die. Under the siege of so many experts and the confinement of the Great Door Formation, was there any hope for him to escape? And even if he escaped, what hope would there be? After losing his current identity, in the eyes of God Palace, he was probably just a living being of Sky Yuan with some cultivation. Everything was over. A feeling of despair had drowned Guhi, driving him crazy. In that moment, he suddenly realized that everything was ancient, and that his power was the only thing that was real. The primal chaos ancient swordbreaker in his hand was the only thing that was real. Rage bubbled up inside of him, and he roared as he charged toward Fangxing and the others. His heart was filled with killing intent, and he wanted to kill this monster with a single blow. He wanted to wipe out all of these insolent ants who dared to use his own head as a gambling stake. Let me test your strength with this primordial godly swordbreaker of mine. In his grief and indignation, Gu Crane swung his mace and circulated all his mana. The immortal energy behind him rumbled and even affected the void. His figure became bigger and bigger and his ancient robe fluttered. He was almost like a deity that covered a part of the sky. This kind of power really made Fangxing, Kong Kong LV Fengxian and a few other extremely daring people feel a chill in their hearts. At the same time, they slowed down their attacks, whoosh, but just as Guhi's mace swept over, something unexpected happened. The primordial divine weapon, the primordial chaos ancient swordbreaker, suddenly flew out of the ancient crane's hand. It was wrapped in divine chi of primordial chaos and flew into the sky. It seemed to pause for a moment in midair, as if it was saying goodbye to something or looking for a new direction. Then, it sped up again, turning into a beam of divine light that flew southeast without looking back. Even the grand formation that had sealed off the entire area didn't stop it at all. It could only watch helplessly as it flew away. What was going on? With this, not only did it stun Fangxing and the others, even Guhi himself was dumbfounded. In some ways, the primal chaos ancient swordbreaker was the weapon that had made him famous. Every time he encountered a powerful enemy, he could summon it out of the void, and it had become one of his signature weapons. But now, he was facing the most difficult battle of his life. How could he ever have imagined that the divine weapon would actually fly out of the void like it usually did? How could he ever have guessed that it would simply fly out of the void? Even you have abandoned me? After being stunned for a few breaths, Guhi let out a sorrowful howl, like an injured beast. There was even a strong sense of sorrow on his body. The divine weapon has a spirit. It chose you, not you. Now that you do not meet its standards, it will naturally escape. At this moment, Song Guichan, who was wearing a black cloak, spoke in a low voice. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant to the ear, and it sounded extremely cold at first. But if one listened carefully, anyone could hear the gloating tone in his voice. Good, good, good. The sorrowful feeling on his body grew stronger, and Guhi's deep voice rang out. He said good repeatedly, and looked hatefully in the direction that the chaotic ancient Jian had escaped to. He roared, so what if it's gone? It's just a dead object, how can it decide my fate? Back then, you did not choose me, but I lured you here. If your spirit is still alive, remember that abandoning me was your greatest mistake. As he roared, he suddenly shook his arms, and his body suddenly rushed toward Feng Xing and the others, slapping down with his palms. Ouch, Feng Xing, Kong Konger, and the others weren't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, they stood in place and watched the show with rapt attention. Suddenly, the ancient crane took the initiative and charged toward them. Although he had lost the chaos ancient Jian, his cultivation base wasn't something to be trifled with. His palm came crashing down on them, and it was as if he had an ocean between his fingers. There was no way to dodge. Swoosh, no one was stupid enough to compete with a mad tiger on the verge of death. Feng Xing and Kong Konger could see that Gu He would not be able to hold on for long even if they did not attack. His Dao heart had already been destroyed, and his cultivation could no longer be maintained. Even if they let him escape, he would probably live on as a cripple. The chaotic ancient Jian had probably sensed this, and so it abandoned him in the end. After all, for an ancient divine weapon like that, the only thing that could attract it was outstanding talent and a stable Dao heart. When he was young, he relied on talent, but the further he walked on the path of cultivation, the more important it was to focus on the Dao heart. But when he saw that Feng Xing and Kong Konger did not receive his palm strike, Gu He rushed over even more crazily. The ancient crown on his head had already shattered, and his hair danced wildly like snakes. His attacks were no longer coordinated, and he only used the tyrannical power of his cultivation. I am Gu He, the number one of the ancient races, Gu He. Who dares to bully me? I am destined to unify Tianyuan, to be second only to one and above all. Those who dare to go against me shall all die. Amidst the furious roars, the figure pressed forward step by step, even faintly giving off an unstoppable aura. However, this aura suddenly stopped, and a claw that flickered with golden light pierced through his chest. Then, his entire body suddenly froze, and he lowered his head to look at the wound on his chest in a daze. A faint smile appeared on his face, and his long hair that was dancing in the air slowly fell to the ground. Your name is Gu He? Behind him, the ferocious head of the great golden crow appeared. Then do you know that my ultimate skill is crane shredding claw? Gu He, who was known as the most powerful person of the Gu clan and was known to be invincible, was torn apart by the great golden crow's claw. There was no earth-shattering battle during that period of time. Only the great golden crow attacked and killed the most powerful person of the Gu clan. Later on, the world continued to talk about the terrifying strength of the golden crow's prince of Fusang Mountain. It was said that he had the ability to kill the most powerful person of the Gu clan in an instant. The others who participated in this matter usually nodded helplessly when faced with such questions. This made the reputation of the great golden crow surpass his peers and become one of the most dazzling juniors. The name of the tearing crane divine skill spread all over the world. It was even said that it had the strange ability of tearing cranes. As a result, cultivators with the word crane in their names all changed their names. However, at that time, Zhu Xiu's emotions were extremely complicated when he saw the death of Gu He. The most powerful person of the Gu clan really died a worthless death. It was just one wrong step and he had strayed onto the wrong path. From then on, he had no chance of a bright future and endless fortune. However, in the eyes of Feng Xing and the others, they didn't think that Gu He had lost. He had only lost his Taoist heart because of his own choice and then went crazy. He wasn't defeated by anyone fair and square. If one had to say something, it was because he defeated himself and brought about his own destruction. The great golden crow only sent him on his way. They're all dead, they're all dead. Did the divine palace lose? You Tianyuan creatures have a lowly bloodline and are born weak. How dare you compete with the living beings of the divine race? The underground palace that had connected the inner and outer realms had become an unfathomably deep abyss due to the collapse of the small world and the collapse of the dome. As the divine palace little saints were killed one after another, the abyss gradually became empty. In fact, it was complicated to describe. In fact, after the defeat of the divine son of the Night Clan and the collapse of the small world, Zhu Xiu of the Heavenly Alliance had gained a great advantage and killed several people in an instant. Now, there were only a few who were still fighting in the void. There was only one who was getting more and more courageous. That was Taiyuan, the descendant of the Nether clan. He was crippled by Fangxing at the captive Heart Cliff in the North Sea and then left in the Immortal Alliance as a sacrificial pawn. It was only because of the sudden change in the situation that he risked his life and swallowed the Sun and Moon pill to forcefully stimulate the potential of his bloodline. He became like a giant devil and was fighting fiercely with Xiaoxue. The death of the Divine Palace Little Saints had stimulated him to a certain extent and made him even more crazy. Perhaps it was because he felt that Xiaoxue's strength was unfathomable and that his chances of victory weren't high, or perhaps it was because of the deaths of his comrades that he felt a sense of despair. Ever since he appeared, he had revealed a terrifying madness. At this moment, he suddenly let out a crazed roar. His voice was so deep that it seemed to have come from hell. Do you really think that this is still the era where the deities roamed the universe and suppressed the various races? Do you really think that you still have the chance to act like a tyrant over our divine race? Wishful thinking. I want all of you to die. As he roared crazily, the aura on his body suddenly changed drastically. The Sun and Moon revolved above his head. That was the sign that he had taken the Sun and Moon pill. As the Sun and Moon revolved, under the shroud of time, the potential in his bloodline would be stimulated. However, he was already half-crippled and didn't have much potential. Therefore, after taking the Sun and Moon pill, the strength he displayed was only slightly higher than before. In the fierce battle, he had been trying to break through Xiaoxue's entanglement or directly kill her, but he failed. To a certain extent, he even felt that Xiaoxue was playing with him, using him as a grindstone. At this moment, perhaps due to despair, his madness had finally reached a limit. Unlike Gu He, who destroyed himself in his madness, Taiyuan, the descendant of the Nether clan, obviously wanted to destroy everyone. After a roar, he quickly inhaled a long breath that was like a bottomless pit, almost absorbing all the aura in the world. Boom. It was also at this moment that the Sun and Moon above his head suddenly stopped rotating. The Sun and Moon were originally chasing each other, like the fish of yin and yang. However, at this moment, he had used some unknown secret technique to forcibly stop them. After a strange moment of relative stillness, the Sun and Moon were suddenly forced by a force to collide with each other at the same time. Originally, they were like the two ends of yin and yang, controlling the mysterious and limitless power of time. However, when they collided with each other, the power of time suddenly changed. It began to become chaotic and violent. Ha 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 ha. I will die here, but none of you can even think of escaping. The descendant of the Nether clan's blood-red eyes revealed deep madness. With a terrifying roar, his figure dissipated. An illusion slowly appeared where he stood. It was a land of the Netherworld. Inside it, there were endless huge palaces. Looking at it now, most of the palaces had been destroyed, but there was a sun and a moon that were emitting the power of time to repair the palaces. But now, when the sun and moon collided, it emitted a violent power of time and space that blew up all the palaces. Then, an extremely pure ancient netherworld chi was emitted, like a firework that shot up to the 9 heavens. Within the abyss, there was an endless amount of demonic chi. It was originally left behind by the sky demon, but because it had lost its spirituality, it had become a lifeless object. The moment the ancient netherworld aura was emitted, the demonic chi seemed to be attracted by it. It rose into the sky in defiance of the heavens and turned into terrifying demonic clouds. Oh no, this bastard wants to die with us. Fangxing, the great golden crow, and the others were shocked, and they hurriedly warned the descendant. With his cultivation, he could naturally see through the Nether clan's successor's goal at a glance. He wanted to use his own body as a catalyst to detonate the time energy, and then use the boundless devil chi in the air to form a wave of destruction. In other words, he was committing suicide, but when he committed suicide, he was going to drag all the living beings in the void with him. There was no way to stop him. According to legend, the Nether tribe was originally a living creature born in a famous and evil place in the universe. When the great immortal realm established the ancient heavenly court in ancient times, they had condemned the Nether tribe to suppress the 9 hells. They had been the prison guards of the immortal prison for generations, and the Nether chi had been deeply imprinted in their blood. The Nether chi was similar in nature to the demonic chi, but it also became the fuse at this time. He thought that with his own strength, even if he self-destructed, he would not be able to produce much power, so he simply set his sights on the demonic chi. The Nether clan's blood of the Nether clan was given to us by the immortals. Now, I will use this blood of the immortals to destroy the hope of the descendants of the immortals. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the laughter, the Nether chi was activated, and a demonic cloud rolled like a tide. If he achieved his goal, the demonic cloud could even turn into a demonic cloud that could bury immortals in a short period of time. It could destroy all living beings under the cloud. Quick, get in. At this moment, Fangxing didn't even think before he hurriedly took out the skull. With a loud bang, the skull opened its mouth, revealing a pitch-black door that was unfathomable. Now that the small world had completely merged with the greater world, and even the dome had collapsed, it meant that the suppression from the small world no longer existed. As such, Fangxing naturally had the ability to open his sacred palace. Now that he saw that the descendant of the Nether clan was too crazy, he had no other choice but to open the sacred palace and let the others hide inside. Yes, 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 quickly enter the small world to hide, the great golden crow also shouted at this moment. At the same time, it opened its mouth and spat out a black stone coffin. Then, the stone coffin stood up, and the lid opened, revealing a pitch-black door. It was clearly a small world, and it was much bigger than Fangxing's small world. Simply put, Fangxing's small world was a small straw hut, while the great golden crow was already living in the imperial palace. Damn, comparisons are odious. Looking at the huge coffin, Fangxing was also stunned, and he gritted his teeth in hatred. Whoosh! 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 The surrounding people didn't have much time to think. Knowing how powerful the demonic cloud was, they all rushed toward the two small worlds. Even Song Guichan and LV Fengxian, after a slight hesitation, ran toward the great golden crow and Fangxing respectively. Senior sister Xiao Shui, come quickly. At this time, the one in the most danger was naturally Xiao Shui, who had been fighting with the successor of the Nether race. She was simply too close to the successor of the Nether race, and was already engulfed by the demonic cloud. Fangxing shouted anxiously and rushed over on his skeleton. However, he didn't expect Xiao Shui to have no intention of hiding in the small world. She was still calmly standing in front of the successor of the Nether race, Taiyuan. Hearing Fangxing's words, she only turned around slowly, smiled at Fangxing, and shook her head lightly. Don't worry about me, junior brother Fangxing. Her consciousness transmitted over. Compared to the frosty expression on her face, this voice was much more gentle and kind. Rumble, the self-destruction of the successor of the Nether race, Taiyuan, had already attracted an endless amount of demonic cloud that enveloped her body. However, Xiao Shui's voice was still gentle, unhurried, and even a little mischievous. Don't worry about me in the future. If anyone bullies you, just tell me, because your senior sister Xiao is now. Her voice suddenly had a hint of arrogance. It was extremely domineering, one of the chosen Sky Devil's descendants. Boom, endless demonic aura was drawn by the Nether clan's successor, forming layers of demonic clouds that covered the sky and turned into a netherworld. The demonic clouds, which had been disturbed by the power of time, contained an indescribably terrifying power. Perhaps even a sage would not be willing to take on this power. This was because the power produced by the demonic clouds was comparable to the immortal burial demonic cloud. It could be said to be a magic treasure that surpassed the perfected immortal realm. However, when the others were facing this terrifying demonic cloud, they all hid in the great golden crow and Fangxing's pocket dimension. However, Xiao Shui's expression was relaxed. She glanced at Fangxing before turning around and stepping into the pocket dimension. Why would senior sister Xiao Shui dare to take on such a terrifying power? Fangxing stared blankly for a moment, and his heart was terrified to the extreme. In fact, he did not really understand Xiao Shui's strength. It had been several years since they parted ways in the bottomless ruins. Xiao Shui's strength had skyrocketed to a terrifying level. It could even be seen from the white python beside her. When Xiao Shui sent a message and parted ways with Fangxing, the white python was only as thick as a chopstick, coiling around her wrist. But now, the white python was like a strange python, a white dragon that swept through the void with boundless strength. In terms of strength, this little white python was more than 1,000 times stronger. To a certain extent, this little white python was Xiao Shui's projection. If even its strength had skyrocketed so much, then how much had Xiao Shui grown in the past few years? From the way she calmly fought the Nether clan's successor, it could be estimated that she had at least stepped into the tribulation-passing realm, but even so, wasn't she still too far from being able to directly contend against the demonic cloud? Fangxing almost thought that Xiaoshui wanted to fight with her life on the line to protect the others. It was only when he heard Xiaoshui say one of the Sky Demon's successors that he was slightly stunned. Then, a figure appeared in his heart as if he had realized something. Some memories that he had almost forgotten in his sea of consciousness resurfaced. Sky Demon's successor. When they first entered this underground palace, they had already seen the head of the Sky Demons and the opening of the legendary Demon Eye. He even vaguely remembered a conversation he had with the Demon Eye in his sea of consciousness. The remnant will of the heavenly demon was undoubtedly looking for a successor. Legend has it that every time it opens an eye, an inheritance will appear, which also symbolizes the appearance of a successor. Not long ago, he had fought with the divine son of the Night Clan and the successor of the small celestial realm for the inheritance. Although he had obtained it in the end, it was just a brush of the shoulder. It seemed that he wasn't chosen, so he didn't receive the inheritance. Simply put, the inheritance should be with him now, but he didn't receive its acknowledgement, so he couldn't inherit it. Putting that aside, the main problem was that the leader of the Sky Demons had already opened his eyes once. Didn't that mean that a descendant of the Sky Devil had already been chosen? As for the successor of the Sky Demon, could it be this person in front of him, senior sister Xiaoshui? As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Fangxing could no longer see where Xiaoshui was. He could only see her stepping into the demonic clouds. Then, the demonic clouds surged violently, tearing the heavens and splitting the earth. As the wind and clouds gathered and dispersed, it possessed the power to destroy everything. This power almost filled the entire abyss in an instant. Even Fangxing had no choice but to escape into the skull in a split second. Then, he was devoured by the monstrous demonic aura, and the huge power sent the skull flying far away. The sky darkened, the sun set, and the stars disappeared. At this moment, it was hard to describe how crazy the demonic aura was. It was simply a power that could destroy the world. If it wasn't for the protection of the small world, not many of the Zhuxiu from the Fengtian alliance would have survived. But amidst the chaos, a calm voice rang out. Descendant of the Nether clan, do you really think that you can drag Tianyuan Zhuxiu down to the Netherworld with you after activating the hidden power of the Demon Palace? But you don't know that I am one of the young masters of the Demon Palace. This demonic aura was originally prepared for my cultivation. In this chaos, Xiaoshui's voice was so calm that it was like a fairy mumbling to herself. But it was extremely clear, suppressing all the noise and alerting everyone. Even the small world was unable to block her voice. After lightly reprimanding the descendant of the Nether clan, Xiaoshui let out a low sigh. It was as if she was declaring something, but also as if she was chanting some kind of incantation. Tianyuan spirit, Nanzhan, daughter of the Chu region's Xiao clan, Xiaoshui, kowtows before the heavenly demon, willing to reveal her true intentions. Although she was a woman, her courage was as bright as the sun and moon. She became the disciple of the Dragon Sword Court of the Chu region and cultivated for 30 years. She was known as the pride of the heavens and was loved by many. However, after the change in the divine continent, she fell into the 9 hells and was abandoned by the people of the world. After experiencing the cold and warmth of the world, she turned into the white demon. From then on, her demonic heart was deeply planted and she cut off her past. Murmurs floated gently in the void. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. It was as if all the demonic aura had calmed down at this moment, quietly listening to Xiaoshui's answer. After going through many twists and turns, I finally received the guidance of the spiritual mountain temple's Great Master Spirit Butcher and Great Master Wine and Meat. I came to the Pure Land and kowtowed before the heavenly demon. I was questioned by the demon venerable and was bestowed with the supreme heavenly skill. I cultivated diligently and did not dare to slack off. However, the demon venerable once asked me if I could kill everyone in the world in my heart. Xiaoshui was stupid and did not answer until now. Now that I have met an old friend again, the answer is clear in my heart. I thank the demon venerable and seek the demonic heart. I am willing to become a demon. From now on, I will not walk the path of Tao. I will only hold a sword and travel the world. I am willing to become a demon. From now on, I will practice the supreme heavenly skill and see through the world. I will only seek to be free and unfettered. I am willing to become a demon. I will slash apart the 33 heavens, the universe, and the billions of lives. As she murmured, all the demonic aura between heaven and earth seemed to have awakened. It gave birth to a kind of spirituality and started surging in the void. The demonic aura had been alarmed by Taiyuan's self-destruction and turned into a terrifying vortex. But now, the vortex actually started revolving around Xiaoshui, as if it was recognizing its master. Is senior sister Xiaoshui becoming a demon? Fangxing's heart was already greatly shocked. Because of her, he thought of even more things. He vaguely remembered that when he stabbed the heavenly demon's left eye with his sword, he seemed to have fallen into some kind of illusion and received a few questions. It was very similar to what Xiaoshui was experiencing now. However, he forgot to answer them back then. In any case, the outcome was not very good and he did not receive any benefits at all. Now that he heard Xiaoshui's words, it was very different from his. She seemed to have received some kind of heavenly skill when she kowtowed to the heavenly demon for the first time. But from the looks of it, not all the questions she answered back then matched the heavenly demon's answer. From the fact that she only cultivated demonic arts but did not receive the acknowledgement of the demonic aura, it could be seen that her inheritance was not complete. Right now, she seemed to be answering those questions again to obtain the acknowledgement of the demonic aura. And from the looks of the current situation, it was very smooth. The demonic aura around her seemed to be much more docile. But very quickly, Xiaoshui answered the last question. She was slightly stunned and the world seemed to have become much quieter. The demon deity once asked me if I could sever all the people in the world in my heart. Xiaoshui hesitated and the demon deity ordered me to think it through before answering. Finally, Xiaoshui's voice rang out. Although it was slow, there was an unquestionable determination in it. Everyone in the world has abandoned me. How hard is it to sever them? But there is one person who did not abandon me when everyone abandoned me. When everyone hated me, he only pitied me. When everyone hated me, he only respected me. When Xiaoshui turned into the white demon, the world turned dark. Only he gave me a bit of light. He was reluctant to part with me. So, Xiaoshui was silent for a while before her voice rang out. Xiaoshui has received the last question. Swoosh! Swoosh! She suddenly raised her eyes and looked into the depths of the void. Then, her voice seemed to have received the resonance of the Tao and trembled. Although Xiaoshui is willing to become a demon and can destroy everything, the sword of this life would rather slash myself than slash Fangxing's junior brother Feng. Boom, the demonic aura that filled the sky suddenly stopped. It was as if someone had stopped the flow of time. The void was silent, leaving only the silence of the void. Everyone, whether it was the Nether clan's descendant who was self-destructing or Fangxing's group who were hiding in the small dimension, all stopped their actions. The scene had already stopped. A bit of spirituality floated out from the small dimension that Fangxing was in. It merged with the Tao and flew around Xiaoshui. At the same time, a faint voice rang out in the void. I once asked you to consider carefully whether you are willing to sever everything and accept my Tao heart. Now, is this your final answer? In the end, you would rather choose an incomplete inheritance than sever the shadow of that child in your heart? Hearing this question, Xiaoshui bowed towards the void. Her voice was firm without any hesitation. Yes. The voice rang out again. You need to be careful. If you do as I say and sever everything in your heart, not only will everyone obtain my demonic inheritance, they will also obtain my demon heart and become my only descendant. From then on, you will be able to move unhindered in the boundless universe. However, if you insist on keeping someone in your heart, then you will not be able to accept my demon heart and can only obtain my demonic inheritance. In the future, your path of cultivation will be filled with countless obstacles. Hearing this, Xiaoshui's expression didn't change. Being ungrateful is not something that Xiaoshui would do. As soon as she said this, the world became silent again. Even the voice remained silent for a long time. Haha, what a proud and kind little girl. After a long time, the voice rang out again. Since that's the case, I will sever your demon heart inheritance and only give you the heavenly credit. Rumble, as the voice rang out, all the demonic aura surged and turned into a huge hand that gently pressed on Xiaoshui's head. Time seemed to have stopped, but it also seemed to have sped up. Xiaoshui didn't know how much time had passed in that instant. The power of the solar moon pill that was scattered in the demonic aura was drawn over by some mysterious existence and added to Xiaoxue's body, causing a mysterious change to occur in her body. Even the white python beside her started to struggle at this moment. Deer antlers grew on its head and scaled claws extended from its waist. It was as if it had instantly turned into a dragon, but in the end, the scaled claws only had 4 claws. In the face of the temptation of my complete inheritance, they would rather take second place than forget old kindness, the deep voice rang out again. The children of this generation are really quite interesting. As it spoke, this bit of spirituality seemed to have some doubts. Amidst the stillness of the void around it, it circled lightly in the air. Just as it was about to return to Fangxing's consciousness, it couldn't help but sigh softly, but this is the only way that it can truly be considered a demon's heart. If I could be so heartless back then, how would I have fallen to such a state? The truly heartless ones are the immortals. There was a loud rumble, the sky and earth turned dark, and the mountains were flattened. Even Fangxing and the others in the small world felt a soul-stirring tremor. They could only pray in their hearts that the small world would be sturdier and not be destroyed by the surging demonic chi outside. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. Although they also felt the heart-shaking feeling in the small world, after a period of violent tremor, the outside eventually calmed down. After confirming that it was safe, Fangxing and the others jumped out from the small world hurriedly. They looked around, searching for traces of Xiaoxue. Outside, it was a messy scene after the demonic chi had wreaked havoc. There were large clouds of smoke spreading from the void. The surrounding cliffs and rocks within a radius of 100 miles were all flattened, turning into a huge void. In this void, only the immortal execution array and the stone bridge behind it were still floating in the air, turning into an extremely majestic place. The divine son of the Nether clan was nowhere to be seen. And in the middle of the large clouds of smoke, only a quiet figure could be seen. A white dragon with 2 horns and 4 claws coiled in the air, and a white-haired woman sat on the dragon's head. She rested her chin on her hand, and no one knew what she was thinking. She wore a white dress, white socks, and white boots, and even the bone sword at her waist was white. But now, there were 9 strange black lines on her dress that was so white that it was almost dazzling, and it was extremely strange. At first glance, they seemed to be dead, but if one used their divine sense to look at them, they would be able to sense the terrifying demonic intent contained in those black lines. Senior Sister Xiaoxue has been possessed by the demonic chi? Fangxing still remembered the things he heard before he hid in the small world. His heart was tense as he slowly walked forward. He was really worried. Being possessed by the demonic chi wasn't scary, but being completely possessed by the demonic chi, just like the demon ancestor in his spiritual realm, or himself, they both had the title of demon. But that title was given to them by others. Because the way they did things was evil, it was inconsistent with the great Tao. Others couldn't stand it, so they called them demons, but if Xiaoxue was completely possessed by the demonic chi, she would become a heartless existence. That was what Fangxing was afraid of. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fangxing walked over, stirring up waves of wind that startled Xiaoxue, who was in deep thought. She gently turned her head and looked into Fangxing's eyes. At this moment, Fangxing's mental state was raised to its peak. His gaze was extremely strange, but he soon relaxed. "Hello, junior brother Feng." When Xiaoxue saw him, she suddenly smiled and opened her mouth. That scared me to death. Fangxing's heart suddenly went back to his stomach, and he patted his chest. It was obvious that he was really frightened. "What are you afraid of?" Xiaoxue asked with a gentle smile. Fangxing fixed his eyes on her again and said, "I thought you were really possessed by the devil." Xiaoxue smiled and said, "I have indeed been possessed." Fangxing was stunned for a moment and doubt appeared in his eyes. Xiaoxue smiled and said, "I am one of the 3 successors chosen by the Sky Demon. I have the qualifications to inherit the demon's heart. However, I still made a choice in the end. I inherited the Supreme Heaven Art and gave up on inheriting the demon's heart. Although I might not be able to ascend to the heavens in a single step, and there were many twists and turns on my path of cultivation, I still managed to retain my spirituality and not destroy everything." No one knew how much Xiaoxue was willing to give up her demon heart when she mentioned it. Even she herself didn't say it out loud. As for Fangxing, he couldn't even be bothered to think about it. He chuckled and said, "That's right. That's good, that's very good, only those who have lost all hope can inherit the demon's heart." "I don't have it." Xiaoxue didn't explain. She only smiled lightly and looked calm. 3 successors of the Sky Demon. When Song Guichan heard this, his eyes narrowed and he fell into deep thought. If there were 3 successors of the Sky Demon, then only one of them could become a true Sky Demon. The fairy on the Tianqi Lake gave up on inheriting the demon's heart. That was the same as giving up on the chance to become a Sky Demon, right? If that was the case, then wouldn't the remaining 2 successors of the Sky Demon have a great chance? Were the 2 of them already destined, or were they just choosing a suitable candidate? "It's time to clean up the mess." Without saying anything else, Zhu Xiu quickly retracted his thoughts and looked around. He was preparing to clean up the mess. However, under the detection of his divine sense, Fangxing suddenly discovered a person. He quickly flew towards a direction and stopped. His eyes fiercely stared at Zhu Xiu. Around 100 feet away from him, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. This person looked to be in an extremely wretched state. His body was tattered and there were many places where his bones could be seen. There was still demonic qi lingering in his wounds, causing his life force to squirm and try to recover. However, under the corrosion of the demonic qi, his wounds became deeper and deeper, unable to heal. Whoosh! 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 The cultivators of the Fengtian Alliance halted in their tracks and fixed their gazes on him. He was still alive. The successor of the small celestial realm was fierce. Taiyuan's self-explosion had triggered a huge wave of demonic aura. Except for Xiaoxue, the successor of the Sky Demon, everyone else, including the disciples of the Buddhist sect and Xianxia, hid in their small worlds. Only the successor of the small celestial realm didn't accept it. He had withstood all the power of the demonic aura. Everyone thought he would be smashed to pieces, but he was still alive. However, looking at his appearance, he was already in an extremely miserable state, as if he was on the verge of death. After all, the power of the demonic aura was close to the power of the immortal burial demonic cloud. Even a perfected immortal might not be able to resist it. The fact that he was able to survive was already a miracle that made people click their tongues in amazement. The successor of the small celestial realm deserves to die. Zhu Xiu and the others stared at him in silence. Kong Kong raised her stick and was about to beat him to death. The successor of the small celestial realm, Fierce Dao, clearly sensed danger. He quietly opened his bloodshot eyes and looked at Zhu Xiu, who had a complicated expression on his face. However, he didn't say anything, as if he had accepted his fate and didn't want to say another word. "Wait." Fangxing suddenly spoke to stop him. Kong'er put down the stick hesitantly. She didn't understand why this devil would be so soft-hearted at this time. Fangxing didn't have time to explain. He looked at the successor of the small celestial realm and suddenly raised the skull again. The skull opened its mouth and the little princess of Yaoqi walked out with an unconscious woman in her arms, Fairy Green Spirit, who had her divine soul taken away by the successor of the small celestial realm because she cultivated the art of indifference. "Cure her." Fangxing pointed at Fairy Green Spirit and said, "If you dare say you can't cure her, I'll chop you into minced meat." "I can return her divine soul." The successor of the small celestial realm spoke with difficulty. When he opened his mouth, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The expressions of Fangxing and the others immediately tensed up. Their eyebrows were tightly locked together as they locked their gazes on him. The successor of the small celestial realm clearly had something else to say. He was probably waiting for Fangxing to make this request before he was willing to make his own conditions. The hearts of all the cultivators sank. This child was able to survive under the devastation of the demonic energy. It was truly terrifying. Now that he seemed to be seriously injured, he wouldn't suddenly make things difficult for them. However, if such a person wanted to propose a condition, it would not be easy to deal with. The successor of the small celestial realm did make a request, but it was surprisingly simple. "Can you answer a few questions for me?" His gaze landed on Fangxing's face with some difficulty as he spoke softly. Fangxing was also startled. He waved his hand and said, "If you have anything to say, then say it." The successor of the small celestial realm didn't mind. He smiled helplessly and sighed. "Can Tianyuan defeat the God Clan?" The successor of the small celestial realm asked a surprisingly simple question. Fangxing answered without thinking, "Of course they can." The successor of the small celestial realm smiled bitterly. He didn't take Fangxing's answer seriously at all. However, he still asked seriously, "Why do you say that?" The celestial court was powerful. They had the 10 godly kings who dominated the universe. They had countless clansmen with powerful bloodlines. There was also the divine master whose strength was unfathomable. He was probably comparable to a celestial king. However, it was difficult to even see a true immortal in the heaven origin realm. How many people above the nascent soul realm could compete with the celestial race? Why do you think you can win? This question directly made Fangxing stumble. This kind of question that involved the overall situation and the analysis of strength, how would he know? He didn't even think about it. However, his mind turned extremely fast, and his answer was also very unreasonable. Because I'm here. This answer was unreasonable, but the successor of the small celestial realm seemed to have thought about it. Because I'm here? As long as I is here, Tian Yuan will have someone to defend against. With every eye, Tian Yuan will have more power to defend. And our small celestial realm placed this eye on the side of the divine palace. If Tian Yuan has our small celestial realm, will they really have a higher chance of winning? A seriously injured and dying person sat there talking. It was a strange scene. No one spoke. They all had complicated expressions. Fangxing became impatient and said, "I've answered the question. Let's save him." "Not now." The successor of the small celestial realm shook his head and refused. Fangxing was furious. He was about to force the successor of the small celestial realm, but the successor of the small celestial realm quickly said, "I understand your answer, but it still doesn't solve the doubts in my heart. Belief is one thing, but the disparity in strength is another. Even if there are countless of you in Tian Yuan, so what? If you can't win, then you can't win. Why is our small celestial realm resigned to fate, but you keep fighting against the divine palace like a fool? Are you saving the heaven's origin sector by doing this, or are you inviting a catastrophe?" How could Fangxing be in the mood to discuss with him? With a cold face, he clenched his fists so hard that they made cracking sounds. He was ready to take action. The successor of the small celestial realm suddenly said, "If you want to convince me, let's make a bet." He looked haggard, but his eyes were unusually bright. "If you win, I'll give you a great fortune." "I don't have the patience to make a bet with you." Fangxing didn't take the words of the disciple from the small immortal realm seriously at all. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to forcefully search for the so-called great fortune. However, he'd just taken a step forward when he heard a wave of horrifying breathing coming from below. Puff, puff, the sound was long and heavy, as if it came from the 9 serenities. It was terrifying. As the breathing sound grew louder and louder, they all had a strange feeling. Even the air around them was trembling slightly. As the breathing sound grew louder and louder, the air around them would sometimes converge and sometimes disperse. At the same time, it was like an invisible hand that held the endless void. Sometimes it clenched, and sometimes it opened. After listening to these two sounds, all the cultivators present were terrified. It was as if even their heartbeats were being controlled by this breathing sound. "My bet is very simple." While Zhu Xiu of the Fengtian Alliance was silent, the successor of the small celestial realm smiled and looked at the bottomless 9 serenities below. His face twitched, and he forced an ugly and painful smile. He said with difficulty, "I don't know, why do you insist on maintaining your ridiculous pride when there is such a huge gap between your strengths? I don't have time to think about it now. I just want to know, do you really have a chance of winning when you are not as strong as him?" As he spoke, he slowly raised his head and fixed his eyes on Fangxing, the divine child of the Night Clan, the genius of the God Clan. Among the God Clan beings of this generation, if there is anyone who can represent the power of the God Palace, it's him. Do you really think that the backlash from the collapse of the small world can seriously injure him? You are too naive. His strength is beyond all of your imagination. Tongtian, little lord. No, Fangxing, Fangzhenren, let's make a bet. Let's bet whether you can defeat him? The divine son of the Yi clan is still alive and has been hiding in the 9 serenities. At this moment, No one cared about the successor of the small celestial realm anymore. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the scene in shock. The number one little saint of the divine court, the divine son of the Yi clan, this person had thousands of schemes and thousands of thoughts. He had laid out one scheme after another to lure all the cultivators into his trap. He had almost swallowed the small world in one gulp, which had almost made everyone despair. It could be said that Fangxing had been close to defeat twice in his confrontation with this person. The first time was when he first arrived at the abyss. He found out that this person had colluded with Gu He and used him as a scapegoat, but he also planned to let Gu He go to get the creation divine item first. It was obvious that this person's mind was as deep as water and was indescribable. At that time, Fangxing fought against all the saints alone. If it weren't for the appearance of the Fengtian alliance, he would have been defeated. The second time was when the experts of the Fengtian alliance appeared and almost fell into his trap. Under such a situation, this person was still able to restrain himself and take advantage of the situation to reverse the situation where Zhu Xiu of the Fengtian alliance was entangled with the divine palace little saints. Instead, he used these little saints to entangle Zhu Xiu of the Fengtian alliance. Then, he used the secret treasure of the captive cliff of the North Sea to suppress the spirituality of the divine item. Then, he quietly spread out his divine consciousness to search for the core formation of this small world. He even took into account the restraining properties of the devil chi and Buddhist divine powers in this small world. It could be said that his plan was flawless. Fangxing and the others almost fell into despair when they swallowed the divine item. However, this plan was unintentionally destroyed by the golden crow that appeared out of nowhere. Everyone present admitted that it was indeed because of his bad luck, and not because of his poor planning skills. For a god race being to have such a meticulous mind, it was quite terrifying. However, this person was not known for his planning skills. What people were most familiar with was his strength, the divine son of the Night Clan, the number one divine palace little saint, the leader of the 3,000 juniors of the God Clan, the strongest person below the God King, the legendary God Clan creature that had the ability to kill perfected immortals. Among the countless descriptions, every single one of them was enough to make the creatures of heavenly origin tremble, when they discovered that he had disappeared after the small world collapsed, and they couldn't even sense his aura. Zhu Xiu of the Fengtian alliance thought that he had been devoured by the small world and disappeared. At the very least, he might have escaped after sustaining serious injuries. No matter what the result was, it would be fine as long as they didn't fight him head-on. To put it bluntly, if the divine son of the Night Clan had really escaped, even if Fangxing and the others saw him, they wouldn't chase after him. After all, he was too powerful, and it would be too dangerous to chase after him. But to everyone's surprise, he was still there. He had been hiding in the 9 serenities and had concealed his aura. Only now did he let out a deep breath. He was like an injured beast, and the sense of danger he exuded was even more terrifying. He must be injured. Why didn't he take the chance to escape? Fangxing also took a look at the abyss below and said with a strange expression. The great golden crow also craned his neck to look down. What is that? I'll go and tear it apart. Fangxing said expressionlessly. He is the strongest cultivator below the God King realm, and he is said to have the power to kill immortals. The great golden crow was dazed for a moment, then he said heroically, then let's go and tear him apart, let's set up the formation. The others were not in the mood to joke around with them. They were already serious. Fox Fairy, Dao Wufeng, Foin, Li Hongyi, and the others looked at each other and waved their flags at the same time. The formation flags whirled in the air, and Zhu Xiu pounced at different positions, occupying the void. The door-closing formation that had just been withdrawn was set up again. However, there were a few people who did not leave with the formation. They were Fangxing, Xiao Shui, LV Fengxian, the Great Golden Crow, Song Guichan, the Li siblings, Wang Qiong, and Han Ning. They were all filled with fighting spirit. They looked at each other in the void and nodded to themselves. No matter who this person is, we cannot let him leave alive today. The celestial race has descended into the human realm, and the living beings of divine origin are all slaves. Then, let's start our counterattack against the celestial court with this battle today. Their low murmurs contained the boldness and ambition in the depths of their hearts, and even contained a trace of the will to die. To be precise, the divine child of the Night Clan had not appeared yet, but everyone could already feel a great sense of terror. in this case, shouldn't we fight one-on-one to prove our pride? At this moment, LV Fengxian suddenly said with a hesitant expression. The surrounding Zhu Xiu immediately glared at him. LV Fengxian choked and looked down as if nothing had happened. He said calmly, slaying demons, don't bother with trifles. The Great Golden Crow, Xiao Shui, and the others looked at him with dissatisfaction. LV Fengxian looked a little awkward. He paused and said, don't bother with trifles in a battle between humans and gods. Only then did the others stop looking at him, and once again turned their heads to look down. How could this be? I've clearly calculated everything. How could such a situation occur? Could it be that the Tianyuan continent, the home of all deities, is really the center of the universe, protected by fate? In the 9 underworlds below, the sound of breathing became more and more intense. After an unknown period of time, a deep voice finally rang out. That voice was filled with regret and anger, as well as a sense of injustice. It sounded like a child who had been wronged and was roaring at an adult. To a certain extent, the divine son of the Yi clan was indeed unlucky. The sudden appearance of the Golden Crow was simply too confusing. Strictly speaking, his failure could only be attributed to bad luck. Rumble, the demonic aura below rumbled and vibrated. A thick darkness rushed up into the sky, like ink being sprinkled on rice paper. Moreover, there was even a sun and moon revolving above the dense night sky, and they emitted the faint energy of time. Sun and Moon Pill. The divine child of the Night Clan had already taken the Sun and Moon Pill. He must have suffered from the backlash of the small world's collapse, so he swallowed the Sun and Moon Pill right away. Just like Taiyuan, he used the power of time to stimulate the potential of his bloodline, so that he could obtain more power than when he was at his peak. Everyone's body tensed up subconsciously at this moment. That power was simply too violent. Even if there were immortals in the world, they wouldn't be so powerful. The divine child of the Night Clan was said to have the power to kill immortals. It was not an exaggeration. Haha, haha. At this moment, the descendant of the small celestial realm laughed wildly again, as if he had regained some of his strength. He growled, do you see that? Do you feel it? This is the difference between us. This is the power of the immortal palace. So what if you are brave? So what if he had lofty aspirations? If you don't fight, then you can't win. If you don't have enough power, then you don't have enough power. Did our small celestial realm willingly bow and scrape? We were abandoned by the heaven's origin celestial realm and met such a powerful opponent. That's why we had to make this choice. If even you are afraid, then how can you blame us for making the wrong choice? He suddenly roared, Feng Xing, they all believe you. Then I'll bet on you too. Do you dare to bet with me? Can you prove to me that the heaven's origin celestial realm can defeat the heavenly court? Do you dare to fight the divine child of the Night Clan? If you win, it means that the heaven's origin celestial realm has a chance of winning. It's just that the small celestial realm has lost its original intention. If you lose, it means that the difference between us is the difference. The small celestial realm made the right choice. Zhu Xiu was annoyed by the provocation and roar. The Great Golden Crow turned around and was about to slap his wings to shut him up. After all, what he said sounded like a lunatic. Did he really think Feng Xing was a fool? Even the 9 of them might not be able to defeat the divine child of the Night Clan if they joined forces, but he wanted to provoke Feng Xing to fight him alone. However, Feng Xing reached out his hand and pressed it down when the Great Golden Crow flapped its wings. The Great Golden Crow looked at Feng Xing in surprise, only to see him looking down with a deep gaze. You, don't tell me you really want to make this bet? That guy is very powerful. Feng Xing took a deep breath and forced a smile. Actually, I think I'm quite powerful too. No one believed in the legends of the small celestial realm, nor did they believe that the small celestial realm had anything that could tempt them. After all, with their cultivation, the world was no longer the same as before. Now that they were about to obtain the divine item that could affect the fate of heaven's origin, and the fortune of the 100-break mountain, which could be used to forge immortal weapons, had already been delivered to Bai Qianzhong and Daphne by the Great Golden Crow and the others. To put it bluntly, apart from the inheritance of the heavenly demon and the legendary Ninth Highness, what else could tempt them? They even thought that the descendant of the small celestial realm must have gone mad. She actually tried to use such a childish method to seduce Feng Xing and let him deal with the extremely dangerous divine child of the Night Clan alone. Did she really think everyone was a fool? The minor lords of the divine court were already so terrifying, let alone the leader of the legendary minor lords. Judging from their auras, the experts of the Feng Tian alliance were prepared to face a great enemy. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat him easily. Moreover, the 9 people who planned to join forces were already prepared to die. They estimated that if the 9 of them joined forces to kill the divine son of the Night Clan, there would be a chance of success. However, there would definitely be casualties among them. If the 9 of them joined forces, there would still be casualties among them. If it was a one-on-one fight, then it would be suicide. Who would take such a foolish bet with him? But no one expected that Feng Xing's attitude would be so tempted. Junior brother Feng Xing, you mustn't. This kid, hearing this, someone hurriedly tried to persuade Feng Xing. However, there was no need for them to persuade him. An angry roar suddenly came from the 9 underworlds below. The power of the divine son of the Night Clan had been rising, and it was obvious that he had reached a critical point. It was as if his anger had finally overcome his rationality. He suddenly sped up and turned into a ray of black light. Like a shooting star, he shot out from the abyss towards the 9 heavens and collided with Zhu Xiu, who was floating in the air. He didn't use any divine ability or move at all. He just charged straight at Zhu Xiu. There was a loud boom, the black light cut the void in half. It was as if a pair of scissors had cut the night sky from the bottom to the top. Oh no, let's avoid it for now. Song Guichan, the Golden Crow, and the others, who were the first to bear the brunt of the attack, quickly ran away. LV Feng Tian was eager to attack with his halberd, but Kong Kong who was standing next to him, waved her cudgel and blocked his attack. LV Feng Tian was about to lose his temper when Kong Kong shouted, "Do you want to die?" This made LV Feng Xian hesitate for a moment. Then, he realized that the night race's divine son was too fast and too hasty. He felt a chill in his heart and put away his arrogant battle intent. He used his carefree body technique and hurriedly dashed to the side. Junior brother Feng Xing, Wang Qiong's figure was obviously half a beat slower than the others, and she was about to be struck by the black light. Now that she was in danger, even though she was arrogant, she wasn't a pedantic person, and she subconsciously cried out loudly. Even though Li Hongyi and the others were slightly closer to her, they obviously didn't have the strength to save her. Thus, she resolutely called out Feng Xing's name, and Feng Xing's reaction was also extremely fast. In an instant, he tossed the skull over, opened his pitch-black mouth, and directly swallowed Wang Qiong, before flying far away with her. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the figures of the 9 people in the sky scattered in all directions at the same time in the dark light. It seemed that they were in a sorry state. If it weren't for the fact that they were extremely vigilant, perhaps 2 or 3 of them would have lost their lives. This was especially so for Wang Qiong, who had just been saved. No matter how unwilling she was, she had to admit that her path of cultivation was still too short. Even though she could forcefully exchange blows with the little saint of the divine court, Hua Mi with the power of Azura, she was still powerless against the divine son of the Night Clan. This fierce battle had surpassed her current cultivation level. As for the other cultivators, the divine child's countercharge had gained the upper hand by a show of strength. His aura had completely overwhelmed them. However, they were all proud and arrogant people. Being able to cultivate to such a level at such a young age, their willpower and courage were not to be underestimated. After being hit by the divine child, they were all enraged. LV Feng Xian, who had no choice but to dodge the collision, took the lead and rushed forward with a rumble. His heavenly halberd drew a perfect circle and pierced towards the center of the dark light. I don't believe that there's a creature stronger than me in this world, Kong Kong of the Great Sage Mountain also grimaced. He waved his big stick and smashed it over. He was obviously angry. Swoosh, the person next to him was dressed in a tight black robe. He held a short spear in his hand. Without saying a word, he leaped several thousand feet forward and chased after the black light. The short spear in his hand was like a riding brush. It drew a few strokes in the air and suddenly turned into a strange rune. It formed an elusive trajectory and headed straight for the divine son of the Night Clan. It was Han Ning, a disciple of the Great Snow Mountain. He couldn't help but make a move. However, in terms of speed, Xianxia was obviously faster. His white-robed figure directly appeared behind the divine son of the Night Clan. He gently gritted his teeth, and the wooden fish had already become the size of a small mountain. It fell silently but heavily like a mountain. Rumble, the abilities of the creatures of Tianyuan were not to be underestimated. In an instant, there were 4 people who counterattacked. However, the divine son of the Night Clan, who had the sun and moon above his head, revealed his true ferocity at this moment. He watched as Xianxia's wooden fish was about to hit his head and the rune drawn by Han Ying was about to land on his body. However, the black light that he was in suddenly dissipated and turned into a cloud of black smoke. It blended into the surrounding darkness and a deep voice sounded in the void, "Successor of the Western world, even if you can sneak attack immortals, you can't sneak attack the creatures of the Night Clan, because we, the Night Clan, are the nemesis of the Western Heaven Realm, the greatest enemy of the Buddhist sect, the great terrifying Demon King, is from our Night Clan." Amidst the cold shout, a huge black hand fell from the void and slammed down on Song Guichan, who was vigilantly looking around. Song Guichan had clearly planned to counterattack, but he was half a beat slower than the others. He had only arrived halfway and was a little further away from the others. Although the divine son of the Night Clan looked crazy, he was still very meticulous. He directly targeted him, obviously intending to kill 1 or 2 people first. Roar! Song Guichan was shocked. He shook his arms and directly lifted up a huge black lake to block the grab. However, it was useless. Under the huge black hand, the lake was directly destroyed and torn apart, and the huge hand did not slow down in the slightest as it fiercely grabbed his body. It seemed that he had no way to dodge and could only be caught by the huge hand. "It's only been a few days since I saw the light of day, and it's already over?" At this moment, a strange expression appeared on Song Guichan's face. He seemed to be in despair, but also seemed to be mocking himself. Seeing that he could not withstand this attack no matter what, he simply sighed softly. With a wave of his sleeves, he gently placed them behind his back and raised his head to look at the huge black palm that covered the sky. He was extremely calm. "You're still pretending to be cool even when you're about to die. Why do I hate you so much?" It was a pity that this leisurely expression of facing death was broken by Fangxing's roar. Others could not rush to his rescue at this moment, but Fangxing could. His figure could not rush over, but the 100 battle soul weapon could. It directly rushed to the top of Song Guichan's head in a flash. Then, as he spread his fingers, it also turned into a huge palm and forcibly lifted up to the sky. There was a loud sound in the sky as the 2 huge hands collided dozens of feet above Song Guichan's head, causing the clouds to howl. Crack crack, the 100 battle soul weapon seemed to be unable to withstand the palm of the divine son of the Yi clan. After the collision, it began to sink. "Why aren't you running away?" Fangxing glared at Song Guichan and shouted, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Song Guichan was also stunned for a moment. Then, he quickly leaped up and flew hundreds of feet away. He turned his head and looked at Fangxing with a complicated expression. It seemed that even he did not expect that Fangxing would save his life at this critical moment. "I won't thank you." After a few moments of silence, he suddenly spoke in a cold voice. Fangxing grinned and said, "It's okay, I'll take it as your thanks." Song Guichan was slightly startled. He took a deep breath, but in the end, he did not say anything. Haha, Fangxing didn't have the time to say anything else to him. With a loud laugh, he flew straight up into the sky and shouted, "Twin, you sneaky bee **starred. Haven't you always found this young master an eyesore? Come, come, fight me." Boom, he flew straight up to the sky and shook his body. The 100 battle soul weapon flew into his hand with a monstrous aura. "I don't dislike you. You're not enough for me too." The divine son of the Yi clan was a bit surprised by his challenge. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a cold and contemptuous tone. "It's okay. It's the same even if I dislike you. I just want to ask you, do you dare to fight me?" Fangxing looked around disdainfully. His aura was wild as he added, "Just the 2 of us." Hearing this, not only the divine son of the Yi clan, but also the experts of the Fengtian alliance were stunned. In the void below, the successor of the small celestial realm, who was struggling to hold on, suddenly laughed. Fangxing, who was only in the 3rd level of the tribulation level, wanted to fight the divine son of the Yi clan, who was said to have the power to kill immortals. Was he provoked by the words of the successor of the small celestial realm? Amidst the silence, only Xiaoxue let out a soft sigh as her gaze softened. Junior brother Feng, are you worried that too many people will die if we attack him together? You're just a low-level individual celestial. How dare you challenge me? Feng Xing's challenge was too unexpected. Not only Zhu Xiu of the Feng Tian alliance, but even the divine son of the Yi clan was surprised. After all, he had always been arrogant and had never taken Feng Xing seriously. Now that he saw Feng Xing being so bold as to challenge him, he felt that it was absurd. However, he didn't care about such a trivial matter. Whoever he fought with and how he fought, it was just a way for him. In his heart, he had never thought of letting anyone go. It was just a matter of who he killed first. He immediately sneered and said, "Since you want to die, I'll send you on your way first." To others, it was obviously a big deal that Feng Xing wanted to challenge the divine son of the Yi clan alone. However, to the divine son of the Yi clan, it was just a piece of cake. There was an explosion in the void and a cloud of black gas exploded. The huge black hand that was about to slap Song Guichan suddenly turned in the air and turned into an extremely sharp and dazzling black spear. It was thrown directly at Feng Xing, who was standing alone in the void. It was so fast that it reached him in an instant. "Feng Xing, watch out, little bandit, watch out!" At this moment, countless people shouted, and they even instinctively wanted to lend a hand. "Don't come near me!" In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the black spear had already neared Feng Xing. It was only a hair's breadth away from piercing through Feng Xing's skull. However, Feng Xing had already spread open his 5 fingers, and the 100 battle soul weapon appeared in his palm. He clenched it tightly, and with a change of his will, it shockingly transformed into an incomparably huge bronze shield. The black spear pierced into the bronze shield, but it actually didn't break through it. Instead, Feng Xing's figure was knocked back at a rapid speed, and only stopped after a few hundred feet. However, Feng Xing was obviously not concerned about himself, but those who wanted to help him. "I told you I'm going to kill him myself. Why are you still interfering?" He looked serious and even a little angry. He shouted at the Great Golden Crow and the others, "Do you think I don't want to lose face?" The Great Golden Crow and the others were speechless. What kind of situation was this? This bastard was still thinking about saving face. "You've been on the path of cultivation for so many years, but when have you ever had face?" However, Feng Xing's serious face finally made people realize that he wasn't joking around. He really didn't want others to interfere. They understood this in their hearts. Although their faces were still full of confusion, they looked at each other and retreated at the same time. Finally, they arrived in the middle of the other people who had set up the ceiling formation and watched the battle quietly. However, their hearts were full of astonishment. They could not understand where Feng Xing got his confidence from. He actually had the guts to fight a fair battle with the Night Clan's divine son. No one doubted Feng Xing's strength, but no matter how highly they overestimated him, it was impossible for him to fight the Yi clan's god. After all, he possessed the power to slay immortals. "Do you really want to fight me?" The divine prince of the Yi clan was also astonished. His figure fluttered and appeared in the void not far away from Feng Xing. He was like a ghost that existed between heaven and earth. He looked at Feng Xing with a hint of surprise in his cold, lightning-like eyes. "That's right, I want to fight you." Feng Xing also flew up and faced the divine son of the Night Clan from afar with a calm expression. Just like a weak human trying to provoke the powerful celestial palace? The Night Clan's divine son smiled faintly. To a certain extent, his philosophy was similar to that of the descendant of the small celestial realm. However, Feng Xing only chuckled and shook his head. Just like the immortals teaching their servants a lesson. Swoosh, the Night Clan's divine son's eyes suddenly changed. The time when the celestial race was enslaved by the immortals was undoubtedly an eternal pain in the hearts of the celestial race. They would occasionally bring it up to show that they had not forgotten this hatred. However, it was one thing to bring it up themselves, but it was another to be provoked by the human race. Especially when Feng Xing was grinning cheekily, it made the divine son of the Night Clan even more furious. The great celestial realm has brought about its own destruction. The living beings of Tianyuan are unable to take over. The glory of your ancestors will never be reborn. As the cold voice came out of his mouth, the Night Clan's divine son's body suddenly flashed and he appeared in front of Feng Xing in the blink of an eye. A giant black hand appeared and pressed down on him. The seemingly simple palm contained an indescribable pressure. The void and endless night chi seemed to be infused into the palm. It was as if the entire world was being pressed down on him. The power of this palm alone was 70 to 80% of Cliff Master Chiu Xian's power back in the North Sea. If this had happened in the North Sea, Fangxing wouldn't even have been able to take it head-on. However, from the North Sea to the Pure Land, Fangxing had experienced many fierce battles and his cultivation had improved greatly. He was no longer the same as before. Of course, he didn't want to use the lives of his friends to challenge the Night Clan's divine son. More importantly, Fangxing felt that he was indeed qualified to fight with the Night Clan's divine son. No one knew how powerful this top cultivator of the younger generation of the Divine Palace was. It was said that he was the strongest cultivator below the Immortal King level and had the power to kill immortals. However, according to Fangxing's observations and calculations along the way, the Night Clan's divine son shouldn't have reached the level of true immortals in the eyes of Tianyuan cultivators. He had seen the Night Clan's divine son fight with the White-Bones Sage in the Demon Abyss. At that time, he had come to a conclusion that the Night Clan's divine son's strength should be similar to the White-Bones Sage's, or maybe even weaker. After all, the Night Clan's divine son was at a disadvantage in both fights. However, even the White-Bones Sage admitted that he could only suppress the Night Clan's divine son, but he couldn't kill him or hurt him. Of course, this didn't represent the Night Clan's divine son's true strength. As a God Clan creature, his greatest reliance was his bloodline. Apart from the abilities that he had shown on the surface, he must have some trump cards that he didn't want to reveal easily. As for whether those cards could kill immortals, no one could say for sure. Anyway, Fangxing was prepared before he made his move and left some cards for the Night Clan's divine son. Great God massacre skill. All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind. The palm of the divine son of the Yi clan was extremely fast, and Fangxing did not even think about it. He let out a cold shout and called out the name of a divine ability. Then, a strange flame suddenly rose above his head. Wherever the flame shone, the world turned pale. Several figures appeared behind Fangxing. One of them was a man with a cow's head with disheveled hair and 2 horns on his head, another was a woman in a white dress with a pale face, and the last one was a middle-aged man in an ancient robe, and further away from them, there was even a handsome man in a loose robe with big sleeves. These people were the ghosts of Fu Shanzi, Hua Mi-er, the Frost Soil tribe leader, Gu He, and the others. They had been summoned. Boom. When these ghosts were summoned, their bodies burned with terrifying flames. After the flames were ignited, they turned into an extremely powerful force that was directly added to Fangxing's body. This caused his aura to skyrocket. It had long surpassed the limit of a low-level itinerant immortal in the 3rd level of the Tribulation Passing Realm. His body grew infinitely taller. Then, the 100-battle soul weapon transformed into a demonic sword that flew into his hand. He met the Night Clan's divine son's palm strike and stabbed it fiercely. This sacrificial method again? The Night Clan's divine son frowned and revealed deep hatred. With his status, he was naturally no stranger to this Saint Heart Sutra that was inherited from Fuyao Palace. He even knew that Fangxing had relied on this Heart Sutra to gain the favor of the Lord God. He had also inquired about this Heart Sutra through the forces of the Night Clan. The predecessor of this ancient sage mantra was originally a good one. It was created by the ancient sage in ancient times to chase away immortals. By cutting off one's own path to immortality, one would obtain extremely powerful strength. The core of this mantra was the word sacrifice. There was a great sense of sorrow in it. Unfortunately, when it fell into the hands of this demon, it changed. No one knew what he was doing. He actually combined this sacrifice method of cutting off one's own path to immortality with the methods of the devil path and turned it into a sacrifice of others. Although it still had some power, the concept was very different. This was the modified mantra that he had offered to the Master God. It was really not a good thing. This was especially true for the Master God. He had originally wanted to get the original ancient sage mantra, not this kind of nondescript mantra. It was like the Master God had originally wanted to ask for a panacea. In the end, he got the panacea, but it was mixed with poison and could not be used at all. However, what the Night Clan's divine son could not understand was why the Master God did not feel sorry for the demon because of this. Boom, the palm and the sword collided. It was like the intersection of heaven and earth, emitting shocking billows of air that swept across the area. In the billows of air, the Night Clan's divine son's body flipped slightly and he stabilized himself. On the other hand, Fangxing was knocked down by this palm strike, but he only fell for a distance of 300 meters before he soared up again. Although Fangxing was slightly at a disadvantage in this head-on confrontation, he had taken it head-on. "You're only in the third stage of the tribulation passing stage, but you managed to take my palm head-on." Even the Night Clan's divine son was a little surprised, let alone Zhu Xiu of the Feng Tian alliance. He shook his head gently and seemed to be exclaiming, Tian Yuan, the home of immortals, the heart of the universe. How much power does it have? As he murmured to himself, the sun and moon above his head rotated faster and faster. The power of time caused his figure to become more and more illusory, more and more blurry, but a gap is a gap. The Master God said that we came here 300 years earlier, so you guys have cultivated 300 years less. If we give you 300 years, you might really have the power to fight us. But now, it's far from enough. The Night Clan's divine son's words came from the area where he was standing. He sounded disdainful and even mocking. Let me tell you one more thing. It said that I have the power to kill immortals, but it's fake, but I really devoured immortals. A world-shaking battle unfolded in this abyss. The intensity of the battle was beyond everyone's imagination. No one had ever thought that Fangxing would have the ability to fight against the Night Clan's divine son. Moreover, it was a head-on confrontation. For Zhu Xiu, this was an unimaginable scene. Only Xiaoshui, Xinxiu, and the others noticed some clues. Others only noticed the ever-changing soul weapon in Fangxing's hand. But the two of them were looking at the flame above Fangxing's head, as well as the indistinct ghosts behind him. Fangxing had used some kind of secret technique to burn those ghosts to increase his strength. This allowed him, who was in the third level of the Heaven's Calamity, to have the confidence to fight against a terrifying existence like the Night Clan's divine son. The biggest weakness of the God Clan is that they have too few tricks. Fangxing simply became braver the more he fought. He, who had obtained the power of the burning souls, had shockingly turned into the most valiant existence in the world. When he attacked, it was awe-inspiring and terrifying, and his words were like another sword. You God race beings always say that the beings of heaven origin are born weak, and you boast that your bloodline is tyrannical and that your power is infinite. But today, I would like to ask, other than power, what do you have? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this time, the soul weapon in his hands displayed all kinds of amazing changes. Sometimes it was a sword, sometimes it was a halberd, sometimes it was a spear, and sometimes it was a knife. One weapon seemed to have the power of 100 weapons. To some extent, weapons represented the wisdom of the human clan. In the primitive times, the human clan did not have sharp claws and teeth, so they invented weapons to fight against powerful beasts. Therefore, in the cultivation world, a weapon also represented a kind of wisdom of the human clan. The changes of weapons were changes of wisdom. Now that the 100 battle soul weapon in Fangxing's hands had the ability to transform into various weapons, it meant that he had mastered the martial wisdom of the human race. Therefore, he dared to challenge and despise any existence in battle. The only difference between him and the Night Clan's divine son was his lack of strength. However, in the massacre just now, the deaths of Fu Shanzi, Hua Mi-er, the Frost Earth clan leader, Gu He, and the others had provided him with a source of power for the Great Massacre Divine Technique, allowing him to perform the Great Massacre Divine Technique. This was the reason why Fangxing dared to challenge the Night Clan's divine son. Before the power of the Great Massacre God Technique was depleted, who would dare to say that he did not have the ability to challenge the Night Clans? Godson, boom. 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 Even the divine princes of the night race were forced to retreat, temporarily avoiding their attacks. Junior brother Fangxing, his current strength has already far surpassed ours. Wang Qiong, who had just crawled out of the skull, watched the battle with fear in her eyes. This demon's talent in martial arts is not as good as mine, but he has refined such a divine weapon. He has taken an unconventional path and has seen the great Tao. Even someone as proud as LV Fengxian felt a little emotional. His eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Anyone could see that at this moment, he actually had the thought of competing in martial arts with Fangxing, but everyone ignored him. The secret technique he used can actually burn karma and turn it into divine power to strengthen himself. It's really amazing. Xianxia saw even more and was quite amazed. Only the great golden crow looked carefully at Fangxing's skull and then at his black coffin. He laughed and boasted, "Fortunately, my small world is much bigger than his. This little bandit is still not as good as me." The surrounding people all looked at it strangely. The big golden crow was embarrassed and did not speak again. "We, the Protoss, are more than just born with a powerful bloodline." In the face of Fangxing's ferocity, the divine son of the Night Clan took a defensive stance. At first glance, it seemed that he had been temporarily suppressed. However, he was only observing Fangxing's moves. When he heard Fangxing's roar, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. The martial techniques of the living beings of the human clan are indeed amazing. The divine clan is no match for them. However, how can you frogs at the bottom of a well imagine the divine clan's martial arts and magical powers? Since you boast that you have all kinds of skills, I will find someone else to take on your skills. Whoosh, he, who was being forced to retreat by Fangxing, suddenly changed his body, and a sword light penetrated his body. With a clanging sound, the sword chi went straight for Fangxing's eyebrows, forcing him to retreat several feet behind him. In his heart, he was astonished beyond words. How could the Protoss understand swordsmanship? Of course, they could transform into human forms and fight with swords. But how could they understand the profound principles of swordsmanship? He focused his gaze and activated the Yin-Yang Fiend God Mirror and the Taishang Dao-seeking scripture at the same time. He looked deeply at the divine sun. But when he took a look, he was stunned for a moment. The divine son of the Yi clan had already suffered a severe backlash after his attempt to devour the small world had been accidentally destroyed by the golden crow. His physical body had been severely injured. Although he had taken the sun and moon elixir and his bloodline power had surged under the stimulation of the elixir, his aura was even stronger than it had been at its peak. However, no matter how strong his bloodline power was, his physical body had still been injured. It was like a broken piece of porcelain. Even though the porcelain had been replaced with iron, the cracks were still there and it could not withstand a large collision. This was also the reason why he was suppressed by Fangxing. But at this moment, he used some unknown technique, and a different kind of brilliance suddenly appeared above his head, the halo of the broken immortal. Apart from the sun and moon above the Night Clan's divine son's head, there was also the silhouette of a broken immortal. It looked like a sword cultivator. He wore a grey robe and held an illusory sword in his hand. He floated between the sun and moon unconsciously, but the aura of the sword was absorbed by him. As he attacked, he became a completely different person. He seemed to have turned into a black-robed perfected immortal. He held a long sword formed by the black chi of the night. The sword chi was awe-inspiring, and as he pointed at the void, beams of sword chi flew towards Fangxing, a celestial body. Nobody would have thought that the Night Clan's divine son would have a celestial body. Although it was incomplete, it was a real celestial body with the aura and techniques of an immortal. It was said that the Night Clan's divine son had the power to kill immortals. It was true. However, this kind of immortal killing wasn't really killing immortals. Instead, it meant that he had devoured an immortal, although it was only a broken immortal who had been devoured with the help of the Night Clan's godly king Eternal Darkness. It was still a real immortal. Moreover, the Night Clan's divine arts were strange and indescribable. The immortal that he had devoured had turned into a kind of immortal seed that was buried deep within his body. It would gradually grow with the power of his bloodline until it completely became his power. As for how to refine this immortal seed and how to control it, godly King Eternal Darkness had given him strict standards. Before his bloodline fully matured, godly King Eternal Darkness wouldn't let him control this immortal seed, which was the legendary power to kill immortals. But at this point, the Night Clan's divine son couldn't care less. Given his pride, how could he allow himself to be suppressed by Fangxing? Until now, he still had enough power to escape. He could even escape after severely injuring Fangxing. If he really wanted to leave, the 64 formation flags would not be able to trap him. However, he would not allow himself to do so. Even though his plan to steal the divine object had failed, he still wanted to kill. He wanted to kill all of the beings of sky origin who dared to anger him. Even though his body was suffering from the backlash of the small world and could not use too much power, he had other methods, and that was to forcefully activate the power of time after taking the sun-moon pill. and then let the immortal seed grow ahead of time, unlike the Nether clan's successor who had activated his remaining potential to fight to the death. The Night clan's divine son had even taken the Sun Moon elixir after careful consideration. Rumble, the immortal's body manifested, and boundless sword chi tore through the air. It cut through all the storms in the world and all the martial arts. To his surprise, Fang Xing's opponent had suddenly turned into an immortal. I thought you had some amazing tricks up your sleeve, but it seems like I'm going to be disappointed, the Night clan's divine son chuckled coldly. After taking out his immortal body, his attacks were completely different. Even he himself seemed to have become a completely different person. Immortal chi surrounded him and wrapped around his Night clan blood. He flew through the air and rumbled towards Fang Xing. He already had a powerful foundation that surpassed Fang Xing's. With the addition of the immortal's remnant incarnation, it was like pouring boiling water on snow. Fang Xing's seemingly swift and violent attacks were like pouring boiling water on snow. Then, he forcefully suppressed the Night clan's divine son. It was extremely dangerous. An unexpected feeling of defeat descended on Fang Xing's head. The Night clan's divine son easily suppressed him, which showed the difference in power between the two of them. At this moment, he was struggling left and right and was in a very sorry state. What was even more terrifying was that the ancient saint's mantra required vengeful spirits. Although the vengeful spirits of Fu Shanzi, Hua Mi-er and the others were powerful and comparable to nearly 1,000 beings of the immortal race, they were not endless. Right now, it was like he was raising firewood to start a fire. The firewood was about to be used up, but the water had yet to boil. Get ready, the great golden crow let out a low roar. Golden light surged from its wings. It was an honest crow and didn't care about what Fang Xing said about saving face. When it saw Fang Xing's ferocious attacks, it could still restrain itself. Now that it saw that Fang Xing was being suppressed, it immediately wanted to kill him. It didn't care about anything else. As long as Fang Xing was in danger, it would attack and tear the Night clan's divine son apart. As for the other things, who cared? Although the others didn't respond to it, they obviously had the same idea and were secretly activating their spiritual energy. Weak is weak. The difference in power is too great. In the end, we still can't defy the heavens. Next to him, someone smiled bitterly. His voice was weak. It was the descendant of the small celestial realm. At this moment, it looked like Fang Xing was about to lose and he had won the bet. However, there was no trace of joy on his face. Instead, he looked gloomy and even his smile was bitter. His eyes were filled with despair and he let out a long sigh. His breathing was like a candle in the wind. Boom. However, at this moment, a strand of demonic energy shot over and forcefully entered his body. This strand of demonic energy caused his aura that was about to dissipate to recover and forcefully prolong his life for another 10 minutes. Zhu Shou and the others looked at Xiaoxue in surprise. They didn't understand why she would save this person at this moment. Don't be in a hurry to die. The winner of this battle hasn't been decided yet. Xiaoxue looked at the fierce battle between Fang Xing and said to the descendant of the small celestial realm, Junior brother Fang hasn't admitted defeat yet, so he won't lose for sure. Even now, you still trust him so much? The descendant of the small celestial realm took a deep breath and looked at Xiaoxue with a mocking smile. Is there any point for me to wait? At first glance, there was indeed no point for him to continue living. The difference in power between Fang Xing and the Night clan's divine son was too great. However, Xiaoxue was exceptionally determined as she said, you just have to wait. End of chapter 12:16. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.